transmigrating into a world where games have descended into reality, a realm where everyone undergoes job changes. The academically challenged Sheng commences his journey as the supportive class of Holy Knight, activating a 10,000-fold amplification of divine talent, capable of directly enhancing a skill's effect by a staggering 10,000 times. With the 10,000-fold amplification of the shield of divine protection, while others are invincible for 6 seconds, I can bask in invincibility for an astonishing 16 hours. With the 10,000-fold amplification of holy judgment, I can take down a child with a single strike. On the day of national warfare, the Dragon Nation suffers devastating losses. Just as other nations are rejoicing in their victory, a Holy Knight quietly casts a resurrecting spell amplified 10,000 times. At that moment, the world fell silent. Chapter 1. I desire to remain low profile, yet my prowess does not permit it. In the divine summer kingdom, on the playground of Donglin 3rd Middle School, Sheng, job change successful class, Holy Knight. As this announcement echoed, the entire playground erupted into chaos. What? Did I just mishear that? The academically challenged Sheng, who ranks last in our school year after year, has actually become a combat class Holy Knight. I've heard that Holy Knight is an exceptionally versatile support class, highly sought after in dungeon teams. Damn it, how is this fair? I've been studying until 3 in the morning every day, and in the end, I only transitioned into a low-tier lifestyle profession, while Sheng, who does nothing, has become a combat class. This infuriates me. The students of 3rd Middle School exchanged heated words, their teeth gnashing in frustration. Meanwhile, at the center of the playground on the job change altar, even Sheng himself was momentarily stunned by his unexpected transition into a combat class. However, he quickly regained his composure and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Aha! This! Observing Sheng's triumphant demeanor, the principal of 3rd Middle School, Su Wansheng, felt his eyelids twitch uncontrollably. This student was simply too peculiar. Ranking last in academics year after year, it was one thing to be uneducated, but he was thoroughly versed in brawling, extortion, harassment of female classmates, and teasing female teachers. In short, he neglected all responsibilities and engaged in every inappropriate act imaginable. Yet this brazen underachiever had somehow transitioned into a combat class, a rarity that might not even appear among 20 individuals. Who could one appeal to for justice in this situation? Old Su, why do you seem so disappointed? At this moment, Sheng suddenly raised his head and asked Su Wansheng with a serious expression, I am a student of 3rd Middle School. Becoming a combat class should bring glory to the school. Shouldn't you be happy? You look as if your wife just left you. Your wife left? Su Wansheng nearly choked in anger, grinding his teeth as he retorted, and who permitted you to address me in such a manner? Are we that familiar? Call me principal. All right, old Su understood. Unfortunately, Sheng was utterly unfazed by his reprimands, sporting a smug expression that was begging for a reprimand. In fact, even Sheng himself had never anticipated that he would transition into the legendary combat class. He was not a native of this world, but rather a genuine transmigrator. 5 years ago, he was merely an ordinary university student on Earth. After a drunken night at a bar, he found himself inexplicably transported to the current Blue Star. Upon discovering that this world was a game manifesting in reality, with a drastic shift in the laws of nature and a vibrant world where everyone could change jobs and level up, Sheng promptly resolved to continue his carefree lifestyle. Indeed, he demonstrated through his actions that not every transmigrator becomes diligent and ambitious after their transition. For some, the essence of being a slacker remains unchanged. Meanwhile, witnessing Sheng's delight, Su Wansheng could not resist pouring cold water on his enthusiasm, saying, I advise you not to celebrate too soon. Although Holy Knight is a combat class, many skills lean more towards support, so it's best for you to maintain a low profile to avoid being. Before he could finish, Sheng interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Rest assured, old Su, I know my limits. You have limits? Su Wansheng couldn't help but roll his eyes dramatically. For Sheng was not merely an underachiever. He was renowned as a troublemaker. Allowing someone of his caliber to become a combat class, Su Wansheng could easily predict that this individual would never find himself idle. Fortunately, the Holy Knight possessed a remarkably powerful skill known as the Shield of Divine Protection, which granted immunity to all magical and physical damage for 6 seconds, placing him in an utterly invincible state. With such a skill at his disposal, as long as Sheng refrained from stirring up significant trouble, he should have no issues preserving his life. With this thought, Su Wansheng let out a quiet sigh of relief and casually inquired, by the way, what is your combat talent? Combat talent? Sheng's mind stirred as he recalled that in the current Blue Star, everyone would activate a unique combat talent upon successfully changing jobs. For instance, some warriors possess the Spear Mastery talent, which grants them higher attack power and speed when wielding spear-type weapons, commonly referred to as spear warriors. Similarly, some mages may have the fire enhancement talent, enabling them to deal greater magical damage when casting fire spells, thus being termed fire mages. Moreover, combat talents are categorized into 9 levels based on their potency, ranging from F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS to SSS. Furthermore, any individual possessing an A rank or higher combat talent in the current Blue Star is bestowed with a special title, Super Professional. For instance, within the Beast Tamer class, those with the A rank talent Dragon Affinity are naturally able to command dragons in battle, known as Dragon Tamers. In the Warrior class, those with the A rank talent Bloodthirsty Rage can unleash their full potential in an instant, referred to as Blood Warriors, representing extraordinary combat prowess that surpasses their peers. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Sheng hurriedly opened his post-job change attribute panel. In the next moment, a surreal data chart materialized before his eyes. Host, Lu Sheng. Class, Holy Knight. Specialization, Unchosen. Level, 1 First Transition. Health points, 100. Mana points, 100. Strength, 10. Wisdom, 10. Agility, 10. Spirit, 10. Stamina, 10. Combat talent, 10,000-fold amplification, SSS. Equipment, none. Combat power rating, 5 stars. Skill 1, Divine Blessing. Skill 2, Shield of Divine Protection. Skill 3, Divine Healing Radiance. Skill 4, Holy Judgment. Holy moly! Gazing at the string of S's in his combat attributes, Lu Sheng could not help but exclaim, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. Chapter 2, SSS Level Combat Talent, 10,000-fold Amplification. What's wrong, Lu Sheng? Su Wansheng inquired, his expression one of utter bewilderment. And nothing, Lu Sheng replied hastily, shaking his head in a fit of nervousness, striving to maintain an air of nonchalance. Yet, within the depths of his heart, tumultuous waves of emotion surged. An SSS-level combat talent. It is well known that in the present Blue Star, combat talents rated A and above are revered as super professions. And the even loftier S and SS ratings qualify one for entry into the Dragon King's Hall, a privilege granted to only a select few throughout the entire Shengxia Kingdom. As for the SSS level, Lu Sheng had long assumed such a rank was merely a figment of human imagination, non-existent in reality. Ever since his arrival in this world, he had never encountered a practitioner with an SSS-level combat talent. Until today, until this very moment, as he realized he was indeed the legendary possessor of SSS-level combat talent. Lu Sheng felt as though his entire worldview had been upended. Simultaneously, he finally discerned the specific effects of his combat talent. 10,000-fold amplification SSS. Note, directly amplifies the effect of a single skill by 10,000 times, lasting for 1 hour, with a cooldown of 24 hours. Note, only one skill can be amplified at a time. To amplify the effect of a skill by 10,000 times, as a paladin, I possess 6 seconds of invincibility. If this 10,000-fold amplification truly enhances one of my skills by such an extraordinary degree, does that mean I could be invincible for 60,000 seconds? Oh my heavens! The mere thought of this sent Lu Sheng into a fervor, nearly causing him to shout aloud in excitement. Lu Sheng, what exactly is your combat talent? At that moment, noticing Lu Sheng's prolonged silence, Su Wansheng furrowed his brow and asked once more. Before he could finish his inquiry, a tall, handsome youth emerged from the crowd below, looking impatiently at Su Wansheng. Principal, it's getting late. It's my turn now, isn't it? This was Li Tianhua, also a student from Donglin 3rd Middle School. Unlike Lu Sheng, who was woefully behind in his studies, Li Tianhua not only excelled academically, but consistently held the top position in the school's rankings, embodying the quintessential model student. In the current Blue Star, due to prevailing regulations, students with superior academic performance have a greater probability of transitioning into powerful professions. Su Wansheng had high hopes for a promising student like Li Tianhua. Thus, upon hearing Li Tianhua's question, he hastily waved his hand, dismissing Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng, this doesn't concern you. You may leave. As soon as he spoke, a thought seemed to strike him, and he added, oh, and remember to come early tomorrow. The school will organize a leveling activity in the novice zone. Don't miss it. All right, Lu Sheng responded, choosing not to say more, and obediently turned to descend from the transformation altar. This time, he refrained from revealing the details of his combat talent. The SSS level talent was simply too outrageous. It was no exaggeration to say that even if Lu Sheng's talent were merely A or S level, he would have unhesitatingly shared it with the world. After all, the higher the talent, the more attention the country would pay, accompanied by substantial rewards. Yet, this SSS level talent was something he truly dared not disclose. After all, the Shengxia Kingdom was not entirely united. Due to various historical reasons, nearly all neighboring nations were adversarial. Even within Shengxia, numerous individuals harbored ulterior motives. Lu Sheng had seen on television countless reports of exceptionally gifted practitioners meeting untimely ends before they could fully develop their potential. As the saying goes, the tallest tree in the forest is the first to be felled by the wind. Thus, Lu Sheng exercised caution, deliberately concealing the specifics of his combat talent. Meanwhile, after watching Lu Sheng depart, Su Wanqing wasted no time and called out another name to the crowd below. Next, Li Tianhua. As soon as he spoke, a fresh wave of hushed discussions erupted among the students gathered on the third middle school's playground, which had only just quieted. Look, it's Li Tianhua's turn. As our top student, what profession do you think he'll transition into this time? Given his grades and potential, a combat profession seems inevitable. It's even possible he might become a super profession. The crowd buzzed with excitement. At that moment, as Li Tianhua prepared to approach the transformation ceremony, he encountered Lu Sheng, who had just stepped down. Observing this underachiever, who had unexpectedly transformed into a combat profession, Li Tianhua felt a surge of indignation and could not resist sneering. Humph, just pure luck. He probably turned into some pathetic support profession. What's there to be smug about? Huh. Lu Sheng was momentarily taken aback, still processing the situation when Li Tianhua leaped past him and strode forward. What an imbecile. Watching Li Tianhua's retreating figure, Lu Sheng shook his head in disdain. However, he did not express any surprise. After all, Li Tianhua often looked down upon him for his academic struggles, frequently clashing with him and reporting any missteps to the teachers. Truly the epitome of a snitch. Lu Sheng harbored deep-seated contempt for such individuals. Fortunately, due to his recent transition into a combat profession, his spirits remained buoyant, and he chose not to engage with such a fool. Upon returning to the class lineup, Lu Sheng once more glanced at the detailed description of his combat talent. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, he decided not to wait for the conclusion of the ceremony and promptly dashed out of the school. At the very moment Lu Sheng exited, the announcement echoed. Li Tianhua. Successful transformation, hidden profession, Thunder Combat Master. Boom. What? A hidden profession? Good heavens. What kind of profession is the Thunder Combat Master? I've never heard of it. I haven't either, but from what I know, hidden professions are unique to individuals and boast combat capabilities that rival, if not surpass, even super professions. Truly impressive. Senior Tianhua. Now there's no way Senior Tianhua 1T soar to greatness. Chapter 3, Divine Shield, 16 Hours of Invincibility. After leaving the campus, Lu Sheng hurriedly returned to his residence, a pleasant apartment located on the outskirts of the city. In this life, Lu Sheng had never met his parents. Tragically, they had passed away long before his arrival in this world. However, from others, he learned that his parents had been formidable combat practitioners. Yet, 16 years ago, driven by various interests, the 8 major nations of Blue Star conspired against the Shingxia Kingdom, initiating a national war that would determine the fate of their homeland. In that brutal conflict, Lu Sheng's parents fell in battle while bravely resisting the invaders. Fortunately, the nation did not forsake the solitary Lu Sheng. From a tender age, he was taken in by a welfare institution where dedicated personnel nurtured him with care. As he matured, he was bestowed with a generous pension. Thus, in this world, although Lu Sheng was devoid of kin, he still led a vibrant life. Upon returning to his solitary apartment, Lu Sheng firmly secured the door behind him and patiently examined the 4 foundational skills he acquired after his transformation into a paladin. Skill 1. Divine Shield, cost, 50 mana points. Note, the paladin, blessed by the gods, is immune to all physical and magical damage, though his attack power is reduced by 60. This effect lasts for 6 seconds with an 8-hour cooldown. Skill 2. Divine Blessing LV1, cost, 50 mana points. Note, the paladin earnestly prays to bestow a blessing upon himself or an ally, enhancing all attributes by 1 for 1 hour. Skill 3. Divine Healing Light LV1, cost, 20 mana points. Note, summons a sacred radiance to restore 5 health points to oneself or an ally. Skill 4. Divine Judgment LV1, cost, 30 mana points. Note, the power of the divine infuses the paladin, causing each attack to deal an additional 1 point of damage to the target, lasting for 1 hour. These 4 skills are standard for all paladins upon their transformation in the current Blue Star. Apart from the well-known and often referred to as Invincible Divine Shield, there is also a status enhancement skill, a single target healing skill, and an attack augmentation skill. Although Lu Sheng had previously been an underachiever, in this world where everyone undergoes a vocational transformation, he had become quite familiar with these paladin skills through daily exposure. Having thoroughly studied his skills, Lu Sheng finally turned his attention to his combat talent. A 10,000-fold enhancement. I sincerely hope it does not disappoint. His heart raced with excitement, and his hands trembled. While silently praying, Lu Sheng focused his thoughts and, for the first time, unleashed his unique combat talent. 10,000-fold enhancement, Divine Shield. Buzz. In the next moment, accompanied by a mysterious rhythm, a golden holy light descended from above, enveloping Lu Sheng and coalescing into a seemingly transparent, yet truly indestructible shield. Is this the invincibility of the paladin? Curiously observing the shield surrounding him, Lu Sheng felt a warm, indescribably pleasant sensation. At that moment, a glimmer caught his peripheral vision, and he suddenly noticed a new buff notification. Divine Shield. Remaining invincibility duration 59,999 seconds. What on earth? It actually worked. Upon seeing this information, Lu Sheng nearly fainted from joy, for he had never imagined that his previous conjectures could indeed be true. As is widely known, the Paladin's Divine Shield grants immunity to all physical and magical damage, earning its title of invincibility, a near-rule-like existence that transcends the realm of mere magic. Thus, even with a 10,000-fold enhancement, the effect of this skill could not be further amplified. It could only extend its duration from the original 6 seconds to an astonishing 60,000 seconds. 60,000 seconds of invincibility. That equates to more than 16 hours. It is essential to note that the Paladin's invincibility is not just a hollow boast. It represents true invincibility, capable of negating all forms of physical and magical harm in the world. Under such circumstances, even a level 9 transcendent warrior would merely watch helplessly in the face of a level 1 Paladin wielding invincibility. However, while the Divine Shield skill is powerful, it is not without its drawbacks. Firstly, the skill lasts only 6 seconds, making the enhancement time exceedingly brief. Once the duration expires, the Paladin reverts to his original state. Secondly, there is a negative effect. During the invincible state, the Paladin's attack power is reduced by 60. Lastly, there is a lengthy cooldown period of 8 hours. This, therefore, renders the so-called invincibility of the Paladin impractical for regular combat, relegating it to crucial moments of survival. But Lu Sheng is different. With the 10,000-fold enhancement, his invincibility astonishingly lasts for 16 hours. What does 16 hours of invincibility imply? It signifies that within that time frame, he could act with impunity, unrestrained. Oh, and what about my Divine Blessing? My Divine Blessing can augment all attributes by 1. If enhanced by 10,000-fold, wouldn't that boost it to 10,000 points? Furthermore, my Divine Judgment inflicts an additional 1 point of damage each time. If amplified, wouldn't that mean 10,000 points of extra damage with each strike? Thoughts raced through his mind. Ultimately, Lu Sheng could no longer contain his excitement and burst into hearty laughter. Ahahaha, I am invincible now, truly invincible. This night was destined to be sleepless. Lu Sheng was so exhilarated that he could not sleep a wink. After a long wait, as dawn approached, he finally rose early the next morning and hurriedly set off towards the direction of the 3rd high school. Half an hour later, Lu Sheng arrived once more at Donglin 3rd High School. Despite his unprecedented early start, upon reaching the school entrance, he found it already teeming with people. These individuals were this year's fortunate ones who had transformed into combat professions. Donglin 3rd High School boasted over 2,000 senior students. Yet only about 100 had successfully transitioned into combat professions, with the rest opting for non-combat life skills or metallurgy careers. This illustrates just how challenging it is to become a combat professional in the current Blue Star. Just as Lu Sheng stood at the school gate, a lively scene not far away suddenly captured his attention. Senior Tianhua, shall we team up to level up later? I'm a priest, and I can be quite useful. A freckled girl blushed, casting flirtatious glances while trying to accentuate her modestly developed figure. Senior Tianhua, take me along. I'm a shield warrior and can help you absorb damage. A burly youth called out in a deep voice. Senior Tianhua, my father wishes to invite you to be the spokesperson for our family company. Here's our home-produced milk powder. Do give it a try. A bald-headed boy shouted, holding up a bag of milk powder adorned with a drawing of 3 deer. Senior Tianhua, Senior Tianhua. A chorus of eager voices echoed around, as a throng of students from the 3rd High School surrounded a young man with eager faces, nearly overwhelming him with their enthusiasm. That young man, basking in the spotlight, appeared to thoroughly relish the attention, and indeed it was none other than the top student of the 3rd High School, Li Tianhua. What is happening? Witnessing this scene, Lu Sheng stood momentarily stunned. Due to his early departure the previous day, he was unaware that Li Tianhua had since transformed into a rare hidden profession. Fortunately, at that moment, the principal of the 3rd High School, Su Wansheng, happened to spot him and hurried over to greet him. Lu Sheng, I never expected you to arrive on time today. How rare, Su Wansheng remarked, shaking his head. Old Su, why is it so lively over there? Lu Sheng seemed to disregard the teasing in his tone, instead pointing curiously in the direction of Li Tianhua. You little rascal, you left early again yesterday, didn't you? Su Wansheng shook his head in resignation but then said proudly, let me tell you the truth. Just yesterday, Li Tianhua from our school has transitioned into the hidden class of Thunder Warrior. What? A hidden class? Lu Sheng was taken aback. In the present Blue Star, apart from common combat professions like warrior, paladin, mage, priest, archer, and assassin, there exists a unique category known as hidden classes. These hidden classes are exceedingly rare, with only one appearing among every 100,000 combat professionals on average. Furthermore, each hidden class possesses a singularity. There can only be one in the entire world at any given time. Additionally, hidden classes boast an exceptionally prominent characteristic. Their combat prowess is overwhelmingly formidable, not only possessing numerous skills and high damage, but also a growth potential that far surpasses that of ordinary combat professions. To put it simply, hidden classes are akin to the aristocracy among combat professions. Though scarce, once they emerge, they are destined to become titans in their respective domains. It's no wonder that the students from our school who have transitioned to combat professions are so fervently surrounding Li Tianhua, eager to curry favor. Indeed, Su Wanqing continued. Moreover, Li Tianhua has just successfully transitioned and already boasts a combat power rating of 20 stars, even catching the attention of the mayor. At this point, he lowered his voice, adding with an air of mystery, I've heard that last night, the mayor personally met with Li Tianhua and his parents, and expedited his professional information to the state. If all goes as expected, the country should soon award him a special scholarship. What? Their essay scholarship too? Lu Sheng raised an eyebrow. Of course. Su Wanqing replied with a smug expression. Our divine Xia country places great importance on the cultivation and reserve of talent. As long as you possess potential and talent, the state will never be stingy. As for Li Tianhua, his voice trailed off as he stroked his chin, uncertainly adding, given the rarity of his hidden class, I estimate his scholarship will not be less than 1 million dragon coins. 1 million dragon coins. Upon hearing this figure, Lu Sheng could not help but click his tongue in disbelief. It's worth noting that even the compensation his parents earned through their sacrifices barely exceeded 1 million. Yet here Li Tianhua is, having just transitioned, with no contributions to the nation, effortlessly reaping 1 million dragon coins. What is the justification for that? He is a man with SSS-level combat talent, capable of being invincible for a full 16 hours. How can Li Tianhua, no matter how impressive, possibly rival him? Yet Li Tianhua receives 1 million merely for transitioning, while he himself has nothing. This thought left Lu Sheng consumed by jealousy. It's utterly imbalanced. Meanwhile, noticing Lu Sheng's green-eyed envy, Su Wanqing seemed to have guessed his inner turmoil and casually remarked, Lu Sheng, I advise you to relinquish any delusions. The fact that you could transition into a paladin is already a stroke of ancestral virtue. The country's scholarships are reserved for the most elite professionals. And you have no hope. Oh, really? Lu Sheng smiled faintly, remaining silent. At that moment, not far away, Li Tianhua happened to spot the newly arrived Lu Sheng, and his previously cheerful expression immediately darkened. Principal, what is he doing here? Surrounded by a throng, Li Tianhua approached the two, pointing directly at Lu Sheng and unabashedly berating him. Someone like him, who relies solely on luck to transition into a combat profession, is nothing but a disgrace to our school. At this, he added emphatically, I'll state this clearly. If Lu Sheng accompanies us to the novice area, I would rather venture out to train alone than be associated with such a person. As soon as these words were uttered, others quickly chimed in. Senior Tianhua is right. Lu Sheng spends his days idly, relying on luck to transition into a combat profession. He is utterly unworthy to train with us. I firmly stand with Senior Tianhua. Lu Sheng, if you have any self-awareness, you should leave and not impede us. Simultaneously, seeing Li Tianhua take a stand, the group of students who had previously gathered around him began to echo their sentiments. The crowd erupted into a chorus of condemnation against Lu Sheng. Everyone, let us calm down. As the situation escalated, Su Wanqing was drenched in sweat, uncertain of how to proceed. After all, as the principal of Donglin No. 3, even if he held disdain for Lu Sheng, he could not so brazenly expel a rare combat professional. My goodness, you all are excessively sycophantic. Even a bootlicker would weep at your display. Finally, Lu Sheng could no longer endure it, disdainfully retorting to the crowd. Who are you calling a bootlicker? The crowd's pupils contracted at his words. Rest assured, bootlickers certainly are not you, for they are not as despicable as you. Lu Sheng replied with a mocking grin. You're asking for it. This time, the crowd was thoroughly incensed, glaring at Lu Sheng with a ferocious intensity, clearly ready to pounce on him at the slightest provocation. However, Lu Sheng was entirely unperturbed. What nonsense! With an SSS-level combat talent that offers 1,000-fold amplification, this group of newly transitioned amateurs wouldn't stand a chance against even a mere blast from him. Yet he did not wish to engage further with these fledgling amateurs. Instead, an idea suddenly struck him. How about we have a competition, with a wager of 1 million? I heard you just transitioned into a hidden class and received a scholarship from the state? Lu Sheng inquired, narrowing his eyes at the smug Li Tianhua. So what? Li Tianhua nodded, then smirked, retorting, are you envious? Not at all. I simply believe someone like you is not worthy of the scholarship awarded by the state. Lu Sheng boldly declared. What did you just say? Upon hearing this, Li Tianhua nearly exploded with rage. How dare you question Senior Tianhua? If he is unworthy, then what makes you worthy? You, who transitioned into a combat profession solely by luck, what qualifications do you have to speak such words? The sycophants around him were equally furious, moving in on Lu Sheng. Fortunately, Su Wanqing was there to intervene. Otherwise, this verbal altercation would have undoubtedly escalated into a physical brawl. What is the matter? Are you unwilling? At this moment, sensing the tension reaching its peak, Lu Sheng revealed his cunning nature. If you're unwilling, shall we compete? Lu Sheng suggested with a sly grin. Compete? What shall we compete in? Li Tianhua was momentarily taken aback, not quite grasping the situation, when Lu Sheng continued. The school is organizing a trip to the novice area for training shortly, right? Perfect. Let us see who can level up faster. We'll reveal the results at night. What do you say? Are you up for it? I'll compete. I'm not afraid of a slacker like you. Upon hearing this, Li Tianhua almost immediately agreed without a moment's hesitation. However, at that moment, Lu Sheng seized the opportunity to add, of course, since this is a competition, there must be a prize involved. Otherwise, it would be rather dull, wouldn't it? A prize? Li Tianhua asked, bewildered. What sort of prize are you thinking of? Not one to beat around the bush. Lu Sheng promptly produced a bank card from his pocket and remarked nonchalantly, this card contains 1 million dragon coins. A sum left to me by my parents as a form of compensation. Should I lose in the upcoming competition, the entire amount shall be yours. What? 1 million dragon coins? As soon as these words left Lu Sheng's lips, Li Tianhua barely had the chance to respond before a group of sycophants nearby could no longer contain their astonishment. Wait, did I hear that correctly? Lu Sheng is actually wagering 1 million dragon coins against Senior Tianhua. They gazed at Lu Sheng with incredulity, questioning his audacity. Did he truly believe that simply transitioning to the Paladin class rendered him invincible? Everyone looked on in shock at Lu Sheng. Are you certain you wish to compete with me in leveling up? And with a wager of 1 million? Even Li Tianhua himself was taken aback by Lu Sheng's audacity. It was well known that as a rare hidden class, Li Tianhua had just transitioned and already boasted a combat rating of 20 stars. In stark contrast, Lu Sheng, whose capabilities leaned more towards support than combat, had a mere paltry rating of 3 stars. Under such circumstances, for Lu Sheng to voluntarily challenge him to a leveling contest, wagering his entire fortune, seemed utterly reckless. Had he lost his senses? Indeed. Without addressing Li Tianhua's myriad of doubts, Lu Sheng nodded decisively and with a mischievous grin added, of course, if you happen to lose, you must also pay me 1 million dragon coins. All right. You've said it. It's a deal. Finally, Li Tianhua regained his composure. Seeing Lu Sheng foolishly offering him money, he first felt a surge of joy, then turned to the dumbfounded Su Wansheng beside him and said, Principal, could you please act as our witness, lest someone refuses to honor the bet after losing? Su Wansheng appeared utterly bewildered, clearly unprepared for the massive wager that had been established in mere moments. However, at this point, it was too late to caution Lu Sheng. After all, it was Lu Sheng who had proposed the bet, and Lu Sheng had no intention of backing down. Then I shall trouble you, old Su. Lu Sheng patted Su Wansheng's shoulder, speaking with an air of maturity beyond his years. Lu Sheng, you've lost your mind. Finally, Su Wansheng could no longer hold back, scolding him with a look of disappointment. That money is your parents' compensation earned through their sacrifices on the battlefield. If you lose, how will you survive afterward? Oh, Lu Sheng raised an eyebrow, as if he had stumbled upon a new revelation. He had never expected that Su Wansheng, who usually wore a stern expression towards him, would now express such concern. However, having finally hooked Li Tianhua, he was determined not to let go easily. Rest assured, old Su, I know my limits. Just watch. Lu Sheng shot Su Wansheng a confident look and smiled. Sigh. With the situation already set in motion, Su Wansheng could only let out a deep sigh of resignation. Haha, this is going to be entertaining. Meanwhile, the sycophants surrounding Li Tianhua wore expressions of glee, seemingly envisioning the moment when Lu Sheng would lament his loss of 1 million dragon coins, begging for mercy on his knees. It was no wonder they entertained such thoughts. After all, how could a support class hope to compete with a formidable hidden class in leveling? Wasn't he that simply inviting hardship? Only Lu Sheng, witnessing his scheme come to fruition, grinned ever more brightly, reveling in his cunning. For this trip to the novice area, a few luxurious buses had been chartered to transport the students, and with the staggering wager of 1 million dragon coins at stake, Li Tianhua ceased his opposition against Lu Sheng, instead engaging in lively conversation with his classmates on the bus, clearly in high spirits. During the journey, Su Wansheng took the opportunity to brief the students on some important precautions. Students, the destination we are heading to is called the Dark Swamp, a designated training area for our school established by the mayor. The creatures within are primarily swamp denizens, ranging from level 120 and above. At this point, his expression turned serious as he earnestly cautioned, be aware. Although the Dark Swamp is merely a novice area, the risk factor is not to be underestimated. You have only just transitioned, with few skills, low damage, and lacking adequate equipment. Even facing these low-level creatures could easily lead to perilous situations. Furthermore, due to regulations, our school as teachers cannot enter low-level areas to protect you. After sharing this, Su Wansheng raised his voice to emphasize, thus, I implore everyone to exercise extreme caution and refrain from recklessness. The deeper you venture into the Dark Swamp, the higher the level of the creatures. It is advisable to remain near the swamp's periphery for leveling until you reach level 5 before exploring the inner depths. Additionally, I encourage you to team up with familiar classmates for leveling. This will greatly reduce risk while enhancing efficiency. Is that understood? Yes. The students responded in unison. Excellent. Su Wanqing nodded in satisfaction and continued. Given that you have just transitioned and lack suitable equipment, the school has prepared a set of novice gear for you. Please come to me in order of your classes to collect it before we disembark. Understood. The students eagerly acknowledged, their excitement palpable as they clenched their fists. Clearly looking forward to the upcoming leveling journey. This would be their first experience battling since transitioning into combat professions. Becoming a combat professional meant they could now gain experience and level up through monster hunting in the wild, exploring dungeons, and accepting quests, ultimately transforming their fates. Approximately an hour later, after a long journey, they finally arrived at their destination, the Dark Swamp. Before disembarking, as per Su Wanqing's instructions, the students began to collect their equipment in order. The novice gear provided by the school was quite rudimentary, consisting of merely a weapon and a piece of chest armor for each individual. For magic classes, it was uniformly a staff and robe. Meanwhile, physical classes received various melee weapons such as swords, daggers, and bows, with armor materials differing according to class and attributes. As a paladin, Lu Sheng received his signature weapon, a hefty warhammer weighing several dozen pounds, as well as a coarse iron chest plate. Standard warhammer. Attack power, 712. Quality, ordinary. Standard armor. Defense power, 510. Quality, ordinary. The novice weapons provided by the school were the most basic of ordinary equipment, lacking any attribute bonuses, and their attack and defense values were pitifully low. However, with an astonishing combat talent that boasts a 10,000-fold amplification, the quality of equipment holds little significance for Lu Sheng. Thus, he did not indulge in any scrutiny and directly donned the war hammer and battle armor. After receiving his gear, Lu Sheng trailed behind the crowd as they disembarked from the bus. The moment he stepped off, a wave of intensely foul and brackish air assaulted him. Instinctively, Lu Sheng looked up and beheld a head of vast swamp, shrouded in shadows, coming into view. So, this is the Dark Swamp, he murmured, curiosity prompting him to glance around. At that moment, at the fringe of the marsh, a massive bat with wings spanning nearly half a meter suddenly captured his attention. Dark Bat. LV1. Health, 250. Combat rating, 9 stars. Special skill, Bloodthirsty Fangs. This was a creature tainted by dark powers. Such high health. Observing the Dark Bat's basic attributes, Lu Sheng couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. It is worth noting that a typical adventurer, upon class change, only possesses an initial health of 100 points. Yet this ordinary level 1 monster boasts a staggering 250 health points. Lu Sheng realized that without employing the 10,000-fold amplification, he would likely struggle to even defeat this Dark Bat on his own. It is no wonder that Su Wanqing had repeatedly cautioned everyone on the bus to be exceedingly careful, just as Lu Sheng was meticulously surveying his surroundings. A voice rang out from nearby. I need a few strong teammates. Interested parties come quickly. It was Li Tianhua, unexpectedly calling out to the crowd. What? Senior Tianhua is actually seeking teammates? The moment the words left his mouth, the surrounding crowd momentarily froze before erupting into a frenzy. Senior Tianhua, take me with you. Me too, me too. The enthusiastic shouts filled the air as the onlookers expressed their excitement, clearly taken aback by Li Tianhua, a hidden class adventurer, taking the initiative to gather a team. In an instant, he was surrounded. Yet, Li Tianhua was not merely boasting. He meticulously selected 4 suitable allies from the throng, a warrior, a priest, an assassin, and a marksman. Looking at his formidable team, Li Tianhua felt a surge of confidence and couldn't resist taunting Lu Sheng from a distance. You're bound to lose this time. Are you prepared to sleep in the streets afterward? Ha! Is it really necessary to gather such a large force just to battle a few monsters in the novice area? Lu Sheng rolled his eyes at Li Tianhua's extravagant formation. You can't blame me. You never mentioned we couldn't form a team. Li Tianhua replied, smugly. Despite never taking Lu Sheng seriously, he was determined to give him a lesson he would never forget, driven by the allure of an easily attainable reward of 1 million. Very well. Since you wish to play, I shall indulge you. Lu Sheng sneered at the self-satisfied Li Tianhua. At that moment, his 10,000-fold amplification had just concluded its 24-hour cooldown. Initially, he had planned to employ the 10,000-fold amplification alongside the Divine Blessing. However, considering the conspicuous nature of the attributes granted by the Divine Blessing, which could easily reveal his secret, Lu Sheng opted for a different approach. With a mere thought, he invoked 10,000-fold amplification, Divine Judgment. Buzz. In the next instant, a radiant beam of holy light descended from the heavens, enveloping Lu Sheng entirely. Divine Judgment, one of the few offensive skills available to paladins, once activated, bestows an additional point of damage to the paladin's normal attacks for an hour. However, this skill did not display any visible effects, leaving Lu Sheng uncertain if his 10,000-fold amplification had indeed taken effect. Let us test it out. Gripping the hammer in his hand with anticipation, Lu Sheng took a step forward, boldly striding towards the ominous dark swamp. Squeak, squeak. As soon as he stepped into the murky marsh, a dark bat fluttering at the edge of the swamp suddenly swooped towards him. Oh no! Lu Sheng was startled. This was his first encounter with a monster. And to say he wasn't nervous would be a blatant lie. Acting almost purely on instinct, he clumsily raised his hammer and swung it at the oncoming dark bat. Bang! HP 10006. Squeak, squeak. In the next moment, a terrifying damage number erupted above the dark bat's head. Before the creature could even reach Lu Sheng, it let out a pitiful shriek and collapsed helplessly to the ground. Ding! Congratulations. You have successfully slain the dark bat, earning 80 experience points and acquiring the item Batwing. Simultaneously, an experience gain notification floated before Lu Sheng's eyes. Holy moly, 10,006 points of damage? Seeing the outrageous damage dealt by his casual swing, Lu Sheng was utterly flabbergasted. His assumption was correct. The 10,000-fold amplification indeed applied to his divine judgment, transforming the previously extra point of damage into a staggering 10,000 points. Chapter 7. One hammer for every little creature. What does an additional 10,000 points of damage signify? It is no exaggeration to assert that at such a damage scale, not only the low-level monsters in this dark swamp, but even a level 100 boss would likely be unable to withstand Lu Sheng's casual strike. Is this the SSS level combat talent? It's absurd, practically a glitch. Witnessing that he could effortlessly annihilate the creatures of the dark swamp, Lu Sheng not only shed his fears, but also embraced a newfound freedom, charging forward with his hammer towards the surrounding monsters. Thus began a nearly one-sided massacre within the vast expanse of the dark swamp. Meanwhile, as Lu Sheng claimed his first monster kill, Li Tianhua's elite leveling team had also entered the dark swamp, demonstrating through their actions what it meant to execute a flurry of commands with the finesse of a tiger, only to deliver a pitiful output. Marksman, that monster is heading your way. Reposition, reposition. Priest, heal him quickly. Warrior, block in front. Don't let the monster escape. Everyone, listen to my orders and unleash your attacks together. Li Tianhua, staff in hand, shouted commands while unleashing skills against the dark bat, aiming for close-range damage. Behold my power. Thunder arrow. Crackle. Brilliant arcs of electricity shot from Li Tianhua's palm, crashing down upon the dark bat's head. HP 20. Squeak, squeak. Bang. Finally, accompanied by a desperate howl as it neared death, the dark bat, which had boasted 250 health points, was utterly depleted and fell lifelessly to the ground. Phew, finally dead? Observing the bat's corpse, Li Tianhua heaved a sigh of relief. Wow, splendid. We have finally vanquished our first monster. The sole priestess within our party jubilantly celebrated, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Indeed, Senior Tianhua, with his hidden class as a thunder warrior, exhibited extraordinary damage output. Precisely, were it not for Senior Tianhua's prowess, we would have expended an immense amount of effort to slay that dark bat. Senior Tianhua is truly magnificent. The other three members seized the opportunity to lavish praise upon Li Tianhua. Truth be told, this is the outcome of our collective endeavor. Hearing these words, Li Tianhua felt a swell of pride and intended to feign modesty. However, before he could perfect his humble act, an unexpected sound resonated from a short distance away. Bang! 80! Bang! 80! Bang! 80! Suddenly, an astounding noise reached his ears. What is happening? Li Tianhua instinctively turned towards the source of the sound. What followed was a scene that would forever be etched in his memory. There stood Lu Sheng, wielding a colossal hammer, loudly proclaiming the slogan of earning 80 experience points per monster. Wherever he traversed, the formidable creatures in the dark marsh, despite their astonishing health, could not withstand even a single blow from him. It was as if he were dispatching a child with each strike. What? This is impossible. At that moment, Li Tianhua could no longer contain his shock and exclaimed in disbelief. My heavens, am I seeing things? Is Lu Sheng actually obliterating monsters in an instant? Concurrently, all the other high school students within the vast dark marsh paused their activities, staring in astonishment at this unbelievable spectacle. In a moment of desperation, Li Tianhua cast a spell of insight upon Lu Sheng. The insight spell, a fundamental incantation known to all on Blue Star, unveils basic information such as the target's health, mana, and combat rating. Under the scrutiny of the insight spell, Lu Sheng's basic attributes were laid bare before him. Target, Lu Sheng. Class, Paladin. Specialization, Unchosen. Level, 1, First Transition. Health, 100. Mana, 70. Equipment, Standard Warhammer, Standard Armor. Combat rating, 3 stars. This is not right. He has a mere 3-star combat rating. Yet the monsters in the dark marsh cannot withstand a single blow from him. Gazing at Lu Sheng's pitiable basic attributes, Li Tianhua was utterly bewildered. The skill Divine Judgment does not augment the Paladin's inherent attributes. It merely adds a certain amount of extra damage upon attacking. Furthermore, only the combatant or their teammates can perceive the damage inflicted upon monsters. In other words, unless Li Tianhua teamed up with Lu Sheng or personally endured a strike from him, he would be utterly incapable of discerning how Lu Sheng achieved such feats. Lu Sheng had anticipated this very scenario, which is why he had fortified his divine judgment, determined not to reveal his trump card. Just as Li Tianhua was momentarily stunned into speechlessness by the shocking revelation, On the other side, Lu Sheng was entirely immersed in the euphoric sensation of annihilating monsters. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully slain a dark bat, earning 80 experience points and acquiring the item Batwing. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully slain a dark hound, earning 80 experience points and acquiring the item Sharp Fawn. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully slain a dark frog, earning 80 experience points and acquiring the item Toad's Tear Gland. A flurry of experience gain notifications swiftly flashed before Lu Sheng's eyes. Before long, he welcomed his very first level up. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully reached level 2, gaining 5 basic attribute points and 5 free attribute points. Oh, I actually leveled up? Upon noticing the information before him, Lu Sheng instinctively halted his actions and casually opened his attribute panel. Host, Lu Sheng. Class, Paladin. Specialization, Unchosen. Level, 2, First Transition. Health, 110. Mana, 110. Strength, 11. Wisdom, 11. Spirit, 11. Agility, 11. Stamina, 11. Combat rating, 3 stars. Unallocated attribute points, 5. In the present day on Earth, upon leveling up, adventurers receive 5 fixed attribute points and 5 free attribute points. The so-called fixed attributes serve various purposes. Among them, strength represents attack power and intensity. Wisdom signifies mana and spell potency. Agility denotes reaction speed and attack speed. Spirit reflects mana regeneration speed and health recovery speed. Stamina corresponds to health and defense. Chapter 8. In a critical moment, a descent from the heavens. Each additional point in basic attributes amplifies certain characteristics of adventurers tenfold. For instance, with stamina, every additional point increases health by 10 points. With this in mind, after a brief contemplation, Lu Sheng promptly allocated his 5 level-up points, distributing 3 points to strength and 2 points to stamina. As a melee class, increasing strength would directly enhance the paladin's offensive capabilities. Meanwhile, boosting stamina would allow him to endure longer in close-quarters combat with monsters, making it an indispensable attribute. Swiftly, Lu Sheng allocated his free attributes. Following the allocation, his data panel underwent a noticeable transformation. Host, Lu Sheng. Class, Paladin. Specialization, Unchosen. Level, 2, First Transition. Health, 130. Mana, 110. Strength, 14. Wisdom, 11. Spirit, 11. Agility, 11. Stamina, 13. Combat rating, 5 stars. In fact, within the current blue star, the majority of paladins, upon leveling up, prioritize wisdom and spirit as their main attributes. After all, paladins tend to lean towards support roles. Ample mana and recovery speed enable paladins to better assist their teammates, making them more sought after in teams. However, endowed with the astonishing combat talent of 10,000-fold amplification, Lu Sheng had no intention of assisting others, nor of forming a team. Thus, he unhesitatingly chose to enhance himself. Subsequently, Lu Sheng resumed his leveling journey. Thanks to the astonishing effects of his divine judgment, with its 10,000-fold amplification, his speed in slaying monsters remained outrageous. No creature could escape from beneath his hammer. In mere minutes, he single-handedly cleared the low-level monsters surrounding the dark marsh. No, this is bad. Lu Sheng is about to finish off all the monsters. Witnessing this scene, Li Tianhua finally snapped back to reality and was immediately filled with panic. It is imperative to acknowledge that he is entangled in a staggering wager of 1 million with Lu Sheng. Should this opportunity slip away, how could he possibly emerge victorious? Quick, let us venture inside. In a moment of desperation, Li Tianhua disregarded all else and, with a sweeping gesture, led his leveling party into the depths of the dark marsh. Splendid. The novice teammates, without further contemplation, eagerly followed suit, plunging headlong into the murky depths. Yet, they overlooked a critical, grave issue, one that Su Wanqing had repeatedly emphasized. The monsters in the dark marsh increase in level the deeper one ventures. Li Tianhua and his companions had only just vanquished their very first creature, barely inching towards level 2, yet they recklessly hurried into the heart of the dark marsh. Lo and behold, there lies a monster. Upon entering the marsh's depths, Li Tianhua pointed decisively. His companions, upon hearing his words, quickly turned to follow the direction of his finger. Not far off, a colossal black bear, towering over 3 meters and shrouded in an aura of darkness, lay amongst the underbrush, emitting low, menacing growls. Everyone attacked together. Without a moment's hesitation, fearing the creature might be snatched away by Lu Sheng, Li Tianhua commanded his team to charge forth, even neglecting to glance at the monster's attributes. However, his expression soon morphed in horror. Scythe Bear Claw. Thud. HP 32. HP 31. HP 33. HP 38. With a furious roar, the giant bear swung its claws, unleashing a barrage of terrifying damage numbers that erupted above the heads of the 5 adventurers. What an appalling display of offensive prowess. In a mere exchange, nearly a third of their health was obliterated. This jolted Li Tianhua into a state of acute awareness. Hastily employing his insight skill, he scrutinized the attributes of the monstrous bear. Target, dark magic bear. Type, beast. LV, 6. Health, 450. Mana, 300. Special skills, scythe bear claw. Terrifying roar. This beast is severely tainted by dark forces. What? A level 6 creature? Observing the dark magic bear's alarmingly superior attributes, Li Tianhua's countenance turned pale. Yet at that moment, several melee fighters from his party had already barreled into the bear's melee range, leaving no room for retreat. This is dire. The creature's level is far too high. We are no match for it. Senior Tianhua, please save us. The novices, now aware of the peril, were nearly paralyzed with fear, desperately fending off the bear's onslaught while calling out for Li Tianhua's assistance. Cursed fate. Witnessing this scene, Li Tianhua's heart sank. His class, Thunder Warrior, is a ranged magic output role, and thus he had not dashed forward immediately, maintaining a somewhat safe distance from the monster. Yet, faced with the pleas of his companions, he found himself in a quandary. In the current realm of Blue Star, due to the restrictions imposed by the laws of nature, low-level practitioners attempting to challenge high-level monsters experience a significant likelihood of their attacks being dodged, resisted, or even outright evaded. Even as a formidable hidden class practitioner, with a 5-level disparity, he lacked confidence in overcoming this beast. Yet, if he were to abandon them, his 4 companions would surely be claimed by the dark magic bear. What to do? An intense internal struggle commenced within Li Tianhua. However, this turmoil did not linger long. Soon, he reached a resolution. In the next instant, he decisively turned around and, without hesitation, took flight, leaving his bewildered teammates rooted in place, struggling to comprehend what had just transpired. What? Senior Tianhua has fled? Li Tianhua, you shameless scoundrel. May you meet a wretched fate. Finally, the 4 novices snapped to their senses, unable to contain their outrage. Yet by then, Li Tianhua had already vanished from sight, leaving no trace behind. It's over. This is truly the end. I can't believe I've just transitioned to a new class, only to meet my demise in this wretched place. As their health dwindled, despair washed over the 4. Their faces ashen, and they gradually resigned themselves to fate, preparing to await their demise. At a critical juncture, a sudden, resounding clang echoed through the air. HP 10007. Then, before the astonished gazes of the novices, the very dark magic bear that had nearly claimed their lives was instantaneously vanquished, its health bar evaporating in an instant. Chapter 9. I must report that Lu Sheng is cheating. What is happening? The onlookers gasped in shock and quickly turned their attention. At that moment, a tall figure gradually came into view. It was none other than Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng? Upon seeing him, the novices were momentarily stunned. How did you all end up here? Simultaneously, Lu Sheng noticed the 4 and raised an eyebrow, clearly taken aback to find others in the depths of the dark marsh. In response to Lu Sheng's inquiry, the novices exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Previously, they had been the most loyal followers of Li Tianhua. Moreover, when Lu Sheng and Li Tianhua established their wager, they had reveled in the misfortune they believed awaited Lu Sheng. Yet, they could never have anticipated that. In such a dire moment, Li Tianhua would abandon them to flee alone, while it was Lu Sheng, the very person they often derided, who would come to their rescue. Lu Sheng, thank you for saving us. At this moment, the priestess among them was the first to regain her composure, awkwardly expressing her gratitude to Lu Sheng. Indeed, if it weren't for you, we would likely have met our end here. The remaining 3 echoed her sentiments, a wave of relief flooding their hearts at having escaped such peril. No need for thanks. We are all classmates. It is only right that we assist one another. Lu Sheng replied with a warm smile, refraining from inquiring how they found themselves in such a predicament. Yet, his radiant smile filled the 4 with a sense of shame, wishing they could disappear into a crevice of the earth. By the way, you should retreat to the exterior to level up. The monsters here are of a considerably higher level than you can handle. Lu Sheng added. As he spoke, he seemed to feel a twinge of concern and continued. I shall escort you out, to prevent you from encountering any further high-level monsters along the way. Lu Sheng. Upon hearing this, the 4 novices could no longer contain their emotions, nearly moved to tears. What does it mean to be magnanimous? What does it mean to be generous? This is what it truly means. Compared to Lu Sheng, Li Tianhua appeared nothing more than a cockroach in a latrine, disgusting to the core. Meanwhile, outside the dark marsh, just as Su Wansheng was anxiously awaiting the triumphant return of his students at the marsh's entrance, a voice suddenly resonated from nearby. Su Wansheng instinctively turned towards the source of the sound. There stood a robust and imposing middle-aged man, whose presence was striking, having somehow appeared behind him. It was none other than Mayor Xia Musen of Donglin City, smiling amiably at him. Mayor, what brings you here? Upon recognizing the visitor, Su Wansheng was taken aback and hurriedly stepped forward to greet him. I had some free time and decided to come take a look. Xia Musen waved his hand and inquired. So, has Li Tianhua begun leveling up? Yes, he has already entered the dark swamp. Su Wansheng nodded in response, having deduced that the mayor's visit was undoubtedly related to Li Tianhua. After all, Li Tianhua was a rare hidden class player. If he could successfully develop his abilities, it would undoubtedly be a remarkable achievement for Mayor Xia. With this thought in mind, Su Wanqing added, "You needn't worry, Mayor. Given Li Tianhua's class strength, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he should reach level 10 before dusk." "Oh, that's good to hear." Xiao Muzhen sighed in relief and remarked with a hint of nostalgia, "I never expected our modest Donglin city could produce such a rare hidden class player." Upon finishing his statement, he patted Su Wanqing on the shoulder, generously praising him. "Old Su, you've done well this time. When Tianhua achieves greatness, I will certainly report your contributions to the nation." "Thank you, Mayor." Su Wanqing responded with a courteous nod. By the way, at that moment, Xiao Muzhen pulled out a golden card from his briefcase and handed it to Su Wanqing, explaining, "This card contains 1 million. It is a scholarship awarded to Li Tianhua by the state. Please hold on to it for now, and when he emerges, kindly pass it on to him." "What? The national scholarship has arrived so quickly?" Su Wanqing exclaimed in surprise as he accepted the card. "Indeed." Xiao Muzhen nodded with a smile. "It seems the state holds Li Tianhua in high regard." Su Wanqing expressed sincerely. "Absolutely." Xiao Muzhen replied with pride, continuing, "Our divine Xia nation is currently in need of talent, and a rare hidden class player like Li Tianhua is of utmost importance to the country. The state will certainly not neglect him." That is indeed the case." Su Wanqing nodded, about to speak again, when suddenly, "Principal!" A familiar voice boomed forth. Li Tianhua came tumbling out of the dark swamp, running in a frantic manner while shouting loudly, Tianhua, why are you out?" Both Su Wanqing and Xiao Muzhen were taken aback upon seeing him. "Principal, I want to report." Li Tianhua rushed up to Su Wanqing, clutching his sleeve and shouting hoarsely, "Report? What are you talking about?" Su Wanqing asked, utterly perplexed. "Lu Sheng. He cheated!" Li Tianhua exclaimed, on the verge of tears. At that moment, the monsters surrounding the dark swamp had all been slain by Lu Sheng, and they wouldn't respawn for a while. He couldn't defeat the creatures deep within the swamp. Faced with the prospect of losing his substantial scholarship, Li Tianhua had no choice but to abandon his pride and seek Su Wanqing's help. "Cheating?" Su Wanqing was taken aback by Li Tianhua's words. "Tianhua, calm down and explain slowly." Xiao Muzhen interjected, attempting to soothe him. "Mayor, you're here too?" Only then did Li Tianhua notice Xiao Muzhen's presence and quickly greeted him. I came specifically to deliver your scholarship." Xiao Muzhen replied with a smile. "Scholarship?" Li Tianhua's eyes lit up at first, but then his expression changed as he released Su Wanqing and grabbed Xiao Muzhen's arm, pleading loudly, "Mayor, you must stand up for me." He then recounted the $1 million bet with Lu Sheng and the latter's swift defeat of monsters in the dark swamp, embellishing the story as he went. Naturally, he conveniently omitted the part about his teammates being left behind in his escape. Chapter 10. From now on, this bet is null and void. "What did you say?" After listening to Li Tianhua's account, Su Wanqing could no longer contain his astonishment and exclaimed, "Lu Sheng was able to defeat the monsters in the dark swamp in an instant?" "This is absolutely true. Moreover, not only I, but many classmates witnessed it. If you don't believe me, you can ask them." Li Tianhua insisted urgently. "Old Su, who exactly is Lu Sheng?" Xiao Muzhen asked, puzzled. "He is a student from our 3rd middle school, who just recently transitioned to become a paladin." Su Wanqing replied honestly. "A paladin?" Xiao Muzhen frowned upon hearing this, saying solemnly, "A mere newly transitioned support class paladin can defeat monsters in the dark swamp in an instant? He must be using some enhancement item." As soon as this was said, before Su Wanqing could respond, Li Tianhua seemed to grasp at a final lifeline. "Exactly. He must have used some underhanded item. This is clearly cheating." Li Tianhua shouted hoarsely, "Mayor, you must stand up for me." But Lu Sheng was only level 1 when he entered the dark swamp. And even if he used enhancement items, he shouldn't be able to defeat monsters instantly. Su Wanqing frowned, casting a disapproving glance at Li Tianhua. In the current Blue Star, while there are various enhancement items such as scrolls, potions, and enchantments that can boost a player's combat power and base attributes, the more potent the item, the higher the required usage level. The enhancement items available at level 1 are typically limited in effect, and even a modest increase in damage is remarkable. They certainly wouldn't be sufficient to kill monsters of the same level instantly. Therefore, Li Tianhua's insistence that Lu Sheng used an item seemed utterly ludicrous. However, Xiao Muzhen paid no mind to these considerations. How outrageous! To dare use enhancement items in a fair and just competition, attempting to swindle the scholarship awarded to a talented player by the state. I must see if this Lu Sheng has 3 heads to act so recklessly. Seeing Li Tianhua, whom he regarded as a treasure, being bullied by a paladin, Xiao Muzhen clenched his jaw and decisively declared, "Tianhua, rest assured, I will handle this matter for you." "Thank you, Mayor." Li Tianhua exclaimed joyfully upon hearing this. Yet, as the two had quickly branded Lu Sheng with the label of cheating, Su Wanqing felt a sinking feeling in his heart and was about to offer further advice when suddenly, a familiar figure re-emerged at the entrance of the dark swamp. "Wow, I didn't expect to hit the level cap so quickly. These monsters in the dark swamp are truly weak," Lu Sheng remarked, weighing his hammer in his hand. his face reflecting a sense of unfulfilled anticipation. "Mayor, it's him. He is Lu Sheng." Upon seeing Lu Sheng, Li Tianhua's pupils constricted, and he hurriedly tugged at Xiao Muzin's arm. Oh, Xiao Muzin also spotted Lu Sheng. Almost instinctively, he cast an insight spell on him. Target, Lu Sheng. Occupation, Paladin. Specialization, not selected. Level, 20, first promotion. Health points, 740. Mana points, 290. Combat power rating, 44 stars. What? Level 20? Upon witnessing Lu Sheng's astonishing level, Xiao Muzin was taken aback. "Lu Sheng, you have reached level 20. Su Wansheng, standing nearby, was equally astonished. It is worth noting that merely half an hour had elapsed since they had entered the Dark Marsh for training. Yet, in that brief span, Lu Sheng had catapulted from level 1 to level 20, achieving the maximum level permitted in the Dark Marsh. Such an outrageous pace of advancement was beyond the realm of ordinary combat classes. Even hidden and super classes would likely struggle to match it. "Oh, you are all here." At that moment, Lu Sheng also spotted Li Tianhua and Su Wansheng not far away. Observing that Li Tianhua was still at level 1, he couldn't help but smile broadly, saying, "Hee, it seems that I have won this contest. You are that Lu Sheng?" At last, Xiao Muzin regained his composure and inquired solemnly. Although Lu Sheng's rapid leveling had caught him off guard, as a support class paladin, no matter how high his level, he was not worthy of Xiao Muzin's attention, especially when compared to a hidden class like Li Tianhua. With this thought, a decision formed in Xiao Muzin's mind, and his gaze turned progressively colder as he regarded Lu Sheng. "And who might you be?" Lu Sheng, just now noticing Xiao Muzin, asked with a hint of confusion. Oblivious to his status as the mayor, "Lu Sheng, do not be rude. This is Lord Xiao Muzin, the mayor of Donglin City." Su Wansheng, sensing the potential for trouble, quickly interjected. "Mayor?" Lu Sheng raised an eyebrow, still trying to grasp the situation when he heard Xiao Muzin continue. "I have heard that you made a bet of 1 million with Li Tianhua." "Indeed." Lu Sheng instinctively nodded. "From this moment on, that wager is null and void," Xiao Muzin declared imperiously. "On what grounds?" Lu Sheng frowned upon hearing this. "Simply because you used amplification items without authorization and cheated to win this bet," Xiao Muzin asserted emphatically. I would like to ask you, what evidence do you have to prove that I used any amplification items?" Lu Sheng squinted, posing the question. "TCH, is evidence even necessary?" Xiao Muzin scoffed disdainfully, retorting, "You, a pathetic support paladin, could not possibly level up 20 levels in half an hour without using amplification items. What a joke. You." The moment those words were uttered, Lu Sheng nearly lost his temper. He could hardly believe that Xiao Muzin, the mayor of Donglin City, could be so unreasonable. "Lu Sheng, do not act rashly. He is the mayor. If you provoke him, it will be difficult for you to establish yourself in Donglin City," Su Wansheng cautioned, tugging at Lu Sheng's sleeve as he noted the latter's darkening expression. But who was Lu Sheng? Renowned for his rebellious nature, he had never feared anyone in his 2 lifetimes. Moreover, in this life, he possessed the legendary SSS-level combat talent, making him invincible for a full 16 hours. Under such circumstances, how could a mere city mayor expect him to bow down with just a few words? What a farce. "To hell with you." Pointing an accusatory finger at Xiao Muzin, Lu Sheng did not hesitate to unleash a torrent of expletives. "The bet I made with Li Tianhua has nothing to do with you, you foolish busybody. Are you so bored that you have nothing better to do? You dare to insult me?" Xiao Muzin was momentarily taken aback, almost convinced he had misheard. Su Wansheng and Li Tianhua stood beside him, equally stunned, unable to believe that Lu Sheng would dare to curse at the mayor. Chapter 11. The unrighteous have the audacity to open the door for the unrighteous. But Lu Sheng was utterly indifferent to their reactions. He extended his hand again, pointing at Li Tianhua behind Xiao Muzin, and declared sternly, "Let it be known today. If you dare to renege on this debt, I will go to the Donglin City television station and run advertisements about your despicable behavior for a whole month, exposing your hypocrisy to the entire city." "You wouldn't dare?" Li Tianhua's pupils constricted at this declaration. "Try me," Lu Sheng replied with a dismissive smile. "You." Hearing this, Li Tianhua nearly fainted with rage. He knew all too well that with Lu Sheng's character, he would indeed carry out such a threat. At that critical moment, just as Li Tianhua and Lu Sheng were embroiled in a fierce dispute, 4 furious figures burst forth from the Dark Marsh. Those were the 4 novice teammates previously abandoned by Li Tianhua. Well, I did not expect everyone to still be alive. What a pleasant surprise. Upon seeing the 4, the once arrogant Li Tianhua's expression shifted to one of palpable embarrassment. Among them, the most hot-tempered warrior rushed forward, ready to confront Li Tianhua. "You scoundrel! I will fight you. Stop." At that crucial moment, Su Wansheng intervened, blocking the warrior and asking sternly, "What is the meaning of this?" "Principal, this Li Tianhua is truly a scoundrel. He invited us to team up, but when we encountered formidable monsters, he abandoned us and fled." The priestess lamented, tears streaming down her face. "What? Such a thing occurred?" Upon hearing this, not only Su Wansheng but even Xiao Muzin's eyelids twitched. "Indeed." The priestess nodded, casting a grateful glance at Lu Sheng, adding, "Had it not been for Lu Sheng fortuitously passing by and rescuing us, we might have lost our lives." Lu Sheng? Su Wanqing's brow arched. "What do you mean fled? It was clearly your lack of strength that led to this predicament, and you wanted to drag me down with you." Suddenly, Li Tianhua interjected from behind Xiao Muzhen, indignant. "As a proud hidden class, I am destined to play a significant role in the nation. How could I possibly stay there and wait for death with you? Oh please. To describe abandoning your teammates and fleeing as elegantly as that, you truly are the epitome of shamelessness, utterly devoid of decency." At this, Lu Sheng was left astounded. Although he had long suspected Li Tianhua was a hypocrite, he never imagined he could be so brazenly shameless. Enough. Finally, Su Wanqing could no longer hold his tongue, waving his hand with authority. Then, under the incredulous gazes of Xiao Muzhen and Li Tianhua, he audaciously handed the scholarship gold card that rightfully belonged to Li Tianhua to Lu Sheng. "Lu Sheng, this is Li Tianhua's scholarship, and it is your rightful reward for the wager. Take it." "Old Suyu, principal, please don't." Seeing this unfold, both Xiao Muzhen and Li Tianhua's expressions shifted dramatically. But Su Wanqing paid them no mind, for after learning that Li Tianhua could abandon even his teammates, he had lost all semblance of goodwill towards his once favored student. After all, this fellow has just switched careers and can effortlessly abandon his teammates. One can only imagine how he would behave once he matures. He might even sell out his own country. Such a character, regardless of how exceptional his talents may be, is destined to be a treacherous ingrate. To grant a national scholarship to such an individual is akin to throwing it into a pit of fire. Hence, Su Wanqing took the initiative to directly award the scholarship to Lu Sheng. Though Lu Sheng is typically seen as an underachiever, far inferior to Li Tianhua in academic performance, and his newly chosen profession is merely a support-oriented paladin, he has displayed unwavering loyalty in times of crisis, even personally escorting classmates to safety when danger loomed. Such integrity is precisely what a combat professional should embody and is worthy of national trust. With this thought in mind, Su Wanqing felt a sense of determination and firmly addressed Li Tianhua. "Humph. A loss is a loss, and a win is a win. Since you have asked me to serve as a witness, I shall ensure fairness and justice." "Good, good, good." At this moment, Li Tianhua could no longer contain his fury, repeatedly gesturing with 3 emphatic affirmations, clearly revealing the depth of his anger. "Old Su, I never expected that for a paladin. You would disregard the hidden professionals valued by the nation. I truly misjudged you." Xiao Muzhen's countenance was also clouded with resentment, evidently harboring ill feelings towards Su Wanqing over this matter. Yet, Su Wanqing felt no remorse. For these years, the divine Xia kingdom has indeed bred many ingrates. These individuals consume the nation's resources while receiving its financial support, only to later betray it by working for rival nations. Although Su Wanqing is merely a high school principal, he refuses to witness the country suffer unnecessary losses any longer. Thus, he willingly risks being dismissed by Xiao Muzhen to insist on awarding the substantial national scholarship to Lu Sheng, demonstrating his utmost dedication. "Lu Sheng, you wait for me. I will make you regret this." At this moment, with the situation set in stone, Li Tianhua shot Lu Sheng a venomous glance and stormed off without lingering any longer. "Tianhua, wait for me." Upon seeing Li Tianhua leave, Xiao Muzhen hastily pursued him. However, before departing, he cast a lingering glance at Lu Sheng, as if trying to memorize his features, clearly not intending to let this matter rest. Yet, Lu Sheng remained unperturbed, contentedly pocketing the $1,000,000 gold card. "This does not concern you anymore. You may go rest on the bus." After watching the two depart, Su Wanqing then addressed the 4 newcomers beside him. "All right." The 4 newcomers nodded, first casting a grateful look at Lu Sheng before making their way to the bus behind them. Once all was done, Su Wanqing gestured for Lu Sheng to follow him. "Lu Sheng, come with me." With that, he took the lead, stepping forward to guide the way. Oh, seeing this, Lu Sheng, though uncertain of Su Wanqing's intentions, obediently followed him. Soon, the two arrived at a secluded grove. Su Wanqing glanced around, confirming that they were indeed alone before coming to a halt. "Old Su, thank you so much for this," Lu Sheng began, wishing to express his gratitude. However, Su Wanqing suddenly turned around, looking at him and retorting, "You rascal, if I am not mistaken, your combat talent must be quite extraordinary, right?" "Huh, what do you mean by that?" Lu Sheng frowned, questioning. "Humph, do you truly think I am an old fool?" Su Wanqing rolled his eyes, gazing at Lu Sheng with a serious tone. "As a support profession paladin, if you did not possess formidable combat talents, how could you level up so swiftly?" "Oh well." At this, Lu Sheng found himself at a loss for words. He certainly did not intend to conceal anything, nor did he distrust Su Wanqing. But his SSS-level combat talent was so astonishing that it had never been seen throughout the Blue Star. He had no idea what kind of chain reaction revealing it might provoke. Fortunately, Su Wanqing, being a seasoned individual, did not press further upon seeing Lu Sheng's reaction. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Forget it. If you do not wish to speak, I shan't pry. After all, everyone has their secrets." He then raised his head, adding with a look of contemplation, "Moreover, our divine Xia kingdom is indeed rife with undercurrents. Numerous enemy spies lurk in the shadows, perpetually threatening the growth and safety of our next generation. Knowing how to conceal oneself is quite astute. I simply do not wish to meet an untimely demise." Lu Sheng shrugged nonchalantly. "However, this time you have truly antagonized Li Tianhua. Given his previously exhibited ruthlessness and selfishness, he is unlikely to let you off easily." Su Wanqing expressed his concerns. If he possesses even a modicum of sense, he would best refrain from provoking me. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to impart upon him a lesson he shall never forget," Lu Sheng declared confidently. Su Wanqing's curiosity piqued at Lu Sheng's reaction, prompting him to inquire, "Has your combat talent reached an A grade or above for you to be so self-assured? Didn't you just say you wouldn't ask? Why are you inquiring again?" Lu Sheng chuckled, bemused. "All right, fair enough." Su Wanqing sighed with a wry smile, swiftly shifting the topic. "By the way, I noticed your foundational attributes earlier. Have you not yet chosen your professional specialization?" "Professional specialization?" Lu Sheng recalled, realizing that in the current Blue Star, every combat professional, upon successfully transitioning, would activate 3 distinctly different professional specializations. The professionals are required to choose their paths autonomously, determining their future development. For instance, the Paladin Lu Sheng transitioned into has 3 specializations: healing, sacrifice, and judgment. Each specialization corresponds to 9 distinct specialization skills, granting the professional a new skill with every transition. With this in mind, Lu Sheng smacked his forehead in frustration, exclaiming, "How could I have forgotten such an important matter?" Well, Su Wanqing, upon hearing this, found himself unsure whether to laugh or cry. After all, choosing a professional specialization is critical to a professional's future. To forget something so significant is quite the feat. Never mind, it's not too late to decide now since you have only recently transitioned. Su Wanqing waved his hand. "Oh," Lu Sheng nodded, glancing at his 3 specializations and instinctively asking, "Which specialization should I choose?" "I suggest you opt for either the healing or sacrifice specialization," Su Wanqing replied almost immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, "The healing specialization will enable you to learn more healing spells, allowing you to fulfill the role of a healer within a team. Meanwhile, the sacrifice specialization grants you access to more blessing spells, as well as some defensive capabilities, making you a perfect support in future teams." A healer support?" Lu Sheng furrowed his brow at this, then asked, "What about the judgment specialization?" "You might as well disregard the judgment specialization." Su Wanqing shook his head. "Why is that?" Lu Sheng queried, perplexed. "Due to the Judgment Paladin, there exists another moniker in our Blue Star, known as the Chicken Rib Knight." Su Wanqing, with his characteristic flair for the dramatic, exclaimed, "A truly astonishing phrase. The term Chicken Rib Knight?" Upon hearing such an eccentric title, Lu Sheng could not help but furrow his brow. "Indeed," Su Wanqing nodded, patiently elaborating. "The Paladin class inherently leans towards support, possessing exceedingly limited offensive capabilities. Conversely, the Judgment specialization primarily focuses on output, while it allows one to acquire a greater array of offensive skills. The potency of these skills is not only severely restricted, but also comes at the cost of losing healing and support advantages. Additionally, the Judgment Paladin is heavily reliant on equipment, contributing nothing to the team, making it exceedingly challenging to even form a party." As he concluded, Su Wanqing seemed to fear that Lu Sheng might still harbor doubts. Thus he emphatically added, "Let me put it this way. To this day, I have never heard of a Judgment Paladin in our Blue Star who has achieved a 5th promotion. The 4th promotion is essentially their limit. Hence, contemporary Paladins predominantly opt for healing or sacrificial specializations. Only someone with a truly misguided mindset would choose the judgment path." "Is it really that dire?" Lu Sheng murmured softly upon hearing this. "If you doubt it, you can take a look at the first specialized skill of the judgment path," Su Wanqing stated, unperturbed. "Specialized skill?" Upon hearing this, Lu Sheng instinctively opened his attribute panel, redirecting his attention to his professional specialization. Soon, he comprehended the detailed annotation of the judgment path's first specialized skill. Fervent Judgment. Note, the Paladin activates the Heart of Fervor, dealing 150 weapon damage plus an additional 5 points of damage with each attack, lasting for 1 hour. 150 weapon damage? At this revelation, Lu Sheng's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "Indeed," Su Wanqing nodded, explaining, "To simplify, the better the weapon in your possession, the higher the attack power of this judgment skill." At this juncture, he pivoted his discourse. "However, quality weapons are typically dropped only by the bosses in perilous locations such as abysses, mysteries, and ruins. Such treacherous places cannot be conquered by a single individual alone. Furthermore, the Judgment Paladin offers no contribution to the team, making it impossible to acquire such opulent equipment." "Oh, now I understand." Lu Sheng finally grasped the situation. No wonder the Judgment Paladin's ceiling is so low, unable to achieve the 5th promotion. It all makes sense now. Nonetheless, Lu Sheng did not dwell on this matter. After all, with his incredible talent of a 10,000-fold amplification, The bosses in the abysses and mysteries would likely crumble under a single strike from him. Thus, he had no concerns regarding his future equipment. Furthermore, with the support of luxurious gear, the efficacy of the Judgment Paladin would be magnified exponentially. In this way, even during the cooldown period of his 10,000-fold amplification, he would possess a modicum of self-defense. With this thought, Lu Sheng formulated a resolution. Thus, I maintain that the Judgment Paladin is not but a chicken rib. Meanwhile, Su Wancheng continued his lengthy discourse. However, he had not finished speaking when, fervent judgment. Suddenly, a crimson glow enveloped Lu Sheng, and the warhammer in his grasp radiated a hue reminiscent of blood, imparting an overwhelming sense of pressure. Chapter 13. Support is an impossibility. What? Is this really fervent judgment? Witnessing this scene, the well-informed Su Wancheng immediately discerned the method Lu Sheng had employed and exclaimed in astonishment, You actually chose the judgment path? Indeed. Lu Sheng affirmed with a smile and a nod. At that moment, with the activation of fervent judgment, he felt as though the blood coursing through his veins was boiling. An extreme and formidable battle intent swirling within him, igniting a fervent desire to engage in combat without delay. You reckless youth, have you gone mad? At last, Su Wancheng regained his composure. Seeing Lu Sheng disregard his warnings and adamantly choose the judgment path, he was nearly driven to the brink of exasperation. Calm down, old Su. You're getting on in years. Lu Sheng chuckled, shaking his head. Su Wancheng clenched his teeth, a mix of frustration and concern evident. Did I not just tell you? The Judgment Paladin is nothing but a chicken rib, unable to achieve even the 5th promotion. Why would you choose this specialization? Can't you simply be a supportive class? Assisting is an impossibility. I shall never be a supporter in this lifetime, Lu Sheng remarked, stroking his nose. What a joke. With an SSS-level combat talent, do I truly require support? Who could possibly be worthy of my assistance? You. Su Wancheng attempted to argue further, but was cut off by Lu Sheng's dismissive gesture. Enough, old Su, I know what I'm doing. Lu Sheng reassured him with a smile. You know nothing. Su Wancheng retorted vehemently, growing increasingly agitated, and eventually, he simply turned away in frustration. I can't be bothered with you. Deal with it yourself. This. Observing the irate figure of the old man departing, Lu Sheng couldn't help but chuckle, understanding that Su Wancheng's intentions were rooted in concern for his well-being. However, he held steadfast to his own convictions and aspirations. No Judgment Paladin has ever achieved a 5th promotion? I shall defy this notion, Lu Sheng muttered to himself, a proud smile gracing his lips. In the time that followed, Lu Sheng did not linger in the dark marsh, as his level had reached its maximum capacity for that area. Even if he continued battling monsters, no experience would be gained. Moreover, his 10,000-fold amplification had entered a 24-hour cooldown. With nothing else to occupy his time, he decided to take a taxi, promptly concluding this leveling journey. Upon returning to Donglin City, Lu Sheng first sought out a delightful eatery to treat himself well. After indulging in a satisfying meal, he returned to his solitary apartment for a well-deserved rest. It wasn't until the following afternoon that Lu Sheng noticed his 10,000-fold amplification had finally concluded its 24-hour cooldown. He then leisurely stepped out of his home, setting off towards the outskirts of Donglin City. The Magma Cavern, a novice abyss located on the city's periphery, had very low entry requirements. Any adventurer reaching level 20 could embark on an adventure with the potential to level up to 60, making it an ideal location for novice practitioners to accumulate experience and enhance their levels. Since his transition to Paladin, Lu Sheng had diligently immersed himself in acquiring knowledge pertinent to his class during his free time. Thus, he was already well versed in how to progress in levels. Before long, Lu Sheng arrived at the Magma Cavern with ease. However, as he approached the entrance to the abyss, he was intercepted by a fully armed middle-aged man. Youngster, why have you arrived so early? Observing Lu Sheng alone, the middle-aged man raised an eyebrow in inquiry. His name was Lu Guang, the guard tasked with overseeing the Magma Cavern. In the current landscape of Blue Star, due to changes in regulations, various abysses, dungeons, mysteries, and ruins had proliferated. However, these perilous locations were not static. At times, they could witness a surge in monstrous activity, with creatures breaching the barriers to threaten the surrounding innocent populace. In the realm of Xinxia, it is customary for the major cities to station one or several dedicated guards at the entrance of the abyss to ensure safety. My good sir, may I venture into the magma cave at this moment? At this juncture, upon noticing Lu Guang, Lu Sheng casually inquired. Alone, you say? Lu Guang instinctively responded. Indeed. Lu Sheng nodded affirmatively. The mere thought caused Lu Guang's brow to furrow deeply. This was because only a day had passed since the majority of high school students in Donglin City had completed their job transfer ceremonies, and none had yet achieved level 20. Thus, the magma cave was still relatively deserted. With Lu Sheng arriving now, it was evident he would struggle to find companions. Did he intend to tackle the magma cave solo? Contemplating this possibility, Lu Guang felt compelled to offer a word of caution. Young one, although the magma cave is merely a low-level abyss, it carries certain dangers. I suggest you wait a while longer until others have leveled up and gathered a few allies before entering. Otherwise, should you face misfortune, there will be no remedy for regret. Thank you for the warning, but I possess great confidence in my combat prowess. Lu Sheng replied with a smile. This was not mere bravado. Prior to his arrival, he had diligently studied various aspects concerning the magma cave and understood that the creatures within this novice abyss were not particularly formidable. With the presence of a 10,000-fold amplification as his advantage, he could effortlessly enhance a divine judgment to inflict an additional 10,000 points of damage. If he were unable to conquer it solo, perhaps he should reconsider his career as an adventurer altogether and instead return to mundane tasks. Oh, observing Lu Sheng's unwavering confidence, Lu Guang instinctively cast a spell of insight upon him. Yet, upon doing so, he nearly gasped in disbelief. Target, Lu Sheng. Class, Paladin. Specialization, Judgment. Level, 20, First Transfer. Health, 740. Mana, 290. Combat rating, 44 stars. My goodness, a Paladin? And a Judgment Paladin at that? Lu Guang was utterly bewildered by Lu Sheng's meager attributes. It was incomprehensible to him where Lu Sheng's confidence stemmed from. A mere support class Paladin, particularly the most lackluster among them, the Judgment Paladin, dared to challenge the magma cave solo? Was this not akin to courting death? Nevertheless, Lu Sheng paid no heed to Lu Guang's thoughts and inquired once more. My good sir, may I now enter the abyss? Suit yourself. Lu Guang sighed, weary of further admonishing him. Over the years, it had become a common occurrence for overconfident novice adventurers to attempt to conquer the magma cave solo following their job transfer ceremonies, seeking to claim all the equipment and experience for themselves, only to meet their demise due to insufficient strength and experience. As a mere abyss guard, such matters were beyond his jurisdiction. Furthermore, he had already offered his well-meaning advice to Lu Sheng. If the latter chose to ignore it, what could he do? Resolving this, Lu Guang closed his eyes, opting for ignorance to preserve his peace of mind. At that moment, Lu Sheng arrived at the entrance of the magma cave. Gazing at the enigmatic, chaotic vortex before him, he felt an exhilarating rush, ready to step inside. Just then, a set of 4 options materialized on his information panel. Normal, hard, hell, nightmare. Upon seeing this notification, Lu Sheng's mind stirred, recalling that in the current blue star, all abysses were categorized into 4 levels of difficulty. From lowest to highest, normal, hard, hell, and nightmare. The higher the difficulty, the stronger the creatures within, and the greater the peril. Naturally, the rewards in terms of equipment and experience would also significantly increase with higher difficulties. Although the magma cave was merely a novice abyss, it too possessed these 4 levels of challenge. To be prudent, he decided to test the waters in the simplest normal mode. Standing at the abyss's threshold, Lu Sheng pondered briefly before selecting the easiest option, intending to venture forth and assess the situation. Once he had made his choice, Lu Sheng wasted no time and stepped boldly into the abyss. With a hum, in the next moment, accompanied by an enigmatic rhythm, his entire being vanished into the mysterious chaotic vortex, disappearing from sight. Following a fleeting sensation of weightlessness, Lu Sheng found himself enveloped in darkness, only to be greeted by a blinding light. When he reopened his eyes, he stood in an entirely unfamiliar environment. It was a cavernous expanse, deep and shadowy, with bubbling rivers of lava coursing ominously around him, the ferocious heat waves striking him forcefully, leaving him parched. Notification: you have entered the magma cave. You cannot leave until the final boss is defeated. At this moment, another message appeared on Lu Sheng's information panel. However, he displayed no signs of surprise, for he was well aware that under the current regulations of Blue Star, once adventurers entered a dungeon or secret realm, they were left with but 2 paths, death or a relentless pursuit to the end. This was precisely the reason for Lu Guang's earlier caution. Roar. Concurrently, as Lu Sheng made his entrance, 6 diminutive, crimson-skinned demons emerged from the nearby lava river, each brandishing bone clubs and displaying menacing postures, positioning themselves before him. Target: Lesser Demon. Type: Demon. Level: 20. Health: 1080. Mana: 550. Combat rating: 70 stars. This feeble demon served as a scout for the demonic legion. What substantial health! As Lu Sheng observed the base statistics of these obstructive creatures, his brow arched in surprise, for he had not anticipated the demons within the abyss to possess such formidable vitality. After all, as a level 20 adventurer himself, his health barely reached 740 points. Yet, each of these magma cave demons boasted over 1,000 health points. Nevertheless, Lu Sheng did not allow himself to be overly astonished. In the current Blue Star, whether in an abyss, secret realm, or ancient ruins, the creatures in these perilous locations were classified as elite monsters, significantly superior in damage and defense when compared to ordinary wild monsters, necessitating coordinated efforts from multiple players to achieve victory. With this in mind, Lu Sheng refrained from immediately engaging in battle. Instead, he took a moment to contemplate his strategy. Prior to this, he had employed his 10,000-fold amplification to enhance both the shield of divine protection and the divine judgment skills, yielding remarkable results. Now, nestled within the magma cave, he had no concern of others discerning his true capabilities. Thus, adopting a trial-and-error approach, Lu Sheng decided to cast a 10,000-fold amplified blessing spell upon himself. 10,000-fold amplification. Divine blessing. With a hum, a golden holy symbol materialized above Lu Sheng's head. After receiving the blessing, his attributes skyrocketed to an astonishing degree. Host, Lu Sheng. Class, Paladin. Specialization, Judgment. Level, 20, First Transition. Health points, 100,740. Mana points, 100,290. Strength, 10,079. Wisdom, 10,029. Agility, 10,029. Spirit, 10,029. Stamina, 10,074. Combat power rating. Goodness gracious. 100,000 health and mana. Gazing at his attribute panel, Lu Sheng nearly exclaimed in astonishment. Although he had long suspected that his divine blessing, which only granted a single point in all attributes, would likely amplify to a staggering 10,000 across the board. Witnessing the reality of his thoughts evoked an overwhelmingly surreal sensation. The magnitude of this enhancement was utterly absurd. 10,000 in all attributes. This could hardly be termed an enhancement. It was akin to a glitch. Even his combat power rating was rendered indecipherable, replaced by a mere. This was due to the incongruity between his level and attributes, causing even the fundamental laws of nature to falter, rendering an accurate calculation of his combat prowess impossible. With such a health pool, could anyone even touch me if I stood still? Finally, Lu Sheng regained his composure and burst into jubilant laughter. Without further hesitation, he eagerly raised the hammer in his hand and charged towards the small impish demons that blocked his path. Clang. HP 10,500. HP 10,203. HP 10,834. In the next moment, a barrage of terrifying damage figures erupted forth. Those abyssal creatures, with health exceeding 1,000, normally requiring a coordinated effort from a 5-man team to defeat, had no resistance against Lu Sheng's warhammer and were obliterated in an instant. Their health bars vanishing collectively. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully slain a small imp, earning 450 experience points and acquiring the material, Heart of Magma. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully slain a small imp, earning 450 experience points and acquiring the material, Heart of Magma. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully slain a small imp, earning 450 experience points and acquiring the equipment, Tattered Robe. Simultaneously, a series of fresh experience notifications materialized on Lu Sheng's information panel. Chapter 15, Absurd Damage, Boss Annihilated. Goodness. Over 10,000 damage? This is absolutely ludicrous. Observing the corpses of demons strewn about, Lu Sheng was overwhelmed with excitement. Casting aside any lingering doubts as he boldly strode deeper into the magma cave, hammer in hand. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully slain a small imp, earning 450 experience points and acquiring the material, Heart of Magma. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully slain a fire priest, earning 620 experience points and acquiring the equipment, Scorching Dagger. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully slain a magma monster, earning 550 experience points and acquiring the equipment, Rusty Helmet. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully reached level 21, earning 5 base attribute points and 5 free attribute points. As he progressed, countless abyssal monsters erupted from the magma flows, small imps with razor-sharp claws, viscous and scorching magma beasts, and fire priests casting fiery spells, ranging from 5 or 6 to 7 or 8 in number. Yet, none could withstand Lu Sheng's relentless advance. They were swiftly dispatched upon their appearance, becoming mere fodder for his ascent. With such a staggering frequency of monster slaying, Lu Sheng arrived at the final stage in a mere 3 minutes. Peering ahead, he beheld a towering demon boss, over 5 meters high, adorned with horns and covered in crimson scales, standing ominously amidst the molten lava. Lu Sheng glanced at its attributes. Target, Flame Demon King. Type, Demon Leader. Level, 25. Health points, 2,900. Mana points, 1,500. Combat power rating, 122 stars. This formidable demon was the leader of the magma lair. A mere 2,900 health points? Is this truly a boss? Lu Sheng scoffed disdainfully at the sight of the final boss. Of course, this was not due to arrogance. Under the effects of the tenfold amplification and divine blessing, with his current attributes, he could inflict at least over 10,000 damage with a single strike. This boss's paltry 2,900 health points scarcely registered even as a fraction of his potential damage, and thus, it was hardly worth his concern. The flame shall ultimately consume this world. Meanwhile, the Flame Demon King had also noticed Lu Sheng. However, before it could initiate an attack, Lu Sheng charged forward, his warhammer carving an elegant arc through the air. Boom. HP 10,312. Death is but a rebirth, accompanied by the final desperate wail. The mighty boss of the magma lair was effortlessly vanquished by Lu Sheng, having failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon him. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully slain the Flame Demon King, earning 1,500 experience points and acquiring the equipment, Scorching Sword, Lava Amulet. Is that it? Staring blankly at the corpse of the boss before him, Lu Sheng took a moment to regain his senses, unable to suppress a wry smile as he casually opened his personal satchel. In the current era of Blue Star, every practitioner activates a personal satchel upon transitioning jobs, providing roughly 1 square meter of space to accommodate various items. Naturally, the capacity of the satchel is not static, but increases as the practitioner levels up. Upon opening his satchel, 2 brand new pieces of equipment immediately caught Lu Sheng's eye. Flame Demon Sword. Type, one-handed weapon. Attack power, 1825. Strength, 10. Stamina, 8. Quality, bronze. Equipment effect. Has a certain chance to inflict 10 points of fire damage to the target. The terrifying heat emanating from this sword could even scorch its wielder. Scorching Boots. Armor value, 26. Strength, 5. Stamina, 5. Quality, bronze. These were a pair of old boots of unknown origin. These 2 pieces of equipment are quite impressive and seem rather suitable for me. Observing the loot dropped by the boss, Lu Sheng couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. In the present world of Blue Star, equipment is meticulously classified into 8 levels, ranging from low to high: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, epic, legendary, and mythical. The higher the quality of the equipment, the lower the drop rate. Particularly for equipment of gold quality or above, they are almost exclusively found in various abysses and secret realms, with the drop rate from wild monsters reduced to a mere 0.001. As for bronze quality equipment, while it is only slightly superior to black iron, Lu Sheng had only recently transitioned jobs and possessed nothing resembling decent equipment. Thus, even bronze quality gear represented a significant enhancement for him. Buzz. At that moment, as the final boss collapsed, a portal appeared before Lu Sheng, signifying his exit. This simplistic version of the magma dungeon lacked any substantial challenge. It was time to embrace a higher difficulty. Resolute in his decision, Lu Sheng did not linger in the abyss any longer, but stepped forward, swiftly diving into the portal, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, outside the entrance of the magma dungeon, a robust young man was closely trailing a vibrant and youthful girl. With an eager expression, he implored, Xian, let us form a team. Although you are a superclass Radiant Ranger, the Ranger profession is typically frail and low on health. No matter how high your attack power is, you cannot solo the abyss. Luckily, I am a shield warrior, capable of absorbing damage for you. Seemingly anxious that she might reject his proposal, the burly youth proudly raised his shield, adding, moreover, my family just purchased a complete set of bronze quality defensive gear for me. If we team up, our leveling efficiency will undoubtedly soar. Zhang, could you please stop bothering me? I have already told you that I have a boyfriend. The girl replied, waving her hand in annoyance. Boyfriend? Upon hearing this, the previously eager youth's expression darkened, his eyes now blazing with intensity as he scanned the surroundings and asked the girl in a low voice, where is he? I don't see anyone. Feeling overwhelmed by the young man's relentless pursuit, the girl was at a loss for how to dismiss him. Just as she contemplated what excuse to use to send him away, a mysterious wave emanated from the entrance of the magma dungeon. Almost instantly, Lu Sheng, who had just finished conquering the abyss alone, materialized out of thin air. Upon seeing Lu Sheng, the girl's eyes lit up, and without a second thought, she hooked her arm around his. After doing so, she turned to the burly youth with a triumphant smile, saying, look, this is my boyfriend. Chapter 16. Indeed. We have long since pledged ourselves to one another. What is happening? Poor Lu Sheng was still trying to comprehend the situation. Meanwhile, the girl seized this opportunity to send him a private message. Classmate, please cooperate and help me get rid of this annoying fly. I'll take you to conquer the abyss later. I'm a superclasser. Take me to conquer the abyss? Lu Sheng replied, bewildered. Simultaneously, witnessing his long-crushed crush leaning so close to Lu Sheng, the burly youth nearly erupted with rage, glaring at Lu Sheng and demanding, who the hell are you to steal my woman? Do you want to die? Am I being used as a pawn? Finally, Lu Sheng began to piece together the jumbled thoughts in his mind. As time passed, the once empty magma dungeon began to bustle with activity. Several combat professionals, having reached level 20, gathered at the entrance, evidently planning to team up for adventure within. The commotion surrounding Lu Sheng quickly captured the attention of the crowd. Look, isn't that our school beauty, Luo Xian from Donglan No. 1 High School? It really is her. She is so beautiful. I heard Luo Xian not only looks stunning, but has also advanced to the superclass Radiant Ranger. What? A superclass? Indeed. But who are those 2 guys surrounding her? The burly young man seems to be called Zhang Liang, a shield warrior. I heard he has been pursuing Luo Xian for years. What? A mere shield warrior dares to pursue a superclasser? That is incredibly presumptuous. You don't understand anything. Zhang Liang's family runs a nationwide chain of spicy hot pot restaurants. He is quite wealthy. Even the mayor treats him with respect. That makes sense. But what about the other one? I know. His name is Lu Sheng, a lucky underachiever from our No. 3 high school who just became a paladin yesterday. What? An underachiever? The crowd rapidly exchanged murmurs, swiftly uncovering the backgrounds of the 3 individuals. Meanwhile, as Lu Sheng remained silent, Zhang Liang lost the last remnants of his patience, glaring at Lu Sheng and shouting, "Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf or what?" With that, he took a couple of aggressive steps forward, raising his shield, clearly ready to resort to violence at any moment. "Zhang Liang, what do you think you're doing? I warn you not to act recklessly," Luo Xianxian exclaimed anxiously, trying to intervene. Fortunately, at that moment, the Abyss Guardian, Lu Guang, could no longer stand by and shouted sternly, "Fighting is prohibited in the magma dungeon. Violators will be arrested and dealt with severely." Upon hearing this, Zhang Liang's previously furious expression faltered. Despite being a well-known wealthy heir, his family's considerable influence could not shield him from the strict laws of the Xinxia kingdom. Even he would not dare to blatantly defy them in front of so many witnesses. Reluctantly, Zhang Liang suppressed his urge to teach Lu Sheng a lesson. Gritting his teeth as he declared, "Kid, consider yourself lucky this time. But I'll remember your face. You better watch your back." With that, he stormed off in a huff. Finally, he leaving. As the bothersome fly seemed to depart, Luo Xianxian quietly sighed in relief. But just then, Lu Sheng, who had been silent until now, suddenly lifted his head and shouted at Zhang Liang, "You big fool, stay away from my wife, or I'll break your legs." As he spoke, he unceremoniously wrapped his arm around Luo Xianxian's slender waist, leaving her utterly stunned. "Wife?" The moment those words escaped his lips, not only did Zhang Liang look dumbfounded, but the surrounding crowd was equally taken aback. "What are you doing?" Luo Xianxian gasped, her face paling as she struggled to free herself from Lu Sheng's grip, repeatedly calling out. Yet, at that moment, Lu Sheng was still under the effects of 1,000-fold amplification and divine blessing, his strength soaring by 10,000 points. Despite her efforts, Luo Xianxian found Lu Sheng's arm as immovable as reinforced steel, unable to escape his grasp no matter how she squirmed. Their affectionate display undoubtedly reinforced the crowd's belief that their relationship was anything but ordinary. "Wife, we've been sleeping in the same bed for so long. There's no need to keep this a secret any longer," Lu Sheng declared, his expression filled with sincerity. Feeling that his declaration was insufficient, he boldly raised his voice to the astonished crowd, proclaiming, "Indeed, Xianxian and I have long since pledged ourselves to one another, and she is now carrying our child." Boom. What? I must have misheard. The news that the school beauty Luo Xianxian was pregnant with the child of the underachiever Lu Sheng sent shockwaves through the crowd. "Xianxian, how could you be pregnant with this child?" Zhang Liang's fury boiled over, his eyes bloodshot as he shouted at Luo Xianxian. "I do not know him. Don't listen to his nonsense." At this moment, Luo Xianyan was genuinely anxious, clearly taken aback by Lu Sheng's unexpected outburst. In her desperation, she abandoned her pretense and pointed at Lu Sheng, exclaiming, "I truly do not recognize him." However, Lu Sheng offered no opportunity for her to defend herself, keeping his eyes closed and only stoking the flames of the situation further. "My dear wife, how can you say such a thing? Have you forgotten the enchanting scene from that night when our passions ignited, as we disrobed and engaged in a fierce duel for a staggering 49 rounds? Beast, how dare you tarnish my goddess? I will not let this go." Finally, Zhang Liang could no longer contain himself. The sight of the woman he had pursued for years, who had never even spared him a glance, now supposedly bearing another's child, sent him into a fury. As his mind heated, he charged towards Lu Sheng. Yet, Lu Sheng remained rooted in place, gazing at Zhang Liang with disdain. Bang! In the next instant, accompanied by a loud thud, Zhang Liang had barely taken a step forward before he was struck unconscious by LV Guang, who was responsible for maintaining order. "Humph! Breaking the law. You deserve worse." LV Guang scoffed, dragging Zhang Liang by one leg, as if he were a lifeless dog, out of the scene. Indeed, consuming too much spicy food can affect one's intellect. Witnessing this spectacle, Lu Sheng couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Are you out of your mind? Why slander me?" At this juncture, as the situation grew increasingly absurd, Luo Xianyan nearly succumbed to her fury. "Slander? Was it not you who asked for my assistance?" Lu Sheng asked, bewildered. "I did request your help, but I did not mean for you to assist in this manner." Luo Xianyan trembled with rage. "Ah, my dear, therein lies your mistake. Since you sought my help, I must surely see it through to the end." Lu Sheng replied, gesturing towards the crowd of onlookers nearby, continuing, "You see, thanks to this incident, not only will that foolish giant who was pestering you no longer dare to harass you, but from now on, I doubt anyone will want to face the prospect of becoming an unexpected father." "You." Luo Xuanyan's face froze, nearly succumbing to the embarrassment of Lu Sheng's audacious actions. Yet, Lu Sheng paid no heed to her reaction, earnestly declaring, "No need for thanks. As a noble paladin, it is my sacred duty to assist others." At this point, feeling his previous declaration insufficient, he raised his voice, calling out to Luo Xianyan, "My dear wife, I am off to the abyss to earn our child's milk money. See you at home tonight." With that, Lu Sheng swiftly dove into the magma cavern ahead, vanishing entirely, leaving Luo Xianyan standing there in a daze, taking quite some time to regain her senses. Shameless, unabashed, cursed lunatic. I will not let this go. Upon re-entering the magma cavern, a wave of terrifying heat, far more intense than before, washed over Lu Sheng, causing him to frown. Why is it so hot? Prompt. You have entered the magma cavern. The current difficulty level is Nightmare Mode. You cannot leave until you defeat the final boss. Prompt. You are affected by the harsh environment and will lose 1 health point per second. Prompt. You have been cursed by the Demon Legion, losing 1 mana point per second. HP 1. MP 1. 2 negative effects instantly manifested upon Lu Sheng. So this is the Nightmare Mode of the magma cavern? What a dreadful array of negative effects that continuously drain health and mana. Observing his steadily depleting health and mana, Lu Sheng was taken aback. Having previously cleared the ordinary mode of the magma cavern with remarkable ease, he had not lost a single point of health while toppling the final boss. Thus, this time, Lu Sheng, without hesitation, had set the abyss difficulty to the highest level, Nightmare Mode. However, what Lu Sheng did not anticipate was that upon merely entering the Nightmare Mode of the magma cavern, before even engaging any monsters, he had already begun to suffer continuous losses in health and mana. Fortunately, at that moment, he still possessed the effects of a 10,000-fold amplification and divine blessing, which not only kept his health and mana above an astounding 100,000, but also elevated his mental attributes beyond 10,000 points. The higher his mental attributes, the faster his health and mana regeneration. Thus, the negative effects of health and mana depletion in this nightmare abyss were outpaced by his own recovery rate. Observing that his health and mana bars remained ample, Lu Sheng quietly sighed in relief. Roar! Suddenly, a terrifying roar echoed from the front. Crash! Immediately after, a robust demon, towering over 3 meters, leaped from the nearby river of magma and charged directly at Lu Sheng. TCH. Seeking death. Seeing a creature daring enough to attack him, Lu Sheng scoffed, preparing to dispatch this monster with a single blow. Yet, what transpired next exceeded all his expectations. Whoosh. Missed. What? Looking at the ineffective status indicator above the demon's head, Lu Sheng was taken aback, instinctively glancing at this creature's base attributes. Target, Flame Guardian. Type, Demon Elite. Level, 55. Health, 3,100. Mana, 2,200. Combat Power Rating, 150 stars. Unique Skill, Bone Burning Flame. These formidable demons were elite warriors of the Demon Legion. What the hell? A level 55 monster? Seeing the level of the Flame Guardian reach an astonishing 55, Lu Sheng's heart sank. In the current Blue Star, due to the constraints of the rules, lower-level practitioners would encounter numerous ineffective status effects when challenging higher-level monsters, such as misses, resistances, dodges, and immunities. Conversely, high-level monsters attacking lower-level practitioners would receive significant attack bonuses, resulting in higher hit rates and increased damage and critical strikes. This was the prevailing rule of the Blue Star, designed to ensure that practitioners level up in a gradual manner, discouraging them from attempting to rush through their progress. As for Lu Sheng, he had only just reached level 21, facing a level 55 Flame Guardian with a staggering 34-level disparity. Under such circumstances, even though all his attributes had surpassed 10,000, he could not ignore the rules, rendering all his attacks ineffective and inflicting no damage upon the Flame Guardian. Simultaneously, the Flame Guardian launched a formidable assault against Lu Sheng. Bone Burning Flame. Boom. A terrifying inferno erupted, engulfing Lu Sheng, who was mere steps away. HP 398. HP 422. HP 369. What terrifying damage. Watching the series of damage numbers appear above his head, Lu Sheng couldn't help but flinch. Despite his health still exceeding 100,000, and even if he stood motionless, it was unlikely that the Flame Guardian could deplete his health bar in a short time. Yet, he still felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Indeed, relief. Due to his foresight prior to entering the magma abyss, had he not taken the precaution to enhance the God's Blessing skill, known for augmenting all attributes, opting instead for a pure attack skill of the Judgment type, he might have found himself swiftly overwhelmed by the Flame Guardian, potentially succumbing to its might under the influence of ineffective affixes. It appears that my tenfold amplification is not infallible. Without the support of appropriate levels, encountering foes of significantly higher rank poses a genuine threat to my life. With this realization, Lu Sheng could not help but adopt a more cautious demeanor. Chapter 18, Golden Quality, Cloak of the Black Knight. Fortunately, while the constraints of the rules are stringent, they are not insurmountable. After unleashing a flurry of ineffective attacks, Lu Sheng finally succeeded in landing a hit on the Flame Guardian. Bang! HP 9,377. Oh, the next moment, accompanied by a desperate scream. And under the extraordinary enhancement of the tenfold amplification and the God's Blessing, a single strike was sufficient to deplete the Flame Guardian's health bar, resulting in its immediate demise. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully slain the Flame Guardian. earning 5,500 experience points and acquiring the Cloak of the Black Knight. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully reached level 22, gaining 5 fixed attributes and 5 free attributes. Oh, such a high amount of experience. Upon witnessing the information panel reflecting the experience gained, Sheng was pleasantly surprised, never anticipating that defeating merely one creature would yield a staggering 5,500 points of experience, also allowing him to ascend a level. However, upon further reflection, he found solace in this revelation. The nightmare mode of the Magma Abyss is, after all, the most challenging novice abyss prior to level 60. Furthermore, this abyss accommodates up to 10 adventurers simultaneously. This implies that the experience from the monsters within is typically divided among 10 individuals. Yet now Sheng, leveraging the celestial effect of the tenfold amplification, was effectively soloing, akin to claiming the experience meant for 10 players. Moreover, considering his relatively low level of merely 22, defeating an elite creature of level 55 was indeed a remarkable feat. Oh, speaking of which, did an item just drop? At this moment, Sheng recalled the joyous notification from the information panel and promptly opened his inventory. In the next instant, a dazzling, golden-hued piece of equipment materialized before his eyes. Cloak of the Black Knight. Type, Cloak. Armor value, 120. Strength, 30. Agility, 25. Stamina, 20. Quality, golden. Navigating through darkness, concealed beneath the light. What? It is indeed a piece of golden-grade equipment. Sheng's heart leapt with joy. It is worth noting that golden quality gear is exceedingly rare before the first advancement. Such items only have a chance to drop in abysses of hell mode or higher. Yet prior to the first advancement, all practitioners could be considered novices, possessing inferior equipment, scant skills, and pitiful combat ratings. Few could successfully traverse even the difficult mode, let alone the nightmare mode abyss. As for the Cloak of the Black Knight, it is no exaggeration to say that if this piece of equipment were to be sold at the trading hall in Eastland City, it would fetch a price of no less than 100,000 dragon coins. 100,000 dragon coins. That is equivalent to the total income of a laborer over an entire year. However, Sheng had no intention of selling it. Ever since winning a scholarship of 1 million from Li Tianhua, he found himself quite affluent. Additionally, the attributes of the Cloak of the Black Knight resonated perfectly with his needs. Both strength and stamina were critical for him at this moment. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Sheng adorned himself with the cloak. Truly, in the highest difficulty nightmare mode abyss, the very first monster yielded golden quality equipment. What marvels might await me at the final boss? With this thought, Sheng excitedly rubbed his hands together and boldly stepped forward, resolutely advancing deeper into the abyss. As he journeyed onward, Sheng encountered a plethora of peculiar monsters. Some even bore unique names, boasting not only high health and formidable attacks, but also wielding extraordinary skills that left Sheng in awe. Were any ordinary practitioner to face these powerful creatures, even a party of 10 seasoned warriors at level 60 might find themselves in dire straits with a single misstep. Yet, bolstered by the tenfold amplification and the goddess blessing, although these monsters posed some challenges, they ultimately transformed into the experience points Sheng required for his ascension. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully reached level 23, earning 5 base attributes and 5 free attributes. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully slain the Flame Hunter, earning 5,200 experience points and acquiring the Scorching Longbow. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully reached level 24, earning 5 base attributes and 5 free attributes. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully slain the Flame Summoner, earning 5,800 experience points and acquiring the Summoning Staff. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully reached level 25, earning 5 base attributes and 5 free attributes. A cascade of upgrade notifications appeared on Sheng's panel, almost every few minutes, as countless monsters fell before him. A plethora of high-quality equipment dropped from their remains, all of which Sheng eagerly collected into his inventory. Before long, his level skyrocketed to 30. Delightful. Just as Sheng reveled in the exhilarating rush of leveling up, a sudden voice echoed ominously through the air. Filthy humans. Dare you trespass into the domain of the demon vanguard? Unforgivable. Boom. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. Then, from the searing river of magma ahead, a towering demon, engulfed in flames and standing at least 10 meters tall, wielding a massive black scythe, leapt forth with a menacing presence. Target, Flame Sovereign. Type, Demon Lord. LV, 65. Health, 12,000. Mana, 10,000. Combat rating, 220 stars. Unique skills, Furious Roar, Scorching Breath, Flame Execution. This formidable demon is the master of the Demon Vanguard. What an incredible creature. Observing the Flame Sovereign's outrageous health and combat rating, Sheng could not help but marvel. However, he felt no fear, having previously vanquished numerous high-level monsters. He had gained the experience that as long as these creatures could not eliminate him in an instant, a single strike would suffice to send them to their demise. With this in mind, Lu Sheng's resolve solidified. Empowered by the effects of the tenfold amplification and the goddess blessing, he prepared for the encounter. This time, Lu Sheng did not wait for that boss to make a move. Instead, he took the initiative to charge towards his opponent. Chapter 19. Conquering the Nightmare. Dark Gold Set. Filthy ant, perish. At this moment, witnessing Lu Sheng daringly approach him, the Flame Sovereign was instantly enraged. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his colossal scythe, striking horizontally at Lu Sheng. Flame execution. Whoosh! The terrifying blade light flashed through the void, erupting in a myriad of dazzling sparks. The unfortunate Lu Sheng had no opportunity to evade, nor did he wish to, as he braved the Flame Sovereign's onslaught head-on. HP 1029. In the next instant, a damaged figure soaring into the 4 digits flickered above Lu Sheng's head. After delivering the blow, the Flame Sovereign leisurely sheathed his scythe, not even sparing Lu Sheng a glance. For previously, many foolish human adventurers had attempted to challenge him, yet none had ever withstood even a mere skill of his. But soon, he realized his grave error, one that was utterly absurd. After enduring his strike, Lu Sheng appeared to be unfazed, continuing his relentless charge towards him. What? He is not dead? Startled by this turn of events, the Flame Sovereign instinctively glanced at Lu Sheng's attributes. Upon doing so, he nearly popped his eyes out in disbelief. What? 100,000 hit points? This is impossible. Seeing that Lu Sheng's health was even greater than his own as a boss, the Flame Sovereign was thrown into disarray. Huh, you're not an NPC? Simultaneously, Lu Sheng was equally taken aback, clearly not anticipating that this demonic boss possessed intelligence. Yet, despite his astonishment, he did not halt his advance, maintaining his high-speed charge until he stood before the Flame Sovereign. Perish! Raising his war hammer, Lu Sheng struck down upon the Flame Sovereign, who was now within arm's reach. In the next moment, predictably, a series of ineffective suffixes once again emerged above the Flame Sovereign's head. Missed, evaded, resisted, deflected. Haha, I thought you were formidable. Turns out you're just a useless fool. Realizing that Lu Sheng could inflict no damage upon him, the Flame Sovereign, who had recently been alarmed by Lu Sheng's health, let out a breath of relief and disdainfully exclaimed, "Filthy ant. I do not know what trick you employed to amass such health, but you, a mere level 30 paladin, what use is your health if you cannot harm me?" As soon as he finished speaking, BM. Clang. HP 8422. Suddenly, Lu Sheng's luck surged, and he landed a solid blow upon the Flame Sovereign's thigh. The Flame Sovereign let out a wail, witnessing his health plummet by half from a single strike. He was nearly petrified with fear, retreating hurriedly while exclaiming, "What kind of monster are you? Hee, didn't you just say I couldn't hurt you? What now?" Lu Sheng did not respond, but rather pressed forward, reveling in his triumph as he called out, "Come on, let us harm each other. Don't come any closer. No." 5 minutes later. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully slain the Flame Sovereign, earning 15,000 experience points and acquiring the equipment: Demon Scythe, Demon Horn, Demon Embrace, Demon Deceit. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to level 31, gaining 5 base points and 5 free points. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to level 32, gaining 5 base points and 5 free points. Did he just die this easily? Gazing at the final boss of the nightmare mode that he had vanquished with just 2 strikes, Lu Sheng smiled wryly, a profound sense of unreality swelling within him. Everything felt too dreamlike. It is well known that in the current Blue Star, the Nightmare Mode Abyss is notorious for its high difficulty and significant risks, especially in the lava cave, which is known as a novice abyss. Before the first class advancement, everyone was still in the novice phase, lacking skills and equipment, and even experience was inadequate. Additionally, the lava cave imposes strict level limits, prohibiting entry for those above level 60. This undoubtedly resulted in a phenomenon where the majority of adventurers lacked the capability to challenge the lava cave before reaching level 60. Yet, when they finally possessed the strength to challenge it, they would find themselves unable to enter due to exceeding level 60. Thus, over the years, it has been rare for anyone to successfully clear even the lava cave on hard mode, let alone in nightmare mode. Except for Lu Sheng. Empowered by his SSS grade combat talent with a 10,000-fold amplification, he not only conquered the nightmare mode, but did so single-handedly, without any assistance from allies. Fortuitously. This was knowledge that only Lu Sheng possessed. Otherwise, if it were to leak, it would surely cause a tremendous uproar. By the way, didn't the Flame Sovereign just drop some equipment? At this moment, Lu Sheng recalled the information that had flashed on his interface earlier and instinctively opened his personal inventory. In the next instant, radiant crimson lights burst forth. Lu Sheng, caught off guard, almost blinded his own 24K golden eyes. Demon Scythe. Type, two-handed weapon. Attack power, 120,145. Strength, 75. Stamina, 70. Equipment effect. Each attack siphons a portion of the target's life, equivalent to 10 of the damage dealt. Quality, dark gold. Demon set, 14. Set effect, strength 100, not activated. Equipment crafted meticulously by the Demon Legion. Demon's Guard. Type, gloves. Armor value, 310. Strength, 45. Stamina, 40. Demon Set, 14. Set effect, Strength 100, not activated. Quality, dark gold. Equipment crafted meticulously by the Demon Legion. Demon Embrace. Type, chest armor. Armor value, 550. Strength, 55. Stamina, 52. Demon Set, 14. Set effect, Strength 100, not activated. Quality, dark gold. Equipment crafted meticulously by the Demon Legion. Demon Deceit. Type, helmet. Armor value, 380. Strength, 47. Stamina, 41. Equipment effect, upon activation, can conceal attribute panels, preventing enemies from discerning your fundamental data. Demon Set, 14. Set effect, Strength 100, not activated. Quality, dark gold. Equipment crafted meticulously by the Demon Legion. Chapter 20, Demon Deceit, Concealed Attributes. What the heck, it's actually a dark gold quality set. And a complete set at that? Looking at the 4 brand new pieces of equipment in his inventory, Lu Sheng nearly fainted from sheer happiness. It is crucial to understand that the reason why practitioners before their first-class advancement exhibit such weak combat capabilities is not solely due to their low levels and limited skills. A significant factor lies in the scarcity of equipment. This becomes evident when one observes Zhang Liang. As a young heir of a well-known nationwide chain of spicy hot pot restaurants, renowned in Donglin City as a wealthy second generation, his family background is indeed formidable. Yet, upon his class advancement, all his family provided him with was a mere set of bronze-quality gear. This is not to imply that Zhang Liang's family is stingy. Rather, it reflects the extreme scarcity of high-quality novice equipment prior to class advancement. Silver-grade items are considered rare treasures, while gold-quality gear is so scarce that it is practically non-existent on the market. As for dark gold quality, one could assert without exaggeration that such equipment is unattainable even with substantial wealth. Dark gold gear can only be sourced from the nightmare-level abyss. And once it drops, it binds to the practitioner's soul, rendering it untradeable and usable solely by the individual who acquired it. Lu Sheng could hardly have anticipated that at just over level 30, he would possess an entire set of dark gold armor. Coupled with his heavy reliance on equipment as a judgment knight, he was confident that wearing this demonic set would allow him to stride through the wilderness with ease, even without activating his tenfold amplification. Elated by this thought, Lu Sheng could hardly contain his excitement and promptly donned the demonic set. At that moment, the effects of his tenfold amplification and divine blessing, which lasted an hour, had just expired. After equipping the demonic armor, he quickly allocated the numerous attribute points he had accumulated from leveling up over a dozen times. Finally, Lu Sheng's true attributes were laid bare before his eyes. Host, Lu Sheng. Class, Paladin. Class specialization, Judgment. Level, 32, First Advancement. Health, 2,230. Mana, 410. Strength, 352. Intelligence, 41. Agility, 66. Mentality, 41. Stamina, 223. Equipment, Scythe of the Demon, Embrace of the Demon, Protection of the Demon, Trickery of the Demon, Cloak of the Black Knight. Combat Power Rating, 199 stars. This combat power rating was astonishingly formidable. Lu Sheng could scarcely hold back his incredulity upon seeing his meager combat power rating. With an entire set of dark gold equipment, and under the activation of the set effect, his true combat power rating still languished below 200 stars. It is well known that the better the equipment a practitioner possesses, the higher their combat power rating. Each piece of dark gold equipment should ideally bestow at least a 50-star enhancement to combat power. As for those superclasses or hidden professions, their inherent combat strength is already superior to that of regular combat classes, so the enhancements from equipment are even more substantial, with each dark gold piece potentially granting between 80 to 100 stars of combat power enhancement. Yet, here was Lu Sheng, whose entire dark gold set failed to surpass 200 stars. This starkly illustrated how weak the Judgment Knight's specialization truly was, living up to its reputation as a lackluster class. Fortunately, with the existence of the tenfold amplification as a game-changing advantage, otherwise, with such a weak profession, he would have little hope for the future. Lu Sheng sighed deeply, yet could not help but feel a sense of gratitude for his formidable combat talent, which allowed him to traverse the nightmare abyss unscathed. Otherwise, had he been an ordinary paladin who chose the most lackluster specialization of judgment, he would have been doomed from the outset. Next, Lu Sheng took stock of his other gains. His expedition to the magma den had not only propelled him up 12 levels, but also yielded a plethora of high-quality equipment. However, most of this gear was tailored for agility, mentality, and intelligence, mismatched with his attributes. Thus, Lu Sheng opted not to equip them, planning instead to sell these extraneous items at the trading market upon returning to town. After tidying up, Lu Sheng was about to depart the abyss when he suddenly paused, as if having discovered something, his pupils contracting in surprise. Demon's Trickery. Equipment effect. Activating this will conceal the attribute panel, preventing enemies from discerning your fundamental data. To his astonishment, It could conceal the attribute panel? Staring at the active effect of demon-s trickery, Sheng was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. What fortuitous timing! Without a hint of hesitation, he activated the effect of demon-s trickery with a mere thought. Of course, his cautious demeanor was well warranted. The current situation in the kingdom of Shengxia appeared calm on the surface, yet beneath it lay a tempest of turmoil. With countless agents from rival nations lurking in the shadows, they typically concealed their presence, but once they bared their fangs, it could prove deadly, leaving even the upper echelons of the Shengxia kingdom helpless. Thus, it was imperative for him to lay low and swiftly elevate his level and strength to confront whatever challenges lay ahead. The demon-s trickery undoubtedly offered Sheng the perfect guise. After all, as a paladin who had only advanced 2 days prior and reached level 32 while acquiring a set of dark gold equipment, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions if anyone were to notice. However, with the demon-s trickery, he no longer needed to worry about his level or equipment information being exposed, as it effectively provided an additional layer of protection. With this thought, Sheng couldn't help but smile broadly. Meanwhile, outside the magma den, Tianhua, this is the magma den. Pointing towards the abyss entrance ahead, Xiaomuzhen spoke in a solemn tone. Thank you so much, Mayor. If it weren't for your tireless efforts last night in personally guiding me to find the map for leveling up, I doubt I would have reached level 20 so swiftly and qualified for entry into the magma den without taking numerous detours. Li Tianhua expressed his gratitude earnestly. Oh, no need for such formality. You are the only hidden practitioner in Donglan City this year, and an invaluable asset for our nation's future. Who else should I assist if not you? Xiaomuzhen replied warmly, waving his hand. Now it's getting late. Hurry and find a few teammates. Then head into the magma den to level up. He added, although the magma den is merely a novice abyss, the experience points are exceptionally high. You can level up to 60 within, and once you reach level 60, I will assist you in arranging your subsequent leveling plan. Understood. Li Tianhua nodded in response, preparing to descend and seek suitable teammates. But at that moment, buzz, accompanied by a mysterious spatial fluctuation, Sheng, just having finished in the nightmare abyss, appeared right at the entrance of the magma den. Sheng? Upon seeing Sheng, Li Tianhua's eyes flared with anger, and he instinctively moved to confront him. Tianhua, don't act impulsively. At a crucial moment, Xiaomuzhen hurriedly stepped forward to restrain him, repeatedly advising, as the saying goes, one must endure minor grievances to achieve grand schemes. You are a distinguished hidden profession practitioner with boundless prospects ahead. It is not worth your while to be vexed by a mere lackluster paladin. However, thoughts of his scholarship and the staggering sum of 1 million that Sheng had swindled from him twisted Li Tianhua's expression in anger. Seeing that Li Tianhua was utterly unable to surmount this mental hurdle, Xiaomuzhen's brow furrowed deeply. With his extensive experience, he could discern that Li Tianhua was grappling with inner demons. It is imperative to understand that practitioners must engage in relentless battles against monsters and foes to level up. Even a moment's distraction could lead to irrevocable ruin. With this realization, Xiaomuzhen clenched his jaw, deciding to take decisive action. He turned to Li Tianhua and solemnly inquired, Tianhua, tell me, do you wish for Sheng's demise? What? Li Tianhua was momentarily taken aback. Clearly unprepared for such a bold statement from the esteemed mayor of Donglan City, Xiaomuzhen. It is well known that in the present-day Shengxia Kingdom, practitioners engaging in unauthorized combat against one another is a grave crime, potentially punishable by death. Yet, Xiaomuzhen was unfazed by Li Tianhua's apprehensions and pressed on. Answer my question. Yes, of course I do. Finally, Li Tianhua regained his composure, exclaiming through gritted teeth. However, he immediately furrowed his brow once more, saying, but our Shengxia Kingdom has always prohibited practitioners from private disputes. Before he could finish, Xiaomuzhen interrupted him with a wave of his hand. You need not concern yourself with that. Leave it to me. I refuse to believe he can remain sheltered within the country, avoiding the neutral zones for leveling up. Xiaomuzhen stated ominously. Upon concluding his words, he turned to Li Tianhua with a serious admonition. However, this matter must remain between us. Only the heavens, the earth, you, and I are to know. No one else, not even your parents, must be informed. Do you understand? Understood. Li Tianhua nodded emphatically. Very well. You may proceed to level up. I shall make the necessary arrangements. With that, Xiaomuzhen cast a deep glance towards Sheng in the distance before striding away. At this point, Sheng remained oblivious to the presence of Xiaomuzhen and Li Tianhua nearby, unaware that a conspiracy against him was quietly unfolding. Due to the 24-hour cooldown period of the Ten-Fold Amplification, it could only be utilized once daily. Thus, after successfully clearing the nightmare mode of the lava dungeon, Sheng decided against further leveling up for the day and planned to return home for a meal and a good night's rest. After all, leveling is a gradual process. No one can leap forward in a single bound. After departing from the lava dungeon, Sheng hailed a cab and soon returned to the city. Upon alighting, he intended to treat himself to a hearty meal. However, at that moment, a commotion from across the street suddenly captured his attention. Wow, there are so many people. He exclaimed. There's no other choice. The Starseed Trading Company in Donglan City offers the highest buyback prices for both equipment and materials. Selling to them is a surefire deal. Indeed. We might as well wait, he mused. He observed countless novice practitioners queuing outside a store, where the sign displaying Starseed Trading Company gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight. Starseed Trading Company? Lu Sheng's interest was piqued. In the present Xinsha Kingdom, major cities featured auction houses that allowed practitioners to freely negotiate prices, alongside numerous nationwide chain trading companies. Essentially, a trading company is a type of chain business that specializes in purchasing various equipment, materials, and skill books from practitioners, then reselling them to other practitioners in need, thus profiting from the price difference. The majority of practitioners preferred to sell their unnecessary items directly to trading companies, for auction houses required waiting for interested customers. Trading companies, on the other hand, offered immediate buyback, regardless of the item, saving practitioners considerable time and trouble. With this in mind, Lu Sheng promptly halted his steps, deciding to declutter his own backpack. Currently, it was filled with a plethora of useless equipment and materials, and if he ventured out to grind monsters, it would soon overflow. To avoid making a futile trip later, he made his way to the end of the line and began patiently waiting. As one practitioner after another concluded their transactions, Lu Sheng finally approached the counter at the Starseed Trading Company. However, before he could retrieve the items from his backpack, a graceful figure unexpectedly stepped in front of him. Hey, how dare you cut in line? Lu Sheng frowned, about to voice his displeasure. But then, he could not help but widen his eyes in shock, for he had finally recognized the identity of the line cutter. It was the renowned campus beauty, Luo Xianxian. It's you? Simultaneously, Luo Xianxian spotted Lu Sheng, and her previously gentle expression turned icy. Ahem, my dear wife. Are you also here to sell something? Lu Sheng awkwardly scratched his nose and chuckled. You. Hearing this, Luo Xianxian nearly erupted with fury. Fortunately, at that moment, a round-bodied manager from the trading company noticed her and hurried over. Oh my, isn't this Miss Luo? What brings you here? The manager said with a sycophantic grin. Manager Huang, I have some items to sell, and I was wondering if your Starseed Trading Company would be interested, Luo Xianxian inquired coolly. Of course, we are interested. Manager Huang's eyes lit up, rubbing his hands together with anticipation. I wonder what treasures Miss Luo has brought us this time. Do show me. As the two engaged in their banter, leaving him in the background, Lu Sheng couldn't help but mumble, but I was here first. Before he could finish, Manager Huang interrupted. I apologize, but this customer is a VIP member of our Starseed Trading Company. She does not need to wait in line for any transaction. VIP? Lu Sheng was momentarily taken aback, still processing the information. Meanwhile, the practitioners behind him erupted in astonishment, as if they had just heard the most incredible news. Wow. Who is this beauty? She is so young, and already a VIP member of the Starseed Trading Company? I heard that to become a VIP member, one must sell at least one piece of equipment of silver quality or higher. What? Silver quality? If she has such fine equipment, why sell it to a trading company? Surely, she could fetch a better price at an auction house. The crowd buzzed with speculation. At that moment, a well-informed practitioner seemed to recognize Luo Xuanxuan's identity and exclaimed, I know. She is Luo Xianxian, the campus beauty from Donglan No. 1 High School, a super practitioner who just recently advanced her class. What? She is that Luo Xianxian? No wonder she is so stunning. It is said that Lu Xianxian is a once-in-a-century beacon of light, possessing an extraordinary combat talent rated as A-class, the Heart of Light. Once activated, her arrows become imbued with the sacred flames that banish evil, inflicting a divine damage of 200 upon her targets. Such prowess is truly astonishing. No wonder she has attained VIP status at the Starseed Trading Company. She is indeed a goddess. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their fervent gazes riveted upon Lu Xianxian. She raised her chin high, seemingly accustomed to this adulation, and even shot a provocative glance at Lu Sheng. Manager Huang, could you kindly ask certain bothersome individuals to step aside? I prefer a tranquil environment during my transactions. Casting a glance at the dumbfounded Lu Sheng behind her, Lu Xianxian spoke with a pointed implication. Of course, Manager Huang, astute as he was, instantly discerned whom Lu Xianxian referred to, despite her not naming names. He raised his voice and bellowed at Lu Sheng. You? Me? Lu Sheng pointed to himself, bewildered. Indeed you. Manager Huang nodded emphatically, then harshly commanded. Step back and do not disturb my esteemed guest. At that moment, Lu Sheng could no longer contain his exasperation, muttering a curse under his breath. Clearly taken aback by the girl's pettiness, still intent on asserting her dominance over him. Miss Lu, you may now present your items. Manager Huang turned back, his face alight with anticipation, his smile returning, leaving Lu Sheng in a state of shock. Very well, Lu Xianxian replied, satisfied. Under Huang's expectant gaze, she slowly retrieved 3 pieces of equipment from her satchel, a helmet, a pair of gauntlets, and greaves. In an instant, a dazzling silver brilliance erupted from the 3 items. What? Silver brilliance? These are silver quality items, exclaimed the crowd, and there are 3 of them. My goodness, she must have conquered the molten cave on hard mode. Indeed. It is said that silver quality gear can only be obtained from the abyss on hard mode, while there is a chance for them to appear in the wild. It is impossible to acquire 3 at once. The crowd erupted in astonishment, immediately recognizing the quality of the equipment. Even Manager Huang could not help but inquire, Miss Liu, have you truly conquered the molten cave on hard mode? Heh, it's merely a novice abyss. Was it really that difficult? Lu Xianxian replied with an air of arrogance. Although she did not directly answer Manager Huang's question, her words undoubtedly confirmed the crowd's suspicions. My heavens, she truly did conquer it. That's simply remarkable. Goddess, please add me as a friend. Goddess, look this way. The crowd erupted in a series of exclamations. Meanwhile, Lu Xianxian basked in their adulation, casting a triumphant glance at Lu Sheng, resembling a proud little peacock. Good grief. Yet, Lu Sheng could no longer bear to watch. By heaven's grace. He had initially refrained from retorting to this girl's taunts because he was unaware of her true capabilities, thinking she was impressive. Little did he know. After all her posturing, she had only produced 3 pieces of silver quality equipment. Silver gear. Since conquering the nightmare mode of the molten cave, he had long dismissed even useless golden quality gear. As for silver quality, he had accumulated dozens of pieces in his satchel, hardly bothering to examine their attributes, intending to sell them as mere trash upon his return. Yet here was Lu Xianxian, clutching 3 pieces of silver gear, acting as if she were the queen mother. At that moment, Lu Sheng longed to grab the girl by her collar and demand, who gave you the audacity to act so grand? Liang Jingru. Having just transitioned 2 days prior, she could conquer the molten cave on hard mode. Truly, Miss Liu is a super professional, with an immeasurable future ahead. Oh no, Manager Huang. You flatter me. Observing the two engaging in a mutual display of bravado, he could no longer contain himself and stepped forward, disdain etched upon his face. Humph. I thought you were truly impressive. It seems the VIPs at your Star Sea Trading Company are not as remarkable as they claim. What do you mean by that? Manager Huang was taken aback, instinctively querying. Nothing much, just that I find your VIP status a bit diminished, Lu Sheng replied, shaking his head while casting a scornful glance at the 3 pieces of silver gear on the counter, sneering, after all. If merely presenting a few pieces of silver quality trash can garner such reverence, imagine how terrified you would be if I casually revealed something of real value. Chapter 23, Golden Quality, Scorching Longbow. What? Silver quality trash? The moment those words left his lips, not only did the surrounding crowd fall silent, but Manager Huang and even Lu Xianxian stood dumbfounded. Lu Sheng's audacity to label silver quality gear as trash was utterly astonishing. While it is true that in today's Blue Star, equipment quality ranges from low to high across 9 tiers, with silver quality being the 3rd tier, it is not particularly rare. However, rarity is relative. For instance, the various high schools in Donglan City had just concluded their transition ceremonies, and many students were still in their novice phase, lacking skills, possessing inferior gear, and with limited combat experience. Under such circumstances, the efficiency of monster hunting would undoubtedly be quite low, resulting in a scarcity of equipment drops. Thus, in this context, possessing a few pieces of silver quality gear would provide a substantial enhancement to a professional's capabilities. Yet Lu Sheng, without hesitation, proclaimed silver quality equipment to be trash. Where did he derive such confidence? Almost instinctively, Manager Huang cast an insight spell upon Lu Sheng. Target, Lu Sheng. Class, Paladin. Class specialization. Level. Health. Mana. Combat power rating. Unable to see his attributes? Manager Huang furrowed his brows at the obscured status panel. However, after a moment's thought, he relaxed. For in the current Blue Star, many items exist that can conceal a player's status panel. Lu Sheng must be using such an item. Yet, a mere support class paladin, how formidable could he truly be? With this thought, Manager Huang felt assured and coldly remarked to Lu Sheng, you certainly have a grandiose opinion of yourself. You think you could frighten me? As the general manager of the Star Sea Trading Company in Donglan City, I have witnessed far grander spectacles. I've encountered many naive youngsters like you. I dare say you likely do not even comprehend the levels of equipment quality. Upon uttering these words, he disdainfully waved his hand at Manager Huang, reprimanding him sharply. Heed my advice and swiftly remove yourself. Do not disturb my esteemed guest. Otherwise, you shall find yourself in a predicament you cannot escape. It seems you do not believe me. Witnessing Manager Huang's audacious demeanor ignited a flicker of ire within Lu Sheng, though he had no desire to be so ostentatious. The level of disdain directed at him was intolerable. If he were to endure such humiliation any longer, what difference would there be between him and a coward? With this thought in mind, Lu Sheng resolved to act decisively, retrieving a beautifully crafted longbow from his satchel. In the next moment, a resplendent golden light erupted, nearly blinding Manager Huang's 24K alloy eyes. Pray, take a good look and discern the quality of this equipment. Lu Sheng remarked indifferently, brandishing the longbow. Boom. What? A golden radiance? No way. Am I imagining things? Could this possibly be a piece of golden quality equipment? The dazzling glow emanating from the longbow caused not only the surrounding crowd to erupt in astonishment, but even passers-by on the street found themselves drawn to the spectacle. In the present era of Blue Star, the radiance emitted by equipment varied according to its quality. For instance, bronze-quality equipment radiated a pale yellow light, while silver-quality equipment shone with a silvery hue. Only golden-quality equipment was capable of emanating such a magnificent golden glow. Realizing this, Manager Huang quickly examined the basic attributes of the longbow. Blazing longbow. Type: ranged weapon. Attack power: 4,472. Agility: 28. Stamina: 20. Equipment effect: each attack inflicts 5 points of fire damage. Quality: gold. The power of flame blazed within the bow. Incredible. It truly is of golden quality. And a highly coveted bow at that. Gazing at the information displayed on the panel, Manager Huang, the esteemed general manager of the Star Sea Trading Company, could not help but exclaim a curse. This is impossible. Meanwhile, Luo Xianxian stood beside him, her face filled with disbelief, clearly not having anticipated that Lu Sheng would possess such a high-quality piece of equipment. Of course, their astonishment was entirely understandable. It is known that golden-quality equipment can only drop from Abyss dungeons on Hell mode or higher. The difficulty of Hell mode is such that it is far beyond the capabilities of ordinary novice adventurers. This situation has led to the phenomenon where golden-quality equipment, particularly that of novice adventurers, is often available at a price, yet remains unsold, as even those with wealth cannot procure it. Thus, it is no wonder that Manager Huang reacted with such shock and awe upon witnessing Lu Sheng wielding the blazing longbow. Now tell me, does this piece of equipment not surpass the 3 pieces of trash she just presented? Lu Sheng inquired, casting a glance at the flabbergasted Luo Xianxian. Manager Huang took a moment to gather himself. After a brief pause, he meticulously adjusted his appearance and then slowly bent at the waist, offering Lu Sheng a deep bow. Esteemed guest, I apologize for my previous lack of discernment. If I have offended you in any way, please do not hold it against me. With that, he called out to his staff behind the counter. Quickly, prepare a premium private room and fetch my treasured Maotai. I have a distinguished guest to entertain. Upon concluding his orders, Manager Huang bowed once more to Lu Sheng, gesturing, please, esteemed guest, do come inside. That won't be necessary. Lu Sheng replied coolly, originally, I intended to sell this equipment to your trading company. He then shifted his tone. However, since you have so little regard for me, why should I present my warm countenance to your cold backside? Farewell. With that, he turned to leave, disregarding Manager Huang's reaction. Yet his departure sent Manager Huang into a frenzy of sweat. Wait, please, do not go. He stepped forward, blocking Lu Sheng's path, gritting his teeth as he said, I admit I was in the wrong. To express my apologies, I am willing to offer you 3 times the market price for this blazing longbow. How does that sound? Chapter 24, not VIP, but VIP among VIPs. Oh, is that so? Lu Sheng pondered, intrigued. Though he held no fondness for Manager Huang, the adage of not seizing an opportunity is foolish rang true. If the other party was indeed willing to pay 3 times the market price for his equipment, selling it to them would not be out of the question. My dear brother, let us not dwell on past grievances. I am but a humble worker. Why must you stoop to my level? As Lu Sheng hesitated to depart, Manager Huang seized what he perceived as his last chance and hastily produced a golden card from his pocket, extending it towards Lu Sheng. This is our Supreme Gold Card. I implore you to accept it. Supreme Gold Card? Lu Sheng asked instinctively, what is its purpose? Does it grant VIP status? No. Not just VIP, but VIP among VIPs. Manager Huang replied emphatically. The peculiar title nearly caused Lu Sheng to choke with laughter. However, Manager Huang, noticing Lu Sheng's apparent confusion, quickly elaborated. Allow me to clarify. As long as you possess this Supreme Gold Card, you will receive the highest level of service at our Star Sea Trading Company. Moreover, regardless of what you wish to sell, we shall purchase it at the highest auction price, ensuring you do not lose a single cent. With that, he gazed at Lu Sheng with eager anticipation, asking, what do you say, my dear brother? It seems you are indeed sincere. Upon hearing this, Lu Sheng nodded in satisfaction, choosing not to press further on Manager Huang. After all, trading companies primarily operate on profit, and Manager Huang's willingness to purchase his item at the trading company's price demonstrated considerable goodwill. Furthermore, his satchel was nearly full, and even if he didn't sell at Star Sea Trading Company, he would need to seek out another trading post, rather than waste time standing in line at other establishments. It would be more prudent to conduct this transaction with Manager Huang. With this in mind, Lu Sheng waved his hand, saying, very well. Since this inferior equipment holds no value to me, I shall sell it to you. Inferior equipment? Gasps filled the crowd surrounding them. Thank you, my dear brother. Thank you. Manager Huang exclaimed, a relieved smile spreading across his face as he saw Lu Sheng acquiesce. Yet he had barely had the chance to exhale in relief. At that moment, Lu Sheng abruptly changed his tone, casually remarking, however, I must admit, I quite prefer the defiant demeanor you exhibited just now. Do reclaim that essence. What? Upon hearing this, Huang Diyuan was momentarily taken aback, unable to grasp the meaning behind the words. Is it truly so difficult to comprehend? Lu Sheng smirked, casting a deliberately vague glance towards the nearby Luo Xianyan. Meanwhile, Luo Xianyan still stood there, mouth agape, evidently still reeling from the earlier shock. Oh, I see. Huang Diyuan suddenly enlightened, his mind racing. As the general manager of the Star Sea Trading Company, although he was not a particularly formidable practitioner, he possessed remarkable acumen and an uncanny ability to read the winds of change. In an instant, he discerned Lu Sheng's intentions. The next moment, he pivoted sharply, gritting his teeth as he pointed at Luo Xianyan, exclaiming, "You, me?" Luo Xuanyan's delicate face was momentarily frozen in astonishment. "Indeed, it is you," Huang Diyuan affirmed with a vigorous nod. Despite Luo Xianyan being a VIP member of their Star Sea Trading Company and a super practitioner to boot, at that moment, witnessing Lu Sheng effortlessly brandishing a golden-quality fiery longbow and exuding an air of nonchalance, he surmised that there was likely even more superior equipment in his possession. With this realization, Huang Diyuan paid no heed to the fact that she was merely a VIP. Without hesitation, he reprimanded Luo Xianyan, "Step back. Do not disturb my esteemed guest." "You." Uffed. Luo Xianyan, upon hearing this, felt the breath catch in her throat, nearly incensed to the point of fainting. This. The other practitioners present could only display expressions of bemusement, clearly taken aback by how swiftly Huang Diyuan had changed his demeanor, ignoring the reactions of others. Huang Diyuan turned back to Lu Sheng, his face adorned with a courteous smile, inquiring, "Esteemed guest, do you find my action satisfactory?" "Indeed, quite commendable. You possess a keen sense of propriety." Lu Sheng chuckled heartily, casting a triumphant glance at Luo Xianyan. Having completed this exchange, he gestured to Huang Diyuan, saying, "Let us proceed to your private room. Coincidentally, aside from this fiery longbow, I have numerous other items I wish to liquidate." "What? More items?" Huang Diyuan's eyes gleamed with excitement, inwardly affirming that his previous conjectures were indeed correct, as he promptly extended a respectful gesture towards Lu Sheng, urging, "Esteemed guest, please." "After you." In the next moment, the two of them ambled confidently towards the back of the Star Sea Trading Company, leaving Luo Xianyan standing there, dazed, taking a considerable time to regain her composure. "Whoever you are, I shall not let this go." The young girl trembled in indignation. Heaven have mercy. When she encountered Lu Sheng at the Star Sea Trading Company, she had intended to seize the opportunity to teach him a lesson for his earlier slander against her. Yet, unexpectedly, she ended up feeling more vexed, her anger unresolved. This further fueled Luo Xuanyan's competitive spirit, compelling her to resolve silently within herself to reclaim her dignity. Once inside the private room of the Star Sea Trading Company, Lu Sheng wasted no time and directly dumped all the useless items from his satchel onto the table before him. "Manager Huang, could you please assess the worth of these items for me?" Boom. In the next instant, a dazzling burst of brilliance erupted, nearly causing Huang Diyuan to swoon on the spot. "What? This is all equipment of silver and gold quality? And so many precious rare materials as well?" Gazing at the mountainous pile of high-quality equipment and materials on the table, Huang Diyuan nearly had his eyes pop out of their sockets. Though he had long suspected Lu Sheng possessed an array of valuable items, the sheer volume laid before him was enough to take his breath away. However, recovering quickly, he fixed an astonished gaze upon Lu Sheng and asked, "Could it be that the guest has traversed the nightmare mode of the magma dungeon? That seems unrelated to you, doesn't it?" Lu Sheng frowned upon hearing this. "My apologies for my indiscretion. Please do not take offense." Huang Diyuan quickly backtracked, realizing his faux pas, and swiftly changed the subject. "Please hold on. I will promptly calculate the value of these items for you." Chapter 25, a new skill, summon, seraphim projection. With that, he paid no mind to Lu Sheng's response, lowering his head to examine the equipment and materials on the table. Lu Sheng, in turn, chose to remain silent, patiently awaiting the results. True to his position as general manager of the Star Sea Trading Company, Huang Diyuan exhibited remarkable efficiency. Within mere minutes, he announced, "Esteemed guest, the total value of the items you are selling amounts to 900,000 dragon coins. Among them, 3 pieces of golden quality equipment are valued at approximately 100,000 each in the auction house. However, as I have promised you, I will acquire them at 3 times the market price, making it 300,000 each, totaling 900,000. The remaining equipment and materials together amount to 300,000 dragon coins, making a grand total of 200,000. Oh, so much." Lu Sheng's eyes sparkled upon hearing this, clearly taken aback to discover that merely by traversing the nightmare mode of the magma dungeon, he had managed to amass a staggering sum of 200,000 dragon coins. Even more than the scholarship he had previously won from Li Tianhua, and this did not even account for the entire dark gold set he intended to keep for himself. If he included that, the windfall would be unimaginable. No wonder everyone aspired to be combat practitioners. It turned out they were so lucrative. Lu Sheng mused inwardly. At that moment, as Huang Diyuan continued to tidy up the items on the table, he respectfully addressed Lu Sheng, esteemed guest. I have already transferred your earnings onto your Supreme Gold Card. Our Supreme Gold Card is universally accepted at all locations of the Star Sea Trading Company across the Divine Summer Kingdom. Should you require anything in the future, you may deposit or withdraw at any of our trading houses or utilize it directly for purchases. All right, I understand, Lu Sheng nodded. Recognizing that a large chain like the Star Sea Trading Company had an unassailable reputation, and promptly stood to leave, waving, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. As he made to exit the private room, Huangdan gestured for him to pause. Esteemed guest, might I inquire if you have any further matters? Lu Sheng, noticing the gesture, furrowed his brow in confusion. Esteemed guest, our Star Sea Trading Company not only purchases items, but also sells various materials required by practitioners. I wonder if you might be interested in acquiring something? Huang Dayuan, a seasoned veteran in the business realm, discerned that Lu Sheng was using a concealment item and did not wish to reveal his true identity. He tactfully refrained from probing further and instead proactively promoted his company's offerings to Lu Sheng. Oh, what fine goods do you have? Lu Sheng inquired with curiosity. This is our sales catalog. Please have a look. Huang Dayuan promptly produced an exquisitely crafted list from his pocket. Lu Sheng instinctively took the list into his hands and was astonished to find it densely packed with an array of items. In addition to the various equipment essential for adventurers, there were countless potions, scrolls, enchantments, and other consumables. To his surprise, he even spotted a note at the bottom of the list regarding the sale of beautiful slave girls from enemy nations. Something that truly exceeded his expectations and was deemed too audacious for the Star Sea Trading Company to sell. Just then, a particular item on the list caught Lu Sheng's attention. Summon, Seraphim Projection. Class, Paladin. Required level, 50. Required specialization, Judgment. Note, summons a Seraphim Projection to assist you in battle for 1 hour. The higher the Paladin's combat rating, the stronger the Seraphim Projection's combat ability. Could it be a skill book for Paladins? Moreover, it pertains to the Judgment specialization? Upon reading the detailed description of this skill book, Lu Sheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could it be that the customer has taken a liking to this skill book? Huang Dayuan, standing nearby, gazed at Lu Sheng in astonishment, clearly not expecting him to show interest in such an obscure skill book. How much is this skill book? Without hesitation, Lu Sheng inquired. Could it be that the customer is a Judgment Paladin? Huang Dayuan exclaimed in surprise. However, as soon as he uttered those words, he realized his blunder and quickly corrected himself. My apologies, I misspoke. Please forgive me. At this juncture, he gestured towards the list in Lu Sheng's hand and added, as for this skill book, if you truly desire it, consider it a complimentary gift from me to you. What? A gift? Lu Sheng raised an eyebrow at this unexpected turn of events, still processing the implication when Huang Dayuan continued. To be honest, this skill book, Summon, Seraphim Projection, has been gathering dust in our warehouse for 5 years. Nobody has ever purchased it. He then smiled wryly and explained, after all, the Judgment Paladin specialization is notoriously rare, and few choose this career path, which consequently leads to a scarcity of buyers for its skill books. I see. Upon hearing this, Lu Sheng finally understood and stated, I will take this skill book, but there is no need for it to be free. I will pay the regular price. What is this? Huang Dayuan exclaimed, as the general manager of the Star Sea Trading Company in Donglan City. I cannot go back on my word if I promised it as a gift. With a beaming smile, Huang Dayuan said, Please wait a moment. I will fetch it for you right away. Without waiting for Lu Sheng's response, he hurriedly dashed into the back of the trading company. Lu Sheng could only smile wryly at Huang Dayuan's retreating figure. It must be said that while Huang Dayuan may not be a formidable adventurer, he is undoubtedly an adept businessman. Yet, having received a free skill book, Lu Sheng felt somewhat embarrassed to leave empty-handed. After all, one should never bite the hand that feeds. Reluctantly, Lu Sheng decided to exercise patience and meticulously browse through the items on the Star Sea Trading Company's list. It was only by dusk, as the sky darkened, that Lu Sheng, under Huang Dayuan's enthusiastic send-off, departed from the Star Sea Trading Company, thoroughly satisfied. At this moment, his previously cluttered bag had been emptied, replaced instead with a supreme gold card containing a fortune of 1 million, the level 50 skill book Summon, Seraphim Projection, and 2 special one-time use items. These 2 items were purchased after considerable deliberation. One was a basic life potion, which could instantly restore 100 health points to the user, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. The other was an invisibility scroll, allowing the user to become invisible for 15 seconds, with a cooldown of half an hour. Chapter 26. In a critical moment, the killing intent of a level 100 assassin. These 2 items were evidently meant for life-saving purposes in dire situations. Of course, one could hardly blame Lu Sheng for being overly cautious. The current state of the Divine Summer Kingdom is anything but stable, with undercurrents of treachery lurking. And countless talented adventurers have fallen victim to enemy spies before they could even reach their potential. Lu Sheng had no desire to meet an untimely demise. So even with the extraordinary combat talent of a 10,000-fold amplification, he still wished to arm himself with as many contingencies as possible. After all, It's always wise to be prepared. After leaving the Star Sea Trading Company, Sheng, as was his custom, first sought out a restaurant to treat himself well before returning to his single apartment for a restful sleep. It was not until the following afternoon that he finally rose lazily from his bed, as the cool-down period for his 10,000-fold amplification came to an end. The Stinking Marsh, situated in the southeastern region outside Linshan City, is a large leveling area for levels 30 to 100, boasting a wide range of levels and an abundance of monsters. However, due to the dense congregation of monsters within the Stinking Marsh, it is common for several to gather in one spot, meaning that attacking one will often attract a horde. Moreover, the marsh periodically releases a noxious miasma that inflicts debilitating effects such as slowing, poisoning, and blinding on adventurers. Consequently, adventurers in Donglan City prefer to remain in the more perilous lava caverns for leveling, rather than venturing into this treacherous map. Except for Sheng. Ever since acquiring a complete set of dark gold equipment, he had been itching to test his strength without the aid of the 10,000-fold amplification. And because few ventured into the Stinking Marsh, he could level up here without worrying about his dark gold gear being exposed. Hence, he decisively chose to venture alone into this neglected leveling area. Target, Stinking Toad. Type, Beast. LV, 33. Health points, 1,500. Mana points, 220. Combat rating, 66 stars. Unique skill, Stinking Slime. These foul-smelling toads enjoy laying their eggs in the corpses of their prey. A level 33 monster, which is not too far from my own level. There shouldn't be any ineffective suffixes, right? Observing the horde of monsters in the Stinking Marsh, Sheng rubbed his hands together in excitement. Equipping all 4 pieces of his dark gold set. Once completed, he concentrated his thoughts. Fervent judgment. Buzz. In the next moment, a brilliant red light surged forth from within him. This fervent judgment can inflict 150 weapon damage. Given the quality of my weapon, I should be able to unleash the full power of this skill. Murmuring to himself while gazing at the menacingly designed demon scythe in his hand, Sheng wasted no time and charged towards the nearest stinking toad. Swish. HP, 192. The scythe sliced through the air, delivering a staggering 192 points of damage to the stinking toad. Croak. Simultaneously, the stinking toad retaliated, opening its mouth wide and spewing forth a noxious green slime towards Sheng. HP, 22. In the ensuing moments, a fierce confrontation erupted between a solitary figure and a toad, each engaging in a direct clash reminiscent of a scythe against a forehead. However, bolstered by the dark gold armor, Sheng not only boasted an exceptionally high attack power, but also possessed an armor value that was alarmingly excessive. Meanwhile, the foul-smelling toad was merely a level 33 common creature, with limited offensive capabilities and minimal health, posing no threat whatsoever to Sheng. Ribbit, ribbit. A mere few seconds later, accompanied by a desperate shriek of demise, the notification chime resounded. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully slain the foul toad, earning 120 experience points and receiving the item, Toad's gastric gland. Haha, indeed it works. Gazing at the creature's lifeless form, Sheng erupted in exuberant laughter. This marked the first occasion in his life where he had vanquished a creature solely through his own prowess, without relying on the advantages of his combat talents. Ever since his class change, Sheng had predominantly relied on the power of his 10-fold amplification, and as soon as that effect concluded, he would promptly halt his leveling efforts. This had undoubtedly squandered a considerable amount of his precious time for advancement. In truth, Sheng did not wish to become overly dependent on his extraordinary abilities. After all, the 10-fold amplification had a staggering cooldown period of 24 hours. Furthermore, most of his skill effects lasted merely an hour, resulting in a situation where he could only train for an hour each day, leaving the rest of the time unutilized. Fortunately, after clearing the nightmarish lava dungeon, Sheng had established a solid equipment foundation, allowing him to easily slay these wild monsters even without utilizing the 10-fold amplification, relying solely on the inherent strength of his Paladin class. This bodes well. Henceforth, even during the cooldown of my 10-fold amplification, I can venture out to grind levels and hunt monsters alone. With this thought in mind, Sheng felt a surge of determination. He then resumed wielding his scythe, charging boldly into the throngs of monsters lurking in the fetid swamp. As more and more foes fell before him, Sheng became completely absorbed in the exhilarating sensation of rapidly accruing experience. Just as Sheng was fully immersed in leveling up, he remained blissfully unaware that a nearly transparent, enigmatic figure was quietly observing his every move from a thicket less than 20 meters away. Is that the dark gold armor? The mysterious figure thought, noticing the glimmering dark red light emanating from Sheng's demonic scythe, his pupils constricting instinctively as he cast a detection spell on Sheng. Target, Sheng. Class, Paladin. Class specialization. LV. Health. Mana. Combat rating. What? I can't see his attributes. The enigmatic figure frowned at Sheng's obscured attribute panel. However, after a moment's consideration, he relaxed. It seemed this young man had employed some item to conceal his attributes, yet judging by his monster-slaying speed, he was at most level 30 or 40. Hardly a cause for concern. Chapter 27. The first strike, the bloodshed begins. But how did a support class paladin acquire such lavish equipment? The mysterious figure muttered to himself. Utterly perplexed. Just then, as if struck by inspiration, his eyes lit up. Of course, since I'm here to eliminate this young man, once he is dead, won't all his gear be mine? Haha, what a windfall. With this thought, the mysterious figure barely contained his excitement from bursting forth. His name was Yi Fei, a level 100 assassin and one of the most loyal confidants of Mayor Xiaomuzhen of Donglan City. Ever since he had pledged to help Li Tianhua eliminate Lu Sheng in the lava dungeon, Xiaomuzhen had issued a kill order to him. Upon receiving this command, Yi Fei had been tirelessly tracking Lu Sheng, secretly monitoring his every action and waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Fortunately, Lu Sheng did not keep Yi Fei waiting for long, as he ventured into the desolate foul swamp alone. Yi Fei recognized that his chance had arrived. However, he refrained from acting recklessly. He intended to wait until nightfall had completely descended, despite Lu Sheng being merely in his 30s. With a staggering level gap of over 60 levels between them, within the current realm of Xinxia, it was a severe crime for local adventurers to engage in combat against one another, potentially punishable by death. Moreover, although the foul swamp was seldom frequented, it could not be guaranteed that no one else would arrive. Yi Fei had no desire to suffer an unexpected misfortune. Thus, he planned to wait until darkness fell, ensuring that there were no onlookers nearby before making his move against Lu Sheng, thereby ensuring absolute certainty. Little did Lu Sheng know at this moment that he was being targeted by a level 100 assassin, as he remained blissfully absorbed in his relentless quest for experience. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully slain a swamp crocodile, earning 130 experience points and acquiring the material, crocodile hide. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully slain a swamp sawtooth rat, earning 120 experience points and acquiring the material, cracked sawtooth. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to level 33, gaining 5 base attributes and 5 free attributes. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to level 34, gaining 5 base attributes and 5 free attributes. What a delightful experience. As more monsters fell at his hands, Lu Sheng's levels soared rapidly. Just as Su Wanxing had previously asserted, the Judgment Knight is a class heavily reliant on equipment. With the entire set of dark gold armor enhancing his capabilities, Lu Sheng's efficiency in slaying monsters surpassed even that of typical superclasses and hidden classes. Coupled with the fact that the foul swamp was teeming with monsters and devoid of competitors. Thus, from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m., in a mere 4 hours, Lu Sheng ascended from level 32 to an astonishing level 49 without relying on the tenfold amplification. This boy's leveling speed is truly outrageous. Observing Lu Sheng, who seemed to glow with the light of leveling up every 10 minutes, even the hidden Yi Fei could not help but feel a twitch of his eyelids. Yet he refrained from acting prematurely. After all, he was a level 100 assassin. In his eyes, whether Lu Sheng was a level 30, 40, or 50 paladin, it made little difference. He could easily dispatch him with just a few skills. It's almost time. Watching the sky grow darker, Yi Fei licked his lips in anticipation. Unable to contain the ferocity of his murderous intent any longer, he stealthily approached Lu Sheng. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng had just finished off another monster. Phew, just 2 more creatures, and I should reach level 50. Gazing at his nearly full experience bar, a satisfied smile graced Lu Sheng's face. As he retrieved his water flask from his bag, just as Lu Sheng was about to take a sip and rest momentarily, a sudden cold flash of knife light descended from above, striking him mercilessly. HP 499. In the next moment, a terrifying damage number soared above Lu Sheng's head. Who is it? Startled, Lu Sheng quickly turned around, finally catching sight of Yi Fei's figure. Almost instinctively, he cast an insight spell upon Yi Fei. Target, Yi Fei. Class, Assassin. LV. Health points, 7,200. Energy points, 100. Combat rating. What? Why are the level and combat rating obscured? As he beheld the information materializing before him, Lu Sheng nearly succumbed to panic. In the current Blue Star, apart from certain special items capable of concealing attributes, there exists another circumstance that renders a practitioner's insight spell ineffective, when the level disparity between the target and oneself exceeds 50 levels. Even more outrageous, Yi Fei's health exceeded 7,000 points. What does having over 7,000 health points signify? It is essential to note that even with the enhancement of 4 pieces of dark gold gear, Lu Sheng's health barely surpassed 3,000. A practitioner boasting over 7,000 health would undoubtedly need to be around level 90. In fact, achieving the pinnacle of level 100 after a first transition is not out of the question. Contemplating this, Lu Sheng felt a weight settle in his heart. As he frantically retreated, he shouted, "Who on earth are you? Why are you attacking me? Such formidable defense, and he is still alive?" Meanwhile, Yi Fei was taken aback to discover his previous strike had not dispatched Lu Sheng in an instant. However, Regaining his composure, he unabashedly sneered, "Kid, your time is up. In your next life, keep your wits about you and avoid provoking those you cannot afford to challenge." With those words, he propelled himself forward, transforming into a blur of distorted light. This was the assassin's signature skill, Shadow Dash. Oh no! Witnessing this, Lu Sheng instinctively turned and fled. Despite possessing the extraordinary enhancement of a 10,000-fold boost, he had always maintained a degree of confidence in his abilities. Yet confidence aside, he was no fool. He understood that even with such a tremendous advantage, he could not disregard a 50-level disparity. After all, the greater the level difference, the more ineffective affixes manifested during an attack. Moreover, Yi Fei was a fierce assassin renowned for his explosive, single-target damage. Should he close the distance? And if Lu Sheng were unable to land a successful hit, he could wipe out Lu Sheng's health in the blink of an eye. With this realization, Lu Sheng pressed his feet into the ground, desperately attempting to widen the gap between himself and Yi Fei, all while rapidly devising his next strategy. What to do? Chapter 28. The Final Opportunity, a Desperate Gamble. At this moment, Lu Sheng's combat talent, the 10,000-fold boost, was still available for use, undeniably his greatest trump card. Should I employ the 10,000-fold boost alongside the Divine Shield? Lu Sheng pondered silently. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he swiftly dismissed it. Although the Divine Shield was an invincible skill, and under the enhancement of the 10,000-fold boost could last for over 16 hours. Activating it would drastically reduce his attack power by 60. This meant that once deployed, while Yi Fei would be unable to harm him, he would similarly be powerless against Yi Fei. The consequence of such a decision would be the complete exposure of his secrets before Yi Fei's very eyes. Lu Sheng was not ready to reveal his trump card just yet. Thus, the 10,000-fold boost and Divine Shield were measures he would only resort to in dire circumstances. As for the Sacred Judgment, Frenzied Judgment, and Divine Blessing, although these three skills could also provide a qualitative leap to Lu Sheng's combat strength under the enhancement of the 10,000-fold boost, his greatest desire was to avoid close combat with Yi Fei. The disparity in levels between them was simply too vast. Even Lu Sheng himself could not ascertain how many attacks it would take to strike Yi Fei once. To make matters worse, Yi Fei was a highly explosive and adept melee assassin. Given these conditions, if the ineffective affixes generated during his attacks were excessive, even with over 100,000 health points, he would likely not endure for long. Furthermore, should he become embroiled in a prolonged battle, extricating himself would prove exceedingly difficult. With these thoughts weighing heavily on him, Lu Sheng felt overwhelmed. Simultaneously, noticing Lu Sheng's deliberate navigation through the secluded thickets and treacherous marshlands, slipping away like a mudfish, Yi Fei, after a prolonged chase, grew increasingly impatient. He decided to unleash a ranged attack skill. Toxic darts. Whoosh. The dart, shimmering with a dark green hue, streaked through the air and embedded itself deeply into Lu Sheng's shoulder. HP 722. In the next heartbeat, a horrific damage number ascended above Lu Sheng's head. But that was not all. HP 133. HP 121. HP 136. What? Is that a damage over time skill? Witnessing his health plummet at a visible rate, over 1,000 points vanished in mere seconds. Lu Sheng's heart leapt to his throat, and without a moment's hesitation, he opened his inventory. Just as he was about to retrieve a basic health potion to recover his dwindling health, suddenly, a tome radiating a golden glow within his inventory captured his attention. Summon. Seraphim Projection. Of course, how could I have forgotten this skill? Gazing at the summoning skill book within his inventory, Lu Sheng's eyes brightened. If I can master this skill, summon the Seraphim Projection, and then enhance it with my 10,000-fold boost, I would not need to engage in close combat with this old schemer. Moreover, the Seraphim Projection is purely a summoning skill. Even if it perishes, it would have no impact on me. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Sheng glanced at his nearly full experience bar. Only 300 experience points were needed, equivalent to 2 monsters, and I would reach level 50. It's now or never. Finally, Lu Sheng clenched his jaw and withdrew a prepared invisibility scroll from his inventory. Buzz. In the next instant, the scroll activated, causing Lu Sheng's figure to vanish into thin air. He can still go invisible? Upon witnessing this familiar skill, Yi Fei was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure and saw through Lu Sheng's ruse, scoffing. I didn't expect you to possess such a life-saving item as an invisibility scroll. You've certainly come well prepared. At this point, he suddenly changed his tone. However, it is a pity that in the face of absolute power, no matter how many life-saving items you possess, your only path today is to die. With that, Yi Fei ceased his pursuit, choosing instead to stand still, evidently aware that the invisibility scroll lasted only 15 seconds. In such a brief window, even if Lu Sheng managed to escape, he would undoubtedly remain within Yi Fei's perceptual range. Thus, Yi Fei was entirely unfazed. Yet, what transpired next exceeded all his expectations. Bang! HP 223. Accompanied by a resounding thud, as the dense foliage rustled, Lu Sheng reemerged, not fleeing any longer. Instead, he wielded the demon scythe and launched an assault on a foul creature lurking in the murky swamp. My goodness, has your head been kicked by a donkey? Daring to level up before my very eyes? Witnessing this absurd spectacle, Yi Fei was momentarily taken aback. Yet, Lu Sheng paid no heed to his reaction, fixated on relentlessly unleashing his attacks upon the creature. Bolstered by an entire set of dark golden gear, the level 51 monster could not withstand for long. As Lu Sheng swiftly depleted its health bar, ding! Congratulations, you have successfully slain the swamp crocodile, gaining 150 experience points and acquiring the item, Perfect Crocodile Skin. With the first monster dispatched, Lu Sheng scarcely hesitated before turning his attention to yet another foe, seeking death. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Yi Fei unleashed a skill upon Lu Sheng. Crescent Moon Sword Dance. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. HP 322. HP 289. HP 277. The arcane crescent blade enveloped Lu Sheng in an instant. Yet Lu Sheng seemed oblivious, continuing to bombard the creature with fervor, scarcely blinking. Have you lost your mind? At this moment, Yi Fei was the one taken aback. Lu Sheng's behavior was exceedingly bizarre. Not only did he refrain from resisting, but he also displayed a peculiar calmness while battling. What on earth is this? Who are you? And why are you attacking me? Meanwhile, observing Yi Fei's cessation of hostilities, Lu Sheng felt a flicker of intrigue, inquiring while continuing his relentless assault, appearing utterly despondent, as if he had surrendered. Yet, with the monster's health dwindling, his heart surged with fervor. Chapter 29. The Archangel Gabriel with 12 Wings. Huh. It matters not if I divulge this. Yi Fei smiled faintly, a mischievous smirk reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse gracing his visage. He did not rush to eliminate Lu Sheng but casually remarked, I am Yi Fei, a trusted aide of Lord Xiao Muzhen. Xiao Muzhen? The mayor of Donglin City. Xiao Muzhen? Lu Sheng's brow furrowed in bewilderment, still processing the revelation when Yi Fei continued. Have you heard of Li Tianhua? Li Tianhua. Lu Sheng was once again taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure, a wave of fury surging within him, nearly causing him to explode. For at this juncture, if he still could not deduce the connection between this matter and Li Tianhua, he would be a fool. Kid, while we bear no grudges, I am merely a pawn in this game, and I hope you won't hold it against me after your demise. Concurrently, Yi Fei uttered this, having lost the last vestige of patience, preparing to strike down Lu Sheng, just as the situation reached a critical juncture. Ding! Congratulations. You have successfully slain the Swamp Man Dragon, gaining 150 experience points and acquiring the item, Rusty Necklace. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to 50, gaining 5 base attributes and 5 free attributes. Huh, think you can kill me? It won't be so easy. Arise, my seraphim projection. Whoosh! In the next moment, accompanied by a piercing rush of wind, a brilliant golden light descended from the heavens, as if a comet were colliding with the earth. Boom! The ground shattered, sending debris soaring. Amidst the howling winds, Yi Fei, who had just taken a step forward, was caught off guard and sent flying. Huh, what is that? Yi Fei gasped, barely stabilizing himself, hastily raising his gaze. What followed was a sight that would be etched in his memory for a lifetime. A figure, towering over 3 meters, brandishing a colossal cross sword, enveloped in an aura of divine radiance, with a full 12 pristine wings sprouting from its back, appeared as if summoned from thin air. As this majestic being emerged, an ethereal hymn resonated in the air, seemingly extolling its glorious deeds. Even the oppressive clouds and miasma that perpetually shrouded the foul swamp were banished by the holy light emanating from this figure. Could it be the summoning of a paladin? The seraphim projection skill? Gazing at the sacred and imposing silhouette, Yi Fei almost instantly deduced the origin of this skill. Yet, he quickly shook his head in denial. No, that is not right. I remember that Paladin's seraphim projection skill primarily serves as support, lacking true combat power. But how could this individual's seraphim projection be so formidable? Yi Fei trembled, goosebumps rising on his skin. The oppressive aura radiating from Lu Sheng's seraphim projection was overwhelming, utterly distinct from other paladins, instilling a profound sense of dread within him. Indeed, it was a dread, a visceral danger. This was Yi Fei's immediate impression of the seraphim projection before him. Simultaneously, Lu Sheng redirected his focus to the seraphim projection before him. Target, Archangel Gabriel with 12 wings. Type, seraphim projection. Race, upper deity. LV, 50. Health, 10, 000. Fighting spirit, 0. Strength, 1000. Wisdom, 1000. Agility, 1000. Spirit, 1000. Stamina, 1000. Combat power rating, 1000 stars. Skill 1, Blade of Redemption. Skill 2, Divine Charge. Skill 3, Holy Flame Baptism. Skill 4, Chains of Judgment. Skill 5, Storm of Judgment. Skill 6, Shield of Heaven. Skill 7, Supreme Judgment of the Divine Parable. Skill 8, Ultimate Judgment of Living Beings' Sins. Skill 9, Final Judgment of the Last Rites. Holy hell, Gabriel? Gazing at the dazzling attributes displayed by the seraphim projection, Lu Sheng was equally flabbergasted, for he could hardly fathom that this summoning, enhanced 1,000-fold by his amplification, would conjure Gabriel, the 12-winged angel Gabriel, the legendary archangel, the leader of all angels in heaven. Although this Gabriel was merely a projection, not the true essence, the mere projection was astonishing. After all, this was a genuine deity. Not to mention the projection possessed an astounding combat power rating of 1,000 stars and boasted a staggering 9 skills, with health surpassing even that of the level 100 Yifei. This is simply a bug. How on earth did you manage to summon such a powerful seraphim projection? At this moment, Yifei also regained his composure, staring at Lu Sheng in shock, too intimidated by the sight of Gabriel to make a move. Why not give it a try and find out? Upon hearing this, Lu Sheng let out a cold laugh, no longer concerned with analyzing the angelic projection's abilities. Given the current situation, he had wagered everything on this summoning skill. If he could not subdue Yifei, he would be left with no recourse but a path of demise, forsaken by the last card of 1,000-fold amplification. With this thought in mind, Lu Sheng made a swift decision and issued a command to Gabriel. Gabriel, eliminate him. As soon as the words left his lips, whoosh. The sacred charge, accompanied by a terrifying sound that tore through the air, the 12-winged archangel Gabriel, who had been standing before Lu Sheng, transformed into a brilliant golden light, hurtling towards Yifei with the speed of a meteor. In the blink of an eye, it transpired. Bang! Yifei let out a harrowing scream, unable to evade in time, as he was struck down, left motionless on the ground. HP 842. What? It actually hit? Witnessing this scene, Lu Sheng was momentarily taken aback, only to be overwhelmed with exhilaration, nearly shouting in delight. After all, while the angelic projection appeared formidable, its actual level was merely 50. In contrast, Yifei was a bona fide level 100 assassin. Under the constraints of the rules, it was logical to expect the angelic projection to encounter numerous ineffective affixes. However, to Lu Sheng's astonishment, the angelic projection, despite the substantial 50-level disparity, had entirely disregarded the rules. In just a fleeting moment, it had rendered Yifei unconscious. Is this the power of the divine? Lu Sheng murmured to himself, unable to suppress the tightening of his fists. Simultaneously, as Yifei succumbed to unconsciousness, Gabriel's attribute panel exhibited a significant alteration. What was once 0 points of fighting spirit surged to 30 points. His second skill, Sacred Flame Baptism, required exactly 30 points of fighting spirit. Lu Sheng cast a brief glance before resolutely commanding Gabriel once more. Sacred Flame Baptism. Boom. A silvery white, sacred flame descended from the heavens, engulfing Yifei almost instantaneously. Yifei emitted a series of agonizing cries, as if enduring immense suffering, while his health bar plummeted visibly. HP 374, HP 399, HP 356. Concurrently, as Yifei endured this assault, Lu Sheng, whose health had been dwindling, experienced a surprising healing effect. HP 374, HP 399, HP 356. My goodness, it can function this way? Observing how Gabriel could convert the damage inflicted upon the enemy into an equivalent healing effect for himself, Lu Sheng was nearly overwhelmed with joy. Oh no. On the other side, Yifei finally regained consciousness. Gazing at his previously robust health bar, which had been diminished by over 2,000 points in mere seconds due to the angelic projection summoned by Lu Sheng, he nearly soiled himself in fright, hardly daring to confront the angelic projection head-on. Shadow dash. Whoosh. With a subtle push off the ground, Yifei soared into the air, effortlessly creating a distance of several dozen meters from the angelic projection. Yet, how could Lu Sheng, having finally managed to suppress him, allow him to escape so easily? Attempting to flee? Not so simple. He issued another pursuit command to Gabriel. This time, Lu Sheng refrained from excessive interference, for he was not yet fully acquainted with Gabriel's 9 skills and their specific effects, uncertain of how to combine them effectively. Rather than blindly directing Gabriel and risking the fluidity of his skills, it was more prudent to let Gabriel act freely. With this thought, Lu Sheng relinquished control entirely. As Lu Sheng allowed for this freedom, Gabriel, liberated from constraints, raised his hand and conjured a golden chain, several dozen meters long, adorned with sharp barbs. Once this was accomplished, he aimed for the fleeing Yifei and, with a swift motion, hurled the newly summoned chain towards him. Judgment chain. Whoosh. In the next instant, the chain sliced through the air, seemingly guided by an unseen force, targeting Yifei's shoulder with lightning speed. Thud. HP 522. The sharp barbs dug brutally into Yifei's shoulder, sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through him, causing his movement to slow. Seizing the momentum from the chain's tug, Gabriel swiftly closed the distance to Yifei once more. What in the world is this creature, possessing such an array of outrageous skills? Furthermore, this angelic projection is merely level 50, and yet I find myself utterly unable to withstand its abilities. No, I cannot engage in a direct confrontation. lest my health deplete too rapidly for me to endure. With Gabriel clinging to him like an unshakable burden, Yi Fei's expression turned dire. At that moment, his health, once over 7,000, had dwindled to below 4,000. Yet, he still chose not to confront Gabriel directly, for he was no fool. He recognized that this angelic projection was not a genuine life form, but rather a mere summoning, and even if it were to perish, it would not impact Lu Sheng in the slightest. Capture the leader first. With this thought, Yi Fei clenched his jaw and disregarded the relentless pursuit of Gabriel, pivoting his focus toward Lu Sheng and charging forward. Unbeknownst to him, this foolish decision would lead him further down a path of self-destruction, spiraling out of control. Shadow Sprint. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Executing an acceleration skill exclusive to assassins, Yi Fei's speed surged, leaving behind a series of phantom afterimages as he forcibly widened the distance between himself and the angelic projection, racing toward Lu Sheng. Die. As he beheld Lu Sheng within arm's reach, a sinister smile crept across Yi Fei's face as he raised his blade, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Futile. Throughout Yi Fei's frontal assault, Lu Sheng displayed not an ounce of fear. Instead, he smirked coldly. In the next instant, he gestured with his hand. Summon, Seraphim Projection. Buzz. Resplendent golden light materialized once more. In the blink of an eye, the angelic projection that had just been flung back hundreds of meters reappeared before Lu Sheng, unleashing a truly astonishing skill that left Yi Fei aghast. Heaven Shield. Buzz. The sacred radiance illuminated the firmament once more. Surrounding Lu Sheng, a transparent shield of light emerged. Buzz. Absorb. 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 Poor Yi Fei, having exerted every ounce of effort to unleash what he believed to be a lethal attack, found it wholly absorbed by the Heaven Shield, failing to even graze a single hair on Lu Sheng. Damn it. At this juncture, Yi Fei could no longer contain the helplessness that surged within him, erupting into a fit of exasperated cries. The angelic projection summoned by Lu Sheng was utterly outrageous. Not only did it possess formidable attack power and formidable skills that disregarded the rules, but it also boasted healing and defensive capabilities, rendering it an invincible force in every conceivable aspect. Judgment Storm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, Gabriel unleashed yet another skill, his colossal form seemingly spinning wildly in place, while the enormous cross sword in his grasp scattered countless golden sword lights, dazzling in brilliance, yet concealing lethal intent. Splat, splat, splat. HP 720. HP 630. HP 880. A barrage of damage numbers erupted above Yi Fei's head, as his health plummeted perilously close to the critical threshold of 2,000. He realized with dread that this entity was far too terrifying. Should this continue, the foul mire might very well become his grave. Chapter 31. Super Judgment. Prophecy of the Divine. At last, Yi Fei was thoroughly frightened, paralyzed by terror. Without a moment's hesitation, he retrieved a round object from his satchel and forcefully slammed it down at his feet. Smoke bomb. Bang. In the next instant, a thick cloud of smoke billowed forth, instantly obscuring Lu Sheng and Gabriel's projection from view. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Fei once again entered the assassin's unique state of invisibility. You wait for me. I shall not let you escape. Leaving behind a fierce declaration, Yi Fei turned and fled without a moment's pause. Despite the relentless onslaught from Gabriel's projection, which had reduced his health to below 2,000 points, he maintained an air of composure. After all, the assassin class was renowned for its plethora of life-saving skills. Coupled with the staggering 50-level disparity between him and Lu Sheng, Yi Fei felt confident that even if he could not defeat him, Lu Sheng would certainly not be able to stop him if he were determined to flee. Tragically, at this point, he remained oblivious to the true monstrosity he was up against. Want to escape? Did you seek my permission? Simultaneously, as the smoke dissipated and Yi Fei's silhouette vanished from sight, Lu Sheng could not suppress a cold smirk. What a joke. He had painstakingly summoned Gabriel's projection, risking his own health bar being depleted, solely to ensure Yi Fei's permanent confinement and safeguard his secrets. Now, witnessing Yi Fei nearing his limit, how could he simply stand idly by and allow his quarry to escape? Gabriel, pursue him. Without hesitation, Lu Sheng issued a pursuit command to his angelic projection. However, to his utter astonishment, this time, Gabriel's projection did not adhere to his command as strictly as before. Instead, it remained stationary, adopting a posture of fervent prayer. What is happening? Lu Sheng's expression froze, momentarily at a loss for understanding. In the next moment, he witnessed Gabriel's projection abruptly lift its head and begin to speak. Indeed, it was speaking. The divine proclaimed, when the holy light envelopes the earth, all malevolence shall be laid bare in the radiant glow of the sacred. Utterly unable to conceal itself. Buzz. No sooner had the words left its mouth than a point of light suddenly appeared in the previously pitch-black sky. Initially, this point of light was scarcely larger than a sesame seed, seemingly devoid of power. Yet gradually, as it drew nearer, it expanded and brightened, until it enveloped the entire foul plain. Under the illumination of this radiance, Yi Fei, who had just forcefully entered stealth, was brutally exposed, revealing his form in its entirety. What? As he realized that his signature stealth skill had failed him, Yifei's pupils constricted in disbelief. However, Gabriel's projection afforded him no opportunity to react. Continuing its solemn proclamation, the divine proclaimed, "When the sacred flames descend from the heavens, all evil shall be thoroughly purified, reduced to ash and smoke." Boom. No sooner had the words been uttered than a burst of silvery, divine fire cascaded from the heavens, trailing a long tail, akin to a meteor hurtling through the sky. And within the blink of an eye, it struck Yifei with tremendous force. Bang! The flames erupted, sparks flying. Yifei let out a pained scream, unable to evade, as the descending holy flames completely engulfed him, transforming him into a fiery specter. HP 322. HP 371. HP 365. This is a divine spell of the light attribute. At last, Yifei regained his senses, observing his utter powerlessness against this skill. He seemed to anticipate something, his face contorting in horror, struggling desperately while howling in agony. What? A forbidden spell? Upon hearing this term that struck fear into the hearts of all Blue Star inhabitants, Lu Sheng's pupils contracted, eager to inquire about the nature of this so-called forbidden spell. Yet before he could utter a word, Yifei could no longer withstand the relentless barrage of devastating blows. "No, no, please stop, spare my life," accompanied by a desperate cry uttered in his final moments. The renowned level 100 assassin was thus wholly consumed by the blazing holy flames, reduced to mere ashes without leaving behind even a single intact corpse. Only then did Gabriel's projection finally complete its final prayer. The darkness recedes, dawn arrives, and all the suffering of the world becomes naught but a fleeting memory, for paradise is within reach. Supreme Yahweh, all glory belongs to my God. Each utterance resonated with solemnity, compelling Lu Sheng to feel a profound reverence. Simultaneously, as the prayer concluded, one of Gabriel's projection skills entered its cooldown phase, Super Judgment. Prophecy of the Divine. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Sheng glanced at the detailed description of this skill. Super Judgment, Prophecy of the Divine. Note: a primary forbidden spell of the light attribute, one of the Archangel Gabriel's exclusive skills, capable of summoning the holy light and sacred flames from heaven through fervent prayer, obliterating all evil in the world. The Prophecy of the Divine, a command that manifests. My goodness, it truly is a forbidden spell. Upon reading the skill's description, Lu Sheng's eyes lit up, nearly overwhelmed with excitement. Of course, it was no surprise he would react this way, for in the current Blue Star, a forbidden spell could only be wielded by those of the 9th tier war god level, the ultimate trump card, synonymous with cataclysmic destruction, possessing unfathomable power. Though this Super Judgment, Prophecy of the Divine was merely the most rudimentary of forbidden spells, the staggering 50-level disparity made it effortlessly capable of vanquishing the level 100 assassin Yifei. If used against opponents of the same level, wouldn't it render them as gods on the day of their divinity? Moreover, this was merely the 7th skill of Gabriel's projection, with 2 even more formidable skills yet to be unveiled. Contemplating this, Lu Sheng's heart burned with fervor, eager to explore the mysteries of these 2 additional skills. Yet he had not yet taken action. The recent commotion originated from that very location. Could it be that a secret realm has emerged? Hurry, let us investigate the matter. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps erupted from the nearby marshland. Oh, is it possible that someone has arrived? Upon hearing this noise, Lu Sheng could not help but frown, clearly taken aback by the presence of others in such a foul-smelling marsh at this late hour. Chapter 32. Counterattack against a level 100 assassin. However, upon further reflection, he felt a sense of relief. After all, the ruckus he created during his battle with Yifei was quite substantial. With holy light and flames swirling about like a fireworks display, under such circumstances, it would be difficult for anyone to remain oblivious to the disturbance. Never mind. Perhaps he could delve into this later. In order to keep his trump card concealed, Lu Sheng reluctantly suppressed his curiosity and, with a flicker of inspiration, promptly dismissed the Gabriel projection. After completing these actions, he did not linger any longer and intended to hasten his departure. Yet, at that moment, a new anomaly occurred. Bang! A muffled sound resonated from the void. Following that, an array of items began cascading from the spot where Yifei had perished, resembling popcorn bursting forth from the air. Among the myriad of colorful gear, there were various potions, scrolls, and an assortment of clothing, bedding, and other sundries, a veritable treasure trove. Goodness! Could these be the belongings from Yifei's satchel? Witnessing this scene, Lu Sheng felt a jolt of realization. He recalled that in the current Blue Star, when a professional met their demise, their satchel space would also disintegrate, causing all stored items to spill forth. With this thought, Lu Sheng couldn't help but break into a grin. Aha, what a delightful surprise. Given the urgency of the situation, Lu Sheng had no time to meticulously examine his newfound spoils. Instead, he hastily gathered Yifei's dropped possessions into his own satchel and swiftly turned to leave, soon vanishing into the dense foliage of the marshland, leaving no trace behind. Meanwhile, in the opulent mayor's office of Donglin City, Xiao Muzhen reclined with his legs crossed. Leaning back in his chair, a finely crafted goblet in hand, leisurely savoring the exquisite wine while admiring the panoramic cityscape through the window. Life could not be more delightful. But just then, a sudden interruption occurred. Xiao Muzhen, we have a grave situation. Crash. The office door was violently thrust open, and a man clad in black rushed in, exclaiming urgently to Xiao Muzhen, Yutian, what has you in such a fluster? Xiao Muzhen furrowed his brow upon seeing the man's demeanor. It's Yifei. On my friend's list, Yifei's name has turned gray. The man named Yutian spoke, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. What? Gray? Xiao Muzhen's expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively glanced at his friend's list, only to find Yifei's name had indeed turned completely gray. This revelation sent his heart racing to his throat. For in the current Blue Star, a friend's name turning gray on the friend's list signified only two possibilities. Either the person had removed the friend, or, more ominously, that they had met their demise and were forever offline. With this realization, Xiao Muzhen could no longer contain his shock, rising to his feet with disbelief etched across his face. This cannot be. Lu Sheng, a mere auxiliary profession paladin, and only recently transitioned 3 days ago, could possibly have the capability to counterkill Yifei? Could it be, Yutian ventured cautiously, that Lu Sheng has assistance? Are you suggesting? Xiao Muzhen narrowed his eyes in inquiry. I have heard that Su Wanqing has been advocating for Lu Sheng lately. Is it possible he intervened to assist Lu Sheng? Yutian's words trailed off as Xiao Muzhen abruptly interrupted him. Impossible. Su Wanqing is a 4th-tier sorcerer. Under the constraints of the rules, he cannot enter those lower-level maps. He added with conviction. Moreover, with Yifei's experience, he would never engage Lu Sheng in battle while Su Wanqing was present. But if there were no assistance, how then did Yifei meet his end? Yutian pressed on. Xiao Muzhen remained silent for a moment before suddenly raising his head, a cold smile gracing his lips. It seems I have misjudged Lu Sheng. He is likely not an ordinary paladin. Not an ordinary paladin? Yutian asked almost instinctively. Are you suggesting he is a superclass? Very likely. Otherwise, how could a mere paladin have the prowess to slay Yifei? Xiao Muzhen mused aloud. No wonder he managed to level up 20 times within half an hour in the Dark Marsh. Even Li Tianhua could not rival him. He must be a superclass. Xiao Muzhen, since Lu Sheng is also a superclass, should we not consider attempting to win him over? Yutian inquired. No need. Xiao Muzhen shook his head decisively. While it is plausible that Lu Sheng is a superclass, his combat talent, no matter how formidable, remains that of a primarily supportive paladin. In terms of battle prowess and future potential, he simply cannot compare to someone like Li Tianhua, a hidden class. He continued with unwavering certainty. Moreover, through my observations, I have discerned that Li Tianhua, despite appearing virtuous, possesses a rather venomous character and is exceedingly selfish. Such individuals are the easiest to manipulate. If we assist him in eliminating Lu Sheng and provide him with some incentives, it will be a mere trifle to enlist his services. With that, Xiao Muzhen added. As for Lu Sheng, his peculiar disposition suggests he may not yield easily. Rather than risking an attempt to sway him, it would be more prudent to focus our efforts on securing Li Tianhua. Your reasoning is sound, Xiao Muzhen. Yutian nodded vigorously in agreement. At that moment, Xiao Muzhen seemed to recall something else and asked, by the way, did Yifei manage to deliver the confidential documents I entrusted to him? That seems to have been delayed, Yutian murmured. What? Not delivered? Xiao Muzhen's countenance shifted, alarmed. This is dire. If those documents are still in Yifei's possession, they may very well fall into Lu Sheng's hands upon his demise. What? Yutian's expression darkened as he anxiously queried. What should we do? If Lu Sheng obtains those documents, he could potentially uncover our identities. Do not panic. When I prepared those documents, I took precautions, using our native tongue. Lu Sheng, being merely an academic underachiever, should be unable to comprehend the contents, so we need not worry for the time being. Xiao Muzhen stated solemnly. Chapter 33, The Enigmatic Documents of the Warin? Assassination List. I see. Thankfully, Xiao Muzhen was astute enough to foresee this. Otherwise, we would be in grave danger. Hearing this, Yutian's expression eased slightly, and he let out a silent sigh of relief. However, the fact that the documents remain with Lu Sheng continues to pose a significant issue. To ensure absolute certainty, he must be eliminated, and the sooner the better. Xiao Muzhen added once more. Shall I send someone over to? As Yutian spoke, he made a slicing gesture beneath his neck. His eyes filled with a chilling murderous intent. No. Unexpectedly, however, Summer Mu's son decisively shook his head and said, our assassination attempt has failed, and that brat has likely become wary. Moreover, we still have yet to ascertain the true extent of his combat talents. Recklessly pressing forward may very well alert him. What then? Are we to simply let him be? Yutian frowned, saying, what if he suddenly decides to show that confidential document to someone else? Do not panic. Given that brat's rapid advancement, he should soon be heading to the Blood Sand War Zone to level up. After a moment of contemplation, Summer Mu's son solemnly declared, relay this information to the motherland. Once Lu Sheng enters the Blood Sand War Zone, they must ensure that this brat is permanently eliminated. Hey! Yu Tian shouted loudly. In Donglin City, within a solitary apartment, Lu Sheng finally felt a sense of safety. Having successfully returned to his residence, he secured the door and quietly exhaled. Though this was his first experience with taking a life, he felt no remorse or guilt. After all, Yifei had come to kill him. In self-defense, he had no choice but to retaliate. This was entirely justified. However, he had no intention of divulging the details of the assassination attempt to anyone. Firstly, Yifei was dead, and he had no evidence to prove that Yifei was sent by Summer Moose Senator. Secondly, he could not explain how a level 50 paladin such as himself had managed to take down a level 100 assassin. To maintain caution, Lu Sheng opted to bury this matter deep within his heart for the time being. Yet, he remained vigilant and resolved to reserve his 10,000-fold amplification for crucial moments, never using it lightly unless absolutely necessary. After all, the 10,000-fold amplification was his ultimate trump card, his sole means of turning the tide in dire situations. Had he not been impulsive today, choosing to face monsters with his own strength and eschewing the 10,000-fold amplification, he would have been the one lying dead in the stinking marsh, not Yifei, Li Tianhua, Summer Moose Sun. Murmuring those names, a flash of murderous intent gleamed in Lu Sheng's eyes. He had never imagined that the mayor of Donglin City would send assassins after him, all due to a trivial wager. Yet, given the circumstances, Lu Sheng was determined not to let the matter rest. He silently inscribed the names of these two individuals onto his kill list, resolute in ensuring they would pay the necessary price. Shaking his head, he forced himself to suppress the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. Instead of dwelling on the incident, he excitedly opened his satchel to inspect the spoils of his recent conquest. While Yifei was not an extraordinary professional, merely an ordinary assassin, being a confidant of Summer Moose San, the mayor of Donglin City, he possessed considerable wealth. Upon opening his satchel, Lu Sheng instantly spotted over a dozen pieces of golden quality equipment, all suitable for a peak level 100 first transformation professional, boasting impressive attributes. In addition, there were several high-level scrolls, potions, materials, and more. Although most of these items were intended for agility-based professions, which did not align with Lu Sheng's attributes, selling them at the marketplace could easily fetch several million dragon coins. We've struck it rich. Ha ha ha. Unable to contain his excitement at this unexpected windfall, Lu Sheng burst into laughter. Soon enough, he had thoroughly looted all the valuables from Yifei. As for the remaining clothes, bedding, cups, and other mundane items, Lu Sheng dismissed them, planning to burn them in an empty area downstairs. Suddenly, amidst the pile of discarded items, a tightly wrapped envelope caught Lu Sheng's attention. What is this? He casually retrieved the envelope, broke the seal, and peered inside. In the next moment, a series of densely packed characters in the language of the Woken nation appeared before his eyes. Goodness, it's Woken script? Gazing at the seemingly cryptic text, which was interspersed with a few Chinese characters, Lu Sheng's pupils constricted. Such a script, so distinct from that of the Shengxia nation, would surely confound the average person. But who was Lu Sheng? As a traveler who had previously studied Woken for a time to understand the intricate plots of Japanese adult films, he was more than capable of deciphering it, especially since the letter contained many Chinese characters. After a thorough and meticulous effort, Lu Sheng managed to translate the cryptic document within a matter of minutes. Donglin City Intelligence Overview. Name, Li Tianhua. Hidden Profession, Thunder Combatant. Recruitment Result, Success. Subsequent action, can be prioritized for training. Threat Level, None. Name, Su Nua. Super Profession, Nightmare Hunter. Recruitment Result, Failure. Subsequent action, recommended for assassination. Threat Level, Moderate. Name, Su Ruojuan. Super Profession, Verity Priest. Recruitment Result, Failure. Subsequent action, recommended for assassination. Threat Level, Moderate. Upon reading the contents of the letter, Lu Sheng felt a surge of fury rising within him, nearly causing him to explode with rage. The information listed in the letter detailed numerous super and hidden professions that had only recently awakened in Donglin City this year. Even more outrageous, the document meticulously included their home addresses, family members, personalities, preferences, and even the specific effects of their combat talents. It was as if their entire lives had been laid bare. Chapter 34. Crisis, Lu Xuanchuan's Plight. Moreover, this letter was written in the language of Woken. In that moment, even Lu Sheng, despite his naivety, could piece together the troubling implications. He had not anticipated that the mayor of Donglin City, Summer Moose San, was a spy sent by the Woken nation. This was indeed a predicament. Muttering to himself, Lu Sheng's brow furrowed tighter. Although he had long been aware that the Shengxia nation was experiencing a clandestine upheaval, Donglin City was merely a small, fourth-tier county at best. If even such a minor place had been infiltrated to this extent, what might the major cities of the Shengxia nation be concealing? Lu Sheng could neither imagine nor dare to contemplate. Furthermore, even with irrefutable evidence in his possession, he did not dare to report it. After all, Summer Moose San was the mayor of Donglin City, a figure of significant power and influence. Having cultivated his position there for many years, he was certainly not as simple as he appeared. As for Lu Sheng, he was merely a freshly transitioned paladin, lacking in both level and strength, and previously notorious as an academic underachiever. Given such circumstances, even if he were to report this confidential document to the relevant authorities, it would likely stir up little more than a ripple, and there was a significant chance it could land him in perilous situations. With this thought, Lu Sheng felt a weight settle heavily upon his heart. He glanced once more at the information on the document. Suddenly, a line marked in red at the end of the list seized his attention. Name, Luo Xianxian. Super occupation, Radiant Ranger. Recruitment result, failure, with exposure risks. Subsequent action, priority, elimination. Threat level, extremely high. Could it be that illustrious campus belle, Luo Xianxian? Upon reading this information, Lu Sheng's pupils contracted. Despite harboring no significant fondness for the girl who had once bravely shielded him as a descendant of Yan and Huang, Lu Sheng's animosity towards the Japanese invaders was etched deep within his bones. Moreover, given that Luo Xianxian was a formidable superclass practitioner, her potential growth could play a pivotal role for the nation in the future. Perhaps it would be prudent to offer her a warning. With this in mind, although reluctant, Lu Sheng opened the friend panel that had only just been activated since his job change. Meanwhile, in the city center of Donglin, amidst a plaza teeming with teleportation arrays, a middle-aged woman, her face etched with concern, urged Luo Xianxian repeatedly. Though you are a superclass practitioner with significantly greater combat capabilities than ordinary practitioners, the Bloodsand War Zone is a battleground fraught with peril, teeming with adversaries from hostile nations. A moment's carelessness could lead to your untimely demise. As she spoke, fearing Luo Xianxian might still be unconvinced, she continued to elaborate. Furthermore, the level range within the Bloodsand War Zone is vast, accommodating practitioners from level 50 to level 200. You have only just reached level 50, should you encounter an adversary far above your level. The rules of engagement will hinder even your strongest combat abilities. At this juncture, the middle-aged woman earnestly advised, Xianxian, heed my counsel. Your journey is still long ahead. I truly do not wish for you to venture into neutral territories at such an early stage. Before she could finish, Luo Xianxian interrupted her with a wave of her hand. Principal, I appreciate your concern, but my decision is resolute. Luo Xianxian spoke solemnly. While the Bloodsand War Zone is fraught with danger, the abundance of monsters and resources therein far surpasses that of any other leveling maps. Looking upward, she continued, murmuring, now, with less than a month remaining until our nation's annual national examination, if I do not elevate my level to 200 within this time frame, I will not qualify to participate. I refuse to wait another year in vain. Following this declaration, Luo Xianxian asserted with unwavering determination. Moreover, as a combat practitioner, without experiencing trials of blood and fire, achieving greatness in life will be exceedingly difficult. But the middle-aged woman, still intent on persuading her, was met with Luo Xuanxuan's firm response. All right, Principal, you've guided me through leveling and equipped me well over this time. You have already aided me greatly. Let me now rely on my own strength to progress. Very well. Observing Luo Xuanxuan's unwavering resolve, the middle-aged woman, though filled with worry, could only smile wryly and acquiesce. Her name was Li Rue, the principal of Donglin High School, and also Luo Xianxian's mentor. At this moment, Li Rue solemnly cautioned Luo Xianxian, you must exercise utmost caution. Our nation, Shenxia, is surrounded by hostile territories, and should enemy practitioners discover your whereabouts, they may attack without hesitation. Therefore, once you enter the Bloodsand War Zone, ensure you team up with compatriots for leveling. Never venture alone, understood? Understood. Luo Xianxian promptly nodded emphatically. Just then, a notification chimed. Lu Sheng requests to add you as a friend. Accept, decline. Suddenly, a prompt appeared on Luo Xuanxuan's information panel. Oh, Lu Sheng? She was momentarily taken aback by the message, but her surprise quickly morphed into delight. Humph. That scoundrel actually took the initiative to add me as a friend? It seems he cannot resist my charm. Luo Xianxian felt increasingly pleased, mistakenly believing that Lu Sheng intended to apologize to her. After all, she had experienced similar situations before. Some boys, though secretly infatuated with her, would feign indifference in an attempt to capture her attention. Unfortunately for them, she was not easily swayed. Without hesitation, Luo Xianxian promptly rejected Lu Sheng's friend request. Humph. This is the consequence of offending me. Chapter 35, Neutral Map, Bloodsand War Zone. On the other side, within a single apartment in Donglin City. That wretched girl actually dared to reject me? Enraged at having his friend request rebuffed by Luo Xianxian, Lu Sheng felt as though he might spit blood. It was worth noting that this was his first time utilizing the unique friend system available to practitioners and his first attempt at adding someone as a friend. Initially, he had genuinely intended to warn Luo Xianxian to be cautious of the Japanese invaders. However, to his dismay, she had shown such ingratitude as to outright reject him. Damn it, if that's the case, then she can face the consequences. The more Lu Sheng thought about it, the angrier he became. and he refused to press his warm face against someone else's cold rear. After all, his actions had already constituted a classic case of repaying kindness with ingratitude. If she was unwilling to appreciate his goodwill, she could only blame herself for the troubles that ensued. Not wanting to dwell further on this matter, Sheng recalled the perilous encounter he had faced during the assassination in the Stinking Marsh, causing a deep unease to settle within him. It seemed imperative to expedite his leveling process. Otherwise, these adversaries had already developed murderous intent towards him, and if he remained at too low a level, he would be vulnerable once his abilities were on cooldown. With this thought, Sheng felt an unprecedented sense of urgency arise within him. Opening his friend panel once more, he did not hesitate to input a name into the search bar. Soon, a new avatar frame appeared in his friend list. "Oh, you little brat. What prompted you to add me as a friend?" Su Wanqing sent a message, complete with a surprised emoji, clearly taken aback by Sheng's initiative. "Old Su, I have a question for you." Sheng cut straight to the chase. I knew you wouldn't add me for no reason," Su Wanqing replied, attaching a rolling eyes emoji, and asked, "What's up? Spit it out." "It's like this, I've just hit level 50. And I wanted to ask you which map around Donglin City offers the fastest leveling." Sheng responded, "What, level 50? Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing immediately sent a shocked emoticon, repeatedly inquiring, "How on earth did you manage to level up so swiftly?" Without waiting for Sheng's response, he continued, "You haven't resorted to paying someone to assist you in leveling up, have you?" The mere suggestion caused Sheng to raise an eyebrow. However, perceiving the direction of Su Wanqing's questioning and wishing to avoid complications, he casually replied, "If you believe that, then so be it." I told you, for a paladin like you, reaching level 50 in just 3 days without assistance is simply unbelievable," Su Wanqing retorted, sending a disdainful emoticon. Could you possibly refrain from using emoticons? Sheng finally reached his limit. He could not fathom how, despite being the principal of a prestigious school, Su Wanqing, a man of considerable age, engaged in conversation like a frivolous youth, so enamored with emoticons. "My apologies, it's just a habit," Su Wanqing replied, adding an awkward emoticon at the end. Ugh. At this point, Sheng truly found it exhausting to comment further, opting instead to filter out the peculiar emoticons and message Su Wanqing again. "By the way, do you know which map around Donglin City offers the fastest leveling?" "Of course I do." Su Wanqing sent a smug emoticon and continued, "If we're talking about the fastest leveling, the Blood Sand War Zone surrounding Donglin City is undoubtedly the best." "What kind of place is the Blood Sand War Zone?" Sheng inquired with curiosity. The Blood Sand War Zone is an island map located off the coast of Donglin City, teeming with monsters that yield high experience points. And the quality of loot is significantly better than that of other maps, Su Wanqing patiently explained. "Oh, such a splendid location exists?" Sheng's eyes brightened at the revelation. "However, I advise you to level up domestically first and avoid venturing to the Blood Sand War Zone for the time being," Su Wanqing added, punctuating his statement with a serious emoticon. "Why is that?" Sheng furrowed his brow, instinctively asking. While the Blood Sand War Zone is renowned as a leveling paradise, it is not under the jurisdiction of our Shengxia Kingdom. Rather, it is a contested territory among 4 nations, inhabited by numerous adversarial players, Su Wanqing elaborated, sending a grave emoticon as he continued. "Moreover, the level range in this map is vast, accommodating players from levels 50 to 200, thus presenting a high risk factor. A moment of carelessness could lead to demise. Given your current level, should you encounter players from opposing nations above level 100, the constraints of the rules would leave you with no escape but death." Chapter 36, Aiming for Blood Sand. "Let us do it," Sheng interrupted Su Wanqing mid-sentence. "Old Su, do you know how to get to the Blood Sand War Zone?" he asked eagerly. "In the heart of Donglin City, there is a place called the Teleportation Square, which can transport you directly to the Blood Sand War Zone," Su Wanqing instinctively replied. "Excellent." Satisfied with Su Wanqing's response, Sheng nodded approvingly. "Little brat, you don't actually intend to go to the Blood Sand War Zone yourself, do you?" Su Wanqing finally grasped the situation, warning him, "I advise you not to act recklessly. The Blood Sand War Zone is not a place for just anyone." Before Su Wanqing could finish, Sheng decisively closed the chat window. What nonsense. As a man capable of being invincible for 16 hours, why would he fear a mere neutral map at level 200? Of course, he had no reason to be afraid. Just do it. With that thought, Sheng strode forward without hesitation and slammed the door behind him. The Blood Sand War Zone, located on the southeastern coast of Shengxia Kingdom, is a large island independent of the mainland, bordering not only Shengxia Kingdom, but also the neighboring nations of Wonu, Nanbang, and Shenyu, making it a fiercely contested neutral territory. The situation is chaotic. Fortunately, after years of bloody battles and negotiations, the Blood Sand War Zone has been divided into 4 major areas, each nation possessing its own sphere of influence. As long as one levels up within their designated territory and refrains from venturing beyond, players generally won't face aggression. After all, everyone is there to level up. Acquiring more experience is of utmost importance, and no one has the leisure to engage in idle skirmishes. Nevertheless, exceptions do exist. In the Blood Sand War Zone, There are often powerful players who derive enjoyment from slaughtering lower-level players. Moreover, the Bloodsand War Zone operates without any legal constraints. This means that in such a brutal environment, should one be killed, they can only blame their lack of strength and no one else. Following Su Wanqing's earlier guidance, Lu Sheng effortlessly navigated the teleportation array and arrived at this infamous perilous land. Standing within the safety zone of Xingxia Kingdom, Lu Sheng surveyed his surroundings. He observed countless shops flanking the streets, their doors wide open, offering a bewildering variety of goods, from potion shops, alchemy houses, and enchantment emporiums to restaurants, taverns, inns, and even foot massage KTVs, presenting a dazzling array of choices. Additionally, the central street was bustling with a diverse throng of hurried players, the majority being weary combat professionals, alongside a small number of crafting and gathering specialists. The cacophony of voices filled the air. Is this truly the Bloodsand War Zone? So many people. As Lu Sheng gazed in wonder at the unique customs surrounding him, he murmured to himself, akin to Lu Lao entering the Grand View Garden. Just as Lu Sheng was curiously surveying his surroundings, a few players across the street noticed him, and one young woman approached him directly. Excuse me, are you a newly arrived combat player in the Bloodsand War Zone? She inquired without casting any discernment spells, as it would be highly impolite to do so without prior acquaintance. Yes, Lu Sheng instinctively turned to face her, frowning as he asked. What can I assist you with? We're planning to head to Despair Gorge tonight for leveling. Would you be interested in teaming up with us? The young woman suggested, seemingly anxious that Lu Sheng might decline. Despair Gorge not only has abundant monsters and high experience, but it has also been frequently spawning hidden realms lately. If we could level up there, even for just an hour, our experience would increase significantly. If we happen to discover a hidden realm, we could strike it rich. Oh, teaming up for leveling, you say? Lu Sheng pondered aloud. Initially, he had intended to level up in the Bloodsand War Zone solo, as having the miraculous ability of a 10,000-fold amplification meant that having teammates was of little consequence to him. Furthermore, he did not wish to reveal his trump card too early in front of others. Yet, being a newcomer to the Bloodsand War Zone, Lu Sheng felt unfamiliar with the area and uncertain about where to level or what precautions to take. At this juncture, if a few individuals familiar with the terrain could guide him ahead, it would undoubtedly spare him considerable trouble. Contemplating this, Lu Sheng felt a sense of determination swell within him, nodding at the maiden and proclaiming, "Very well, count me in." However, unexpectedly, the girl who had just warmly invited him suddenly shook her head. Wait. Chapter 37. Team Invitation, The Despairing Canyon. What is it? Lu Sheng raised an eyebrow at her reaction. Friend, this must be your first venture into the Bloodsand War Zone, correct? The girl did not respond but instead gazed at Lu Sheng, her voice solemn. Indeed, Lu Sheng admitted candidly with a nod. Then I must clarify, she began, her expression betraying a sense of foreboding. The Despairing Canyon is not within the territory of our Divine Summer Kingdom, but rather that of the Wano Kingdom. If practitioners from our Divine Summer Kingdom recklessly intrude and are discovered by the Wano practitioners, they might face a coordinated assault. Hence, we prefer to form larger groups, as every additional member strengthens our resolve. At this point, she added, if you wish to withdraw, now is the time. Upon finishing her sentence, the girl let out a deep sigh, seemingly devoid of hope. For the past few days, she had been scouring this street in search of companions. But each time she revealed their intended destination, regardless of the profession or talent of the individual, they invariably declined her invitation without exception. Yet, she bore no ill will towards them. After all, the practitioners of the Wano Kingdom were notorious for their ruthless and cold-hearted nature. If one fell into their clutches, they would not merely allow you to die easily, but would instead torment you to death, piece by piece. It was said that many practitioners from the Divine Summer Kingdom had met gruesome ends for inadvertently straying into their territory, suffering fates so harrowing they were almost unthinkable. Thus, it was rare for any practitioner to willingly provoke those beasts by crossing borders. But just when the girl had given up all hope, Lu Sheng smiled slightly and declared, "Why not go? I am eager to see what these beasts are truly capable of." What? You actually agreed? The girl stared at Lu Sheng in astonishment, taking a considerable time to regain her composure before asking, "Are you not going to reconsider? We are heading into the territory of the Wano Kingdom. Just a mere Wano Kingdom. I am curious to see the extent of their capabilities." Lu Sheng replied with a proud smile. In truth, had the girl not mentioned that the Despairing Canyon belonged to the Wano Kingdom, he might have hesitated. Yet, the more it was their domain, the stronger his desire to go became. Knowing that the Wano Kingdom's second-in-command intended harm against his compatriots, he preferred to take the initiative rather than wait passively. As the saying goes, kill one to break even, kill two for profit. Splendid. The girl finally regained her composure, exclaiming joyfully as she sent Lu Sheng a team invitation, simultaneously introducing herself. "I am Su Shasha, a priest with a specialization in the protection class." She then waved towards the street opposite them, summoning two young men who accompanied her. "These two are my seniors," Su Shasha explained to Lu Sheng, then turned to the two men. "This friend has just agreed to join our team." "Oh, have we finally found a companion?" One of the young men, youthful in appearance, eagerly stepped forward to greet Lu Sheng, saying, "Hello, I am Xiao Yu, a warrior with a specialization in the dance of chaos. Greetings, I am Lu Sheng, a paladin with a specialization in the judgment class." Lu Sheng smiled and introduced himself as well. However, as he revealed his profession and specialization, all three were taken aback in astonishment. What? A paladin? And a judgment paladin at that? The remaining young man furrowed his brow and immediately cast an insight spell on Lu Sheng. Target, Lu Sheng. Profession, paladin. Specialization, level. Health points. Mana points. Combat rating. Why can't I see the basic attributes? The young man stared in disbelief at Lu Sheng's attribute panel, his surprise quickly giving way to fury. For how could he not discern that Lu Sheng was employing a hidden class item? Yet, a mere judgment paladin, even without concealed attributes, would undoubtedly be a lackluster combatant. With this thought, he couldn't help but voice his complaint to Su Shasha. Shasha. It seems you are wasting your time seeking a partner of such a pathetic profession to accompany us to the Despairing Canyon. He will not only be of no assistance, but may very well hinder us. This. Su Shasha's expression also darkened. Clearly unprepared for Lu Sheng's profession and specialization to be so lacking. A judgment paladin, after all, was known to be the most unremarkable existence in Blue Star, without exception. Moreover, the Bloodsand War Zone was a perilous neutral map, where practitioners lacking in skill would hardly dare to level up in such a place. Thus, Su Shasha had never anticipated encountering such an unusual profession as a judgment paladin in the Bloodsand War Zone. If you do not wish to team with me, then I shall not force you. Farewell. Observing their reactions, Lu Sheng could hardly be bothered to engage further, intending to turn away. Wait. At that moment, Su Shasha suddenly interposed herself, gently advising him, "Your name is Lu Sheng, correct? We truly did not mean to demean you, and as long as you do not mind, we would be very willing to team up with you. Indeed, it is said that a judgment paladin can unleash formidable combat prowess with the right equipment, and they possess blessing and healing skills, which could indeed prove quite beneficial." Xiao Yu chimed in enthusiastically. Very well. Looking into their sincere eyes and earnest tone, Lu Sheng's resolve softened once more, and he slowly nodded in agreement. However, his acceptance did not sit well with the remaining young man. If you insist, I shall not stand in your way, but I must declare in advance, should we encounter any danger, I will not take responsibility for babysitting a liability. The young man cast a disdainful glance at Lu Sheng and scoffed. I have no intention of babysitting a liability. Lu Sheng retorted coolly, narrowing his eyes with a sneer. This was the first time he had encountered such an unreasonable individual. Yet, considering Su Shasha and Xiao Yu's presence, he refrained from exploding in anger, choosing instead to turn his head away and ignore the matter. All right, Senior Luin, perhaps you should hold your tongue. Su Shasha interjected once more, then turned to Lu Sheng, saying, Lu Sheng, my senior has a straightforward temperament and sometimes speaks rather harshly. Please do not take it to heart. As she spoke, she stepped forward a couple of paces and deliberately lowered her voice to whisper in Lu Sheng's ear. However, he is exceptionally skilled in control and area attacks as an ice mage, boasting remarkable combat prowess. When we venture into the Despair Canyon, we shall inevitably rely on his strength, so I kindly ask you to bear with him and refrain from engaging in petty disputes. Oh, an ice mage, you say? Lu Sheng pondered, suddenly enlightened. No wonder Luin exhibited such arrogance. It turns out he was indeed a formidable ice mage. In the current realm of Blue Star, the profession of mage is highly coveted. Not only do they inflict significant damage and possess numerous control abilities, but their self-preservation skills are also extraordinary, rendering them remarkably versatile. Although an ice mage is not classified as a super profession, the combat aptitude of ice-affiliated mages often surpasses that of their peers, making their strength formidable enough to rival even true super professions. It is no surprise that Luin seemed to have his nose in the air. He evidently had some merit to boast about. However, for Lu Sheng, who possessed an SSS-level combat talent, a mere ice mage was hardly a cause for concern. Yet, out of respect for Su Shasha and Xiao Yu, he chose not to engage in further banter with Luin. After all, would one truly return the bark of a dog? At that moment, Su Shasha glanced at her watch and suggested, with only 2 hours until sunset and the Despair Canyon being quite distant, shall we set off now? We can arrive just as night falls. Turning to Xiaoling, she inquired, Lu Sheng, do you have anything you need to prepare? No, I am ready to depart at any time. I will follow your lead. Lu Sheng replied with a smile. Very well, let us proceed. Su Shasha declared decisively. She then turned to Lu Sheng and cautioned, Lu Sheng, the Bloodsand War Zone is dense with forests and treacherous terrain. You must stay close to us and not wander off. With that, she took the lead, striding purposefully down the central path. Lu Sheng, let us go. Xiao Yu followed closely behind, offering Lu Sheng a friendly smile as they departed. As the two of them left, only Luin and Lu Sheng remained on the street. Pathetic. If you had any sense, you would quickly leave the group and vanish. Luin threatened ominously, his eyes glimmering with unmasked scorn and derision. Otherwise, when we reach the Despair Canyon, you will regret it. After uttering this remark, he paid no heed to Lu Sheng's reaction and turned away, striding towards Su Shasha and Xiao Yu. Little did he know that his final, menacing words sparked Lu Sheng's interest. Huh, I hardly believe that. I am eager to see how you will make me regret it. Lu Sheng chuckled lightly, refusing to linger any longer and resolutely following suit. The camp of the Divine Summer Kingdom is situated in the northeastern corner of the Bloodsand War Zone, known as Bloodbone Town. It is said that many years ago, the pioneers of the Divine Summer Kingdom sacrificed dearly to establish this camp within the Bloodsand War Zone, creating a safe haven for future generations to rest and recuperate. And the entire encampment was virtually built upon their blood and bones. To honor these valiant predecessors and to instill a sense of mission in the new generation of practitioners, the higher-ups of the Divine Summer Kingdom named this town Bloodbone Town. Bloodbone Town is modest in size, encompassing only over 1,000 acres. Under Su Shasha's guidance, Lu Sheng and the others swiftly exited the gates of Bloodbone Town and entered the perilous wilderness. At this moment, numerous practitioners were training just outside the gates of Bloodbone Town. Lu Sheng surveyed the scene and noted that most of these practitioners were merely in their 50s, evidently new recruits who had only recently transitioned their careers this year. The monsters they faced were predominantly beast-like, including a monstrous bird over 3 meters long that could breathe fire, and a 3-headed wolf known for its agility. He even spotted creatures that, until now, had only existed in movies. Massive carnivorous dinosaurs that had been extinct for hundreds of millions of years, leaving Lu Sheng in awe. Everyone, be cautious. We have now entered a dangerous wilderness area. Su Shasha, who had been leading the way, suddenly turned around to warn the others while retrieving a silver staff embedded with jewels from her satchel. With a flourish, she cast divine protection. In the next moment, a sacred light descended from the heavens, enveloping several of them and forming a semi-transparent golden shield, the signature skill of a priest. Continue on ahead. I will hold the rear. Xiao Yu also drew his equipment, gripping a broad sword in his right hand and a shield in his left, clad in heavy steel armor. He positioned himself firmly at the back, adopting a defensive stance. Divine blessing. Observing the two taking precautions, Lu Sheng seized the opportunity to cast a full attribute blessing spell on both of them, while ignoring Luan entirely. Truly an ignorant fool. Seeing Lu Sheng neglect to bestow a blessing upon him, Luan's eyes flashed with malice as he fixed his gaze on Lu Sheng, resembling a predator targeting its prey. Chapter 39, Arrival at the Training Zone, Dark Crossing. Fool. Yet, Lu Sheng was unperturbed and even offered a retort from his previous life. How dare you insult me? Luan exclaimed, nearly convinced he had misheard, incredulously pointing at Lu Sheng. How did you know I was insulting you? Do you admit to being a foolish idiot? Lu Sheng responded with a mischievous grin. Although he could not fathom why Luan insisted on opposing him, he would not let anyone bully him. You. At this point, Luan was seething with rage, promptly drawing a staff and preparing to strike at Lu Sheng. Enough of this. At a crucial moment, Su Shasha intervened again, urging the two. The Bloodsand War Zone is fraught with dangers, with numerous monsters rampaging and practitioners from the other 3 kingdoms lurking in the shadows. If we continue to bicker amongst ourselves, we risk total annihilation should we encounter a crisis. Luan, recognizing the wisdom in Su Shasha's words, grudgingly relented and ceased his harassment of Lu Sheng. Yet, he did not forget to leave behind a threatening remark. Enjoy your arrogance while it lasts. But as a mere judgment night, I look forward to seeing how you will plead for my help when danger arises. Let us see who ends up begging whom. Lu Sheng retorted with a cold smile, entirely unafraid. What a joke. With the incredible advantage of a 10,000-fold amplification, even facing a level 200-second transformation practitioner would not deter him from a fight. Under such circumstances, would he need to plead for help? Certainly not. As the two temporarily ceased their hostilities, Su Shasha finally breathed a sigh of relief. As for Xiao Yu, he resembled a caring older brother, earnestly advising Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng, the Bloodsand War Zone is vast, yet only a minuscule portion falls within the dominion of our divine Xia nation. Once we trespass into enemy territory, should the adversaries discover our presence, they will likely launch an attack without hesitation. Your profession is slightly lacking. Hence, remember to position yourself at the center of our ranks. I shall do my utmost to shield you, understood? Understood. Lu Sheng nodded, realizing during their journey that both Su Shasha and Xiao Yu possessed commendable character. Their words stemmed purely from goodwill, devoid of any mockery. Subsequently, the quartet pressed onward, plunging into the primordial forest of the Bloodsand War Zone, steeped in an atmosphere reminiscent of ancient times. Upon entering the forest, Lu Sheng finally grasped why. Despite the inherent dangers, numerous practitioners willingly ventured into this perilous domain to level up. Almost every few dozen meters, he encountered clusters of magical beasts, with even the lesser groups numbering more than 10. In larger gatherings, the count soared to hundreds. Fortunately, although these creatures were numerous, their levels were relatively low, mostly around level 55, and their individual combat prowess was not formidable. With Su Shasha as a level 72 priestess and Xiao Yu as an 83 level warrior, They not only exhibited overwhelming combat capabilities, but also maintained a significant level advantage over these magical beasts. Thus, throughout their journey, the creatures scarcely reached Lu Sheng. They were effortlessly dispatched by Su Shasha and Qiao Yu. Ding! Congratulations on successfully slaying the Firehawk beast, earning 122 experience points, and acquiring the exquisite feather material. Ding! Congratulations on successfully slaying the Primal Wind Wolf, earning 131 experience points, and obtaining the undigested shield equipment. Ding! Congratulations on successfully slaying the Spiked Sword Hedgehog, earning 102 experience points, and securing the Sharp Spike Sword material. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 51, gaining 5 base attributes and 5 free attributes. Listening to the continuous chimes resonating in his mind and witnessing the rapid ascent of his experience bar, Lu Sheng found himself at a loss, torn between gratitude and guilt. Countless times along the way, he had been tempted to intervene upon sighting the magical beasts. Yet, he was unable to cast even a single spell, as the obstructive creatures were effortlessly dealt with by Su Shasha and Qiao Yu. Remarkably, he received the full share of experience points as if he had been reaping the rewards without any effort. Just as Lu Sheng contemplated whether he should take the initiative to relieve his teammates of some pressure, Su Shasha suddenly gestured for everyone to halt. "What is the matter?" Qiao Yu inquired, puzzled. Su Shasha shook her head without responding, instead pointing ahead with a serious expression, saying, "What lies before us is the Despair Canyon. We have arrived." "Oh, have we really reached it?" Lu Sheng's heart stirred, and he quickly lifted his gaze. Before him, a profound canyon emerged from the forest. Resembling a ferocious beast sprawled across the earth, evoking an overwhelming sense of danger. "Is this the Despair Canyon?" Lu Sheng murmured. The Despair Canyon lies within the territory of the Wano Nation, and it is certain that numerous practitioners from their ranks are present. If we recklessly venture in, we could be ambushed. However, I have conducted my research in advance. As Su Shasha spoke, she retrieved a map from her satchel and unfolded it for everyone to see, pointing to a specific location. This area is known as the Dark Crossing, the most remote section in the northwest of Despair Canyon. Rarely does anyone journey there to level up. Having said that, she glanced at the sky and added, "Moreover, nightfall is imminent. Most of those from the Wano Nation, after a day of leveling, should be returning to the safe zone to rest." With her words lingering in the air, Su Shasha continued, "If we seize the cover of night to level up at the Dark Crossing and depart before dawn, the Wano practitioners should remain oblivious to our movements. What do you think?" "No objections." Qiao Yu responded almost immediately, nodding in agreement. "I too have no objections." Lu Sheng followed suit, expressing his concurrence. "Humph." Luan let out a cold snort, remaining silent yet exuding an air of defiance. His reaction, nonetheless, signified his tacit approval of Su Shasha's proposal. "Very well. Since everyone is in agreement, let us proceed." With everyone on board, Su Shasha waved her hand and resumed her stride, leading the group toward the canyon ahead. Chapter 40. Elite Magical Beasts, the Ancient Nine-Headed Serpent. However, unlike their previous swift march, Su Shasha's pace had significantly slowed, and she meticulously surveyed her surroundings. Even the faintest rustle would prompt her to halt until she confirmed their safety, adopting an attitude of heightened vigilance. Qiao Yu mirrored her caution, firmly positioning his shield in front of him, ready to charge at a moment's notice, as if anticipating an ambush. Even Luan, who had consistently exhibited arrogance, tightly gripped his staff, his magical energy surging, clearly prepared for imminent combat. Fortunately, their luck held, and they encountered no substantial obstacles nor any practitioners from the Wano Nation. After a brief half-hour, as the sun dipped below the horizon and night enveloped the land, they finally reached their destination, the Dark Crossing. Surveying the shadowy surroundings, Su Shasha, having confirmed the absence of Wano practitioners nearby, let out a quiet sigh of relief. "We have arrived. Everyone can prepare to level up." A relieved smile graced her face. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, a sudden crack echoed as the ground split open. A massive creature, stretching dozens of meters, adorned with vibrant red scales and boasting 9 heads, surged forth from the earth, lunging menacingly at the unsuspecting Su Shasha. "Be careful." Lu Sheng's pupils contracted as he instinctively moved to assist. However, before he could act, Qiao Yu dashed forward, intercepting the beast. Brutal charge. Whoosh. In an instant, Qiao Yu transformed into a blur, almost in the blink of an eye, crashing into the magical beast with immense force. HP 311. The creature let out a pained cry, abandoning its pursuit of Su Shasha to turn its attention toward Qiao Yu. It was only at this moment that Lu Sheng finally discerned the creature's base attributes. Target: Ancient Nine-Headed Serpent. Type: Beast. Rating: Elite. Level: 62. Health points: 6,433. Mana points: 3,127. Combat power rating: 341 stars. Unique skills: Corrosive Acid, Death's Embrace. This beast, adorned with 9 heads, each possessing its own independent consciousness, is an elite magical creature. Caution is paramount. Su Shasha loudly cautioned while swiftly retreating a few steps, ensuring a safe distance from the ancient hydra. Once she had accomplished this, she raised her staff and uttered a soft incantation. Light's judgment. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Countless milky white orbs of light erupted from Su Shasha's staff, crashing into the massive serpentine body of the blood-stained evil python. HP 222. HP 259. HP 274. Simultaneously, Chao Yu was not idle. He hurled his shield with great force. Spinning flying shield. Whoosh bang. HP 456. The enormous shield traced a brilliant arc through the air before striking the ancient hydra, inflicting considerable damage upon it. Roar. After sustaining heavy blows, the ancient hydra became enraged, opening its gaping maw to unleash a torrent of dark green venom towards Chao Yu. Its unique skill, corrosive venom. However, Su Shasha and Chao Yu were evidently well practiced in their collaboration. As the ancient hydra launched its skill, without waiting for Chao Yu's prompt, Su Shasha, as the priest, proactively relinquished her attack to cast a protective spell on him. Divine Shield. A golden, translucent barrier materialized out of thin air. The skill unleashed by the ancient hydra collided with the shield of divine protection, dissipating nearly 90% of its power, and only dealing a little over 100 points of damage to Chao Yu. Fearless Cleave. Light's Punishment. HP 431. HP 203. HP 221. HP 234. Thus, the trio, 2 humans and 1 serpent, engaged in an intense exchange of skills. Despite the ancient hydra being classified as an elite magical creature, far superior in health, skills, and combat rating compared to ordinary monsters, Su Shasha and Chao Yu exhibited remarkable synergy. One, a priest capable of healing and shielding, and the other, a warrior with robust health and formidable defense. Under such circumstances, although the ancient hydra's combat prowess was commendable, it could not withstand their combined might for long, and soon. Its health bar was entirely depleted, leading to its demise. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully slain the ancient hydra, earning 5,832 experience points. Goodness, over 5,000 experience for a single monster? Upon seeing the information displayed on the panel, Lu Sheng was taken aback, finally grasping Su Shasha and the others' intentions. No wonder they were willing to risk being targeted by the professionals of the Woken Nation to level up in this despair canyon. The experience points here were astonishingly high. Merely defeating an elite monster could yield over 5,000 points, far more than what one would earn from slaying a horde of creatures outside. Moreover, this was with the experience being split among 4 people. If one were to kill this magical creature solo, would that not equate to over 20,000 experience points? With this thought, Lu Sheng felt a surge of excitement. Well done. At this moment, witnessing the monster's defeat, Chao Yu laughed heartily and hurriedly began to collect the spoils. Unfortunately, the ancient hydra dropped only a few worthless materials, failing to yield any decent equipment. Goodness, this loot is utterly disappointing. Observing the meager drops from the ancient hydra, Chao Yu shook his head in regret. Actually, it's not too shabby, Lu Sheng replied with a smile. Though this monster didn't drop anything of value, the experience points are quite impressive. Indeed. I wouldn't have imagined that we would successfully slay an elite monster right after entering Despair Canyon. This is certainly a triumphant start. Su Shasha chimed in enthusiastically. Only Luan remained aloof, seemingly disdainful of the other's performance, crossing his arms and sneering. Umph. Just a mere ordinary elite monster. I could easily handle it alone. Look at how proud you all are. You've clearly never seen much. Chapter 41, Wilderness Boss. Ancient Tyrannosaurus. Ha ha ha. Senior Luan, with your formidable combat prowess, such ordinary creatures are indeed no match for you. Chao Yu chuckled in response, unfazed by the taunt, and turned to Lu Sheng, saying, Lu Sheng, I'll take the items dropped by this monster for now, but rest assured, when we return to Bloodbone Town, we'll split everything equally, no matter how much we earn. But that is not fair. You and Shasha were the ones who defeated it. I hardly contributed. Lu Sheng protested, only to be interrupted by Chao Yu. All right, we're all professionals from the Divine Summer Nation. Why be so pedantic? If I say we're splitting it, then we're splitting it. Yes, Lu Sheng. Since we formed a team, we're a collective. What we gain should be shared equitably. We can't let you accompany us for nothing. Su Shasha echoed in agreement. Well, if you insist. Seeing their insistence, Lu Sheng felt his heart warm. Recognizing the sincerity of their offer, he reluctantly nodded with a wry smile. That's the spirit. With Lu Sheng's agreement, Su Shasha and Chao Yu displayed satisfied smiles. The atmosphere among them grew increasingly harmonious, and the trio felt a sense of camaraderie, as if they had known each other for ages. Yet, just then, a piercing voice abruptly shattered the pleasant ambience. Wait. You can split the loot with this useless knight, but I must declare in advance that anything I obtain is off limits to you. Luan shouted, glaring at Lu Sheng with evident hostility. How could Su Shasha and Chao Yu be so ignorant of etiquette? As a dazzling frost mage, he was the true pillar of this team. Logically, Su Shasha and Chao Yu should be revolving around him in all matters. Yet, at this moment, these two fools were treating a mere paladin with such warmth. even neglecting to consult him regarding the distribution of the spoils. Was this not sheer folly? Senior Luin. You. Su Shasha and Xiao Yu's eyes widened in shock at Lu En's sudden outburst. Humph. However, Luin didn't spare them a glance. Clearly resolved not to join forces with them. Fine, if we don't split it, then so be it. One less person won't make a difference. Lu Sheng laughed nonchalantly, quickly reassuring the two, despite his intense dislike for Luin, to the point where he wished to slap him into oblivion. He restrained his anger out of respect for Su Shasha and Xiao Yu. Subsequently, the group tidied up briefly before resuming their leveling journey. Despair Canyon, renowned for its high experience yield in the Bloods and War Zone, did not disappoint. Even though the Dark Crossing was merely a remote corner of Despair Canyon, the abundance of monsters and the richness of experience far surpassed everyone's expectations. Moreover, while these monsters appear fearsome in their visage, in reality, most possess only average combat prowess, with scant vitality and thin hides. There is no need for Lu Sheng to intervene. Su Shasha and Xiao Yu alone can effortlessly dispatch them. Thus, within a mere half hour, the four companions ascended 3 levels in one go. Haha. At this rate of advancement, it would not be a stretch to attain another 20 levels before dawn. Xiao Yu, with his inherently carefree nature, expressed his emotions openly, his joy radiating as he observed his experience bar swelling ever more. Still, it would be wise to exercise caution. I can't shake the feeling that this place is rather peculiar. Lu Sheng interjected, sensing an oddity in the Dark Crossing. After all, such a prime leveling ground should naturally attract the practitioners from the Yamato nation. Yet, despite having battled monsters here for half an hour, not a single soul had made an appearance. As the saying goes, unusual occurrences often herald danger. With this thought, Lu Sheng couldn't help but raise his vigilance subtly. There's no need for concern. It's late at night, and those Yamato practitioners must surely be fast asleep. Xiao Yu replied nonchalantly, as long as they don't intrude. This Dark Crossing is akin to paradise for us. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Shasha, who had been leading the way, suddenly faltered in her steps. Huh? Why have we stopped? Lu Sheng asked, furrowing his brow upon noticing her hesitation. Su Shasha remained silent, trembling as she raised a finger to point at a location not far away. The group turned their gazes in unison, collectively gasping in astonishment. Before them, amidst a tangle of boulders, lay a behemoth of a creature, its body cloaked in verdant scales and crowned with a single horn reminiscent of a tyrant lizard, lying quietly as though it were merely a massive stone. Su Shasha had been entirely oblivious to its presence, and by the time she perceived the danger, she was perilously close to the dinosaur. Instinctively, Lu Sheng cast a detection spell upon the creature. Target, Ancient Tyrannosaurus. Type, Beast. Rating, Outdoor Boss. Level, 100. Health points, 23,000. Combat rating, 722 stars. Unique skills, Terrifying Roar, Tail Sweep, Mighty Stomp, Bone-Crushing Chew. This ancient tyrant was the true monarch of the Despair Canyon. Is this truly the most formidable outdoor boss, the primitive Tyrannosaurus? Su Shasha stammered, drenched in cold sweat. Lower your voice, don't wake it. Xiao Yu urgently whispered from behind. Upon hearing this, Lu Sheng noticed that the primitive Tyrannosaurus remained blissfully asleep, its eyes still shut tight. Yet, despite this, Su Shasha dared not let her guard down. After all, the primitive Tyrannosaurus was renowned as an immensely powerful boss in Despair Canyon, with countless practitioners having unwittingly fallen prey to it in the past. Su Shasha could hardly fathom that one day she would find herself so close to such a deadly foe. No wonder this Dark Crossing, despite being teeming with monsters and rich in experience, deterred any Yamato practitioners from venturing here. It turned out to be the lair of the ancient Tyrannosaurus. However, with the situation as it was, there was no time for regret. She could only tread carefully, attempting to retreat slowly while the boss remained unawake, hoping to escape before it stirred. Yet, as the adage goes, what one fears often comes to pass. Just as Su Shasha began to take her first cautious step back, the primitive Tyrannosaurus, which had been peacefully slumbering, suddenly opened its eyes without warning, its massive pupils akin to headlights locking onto Su Shasha in an instant. Chapter 42. Crisis Moment, Unleashing Power. Shasha, be careful. Seeing the primitive Tyrannosaurus awaken, Xiao Yu was startled and instinctively moved to assist, only to be halted by Lu Sheng's hand. Lu Sheng, what are you doing? Xiao Yu exclaimed in confusion, eyes wide with concern. Don't go over there. You are no match for this outdoor boss. Lu Sheng warned gravely, remaining composed, because at this moment, the primitive Tyrannosaurus had already targeted Su Shasha as its primary threat, and any attempt by Xiao Yu to intervene would only place both of them in peril. What should we do? Xiao Yu's face was a mask of anxiety. To save Shasha, they needed either to incapacitate the primitive Tyrannosaurus before it could strike, or have someone draw its attention away, sacrificing themselves to create an opportunity for her escape. Otherwise, as a priest unskilled in melee combat, she would likely be obliterated in a single encounter. As Lu Sheng contemplated this, he reached into his pack for his demon scythe, preparing to leap into action. Control it? However, at that moment, Xiao Yu, seemingly struck by inspiration, directed his gaze towards Luan, who stood nearby. Luan, as an ice mage, you must possess powerful control skills. Please, I implore you to save Shasha. His voice was tinged with desperation. Huh, now you seek my aid? Where was this plea before? Luan responded with a smirk. His arms crossed, and an air of smug satisfaction about him, mocking Xiaoyu. Luan, what do you mean? Lu Xing's class is primarily supportive. Sending him into danger is tantamount to condemning him. Xiaoyu retorted, his voice laden with urgency, abandoning even the formalities of addressing Luan as a senior. Humph, isn't it better if he dies? Without him, we stand to gain more experience and loot. Luan remained unmoved, harboring a narrow-minded disposition. Having witnessed Su Shasha and Xiaoyu's camaraderie with Lu Sheng, he had long felt a tinge of jealousy. Now, he awaited the moment when they would kneel and beg for forgiveness. Shameless. Xiaoyu trembled with rage, ready to retort once more, but was restrained by Lu Sheng's hand. Let us not waste time with him. Lu Sheng's countenance darkened, his heart seething with anger, despite having no personal vendetta against Luan. Both were practitioners of the divine summer nation. Yet, Luan's disdain for him purely based on his support role, even wishing for his demise at the jaws of the boss, was a malice that warranted no further existence. However, now was clearly not the time to settle scores with Luan, as the primitive Tyrannosaurus was slowly rising from the ground, preparing to charge at Su Shasha. This is bad. Despair flickered across Su Shasha's face as she hurriedly summoned a protective shield around herself. I have to fight. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu raised his shield, determined to charge forward and confront the boss head-on. In that critical moment, a sudden, imposing figure surged forward, surpassing both Xiaoyu and Su Shasha. Charging directly at the ancient Tyrannosaurus, none other than Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng, are you out of your mind? Come back. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Su Shasha and Xiaoyu nearly had their eyes bulging out of their sockets. Yet, Lu Sheng appeared oblivious to their exclamations, as he continued his movements without the slightest hesitation, unleashing 3 skills in one breath. Divine Blessing, Summon, Seraphim Projection, Frenzied Judgment. A resounding hum filled the air. A sacred golden light descended from the heavens, transforming into a translucent figure adorned with wings. Indeed, it was the Seraphim Projection. However, in the presence of so many witnesses, Lu Sheng did not amplify his combat talent 1,000-fold. Thus, at this moment, the Seraphim Projection was merely a basic angelic manifestation, not a projection of Gabriel. Nevertheless, this was more than sufficient for Lu Sheng. In the blink of an eye, Lu Sheng charged towards the primal Tyrannosaurus, raising the demon scythe in his hand. Clang. Critical hit. HP 799. Alas, the primal Tyrannosaurus had only just awakened, its mind still clouded in confusion, and before it could even comprehend the situation, Lu Sheng's scythe struck its forehead, nearly rendering it unconscious on the spot. In pain, the primal Tyrannosaurus staggered back 3 steps. What? He actually repelled the primal Tyrannosaurus? Meanwhile, Su Shasha and Xiaoyu, witnessing a mere paladin manage to confront the wild boss primal Tyrannosaurus head-on, were utterly flabbergasted. Even Luan, who had always looked down on Lu Sheng, couldn't help but narrow his eyes in surprise. But that was not all. At this moment, the primal Tyrannosaurus finally regained its senses, seeing a diminutive human adventurer daring to challenge the majesty of the ruler of Despair Canyon. It erupted in fury and unhesitatingly unleashed a skill at Lu Sheng. Roar. The despairing howl. A terrifying sonic wave surged forth, causing the very ground to crack and erupt in a shower of debris, while the horrifying echoes reverberated through the depths of the canyon, lingering endlessly. HP 577. Lu Sheng, caught directly in the path of this sonic wave, was struck hard, suffering a significant loss of health and becoming momentarily dizzy, nearly losing consciousness. However, he quickly regained his composure, shaking his head as if nothing had happened, and charged once more towards the primal Tyrannosaurus, exhibiting an unwavering determination to face this boss in a fierce contest. Such high defense. Suck. Observing this spectacle, Xiaoyu and Su Shasha could no longer contain their astonishment. Gasping in disbelief, Lu Sheng's display of combat prowess was utterly extraordinary. Not only was his attack formidable enough to repel a boss, but his defense was also astonishingly high. It was crucial to note that had they faced the primal Tyrannosaurus's despairing howl head-on, they likely would have been defeated in a single blow. Yet Lu Sheng merely lost over 500 health points, and as if unaffected, he was once again embroiled in battle with the boss. This was no ordinary paladin of Blue Star. Even superclasses and hidden professions paled in comparison. Could it be that he wielded a piece of dark gold quality equipment? Finally, Luan began to piece together some clues. Glancing at the grotesque demon scythe in Lu Sheng's grasp, which shimmered with a deep crimson glow, he was nearly rendered speechless. For in the current era of Blue Star, only dark gold quality equipment emanated such a hue. The Judgment Paladin was a class that heavily relied on gear. The difference between a geared and an ungeared Judgment Paladin was akin to that between 2 entirely distinct professions. Chapter 43. There are no weak professions, only weak individuals. Since the dawn of the universal class transition era, an age-old adage has circulated throughout Blue Star: there are no weak professions, only weak individuals. The existence of the judgment specialization for paladins must surely hold significance. However, prior to this, the unique characteristics of the judgment paladin had led to its capabilities being severely underestimated. Indeed, underestimated. After all, the judgment paladin was profoundly dependent on equipment. Whether it be attack skills, magic skills, or summoning skills, nearly every ability was inexorably linked to the strength of one's gear. Yet, due to this profession's peculiar focus solely on output, the supportive advantages of the paladin class were often overlooked. This oversight made it exceedingly difficult for judgment paladins to find suitable allies, and consequently, they struggled to obtain appropriate equipment. Without suitable gear, a judgment paladin could not unleash their true combat potential, and many could scarcely even achieve the fifth transition. This was undeniably a vicious cycle. Fortunately, with the unprecedented anomaly that was Lu Sheng's emergence, the judgment paladin, long regarded as an inferior class, was destined to shine brightly through his efforts. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. It turns out he possessed a piece of dark gold quality equipment. Meanwhile, Luin gradually regained his composure. Despite being somewhat surprised by Lu Sheng's dark gold equipment, he did not let it weigh heavily on his mind. After all, the judgment paladin had languished in weakness for far too long on Blue Star. The prevailing perception of this profession was one of insignificance, incompetence, and utter uselessness, an impression not easily altered. Thus, Luin remained dismissive of Lu Sheng, curling his lip in disdain as he remarked, "Though I have no idea how a piece of garbage like you acquired dark gold equipment. Do you think you can take down the primal Tyrannosaurus with just that? I'm eager to see how you meet your demise." As he spoke, he glanced at Su Shasha and Luin, boastingly proclaiming, "And you too, should you falter, then kneel and beg for my assistance. Perhaps if I'm in a good mood, I might lend a hand." You. Hearing these words, Su Shasha and Luin's expressions shifted dramatically. Ignore him. Lu Sheng, without turning back, kept his gaze firmly locked on the primal Tyrannosaurus ahead. Bang. Concurrently, the primal Tyrannosaurus, realizing its first skill had failed to eliminate Lu Sheng, revealed its fury through its colossal eyes and, without pause, unleashed a second skill. Tail sweep. Swish. The massive tail flashed through the air like a thick whip, striking Lu Sheng with astonishing speed. Bang. HP 721. In the next moment, accompanied by a resounding thud, Lu Sheng was caught off guard, nearly sent flying, as his health plummeted at a visibly alarming rate, plunging the situation into dire straits. "Lu Sheng, we're coming to help you." Fortunately, at this critical juncture, Qiao Yu finally regained his senses and made to rush forward. "I'm here too." Su Shasha raised her staff as well. At this moment, with the primal Tyrannosaurus's attention drawn towards Lu Sheng, the two could have easily escaped unscathed. Yet, they chose not to, resolutely standing by Lu Sheng's side in battle. Even knowing that without Lu's formidable control and output, even with all three of them combined, they might not be a match for the primal Tyrannosaurus, they remained steadfast in their resolve. Witnessing the reactions of the two, Lu Sheng felt a warmth in his heart, silently affirming that he had indeed not misjudged them. However, when it came to their proposal of launching a joint attack, he resolutely declined. "There's no need for that. You two should assist me from the rear. This wilderness boss is a challenge I shall face alone," Lu Sheng proclaimed emphatically. What? The moment those words escaped his lips, not only Qiao Yu and Su Shasha were taken aback, but even Lu and was startled, clearly unprepared for the notion that a mere judgment knight would dare to confront a wilderness boss in a one-on-one duel. Had he lost his mind? No. This was far too perilous. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Shasha dismissed Lu Sheng's audacious idea. "Lu Sheng, this is not the time to show off. The original Tyrannosaurus is the mightiest boss in the Despair Canyon. Even super professionals are no match for it." Qiao Yu chimed in, equally anxious. Yet before he could finish, Lu Sheng interrupted him with a wave of his hand. "Rest assured, if my health dwindles, you can come to my aid then." Lu Sheng flashed a confident smile at the two. Although he had discerned from their earlier engagement that the original Tyrannosaurus was no trivial foe, he was bolstered by the fact that his 10,000-fold amplification was still available, ready to alter the tide of battle at his discretion. Thus, he was certain he would not falter here. Furthermore, his primary purpose in venturing into the Bloodsand War Zone was to rescue his fellow geniuses targeted by the Yamato nation. Therefore, he intended to reserve his trump card, the amplification, for a critical moment. Lastly, he wished to seize this opportunity to gauge the true combat prowess of his judgment specialization, to ascertain whether it was indeed as ineffectual as others had claimed. As for Su Shasha and Qiao Yu, although their levels were slightly higher than his, their equipment quality paled in comparison to his own, rendering their offensive and defensive capabilities vastly inferior. Should they rashly engage, they would not only fail to assist him but risk being swiftly dispatched by the original Tyrannosaurus's skills. Such an outcome would be no laughing matter. With this thought, Lu Sheng gritted his teeth and charged forward towards the original Tyrannosaurus. "Shasha, quickly, heal Lu Sheng." seeing Lu Sheng's firm resolve to duel the original Tyrannosaurus. Qiao Yu urgently called out to Su Shasha. Understood. Su Shasha nodded in acknowledgement and promptly cast a spell towards Lu Sheng. Heal. A gentle golden light enveloped Lu Sheng, restoring his HP by an impressive 522 points. Such remarkable restorative capabilities. Lu Sheng marveled at the sudden surge in his health, recalling that Su Shasha was indeed an exceptionally skilled healer. With the priest's support, he felt emboldened, fully unleashing himself as he brandished the Scythe of Demons. Engaging in a fierce battle with the original Tyrannosaurus, exchanging claw strikes for scythe slashes. Simultaneously, his recently summoned angelic projection was not idle either. Blade of Heaven. After a brief moment of devout prayer, the angelic projection conjured a long sword engulfed in blazing holy flames. Following this, it delivered a powerful strike against the original Tyrannosaurus. Divine Judgment. A solid damage figure of 211 shot forth from above the original Tyrannosaurus's head. This damage seems quite substantial. Observing the fearless angelic projection, Lu Sheng raised an eyebrow, instinctively glancing at its base attributes. Chapter 44. Fierce Battle with the Wilderness Boss, a True Man in 6 seconds. Target, Seraphic Projection. Type, Magical Creation. Race, Lesser Angel. Level, 54. Health, 1600. Mana, 1200. Strength, 250. Wisdom, 120. Agility, 133. Mentality, 43. Stamina, 207. Combat Power Rating, 204 stars. Skill 1. Blade of Heaven. Skill 2. Divine Judgment. Skill 3. Exorcising Holy Flame. Is that only a combat power rating of over 200 stars? Lu Sheng couldn't help but chuckle bitterly at the angelic projection's meager rating. Previously, he had assumed that this projection, capable of bypassing level disparities to inflict nearly 200 points of damage on the original Tyrannosaurus, was formidable. Yet, he had not anticipated that this unenhanced seraphic projection possessed a mere combat power rating of 200 stars, with only 3 paltry skills. A stark contrast to the Gabriel projection he had summoned with a 10,000-fold amplification. Nevertheless, Lu Sheng did not dwell on this too much. After all, this entity, prior to any amplification, was merely a summoning creature, capable of assisting in battle but not pivotal in determining the outcome. Moreover, he had intended to test his own strength this time, without relying excessively on the seraphic projection's power. Otherwise, why not simply summon the Gabriel projection directly and avoid all this hassle? Little did he know that as the seraphic projection engaged, Su Shasha and the others were far from calm. Wow, why is Lu Sheng's angelic projection so formidable? Qiao Yu exclaimed, astonished. Previously, he had teamed up with several paladins and was aware that they could summon angelic projections to assist in combat. However, the projections he had witnessed before primarily served supportive roles, pale in comparison to Lu Sheng's projection, which could inflict over 200 damage on a wilderness boss with such high defenses. This damage even surpassed that of some beast master's creatures. I see now. Lu Sheng is a Judgment Knight. His angelic projection is unlike those summoned by the paladins we've encountered before. It must be primarily combat-oriented. Su Shasha interjected, seemingly having pieced it together. Ah, that makes sense. Qiao Yu reflected, realizing that while all paladins possess the ability to summon angelic projections, the 3 specialized types yield entirely different projections. For instance, the healing paladin summons a holy angel projection to continuously restore allies' health, while the sacrifice paladin calls forth a guardian angel projection to bolster allies' defenses against damage. These 2 types of projections clearly emphasize support over combat. Only the judgment specialization summons the seraphic projection, which, while offering no contribution to the team and lacking any supportive functions, is the sole type of angelic projection focused on combat among the 3 specializations of paladins. Su Shasha and the others were witnessing a Judgment Knight summon a seraphic projection for the first time in their lives, leaving them utterly astonished. They had heard that a paladin's combat power rating would enhance the strength of their summoned angelic projection. As Su Shasha spoke, she cast a deep glance at Lu Sheng, murmuring, "It seems Lu Sheng is far more complex than he appears." Fervent Judgment. Bang. Critical hit. HP 777. On the other side, the fierce battle between Lu Sheng and the primal Tyrannosaurus continued to rage. Despite being only level 54, Lu Sheng faced an imposing level disparity of over 40 levels against the primal Tyrannosaurus. However, as long as the level difference did not exceed 50, the constraints imposed by the rules were significantly mitigated. Coupled with the ceaseless healing provided by Su Shasha from the rear, he need not worry about depleting his life force in the short term. Indeed, he grew bolder with each confrontation, nearly maximizing the formidable attributes of the Judgment Knight, characterized by high burst damage, substantial harm, and robust defense. In just a few minutes, Lu Sheng managed to whittle down half of the primal Tyrannosaurus's impressive health pool of over 20,000. Roar. At last, the primal Tyrannosaurus, incensed, emitted a furious roar. In the next moment, under the horrified gazes of Su Shasha and the others, It opened its cavernous maw and lunged at Lu Sheng with the intent to devour him whole. Lu Sheng, beware. This was the primal Tyrannosaurus's ultimate move, bone-crushing chew. Once ensnared within its jaws, escape would be nearly impossible. Xiao Yu, witnessing this, turned pale and urgently called out, Lu Sheng, quick dodge. Su Shasha echoed his concern, frantically urging him to move. Yet, Lu Sheng stood as if oblivious, rooted in place. What? Seeing this scene, Xiao Yu and Su Shasha nearly suffered a heart attack. Just as they were about to rush to his aid, it was too late. With a sickening crunch, the primal Tyrannosaurus's maw clamped shut, engulfing Lu Sheng entirely. Oh no! Su Shasha and Xiao Yu were left aghast. Huh? Has he finally met his end? How audacious to challenge the primal Tyrannosaurus single-handedly. Luin sneered, preparing to flee. But then, an unbelievable spectacle unfolded. The primal Tyrannosaurus's jaws snapped shut repeatedly, yet contrary to expectations, no sounds of bone shattering emerged. Instead, a series of ineffective affixes erupted. Immune, immune, immune. Huh? What was happening? As the onlookers focused intently, they discovered a transparent golden shield had inexplicably appeared around Lu Sheng. Was it not the signature invincibility skill of the Paladin, shield of divine protection? Surprise and delight. Though trapped in the jaws of the primal Tyrannosaurus, Lu Sheng, buoyed by his 6-second true man rogue skill, remained unfazed. He leisurely raised his scythe, the demon's scythe, and unleashed a barrage of frenzied attacks upon the creature's vulnerable maw. Splatter, splatter, splatter. Blood sprayed and flesh flew. HP 322. HP 345. HP 352. Under the influence of the shield of divine protection, Lu Sheng's attack power was diminished by 60. Nonetheless, the primal Tyrannosaurus's jaws lacked any protective scales, making them its most vulnerable point. In this brief window, Lu Sheng inflicted nearly 3,000 points of substantial damage. At last, the primal Tyrannosaurus was thoroughly frightened. This formidable wild boss of the Weeping Valley seemed to possess its unique thoughts. Faced with Lu Sheng's tenacity and its dwindling health, now below 4,000, it hesitated for not a moment. It opened its maw wide and violently expelled Lu Sheng. After this, the creature turned tail, its stout legs propelling it as it skidded toward the nearby canyon, seemingly intent on fleeing. What? This creature knows how to escape? Lu Sheng nearly burst into laughter at the clumsily awkward antics of the primal Tyrannosaurus. However, he would not let the opportunity slip away easily. Attempting to flee? It wouldn't be that simple. With a slight smile, Lu Sheng called out to the dazed Su Shasha and Xiao Yu. Quick, this beast is on its last legs. Let's finish it off together. All right. The two, upon hearing this, snapped back to reality, their eyes lighting up as they immediately pursued, joining Lu Sheng in their final assault on the primal Tyrannosaurus. Fearless Slash. HP 427. Frenzied Judgment. HP 597. Radiant Retribution. HP 233. HP 217. HP 209. Another flurry of damage numbers erupted from above the primal Tyrannosaurus's head. The poor creature, filled with dread, was singularly focused on fleeing, offering no final desperate resistance. Under the combined ferocity of the three, just minutes later, accompanied by a despairing roar as it met its end, the once dreaded wild boss of the Weeping Valley, which had instilled fear in countless adventurers for years, was vanquished, its health bar completely drained, crashing to the ground, its massive body shattering numerous trees and stirring up clouds of dust. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully slain the wild boss, Primal Tyrannosaurus, earning 25,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations. You have leveled up to 55, gaining 5 basic attributes and 5 free attributes. As the melodious chimes resonated in his mind, and Lu Sheng observed his experience bar soaring, Su Shasha and Xiao Yu were utterly bewildered, even rubbing their eyes in disbelief, convinced they were dreaming. Lu Sheng's prowess was simply extraordinary. A supportive paladin had managed to outlast and kill the mightiest boss of the Weeping Valley, the Primal Tyrannosaurus. What a far cry from the infamous Judgment Knight. Often deemed a lackluster class. Surely, even superclasses and hidden classes paled in comparison. Superclass. At that moment, Su Shasha's mind sparked, and she turned to Lu Sheng, exclaiming, Lu Sheng, you can't possibly be a superclass player, can you? A superclass player? The mere mention took Xiao Yu by surprise. Even Luin, who had been silent, perked up his ears, clearly awaiting Lu Sheng's response. A superclass, Lu Sheng murmured, momentarily at a loss for words. After all, the criteria for a superclass was at least an A-level combat talent. Yet his combat talent soared to an SSS level, surpassing ordinary superclasses by 3 whole tiers. Given this context, it would be no exaggeration to say that mere superclass players were unworthy to even carry his shoes. Of course, this was Lu Sheng's secret, one he would not readily divulge to outsiders. However, the identity of a superclass player would serve as a perfect cover for him, who had already acquired considerable combat prowess. With this in mind, Lu Sheng decided to go along with the flow, nodding affirmatively and stating solemnly, indeed. I am a superclass player. What? You truly are a superclass player? Su Shasha's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, Lu Sheng, you've been hiding this from me all along. Indeed, Lu Sheng, had I known you were this formidable, we wouldn't have feared a thing. We could have boldly marched into the Weeping Valley. Qiao Yu added jokingly. This, I must clarify, was not a deliberate concealment. Lu Sheng awkwardly rubbed his nose, on the verge of fabricating an excuse to deflect the situation. Yet, before he could finish his words, Qiao Yu chuckled reassuringly. Haha, it's perfectly fine, you need not explain. We understand. After all, we have only recently met, so it's only natural for you to harbor some doubts about us. Su Shasha chimed in with a sympathetic expression. Indeed. If I were in your position, I wouldn't easily divulge my secrets either. Thank you for your understanding. Observing their genuine and unpretentious demeanor, Lu Sheng felt a warmth in his heart, further solidifying his desire to befriend them. So, you were merely pretending to be a fool. Meanwhile, realizing that Lu Sheng was a rare and formidable professional, Luan, seemingly unwilling to be overlooked, stepped forward to address Lu Sheng. Very well. Considering you possess some utility, let us erase our previous grievances. Upon finishing his statement, he lifted his chin high, as if bestowing a great favor upon Lu Sheng. Get lost, you dog-like creature. Just seeing you makes me nauseous. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Sheng retorted with a vehement curse. What did you say? Luan's expression hardened, his aura turning icy as he glared at Lu Sheng, demanding, dare to repeat what you just said? Fool. Lu Sheng unabashedly hurled another expletive at him. At this, Su Shasha and Qiao Yu exchanged peculiar glances, struggling to suppress their laughter that threatened to erupt. Luan's face flushed with rage, clearly unprepared for Lu Sheng's blatant disrespect, instinctively ready to retaliate. However, he suddenly hesitated, recalling Lu Sheng's impressive combat prowess displayed during his battle with the primal Tyrannosaurus. This enigmatic judgment knight not only boasted high attack and explosive power, but also possessed astonishing defensive capabilities. Luan questioned himself. Even though he held a formidable level of 91, nearly 40 levels above Lu Sheng, facing a primal Tyrannosaurus alone would leave him with little chance of victory, save for fleeing. With this realization, he quickly suppressed his burgeoning fury. Just as he pondered how to regain his composure, Qiao Yu exclaimed, Look! The primal Tyrannosaurus seems to have dropped equipment. His eyes lit up as he pointed excitedly. Chapter 46, Dragonbone Staff, Golden Quality. The others immediately followed his gaze, their attention drawn to the corpse of the primal Tyrannosaurus they had just defeated, where several items radiating various hues of light sparkled under the moonlight. Among them, one piece exuding a golden glow was particularly hard to overlook. Wow, it really dropped equipment. Lu Sheng's eyes widened in realization that, in the current Blue Star, equipment dropped by bosses would appear beside their corpses, to be discussed and allocated among team members. Qiao Yu wasted no time and dashed forward to pick up the gleaming golden item, scrutinizing it closely. Dragonbone Staff. Type, two-handed staff. Intelligence, 65. Stamina, 45. Mentality, 25. Required level, 100. Quality, golden. This uniquely designed staff appeared to be crafted from some indescribable bone of the primal Tyrannosaurus. Wow. A golden quality two-handed staff, with such high attributes. Qiao Yu exclaimed, excitement bubbling forth. Haha, we've struck gold. Su Shasha's face flushed with exhilaration. What? Golden quality? Even Luan couldn't hide a glimmer of insatiable greed in his eyes upon seeing the attributes of the Dragonbone Staff. It was no wonder they reacted this way. In the present Blue Star, exceptional quality equipment predominantly resided in dungeons of Helm mode and above, with outdoor drops being almost negligible, truly a rare find. Although the Dragonbone Staff bore no additional effects, its attributes perfectly suited magic-based professions, particularly the intelligence attribute, which was an impressive 65. Moreover, the staff's striking design made it a noteworthy piece. Lu Sheng, you defeated that outdoor boss, so the dropped equipment rightfully belongs to you. At this moment, Qiao Yu, holding the staff, hurriedly approached Lu Sheng and unhesitatingly handed it over. Lu Sheng did not refuse. Instead, he accepted the staff and turned to Su Shasha, saying, Shasha, you're a priest. This staff is perfectly suited for you. Without waiting for her reaction, he firmly placed the staff into her arms. But that's too valuable. Startled, Su Shasha instinctively attempted to decline, but Lu Sheng waved her off. Had it not been for your healing, I alone would not have been able to defeat the primal Tyrannosaurus, so this staff rightfully has your share. But Su Shasha was about to argue. However, at that moment, Luan interjected, wait, I'm also a magic-type profession. This staff is equally useful to me. Why is no one considering my opinion? Unable to contain himself any longer, he stepped forward, raising his voice. Yet, as soon as he spoke, Lu Sheng immediately retorted without a second thought, get lost. You. Luan felt a surge of indignation, nearly choking on his fury. Yet, faced with Lu Sheng, he dared not retaliate, knowing he could not win. In resignation, Luan redirected his ire towards Su Shasha and Qiao Yu, threatening ominously, Su Shasha, Qiao Yu, I see you two have no intention of returning to Guang'an. Upon hearing this, Su Shasha and Xiao Yu's expressions shifted dramatically. Noticing their reaction, Lu Sheng raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's wrong?" "And nothing." Su Shasha forced a laugh and shook her head, then urged Lu Sheng, "Perhaps we should just give the staff to Luan?" "What? Give it to him?" Lu Sheng's brow furrowed in disbelief, responding adamantly, "Even if I were to use the staff to stoke a fire, I would never give it to that fool." "Lu Sheng, you do not understand." Xiao Yu quickly tugged at his sleeve, whispering urgently, "Luan has powerful connections. His brother Lu Quan is a hidden profession, the Cloud Sword Saint, renowned in Guang'an for his formidable combat prowess." Xiao Yu continued, seemingly anxious that Lu Sheng did not grasp the gravity of the situation. "Moreover, Lu Quan was admitted to the prestigious Jinglong Academy a decade ago. If we provoke him, we might not even make it back home." "What? Such a situation exists?" Lu Sheng's expression darkened, clearly taken aback by the unexpected complexity of the matter. "How about it? Are you afraid now?" Luan, observing Lu Sheng's momentary hesitation, initially believed that Lu Sheng was intimidated. With a smug expression, he proclaimed, "If you're afraid, then obediently hand over your staff. Otherwise, I'll let my brother." Before he could finish his sentence, a resounding slap echoed through the air. With a forceful blow, Luan was sent soaring as if he were a kite with its strings severed, crashing violently into the grass several meters away, leaving his face grotesquely swollen like a pig's head. Chapter 47. Exclusive Profession, Fusong Ninja. At this juncture, a tall figure casually brushed off his hands, as though he had merely performed a trivial act. Indeed, it was Lu Sheng. Su Shasha and Xiao Yu gasped in astonishment, utterly unprepared for Lu Sheng's audacity to strike Luan, fully aware of his influential backing. Even Luan himself was taken aback. "Why you dare hit me?" Struggling to rise from the ground, one hand pressed against his swollen cheek, he glared at Lu Sheng from a distance, his eyes brimming with unrestrained resentment and envy. Yet Lu Sheng dismissed him entirely, coolly remarking, "If you dare to bark again, do you believe I will render you incapable of ever barking again?" "You." At those words, Luan felt a shiver run down his spine. Though Lu Sheng appeared calm and collected, the unintentional aura of menace he exuded, coupled with his declaration of silencing him forever, clearly indicated one undeniable truth. Lu Sheng was indeed willing to act against him. That madman. Realizing this, Luan was immediately covered in goosebumps, no longer daring to persist. After all, given Lu Sheng's astonishing display of strength moments ago, even he felt no assurance of victory in a confrontation. Adhering to the principle that revenge is a dish best served cold, Luan resolved to abandon his pursuit of the Dragonbone Staff and to seek retribution against Lu Sheng at a later time upon returning to Guang'an City. Suddenly, a series of sharp, piercing sounds sliced through the air. Countless razor-sharp, unknown objects plummeted from the dark void above, resembling a torrential downpour, enveloping Luan in an instant. What is this?" Startled, Luan instinctively attempted to evade. However, as a mage, his agility was inherently low, even with a warning. He was ultimately a step too slow. With a series of sickening thuds, blood spattered everywhere. HP 810. HP 794. HP 892. A harrowing sequence of damage numbers erupted above Luan's head, eliciting a shrill scream from him. Moreover, these sharp objects were tethered by a lengthy steel wire, which pierced through Luan's body, pinning him firmly in place, rendering him immobile. What just happened? Lu Sheng was momentarily taken aback, still processing the unforeseen turn of events. Just then, a chilling voice, laced with an odd tone, drifted over from a distance. "You wretched Chinese pigs never learn, do you? You dare to trespass into our Yamato territory once more. Who is it?" Lu Sheng exclaimed, startled, as he turned to locate the source of the voice. Perched atop a nearby withered tree, a bizarrely clad figure draped in a black robe with a masked face stood observing them, his eyes gleaming with a mocking amusement akin to a cat toying with a mouse. Indeed, it was mockery. Almost instinctively, Lu Sheng cast an insight spell on the newcomer. Target, Takeda Jiro. Exclusive profession, Fusong Ninja. Nationality, Yamato. Level. Health points, 14, 760. Killing value, 0. Combat rating. Why can't I see his level or combat rating? Lu Sheng was taken aback by the information displayed on the opponent's status panel. He intended to warn Xiao Yu and Su Shasha beside him, but before he could utter a word, Xiao Yu's expression shifted dramatically, as though he had grasped something terrifying. Pointing at the newcomer and stammering, "Takeda Jiro? Why, you're the infamous Thousand Slaughters, Takeda Jiro? It seems this Chinese pig possesses some knowledge, recognizing my true identity." Takeda Jiro replied with a cold smile, not bothering to conceal who he was. "This is bad." As the realization of the adversary's identity sank in, Xiao Yu's heart leaped to his throat. He stepped forward, shielding Lu Sheng and Su Shasha, raising his shield high while urging, "Lu Sheng, Shasha, you must flee. I will hold them off." "Flee? Why should I run?" Lu Sheng asked, bewildered. "Fool, at this moment, can you not see? This man is the notorious Thousand Slaughters." Takeda Jiro. As he spoke, Xiao Yu seemed desperate to convey the gravity of the situation, adding urgently, moreover, he is a Fusang ninja, an exclusive profession of the Yamato nation, whose combat strength surpasses that of many super and hidden professions. Chapter 48. The Dragon's Reverse Scale, Touch It and Die. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, Lu Shang's wariness heightened. At that moment, Takeda Jiro spoke again, his voice leisurely echoing among them. I recall having slaughtered no fewer than 1,000 Chinese pigs in this Despair Canyon prior, each one eviscerated, skinned, and dried into jerky, subsequently returned to your safe zones. He paused, lifting his gaze to ask ominously, yet, even so, do you still not learn your lesson? Over 11,000. You killed over 1,000 of our divine Xia's practitioners? Lu Sheng felt a tightening in his chest. The calmness he had maintained shattered as a surge of uncontrollable rage welled up within him, nearly pushing him to the brink of madness. But that was not all. What followed from Takeda Jiro's lips not only shattered Lu Sheng's worldview, but also obliterated his preconceived notions about beasts. Ah, how fortuitous. I happen to be rather hungry at the moment. I shall use your hearts as a delicacy for tonight's supper. Takeda Jiro licked his lips cruelly as he spoke. Eating hearts? Lu Sheng's expression went blank. What? Afraid? Takeda Jiro scoffed disdainfully, as if speaking of something trivial. There is no need for surprise. In the eyes of us Yamato people, you Chinese pigs are not worthy of being called human, but rather mere livestock. Since you are livestock, then you are, of course, consumable. He added with a sense of pride. Moreover, over the years, I have devised numerous culinary methods for preparing Chinese pigs. For instance, the flesh of males is rather coarse and suited for high-temperature frying. The flesh of females tends to stick to the teeth, ideal for slow boiling in warm water. As he spoke, a reminiscent expression crossed his face, and he continued, Oh, and I particularly relish the flesh of Chinese infants, as it is delicate and can be served as sashimi. Each word, each statement. Ugh. At long last, Su Shasha and Xiao Yu could no longer suppress the tumultuous upheaval within their stomachs, and they doubled over, retching violently. Enough! Lu Sheng roared in fury. His fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh, drawing forth a cascade of blood that he remained utterly oblivious to, despite being a time traveler. He had long known from his previous life that these wretched beings from the land of the Japanese were all psychologically deranged, harboring extreme ideologies. Yet, the depravity exhibited by their willingness to consume human flesh and devour human hearts, all while displaying an insatiable delight in their grotesque acts, transcended the bounds of humanity. They were nothing more than unrefined beasts, a species yet to evolve. As the adage goes, touch the dragon's reverse scale, and one is doomed. The actions of Takeda Jiro had undoubtedly crossed Lu Sheng's threshold of tolerance, compelling him to make a resolute decision, one drenched in blood and destined to instill terror across the globe. You deranged beast, you no longer deserve to inhabit this world. Lu Sheng's countenance was frenzied. As he spoke, a thought seemed to strike him anew, prompting him to add, No, it is not just you. Your entire race, your entire nation, are unworthy of existence on this earth. I, Lu Sheng, hereby vow that from this day forth, any creature from your wretched nation, regardless of age, gender, or status, from the highest noble to the lowliest commoner, from the elderly to newborns, shall be met with merciless execution upon encountering me. I shall annihilate you to the last, leaving not a trace of your kind, until this world is rid of your abhorrent species. Should I fail in this oath, may the heavens smite me and the earth swallow me whole. As his words echoed, a deafening rumble resounded in the previously tranquil sky, as if heralding an ominous portent. Humph, you wish to eradicate our nation? Just you, a mere paladin? Takeda Jiro scoffed, his laughter filled with disdain as he beheld the menacing Lu Sheng from a distance. It was pitiful that he remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation and the formidable, unfathomable monstrosity he was about to confront. At that moment, noticing that Takeda Jiro's attention was fixated on Lu Sheng, Luin seized the opportunity, resolutely unleashing a skill he had long been preparing in secret, the Frost Ring. Boom. In the next instant, a frigid aura erupted from Luin, radiating outward in a wild frenzy. Takeda Jiro, closest to him, was the first to bear the brunt. His legs instantly encased in ice, rendering him immobile. Huh, success! Luin exclaimed triumphantly, ready to break free from his bonds and escape. But before he could take any action, a sudden, startling sound echoed, a loud bang. To Luin's horror, he witnessed Takeda Jiro's freshly frozen form inexplicably transform into wood. Indeed, it was wood. What? A decoy? Luin gasped, momentarily stunned and unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Foolish pig. Did you genuinely believe I was unaware of your little tricks? A chilling voice rolled ominously from behind him. It was none other than Takeda Jiro himself. Chapter 49. A sudden betrayal. The bloodshed begins. You dare to resist before me, the slayer of thousands, Takeda Jiro? As punishment, I shall consume your heart before your very eyes. Takeda Jiro coldly declared, observing the dazed expression on Luin's face. No, please no. In that instant, Luin was utterly terrified, collapsing to his knees before Takeda Jiro, trembling as he pleaded, "Great sir, grant me a chance to live. If you spare me, I will gladly become your loyal dog." Ah! Takeda Jiro laughed heartily at Lu N's display, tauntingly addressing Lu Sheng and the others. "Do you see? This is the pig from your land, an utterly spineless race. With just a few tactics, I can easily make you all submit." You. Upon hearing such heart-wrenching words, Lu Sheng and his companions were visibly distressed. Su Shasha, filled with indignation, shouted at Luin, Takeda Jiro is a deadly enemy of our nation. Do you not fear the wrath of the heavens for betraying your homeland? Bah, I am the one caught in this predicament, not you. You stand there speaking without a care. Alas, Luin remained unmoved. He was inherently a coward, and against Takeda Jiro, he could not even invoke his brother as a shield. After all, as a professional from the enemy nation, Takeda Jiro was a mortal threat to their homeland, and he would not care how formidable Lu and connections might be. Resolute in his prior decision, Luin boldly declared to Takeda Jiro, "Great sir, please spare my life. I can serve as your informant in Bloodbone Town, relaying all the movements of the professionals from our homeland." Humph, at least you know how to gauge the situation. Takeda Jiro mused, momentarily refraining from attacking Luin, instead contemplating his words. He then waved his hand. "Very well. I happen to have an urgent task at hand. I need to locate a super professional from your nation named Luo Xianxian. If you can assist me in determining her whereabouts, I might consider sparing your life. Rest assured, I will swiftly aid you in uncovering Luo Xuanxuan's location." Upon hearing this, Luin felt as if a great burden had been lifted, bowing repeatedly before Takeda Jiro and fervently expressing his loyalty. "Excellent." Takeda Jiro nodded in satisfaction at Luin's eagerness. Luo Xianxian? Upon hearing that familiar name, Lu Sheng's heart skipped a beat. Yet, he had no chance to inquire further. At that moment, fearing that Takeda Jiro might change his mind and kill him, Luin suddenly raised his hand, pointing at Lu Sheng, and shouted, "Sir, be cautious. This man is no ordinary paladin. He is a super professional with formidable combat prowess." "What? A super professional?" Takeda Jiro initially appeared stunned, but then his eyes sparkled with interest, grinning widely at Lu Sheng. "Huh. I did not expect that my idle stroll today would yield such an unexpected delight. This is bad." As Takeda Jiro turned his focus toward Lu Sheng, Xiao Yu's expression changed drastically, urging, "Lu Sheng, don't hesitate, run." "Yes, Lu Sheng, you are a super professional, our nation's hope for the future. If you perish here, the loss to our homeland would be monumental." Su Shasha chimed in, adding her voice to the plea. After saying this, she took a determined step forward, positioning herself alongside Xiao Yu, clearly intent on covering his retreat. This as Lu Sheng beheld the unwavering backs of the two, he felt overwhelmed with emotion, nearly shedding tears. Yet he did not flee. Instead, he gazed at them earnestly and asked, "But what will happen to you if I leave? You are unlike us. We are merely ordinary combat professionals. Our lives are expendable. Our deaths would bear little impact." Su Shasha spoke without turning her head. "Moreover, if we can preserve a single super professional for our country before we meet our demise, we shall be able to stand tall before the valiant heroes of the past, even in the afterlife." "Indeed." Xiao Yu nodded in agreement, a wild grin spreading across his face as he boisterously declared, "To hell with those damn Fusong ninjas. I swear, even if I have to sacrifice my life today, I will carve a piece of flesh from that despicable beast." Each exclamation echoed with fervor, witnessing their impassioned resolve. Even in the face of the formidable Fusong ninjas, they showed not a trace of fear, vowing to protect him at all costs. Well. At last, Lu Sheng could no longer contain his excitement, breaking into a broad smile as he exclaimed, "Su Shasha, Xiao Yu, I shall forever count you two as my friends." With that declaration, he paid no heed to their reactions and resolutely strode forward towards Takeda Jiro. "Lu Sheng, what are you doing? Come back." Taken aback by this sudden turn of events, Su Shasha and Xiao Yu instinctively attempted to call him back. Yet, Lu Sheng remained undeterred, casually stating without looking back, "You too, keep your eyes wide open and witness what a true paladin is capable of." Chapter 50. This is just unscientific. Without waiting for Su Shasha and Xiao Yu's reactions, Lu Sheng stepped forward, for the first time in his life, showcasing his extraordinary combat talent under the gaze of all. Tenfold Amplification. A mysterious resonance filled the air. In the next moment, a radiant golden holy light descended from the heavens, enveloping the seraphic projection beside Lu Sheng. Then, under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the previously unremarkable seraph began to swell at a visibly rapid pace, expanding to over 3 meters in height, and sprouting 6 pairs of pristine white wings where there had previously been but one. Furthermore, the once indistinct features of his face sharpened into a strikingly handsome visage, imbued with depth and enigma. In his hand materialized a beautifully crafted cross-shaped holy sword, radiating with a brilliant divine glow. Complemented by a vivid crimson cloak and flowing golden locks cascading down his shoulders, he appeared as the most flawless sculpture, deserving of reverence, embodying none other than the Archangel Gabriel. "What is this?" Startled by the sudden manifestation of Gabriel's projection, Takeda instinctively cast a perception spell. Yet, upon seeing what lay before him, his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Target, 12-winged Archangel Gabriel. Type, Angel Projection. Race, Upper Deity. LV, 54. Health, 12,000. Energy, 0. Combat rating, 1,200 stars. What? The Archangel Gabriel? Gazing at the exaggerated attributes displayed on Gabriel's panel, Takeda could no longer suppress his astonishment, exclaiming aloud. At level 54, a combat rating of 1,200 stars? How is that even possible? Su Shasha and Xiao Yu stood there, slack-jawed, nearly convinced they were dreaming. Who exactly is this individual that he can summon a divine being? Even Lu and found himself gaping, clearly taken aback by Lu Sheng's unexpected card as a mere paladin. It was no wonder they reacted this way. The name of the Archangel Gabriel was too renowned. As the sole leader of all angels in heaven, a true upper deity, the most exquisite creation in God's hand, the myths surrounding him were well known to all present. Yet, none of them had anticipated they would one day truly witness the embodiment of this divine figure. Even though what Lu Sheng summoned was merely a projection of Gabriel, not the true archangel himself, it was still profoundly awe-inspiring. After all, this was a genuine deity. In the current realm of Blue Star, any involvement with a divine entity, be it skills, equipment, or items, was anything but ordinary, each possessing extraordinary power beyond imagination. I understand now. At this moment, Takeda finally snapped out of his shock. Observing the overwhelming strength of Lu Sheng's angelic projection, he seemed to piece together the puzzle. A look of realization crossing his face as he inquired, "If I am not mistaken, your combat talent must enhance the angelic projection?" He then continued, disregarding Lu Sheng's response. A smirk appearing as he disdainfully added, No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. It turns out you have such a trump card. Unfortunately, your angelic projection is only level 54. Under the rules, it poses no threat to me at all." "Oh, really?" Lu Sheng smiled faintly at this, choosing not to refute but instead provocatively beckoning with his pinky. "Then why don't you come and give it a try, you arrogant little pig?" In response, Takeda erupted in fury, no longer able to contain himself, as he let out a sinister laugh. "Very well, if you are so eager to meet your end, I shall oblige and show you the ultimate technique of our Fusang ninjas." With that declaration, he sprang from his perch, leaping into the air, and as he soared, a dark gray circular shuriken was launched from his palm. Ultimate technique, Gale Shuriken. Swish! In the next moment, accompanied by a series of piercing winds, the shuriken spun rapidly through the air, its speed not only undiminished but accelerating as it hurtled towards Lu Sheng's throat, exuding an aura of lethal intent. "Lu Sheng, watch out!" Observing this scene, Su Shasha hurriedly called out, while Xiao Yu raised his shield, preparing to lend support. Yet, Lu Sheng remained completely unfazed, even taking the time to stretch leisurely. TCH, resorting to underhanded tricks right from the start. What a despicable creature. Lu Sheng scoffed, standing firm, not moving an inch, merely waving his hand. Shield of Heaven. Buzz. In the next moment, a translucent shield abruptly materialized around Lu Sheng, enveloping him completely. Then, clang, sparks flew. The shuriken, launched by Takeda was utterly shattered against Lu Sheng's shield, as if the shield was not a mere magical artifact but an indomitable fortress, leaving Takeda eyelids twitching in disbelief. What? He possesses an active defense skill? And such high defense that it can withstand my ultimate attack? Witnessing this astounding spectacle, Takeda pupils constricted, still struggling to comprehend the shocking turn of events. However, Lu Sheng was not idle. Seizing the opportunity, he issued a directive for a free attack on the Gabriel projection at his side. Divine Charge. In the next instant, Gabriel transformed into a distorted beam of holy light, colliding forcefully with Takeda. Bang! HP 555. This is impossible. Witnessing Gabriel inflict effective damage upon him in a mere moment, Takeda was once again taken aback. Retreating frantically in an attempt to distance himself from the Gabriel projection, incredulously exclaiming, "How can this angel projection, which is only level 54, possibly attack me, a level 150? In such a manner? This is utterly unscientific." Chapter 51. The Ultimate Technique, Falling Blossom Thousand Blade Kill. Simultaneously, the Gabriel projection unleashed another skill. Holy Flame Baptism. Boom. HP 322. HP 359. HP 361. The sacred flames blazed fiercely, instantly siphoning away nearly 1,000 points of Takeda health. This is bad. This entity can actually disregard the rules. Finally, Takeda came to terms with reality, observing that the Gabriel projection could indeed ignore the regulations, launching indiscriminate attacks from level 94 against him. At this moment, Takeda was thoroughly frightened. After all, the Fusang ninja was inherently an agile class akin to an assassin, possessing low defensive capabilities. Moreover, the Gabriel projection was a purely summoned entity, not a true life form. Even if it perished, it would not affect Lu Sheng in the slightest. With this realization, Takeda made a decision that he would regret for for a lifetime. Capture the leader first. Fixing his gaze on the real Lu Sheng not far away, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Takeda Jiro's eyes. Much like Yifei, who had been exhausted to death by Lu Sheng, he chose to directly assault Lu Sheng's corporeal form, hoping to swiftly conclude the battle. Yet little did he know that this incessant desire to take shortcuts would lead him further down the path of self-destruction, spiraling out of control. Ultimate technique, void escape. Whoosh. Without hesitation, Takeda Jiro slipped, his entire being plunging directly into the ground beneath him. Huh, he can even burrow underground? Watching Takeda Jiro vanish from sight, Lu Sheng raised an eyebrow, still processing what had transpired. The next moment, ultimate technique, skyward crescent slash. Bang. Suddenly, the ground beneath Lu Sheng violently fractured, sending dust flying in all directions. Then, Takeda Jiro, who had only just burrowed underground, erupted from beneath Lu Sheng's feet, wielding a ninja blade aimed viciously at his neck. Seeking a decisive kill. In this critical moment, chains of judgment. Stab. Critical hit. HP 922. A divine chain, shimmering with golden light, plummeted from the heavens. Its sharp barbs piercing into Takeda Jiro's collarbone, rendering him immobile. Haha, surprised are we? With Takeda Jiro now so close, yet utterly unable to approach him any further. Lu Sheng could not suppress a triumphant smile. Baka. Upon witnessing Lu Sheng's reaction, Takeda Jiro could no longer contain the frustration boiling within him, cursing vehemently. The Gabriel projection was simply too troublesome, capable of ignoring the rules, and possessing a full 9 skills, each with boundless utility, some for attack, others for defense, and even skills for control and close combat, excelling in every aspect with no weaknesses. Under such circumstances, even though Takeda Jiro had exerted all his efforts, he still could not lay a finger on Lu Sheng, left only with impotent frustration. This won't do. This angel projection is far too vexing. I must devise a way to swiftly eliminate that pig's corporeal form, or the longer this drags on, the more unfavorable it becomes for me. In just a few minutes, his health had plummeted below 10,000. Finally, Takeda Jiro was thoroughly panicked. Gritting his teeth, it seemed he made a momentous decision. In the next moment, under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he raised his long sword and plunged it fiercely into his chest. Stab. Blood spurted. HP 1000. A strange crimson damage number quietly traversed above Takeda Jiro's head. As the blade pierced his flesh, an unhealthy flush immediately blossomed on his face. Huh. He is resorting to self-harm to gain resource points? Upon witnessing this, Lu Sheng's heart stirred, for he discerned clearly that prior to his self-infliction, Takeda Jiro's kill count had consistently displayed as 0. Yet after stabbing himself, his kill count inexplicably surged to 25, though not particularly familiar with the Fusang ninja class. As a transmigrator, Lu Sheng quickly grasped the underlying mechanics. It turned out that the Fusang ninja must inflict damage upon enemies to accumulate sufficient resource points. You pig from China, I shall make you pay dearly for this. Simultaneously, after stabbing himself, Takeda Jiro's animosity towards Lu Sheng reached its zenith. For as Lu Sheng had surmised, the Fusang ninja class required a certain amount of kill points to unleash powerful skills. These kill points, akin to a warrior's fighting spirit, needed to be accrued through attacks. Under normal circumstances, Takeda Jiro could have accumulated enough kill points during an ordinary battle. However, facing Lu Sheng, he was forced to resort to self-harm. With no time to waste, having acquired sufficient kill points, Takeda Jiro finally unleashed his most proficient powerful skill, ultimate technique. Falling Blossom Thousand Blade Kill. Swish, 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 bang, 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 bang. Rapidly forming over a dozen intricate hand seals, Takeda Jiro shouted fiercely. In the next instant, countless resplendent petals began to cascade from the previously empty sky, their expanse nearly engulfing the entire dark crossing. Under such a widespread cover, not only Lu Sheng but even Su Shasha, Chao Yu, and Luan found themselves ensnared within this bizarre rain of petals. This is bad. Su Shasha and Chao Yu's expressions shifted dramatically upon witnessing this. Without understanding Takeda Jiro's true capabilities, they had no idea what this skill entailed or the extent of its damage. Thus, prudently, the two of them wasted no time and immediately activated their strongest defensive skills. Please spare me, it's me. Not far away, Luan was also terrified, hastily casting an ice shield while repeatedly calling out to Takeda Jiro. However, their concerns were clearly unwarranted, for Takeda Jiro's skill was not an offensive one, but rather a large-scale control technique. Indeed, it was control. In the next moment, where the petals fell, an abundance of resplendent vines erupted from the earth with ferocious vigor, rising skyward. These tendrils seemed to possess a consciousness of their own, growing at an astonishing pace while actively ensnaring their nearby targets. Chapter 52. The Ultimate Judgment, the Sin of All Living Beings. Caught completely off guard, Lu Sheng found himself ensnared tightly. Not only him, but even the projection of Gabriel he summoned was thoroughly entangled by the vines, unable to move. Haha, it worked. Takeda Jiro exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed toward Lu Sheng with the speed of thunder. Is this really happening? Lu Sheng thought, utterly speechless. He had not anticipated that this adversary possessed such powerful control skills, capable of restraining even his Gabriel projection. Nevertheless, he maintained an air of calm. For the moment he decided to summon Gabriel's projection, the outcome of this battle had already been predetermined. In the face of absolute power, no matter how hard Takeda Jiro struggled, he would ultimately find himself in vain. Die, you swine. Takeda Jiro sneered as he saw Lu Sheng, now immobilized, drawing ever closer. Unable to contain his excitement, he gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, envisioning the exquisite moment when he would deliver a fatal blow, slaying Lu Sheng outright. But just then, TCH, boring. I'm done playing with you. Lu Sheng scoffed, no longer willing to engage in this trivial skirmish with Takeda Jiro. Indeed, he had grown weary of it. After all, this method of combat, utilizing the angelic projection, did not truly reflect his capabilities. However, he would employ any means necessary to eliminate a beast like Takeda Jiro, devoid of all morality. Very well, before your demise. Allow you to witness the power of the divine. This shall be your lifetime honor. Lu Sheng proclaimed with pride. Observing Lu Sheng, who remained composed despite his predicament, and the profound implications of his words, Takeda Jiro felt an extreme sense of foreboding rising within him. For reasons unknown, he dared not strike at Lu Sheng, who was now so close, and instead recoiled as if struck by lightning, assuming a defensive stance. As anticipated, at that moment, the Gabriel projection, which ought to possess no sentience, unexpectedly spoke again. The divine declares, you are guilty. Boom. With those words, thunder reverberated through the air. In the next instant, under the incredulous gazes of all present, the ground around them shattered, revealing countless bottomless pits. Then came the sound of bones grinding and cracking. From within those pits, grotesque and fearsome skeletons began to claw their way out from the depths of the earth. What on earth is happening? My heavens, why are there so many skeletons? At this bizarre spectacle, Su Shasha, Xiao Yu, and Luan were instantly covered in goosebumps. What have you done? Takeda Jiro stammered, his teeth chattering, clearly shaken by the eerie scene unfolding before him. In truth, it was not just them. At that moment, even Lu Sheng wore a bewildered expression. Just moments prior, he had merely commanded Gabriel's projection to unleash its powerful skills to swiftly eliminate Takeda Jiro. After all, the Gabriel projection possessed forbidden spell skills, and should they be invoked, no matter how formidable Takeda Jiro was, he would surely meet his end. Yet, Lu Sheng had never anticipated that Gabriel would conjure such an uncanny scenario. As he gazed at the mass of grotesque skeletons surrounding him, Lu Sheng instinctively scoured Gabriel's skill set, discovering a skill that had just entered cooldown, and examined its detailed description. Ultimate Judgment, the sin of all living beings. Note, a supreme light-based forbidden spell that can awaken the souls of all wrongfully deceased within 100 miles to assist in battle, lasting for 1 hour. Those who believe in my God shall attain eternal life. Holy moly, it can control the undead? Upon reading the skill's description, Lu Sheng was utterly flabbergasted. He never imagined that the Archangel Gabriel, known for embodying righteousness and light among all angels, would possess such a sinister ability. But this was merely the beginning. Gabriel spoke once more. Your sins are unforgivable. Even death cannot absolve them. Even hell has closed its gates upon you. Only by fighting for my God can you cleanse yourselves of your wickedness. Arise, sinners, take up your rusted weapons, and fight for the glory of my God. Arise, sinners. Reclaim your final dignity, and fight for the justice of heaven. With each utterance, as soon as Gabriel finished speaking, the previously hollow-eyed skeletons ignited with a pale, eerie flame. In an instant, the horde of skeletons turned in unison, locking their sights upon Takeda Jiro. Holy hell! Witnessing this sight, Takeda Jiro nearly soiled himself. Despite being renowned as a ruthless butcher in the Bloodsand War Zone, accustomed to witnessing horrific and bloody scenes, he had rarely encountered anything that could truly frighten him. Yet the bizarre spectacle before him evoked a visceral dread. At that moment, he sensed that if he remained, he would undoubtedly be devoured by the legion of skeletons. Realizing this, Takeda Jiro succumbed to terror, and without hesitation, he activated a skill for escape. Technique, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Bang! With a resounding thud, the solitary figure of Takeda Jiro split into over a dozen identical clones, each indistinguishable from the other. After executing this maneuver, he shot Lu Sheng a venomous glare, uttering a menacing threat. You, Chino, I will remember you. Just wait, I will personally rip out your heart. With that, he wasted no time and commanded his myriad of clones to flee in various directions. Meanwhile, his true self blended among the clones, making a frantic escape toward the southeast. It must be noted that Takeda Jiro, as a seasoned veteran of the Bloodsand War Zone, made astute choices and exhibited remarkable situational awareness. Yet, as before, the moment Lu Sheng summoned Gabriel's projection, his fate had already been sealed. Chapter 53, The Fallen Practitioner. Am I seeing things? The illustrious Thousand-Man Slayer, the most fearsome cold-blooded butcher of the Bloodsand War Zone, was actually frightened away by a paladin? At this moment, witnessing Takeda Jiro's retreat, Lewin could hardly believe his eyes, his jaw nearly dislocating in shock, feeling as if his entire worldview had been overturned. Su Shasha and Chao Yu were equally stunned, rendered speechless by the astonishing turn of events. As Takeda Jiro was on the verge of escape, the two could hardly contain their astonishment and hurriedly called out to Lu Sheng. Quickly, he is about to flee. Lu Sheng, stop him. Ah, no rush. Lu Sheng replied with an air of nonchalance, not only refraining from pursuing immediately, but even leisurely stretching his limbs. What does no rush mean? Witnessing his demeanor, Su Shasha was nearly infuriated to death. She hastily interjected, he is Takeda Jiro, the executioner responsible for the deaths of thousands of our Dragon Kingdom's professionals. Allowing him to escape would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Tiger? What tiger? Lu Sheng raised an eyebrow, disdainfully retorting. A wretch like him is hardly worthy of such a title. I see him as nothing more than a maggot. But Su Shasha attempted to speak further, only to be interrupted by Lu Sheng's dismissive wave. Rest assured, I won't let him go. Meanwhile, on the plain several kilometers away, Takeda Jiro, believing Lu Sheng had refrained from pursuit out of acknowledgement of his own short legs, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Damn that pig from China, just wait. Once I gather the elite assassins of the Dragon Slayer team, I shall return to toy with you at my leisure. At that moment, the dense jungle was within reach. If he could just slip into the foliage, he would be able to escape using the complex terrain. Just as he was poised to hasten his flight, the skeletons surrounding Lu Sheng began to stir. Indeed, they moved. The first skeleton took action, raising its battered longbow and loosing an arrow aimed directly at Takeda Jiro. Identifying shot. Whoosh. In the next instant, an arrow engulfed in blazing flames sliced through the air, hurtling towards Takeda Jiro with the speed of thunder. Huh. Is that a special skill of the archer? Takeda Jiro was taken aback, clearly unprepared for the skeletons to wield such exclusive abilities. The archer's identifying shot was precisely the bane of his ultimate shadow clone technique, capable of discerning his true form and tracking it. However, there was no time for contemplation. As the tracking arrow drew nearer, in a panic, he halted and turned, striking the arrow in half with his sword. But that was merely the beginning. Following the first skeleton's lead, the others quickly emulated its actions, unleashing their own signature skills. Bloody assassination, fearless slash. Some skeletons armed with swords and shields, daggers, initiated a siege on Takeda Jiro's true form. Explosive fireball, frost arrow, spatial slash, chain lightning. Other skeletons wielding staves unleashed a barrage of powerful elemental magic from afar. Wrath of beasts. Some skeletons were even accompanied by the bones of unknown beasts, commanding them to fight alongside. Boom, swish, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, under the incredulous gazes of Chao Yu and the others, thousands of skeletons launched a collective assault. In an instant, countless skills illuminated the air like a meteor shower descending from the heavens, bombarding Takeda Jiro relentlessly. Bang, bang, bang. HP 126. HP 177, HP 62, HP 47, HP 155, HP 92. A piercing wail shattered the night sky. Amidst the frenzied onslaught of skeletons, a cascade of damage numbers erupted above Takeda Jiro's head, ultimately morphing into an indecipherable blur. These skeletons were the fallen professionals from the Despair Canyon. Finally, the highest-ranked Lewin seemed to grasp the situation, exclaiming in astonishment, "What? Fallen professionals?" Su Shasha and Chao Yu quickly focused their gaze, realizing that most of the resurrected skeletons surrounding Lu Sheng were adorned with equipment. Some skeletons appeared to have only recently perished, their bodies not yet fully decomposed, allowing glimpses of their former visages. My heavens, they truly are professionals. No wonder they can perform skills exclusive to professionals. Chao Yu exclaimed in shock. And most of them are professionals from our divine Xia kingdom. Su Shasha's expression turned mournful as she recognized many of the skeletons wore the official battle robes of divine Xia. At that moment, just as they marveled at Lu Sheng's astonishing prowess, a voice suddenly cried out, "Stop! Please stop!" It was none other than the infamous Takeda Jiro. Now devoid of his previous bravado, battered and bloodied, his health plummeting from over 14,000 to a mere 100 points, on the brink of death. Fortunately, Lu Sheng had further inquiries for him, so he refrained from delivering the final blow. Instead, with a mere thought, he commanded, "Cease." With a whoosh, all skills and lights vanished, and the multitude of skeletons halted their actions, obeying Lu Sheng's command without hesitation. Yet, the temporarily spared Takeda Jiro displayed no relief. Rather, he wore a ghostly expression, tremblingly pointing at Lu Sheng, exclaiming, "Why, you are an ultimate professional." What? An ultimate professional? Hearing this rare designation, Su Shasha and the others widened their eyes in disbelief, as if they had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Lewin nearly had his eyes pop out in astonishment. What in the world is an ultimate professional? Only Lu Sheng remained utterly baffled, completely perplexed, as it was the first time he had encountered this term. Chapter 54, S-Class Combat Talent, Ultimate Professional? Lu Sheng, are you really an ultimate professional? At that moment, Xiao Yu could no longer contain his shock and asked Lu Sheng in a low voice. What exactly is an ultimate professional? Lu Sheng inquired with curiosity. Are you serious? You don't even know this. Xiao Yu's expression froze in disbelief. I truly don't know, Lu Sheng admitted with a wry smile. What were you doing in school then? Finally, Xiao Yu could not refrain from asking a heart-stirring question. Of course, I was studying diligently every day. Lu Sheng flushed, awkwardly scratching his nose while mustering the courage to respond. Seeing Lu Sheng's reaction, Xiao Yu couldn't help but shake his head in amusement, realizing that this fellow must not have taken his studies seriously. After all, this was a basic piece of knowledge that nearly every professional would have heard of. Yet Lu Sheng was utterly clueless. If he truly could study diligently every day, that would indeed be a miracle. Never mind, I shall explain it to you. Xiao Yu shook his head and continued. In today's Blue Star, practitioners are categorized based on the strength of their combat talents. Apart from the super practitioners, there exist 3 other transcendent levels that surpass the super practitioners. What? There are 3 more levels? Lu Sheng's pupils contracted upon hearing this. Indeed, Xiao Yu nodded, his voice taking on a solemn tone. These 3 levels are the ultimate practitioners, whose combat talent reaches grade S, the final practitioners, with combat talent at grade SS, and the nearly legendary God-level practitioners, whose combat talent reaches grade SSS. God-level practitioners. The mention of this title stirred something within Lu Sheng. Yet before he could fully grasp its significance, Xiao Yu continued. However, the number of practitioners possessing combat talents above grade S is exceedingly rare. In a typical population of 10 million, one might not even appear, leading many to forget their existence. I see. Upon hearing this, Lu Sheng finally understood. Clearly astonished that there exists such a detailed classification above the super practitioners. Lu Sheng, is your combat talent truly at grade S? At this moment, Xiao Yu raised his head again, gazing intently at Lu Sheng. Before Lu Sheng could respond, Xiao Yu's expression shifted, and he hastily added, Never mind, I shouldn't have asked. You needn't say anything. We don't wish to know. Exactly. Lu Sheng is merely an ordinary paladin. What ultimate practitioner nonsense are you spouting? Su Shasha chimed in, her tone echoing Xiao Yu's, though both of their expressions were somewhat unnatural. After all, Lu Sheng had managed to defeat the formidable Takeda Jiro, who was a staggering level 150, and a specialized profession of the illustrious Fusong ninja, surpassing even super practitioners in combat prowess. What was even more alarming was that, had Takeda not begged for mercy so swiftly, he could have very well been killed on the spot by Lu Sheng. Such an absurdly powerful combat capability could only be attributed to the legendary ultimate practitioners with grade S combat talent, and the two could think of no other explanation. Thus, they promptly retracted their statements, as a single ultimate practitioner could be of immeasurable value to the nation. If they were to thrive, they would become a force to be reckoned with on the battlefield, akin to a nuclear weapon. If this information were to reach enemy nations, Lu Sheng's situation would become perilous indeed. Hence, Su Shasha and Xiao Yu quickly changed their tune, not only preventing Lu Sheng from continuing, but also actively covering for him. Seeing their reaction, the astute Lu Sheng instantly grasped their intentions. After all, even the most ordinary super practitioners from the Divine Summer Nation had been relentlessly pursued by these enemy forces. What of an ultimate practitioner, who was even more formidable? Moreover, he was not merely any ultimate practitioner. For if the classification Xiao Yu just mentioned held true, with his SSS grade combat talent, he was, in fact, a legendary god-level practitioner. If this information were to leak, it would be akin to a comet colliding with Earth. Contemplating this, Lu Sheng prudently sealed his lips, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. At this point, he finally began to stride purposefully towards the battered and barely breathing Takeda Jiro, mocking as he approached. By the way, aren't you people from the Wano Nation fond of disemboweling yourselves? Why haven't you done so? Instead, you're begging for mercy? Disembowel myself? Takeda Jiro paused, quickly offering a forced laugh. Your Excellency jests. If given the chance to live, who would willingly choose death? Oh, you seem rather bold. Lu Sheng raised an eyebrow, coldly inquiring, then let me ask you, do you wish to die, or do you wish to live? Uffed. At this, Takeda Jiro nearly choked, gasping for breath as the absurdity of the question left him momentarily speechless. Su Shasha and Xiao Yu exchanged bewildered glances. Lu Sheng's query was indeed peculiar. What did it even mean to ask whether one wanted to die or not? Was there truly a distinction? Fortunately, Takeda Jiro was evidently a man who feared for his life. Although Wano practitioners were indoctrinated from a young age with the martial spirit of one may kill, but not be humiliated, leading many to become fanatical and prefer disembowelment over submission, not everyone could maintain such composure in the face of death. Takeda Jiro was clearly one of those who couldn't. Without hesitation, he dropped to his knees, repeatedly bowing to Lu Sheng, desperately pleading, My lord, I beg you to grant me a chance at life. If you spare me, I am willing to become your loyal servant. This line sounds oddly familiar. Lu Sheng cast a strange glance at the distant Luan, who, witnessing this display, turned a shade of pale, wishing he could vanish into the ground. Chapter 55. The Three Kingdoms Alliance, Dragon Slaying Team. Ignoring Luin, Lu Sheng lowered his gaze to the kneeling Takeda Jiro and said coolly, "Answer a few questions for me. Perhaps if I am in a good mood, I might allow you to live a little longer." "Really?" Takeda Jiro's eyes brightened, incredulous at the prospect. "Humph. Our practitioners from the Divine Summer Nation are not like you soulless beasts. We honor our words," Lu Sheng declared, feigning righteousness, while secretly engaging in a wordplay game behind the scenes. Although Takeda Jiro was fluent in the Divine Summer language, being a foreigner, he clearly struggled with the intricacies of its profundity. Thus, he unwittingly stumbled into the trap Lu Sheng had laid. "Very well, you said it," Takeda Jiro exclaimed, as if fearing Lu Sheng might change his mind, and hastily added, "Feel free to ask whatever you wish. I will tell you everything I know." "Excellent." Lu Sheng nodded in satisfaction and finally posed a question that had been weighing on his mind for quite some time. "First question. I heard you were searching for Luo Xianxian?" "Indeed." Takeda Jiro nodded affirmatively. "Why are you searching for her?" Lu Sheng pressed further. "To kill her." Takeda Jiro replied without a moment's hesitation. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted them. He quickly added, "Please forgive me, my lord. After all, our nations are adversaries." "You needn't explain. I understand." Lu Sheng waved his hand dismissively and inquired, "Have you found her yet?" "Not yet." Takeda Jiro shook his head, then added, "However, according to the latest intel I've received, the Divine Summer practitioner named Luo Xianxian is currently within this Blood Sand War Zone." "What? Luo Xianxian is also in the Blood Sand War Zone?" Lu Sheng's pupils constricted in surprise, clearly not having anticipated that she had ventured into such a perilous area. "Indeed." Takeda Jiro nodded earnestly. "It is said that Nuo Xianyan is merely an ordinary super professional, so why do you place such great importance on her, even considering her as a primary target for elimination?" At last, Lu Sheng posed a question that had been troubling him for quite some time. At this moment, upon hearing Lu Sheng's inquiry, Takeda Jiro, who had always been eloquent, surprisingly hesitated, failing to respond immediately. Not speaking? Then you may as well perish." Observing this, Lu Sheng showed no mercy, directly invoking his thoughts. Crack. Snap. In the next instant, accompanied by a series of bone-chilling sounds of skeletal friction, the recently subdued skeletons reignited with pale ghostly flames in their eyes, encircling Takeda Jiro, intent on devouring him whole. "Yikes!" Takeda Jiro exclaimed, startled, nearly shouting. I'll tell you, just don't do that." He seemed to fear that Lu Sheng might truly act with lethal intent, and hurriedly added, "According to the information I received earlier, Nuo Xianyan's awakened profession seems extraordinarily unique, posing a threat level that rivals even that of ultimate professionals like yourself. If she grows stronger, she will undoubtedly become a significant problem for our three-nation alliance." Upon finishing his words, he sighed, revealing the convoluted circumstances surrounding the matter. Thus, the high-ranking officials of our three-nation alliance resolved to command the dragon-slaying group to exert their utmost efforts in hunting down Nuo Xianyan, even issuing a hefty bounty to the public. Anyone capable of eliminating her, regardless of their profession or nationality, would be rewarded with a complete set of dark gold equipment. "What? A complete set of dark gold equipment?" Lu Sheng's expression changed upon hearing this. "Indeed." Takeda Jiro nodded affirmatively once more. "This is bad." Lu Sheng's heart sank at this revelation. He had never anticipated that these rogues would go to such lengths to hunt down Nuo Xianyan, risking substantial resources. A complete set of dark gold equipment. It is well known that the desire for superior gear among professionals is beyond imagination. After all, the higher the quality of the equipment, the greater the enhancement it brings to the professional. A dark gold set is capable of inducing a qualitative change in a professional. Even those with wealth cannot easily procure it. One could say it is priceless and unavailable. As the saying goes, under a heavy reward, there will inevitably be brave men. Under such circumstances, Lu Sheng could hardly doubt that once Nuo Xianyan appears, she will undoubtedly become the target of many. Moreover, it is not merely the professionals from enemy nations. Even those from the Divine Xia nation may act against her out of greed. This is troublesome. With this thought, Lu Sheng felt a weight in his heart. Despite his lack of a favorable impression of that aloof girl, the same principle applies. As a professional from the Divine Xia nation and a descendant of Yan and Huang in 2 lifetimes, having encountered this matter, he could not remain indifferent or stand idly by. "Lu Sheng, what is the matter?" At this moment, noticing Lu Sheng's unusual demeanor, Su Shasha hurriedly approached him, while Chao Yu cast a concerned glance his way. "It's nothing." Lu Sheng shook his head, refraining from revealing his worries and forcing himself to regain his composure. After all, he had only recently arrived in the Bloods and War Zone and was still unfamiliar with the complex terrain of this neutral map. If he were to aimlessly search for Nuo Xianyan, he would likely end up lost before finding her. Furthermore, he remained unaware of how many rogues lurked within the Bloods and War Zone. Additionally, his level was only 54, although he possessed the extraordinary ability of a 10,000-fold enhancement, allowing him to effortlessly challenge higher-level foes. Once that ability entered its cooldown period, he would be left without his final trump card. Thus, He chose not to rush into searching for Yen, intending instead to first understand the situation in the Bloods and War Zone and subsequently level up. With this in mind, Lu Sheng once again raised his head, addressing Takeda Jiro. For my second question, what exactly is this three-nation alliance? It seemed he suddenly remembered something, and added, also, what is this dragon-slaying group you mentioned earlier? Takeda Jiro opened his mouth, about to respond, but this need not be said by him. I already know. Suddenly, Xiao Yu stepped forward, addressing Lu Sheng. Oh, Lu Sheng raised an eyebrow at this, not refusing but rather insisting. I am eager to hear more. The so-called three-nation alliance is, in fact, a defensive and offensive coalition formed by three nations that are our most hostile neighbors surrounding the divine Xia nation. Xiao Yu recounted with familiar ease. These three nations include the nation we despise the most, the Woken nation, as well as the Nanbang nation and the Shenyu nation. As for the dragon-slaying group, it is an assassin organization composed of the most talented professionals from these three nations, specifically tasked with ambushing our professionals in the wild. Chapter 56, Skeletons, Devour Him. For instance, this Takeda Jiro is a member of the dragon-slaying group. At this point, Xiao Yu cast a glance at the nearly lifeless Takeda Jiro, his eyes flashing with unmistakable hatred as he gritted his teeth, saying, I've heard that this scoundrel reached level 152 years ago, yet instead of continuing to level up, he has remained in this Bloods and War Zone, committing all sorts of misdeeds. As for the other assassins in the dragon-slaying group, their situations are largely the same. These individuals, supported by the three-nation alliance, are not only well-equipped and powerful, but are all specialized professionals. Under such circumstances, ordinary professionals from our divine Xia nation stand little chance against them. Even super professionals or hidden professionals would find themselves in dire straits. After finishing his statement, Xiao Yu could not help but let out a deep sigh, adding, and this is precisely the fundamental reason why our divine Xia nation's talented professionals have frequently perished in the wild over the years. What? Such a thing exists? Lu Sheng's pupils constricted, almost instinctively asking, has the nation not considered any countermeasures against this group of scoundrels? Of course they have. Xiao Yu shook his head, offering a bitter smile. Our divine Xia nation has arranged for talented professionals to form the Aolong squad multiple times, seeking to teach these scoundrels a lesson they would never forget. However, he continued with an expression of helplessness, these scoundrels are utterly shameless. As soon as they hear our Aolong squad is approaching, they immediately retreat into their safe zones, closing their doors. Our Aolong squad lacks the assurance to breach their territory, which leads to our strength being rendered ineffective. Moreover, our divine Xia nation faces an even more formidable enemy, the Beiying Empire, which is always watching us closely. We cannot keep our talented professionals stationed in low-level maps indefinitely, preventing them from leveling up. As soon as our talented professionals depart, these rogues from the dragon-slaying group emerge once more to wreak havoc, ruthlessly attacking our ordinary professionals. With each of Xiao Yu's words, the fury within Lu Sheng intensified, building to a boiling point until he could no longer contain himself, completely losing his temper. Scoundrels! This is utterly outrageous. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted from Lu Sheng, soaring skyward. Simultaneously, it seemed that the projection of Gabriel sensed the fury within him, radiating an unprecedented, resplendent holy light. The brilliance was so intense that it illuminated the entire dark crossing as if it were broad daylight, causing the nearby Takeda Jiro to nearly soil himself in fright. As he scuttled backward, rolling and crawling for several steps. Fortunately, Lu Sheng refrained from attacking him, instead fixing him with a cold gaze and inquiring, tell me, how many members does your dragon-slaying group comprise? I'm not quite sure. Takeda Jiro stammered, trembling. What? You don't know? Lu Sheng's eyes narrowed at this revelation, prompting Takeda Jiro to exclaim, you see, my lord, the dragon-slaying group is actually a vast organization, not limited to the Bloodsand War Zone. Their presence can be found in nearly all the neutral territories bordering the Divine Summer Kingdom within our Tri-Nation Alliance. Thus, even I am unaware of the exact number of members. At this juncture, he hastily added, all I know is that in the Bloodsand War Zone, the permanent members of the dragon-slaying group, including myself, total 5. 5 is it? Excellent. Lu Sheng nodded, then turned to Su Shasha and Xiao Yu beside him, instructing, you two should step back for a moment. The ensuing scene may turn rather bloody. Huh, what do you mean? Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, while Su Shasha wore a befuddled expression, instinctively asking, Lu Sheng, what are you planning to do? Of course, I am sending this beast to where it belongs. Lu Sheng replied coldly, casting a disdainful look at Takeda Jiro without turning back. What? Takeda Jiro's complexion paled, and he hurriedly protested, but you just said you would spare me. Fool, what I said was that I might let you go if I was in a good mood. But now, my mood is not only poor, it has plummeted to the lowest depths. Lu Sheng sneered, then added with a twisted smile directed at Takeda Jiro, but rest assured, I shall not allow you to die swiftly. For I have arranged quite the spectacle for you before your demise. A spectacle? Takeda Jiro's pupils contracted as he struggled to comprehend, only to hear Lu Sheng continue. Since you, Beast, revel in devouring humans. Then next, I shall allow you to savor the taste of being devoured alive. With that, he waved his hand dismissively. Skeletons, devour him. In the next instant, crack, crunch, a horde of skeletons advanced, encircling the hapless Takeda-jiro, their eyes aflame with malevolence. Chinese pig, you waver in your words. Takeda-jiro screamed in terror, struggling futilely while hurling insults. Yet at this moment, his health had dwindled to a mere 100 points. With no combat value left, even resistance was beyond his reach. Thus, no, please, crunch, crack. The next moment, desperate screams and horrifying sounds of gnawing shattered the stillness of the abyssal canyon. Vomit. Witnessing this gruesome scene, Su Shasha and Xiao Yu could no longer suppress the turmoil in their stomachs, doubling over in a violent bout of retching, nearly expelling their last meal. They had never anticipated that Lu Sheng would command the skeletons to devour Takeda-jiro alive. Yet Lu Sheng's expression remained unwavering throughout. For from the moment Takeda-jiro had revealed his penchant for consuming humans, particularly infants, he had resolved in his heart to return the favor in the most gruesome manner. Of course, the grotesque act of consuming a living being was something Lu Sheng would never undertake himself. Despite harboring deep-seated hatred for Takeda-jiro, he remained human, not a cold-blooded beast from the land of the rising sun. And as long as one is human, certain lines must not be crossed. Fortunately, at this moment, a multitude of resurrected skeletons were conveniently at hand to fulfill this grim duty perfectly. Chapter 57. I have loathed traitors all my life. Just as Takeda-jiro was slowly relishing the death spectacle Lu Sheng had prepared for him, suddenly, a voice rang out nearby. Well done. Luin, observing the sanguinary scene, expressed not a hint of discomfort. Instead, he proclaimed with righteous fervor, this beast from the land of the rising sun has not only caused the deaths of thousands of innocent practitioners from our divine summer kingdom, but has also consumed their corpses as food. Such actions are nothing short of insane and deserving of divine wrath. His current fate is entirely self-inflicted and well-deserved. At this juncture, he gave Lu Sheng a thumbs up, generously commending, Lu Sheng, rest assured, I have witnessed everything today, and when I return, I shall report this matter in full to my brother, who will then inform the authorities so that you may receive your due recognition. Before he could finish his sentence, crack, suddenly, a skeleton, emerging from an unknown location, bit down on his backside. Lu Sheng, what are you doing? Luin cried out in pain, kicking at the skeleton behind him while exclaiming to Lu Sheng in alarm. My brother is a genius from the Jinglong Academy. If you dare to harm me, he will not let you off easily. Uft. Another skeleton lunged at him, gnawing at his shoulder. Crack, crunch. The next moment, like a stone causing ripples in a pond, an increasing number of skeletons stumbled toward Luin's direction. Poor Luin, having already suffered from Takeda-jiro's ambush, found his health at rock bottom and had yet to recover. Now, amidst the overwhelming onslaught of skeletons, he was utterly defenseless and soon followed in Takeda-jiro's footsteps, engulfed by the skeletal horde. What? Su Shasha was stunned, and even Xiao Yu was left speechless, for neither had anticipated that Lu Sheng would turn against Luin so swiftly and decisively. Lu Sheng, you killed him? Su Shasha stammered. If I don't kill him, shall I keep him for the new year? Lu Sheng rolled his eyes, his expression dripping with disdain. The one I loathe most in this life are traitors. The moment Luin knelt before Takeda-jiro, vowing to become his dog, he had already signed his own death warrant. But Su Shasha started to respond, but Lu Sheng interrupted her with a wave of his hand. Fear not. Each must bear the consequences of their actions. When you return to Guang'an City, if Luin's brother inquires, tell him I killed him. Let him come find me. Lu Sheng asserted emphatically, betraying no hint of fear. Once again, he reiterated, life and death are trifles. If you oppose me, prepare for a fight. To hell with the Jinglong Academy. To hell with the super practitioners. Anyone who crosses my line, even if it were the king of heaven himself, I would not hesitate to draw my blade. That can't be. At this moment, Xiao Yu finally regained his senses. Recognizing the gravity of the situation and the lack of any room for retreat, he gritted his teeth and spoke firmly to Lu Sheng. Since you have chosen to team up with us, we are a united front, and whatever challenges arise, we must face them together. How can we allow you to shoulder the blame alone? Indeed, since we are comrades, we should share both fortune and adversity. Su Shasha chimed in indignantly. Moreover, that Luin truly deserves his fate. Not only did he fail to lend a hand in a time of crisis, but he also turned against us at the last moment. With a knowing smile, Lu Sheng, feeling warmth in his heart from their reactions, remarked with a hint of peculiarity. However, this matter may not be as grave as you both perceive it. What do you mean by that? Upon hearing his words, Su Shasha and Xiao Yu were left momentarily stunned. How foolish. Lu Sheng sighed in exasperation, feeling a pang of disappointment. Tell me, where are we right now? In the Blood Sand Battle Zone. They instinctively replied. Exactly. This is indeed the Blood Sand Battle Zone. A realm devoid of any legalities amidst the turmoil of the three kingdoms. It is inevitable for practitioners to encounter casualties while leveling up here. Lu Sheng added, narrowing his eyes. Moreover, We are the only 3 living souls here. Once this is all over, as long as you keep your lips sealed and I do the same. Who would ever know how Lu Wen met his demise? That is indeed a point. Su Shasha and Xiao Yu suddenly regained their composure, their eyes lighting up with newfound clarity. For as Lu Sheng had just articulated, the Blood Sand Battle Zone was a place defined by fierce competition amidst the strife of the 3 kingdoms, particularly in recent years. Due to the presence of the 3 Kingdoms Alliance and the Dragon Slayer group, the plight of practitioners from the Divine Summer Kingdom in the Blood Sand Battle Zone had become increasingly dire, with the probability of death soaring. Although Lu Wen's brother was formidable, he was still merely human. Besides, under the onslaught of a horde of skeletons, Lu Wen would likely not have even a complete body left. As long as they kept their mouths shut about the events of this night, Lu Wen's brother, no matter how powerful, would likely never trace the incident back to them. With this realization, Su Shasha and Xiao Yu sighed in relief, finally managing to wear a semblance of a relaxed smile. Suddenly, a desperate scream echoed from not far away. Upon hearing the sound, everyone turned their gaze in that direction. They beheld the once-breathing Takeda Jiro, finally having his heart torn out by a swarm of skeletons, succumbing to death. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully slain a level 150 practitioner from an enemy nation, earning 250,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! You have leveled up to level 55, gaining 5 basic attributes and 5 free attributes. Ding! Congratulations! You have leveled up to level 56, gaining 5 basic attributes and 5 free attributes. Ding! Congratulations! You have leveled up to level 57, gaining 5 basic attributes and 5 free attributes. Ding! Congratulations! You have leveled up to level 58, gaining 5 basic attributes and 5 free attributes. Ding! Congratulations! You have leveled up to level 77, gaining 5 basic attributes and 5 free attributes. A cascade of notifications flooded Lu Sheng's mind. In the blink of an eye, his level surged from the initial 54 to an astonishing 77. Goodness! 250,000 experience points? Staring at his attributes panel in disbelief, Lu Sheng rubbed his eyes, scarcely able to believe he was not dreaming. I actually leveled up 18 times? Lu Sheng stammered in astonishment. Chapter 58. Can killing lead to leveling up? Why should I even bother with monsters? What? You leveled up 18 times? The moment those words escaped him, Xiao Yu and Luo Xianxian were equally taken aback. However, their surprise was merely a fleeting one, as they did not display the same level of astonishment as Lu Sheng, seeming to have anticipated this outcome. Indeed, Takeda Jiro, the Thousand-Man Slayer, offers such a high experience reward, Xiao Yu remarked with a hint of admiration. Alas, the experience from slaying enemy practitioners can only be claimed by the individual who delivers the killing blow. It cannot be shared among a party. Su Shasha looked at Lu Sheng with envy. Observing their reactions, Lu Sheng finally realized something was amiss. Wait, from what you just said, does that mean in the Blood Sand Battle Zone, killing enemy practitioners also grants experience? He exclaimed in astonishment. Absolutely. Xiao Yu nodded affirmatively. The Blood Sand Battle Zone is a neutral map, where the rules permit practitioners from opposing nations to engage in combat. He continued, however, if the enemy practitioner you kill is over 20 levels below you, you will not receive any experience. Unless you defeat a practitioner of equal level or one of a higher level, the greater the level and strength of the enemy slain, the more experience you shall acquire. As he concluded, Xiao Yu, seemingly concerned that Lu Sheng might still not comprehend, patiently offered an example. For instance, Takeda Jiro is a level 150 ninja from Fusang. Not only is he over 90 levels above you, but his combat prowess is also incomparable, which is why you received such a substantial amount of experience upon slaying him. What? Such a favorable circumstance exists? Lu Sheng could no longer contain his excitement, bursting into laughter. Then why should I bother with monsters? I can just kill to level up. What? Killing? Upon hearing this, both Xiao Yu and Su Shasha's expressions shifted drastically. Lu Sheng, you must not act recklessly. Xiao Yu urged anxiously. Those enemy practitioners are not like the mindless monsters that merely employ fixed skills. You cannot possibly anticipate what hidden cards they may hold or what unknown tactics they may employ. Only when the battle commences will you truly understand. Under such circumstances, even if you possess supreme strength, there remains a possibility of failure. Indeed, Lu Sheng, I have heard tales of exceptionally talented practitioners from our Divine Summer Kingdom who sought to rapidly level up by hunting enemy practitioners in neutral zones. Yet they all met with untimely ends. Su Shasha advised gently, with your talent, as long as you proceed with caution, your future holds great potential. There is no need to court such peril. Fear not, I am well aware of my limits. Lu Sheng reassured them with a smile, observing their alarmed expressions. Well, that is a curious statement. Su Shasha and Xiao Yu exchanged exasperated glances, rolling their eyes in unison. Though they had not known Lu Sheng for long, they had gleaned enough to recognize his audacity, which was undoubtedly unparalleled. After all, he had the audacity to confront a level 150 ninja at just over level 50. Furthermore, he had the gall to strike down Lu Wen, fully aware of his brother's reputation as a genius from the Jinglong Academy. One could only wonder what was beyond his courage. Just as they were about to further dissuade Lu Sheng from pursuing this reckless notion, a sudden explosion erupted nearby. Boom. They turned to see a multitude of gleaming items scattered around the mangled corpse of Takeda Jiro. Look, that Fusang ninja seems to have dropped equipment, Su Shasha exclaimed, her eyes brightening at the sight. Xiao Yu laughed heartily, excitement bubbling within him as he hurriedly approached to gather the spoils, calling back to Lu Sheng, come and see. There are so many items, so much exquisite equipment. Humph. This beast has committed heinous acts in the Blood Sand War Zone for numerous years, slaughtering countless practitioners of our divine Xia kingdom. Given such a notorious reputation, it is entirely reasonable. Lu Sheng shook his head, yet refrained from joining Su Shasha and Xiao Yu in their scramble for the spoils. Instead, he urged from the sidelines, let us wrap this up quickly. I have a matter for which I would like your assistance. Your assistance? Su Shasha paused, instinctively inquiring, what matter? To be frank, the Luoxuangshuan mentioned by Takazuki Jiro is from our Donglin city, and I have had some prior interactions with her, Lu Sheng replied solemnly. What? You know Luoxuangshuan? Su Shasha and Xiao Yu were taken aback by this revelation. Indeed. She is currently in the Blood Sand War Zone and may be at risk of an ambush from those two-bit devils at any moment. Lu Sheng's expression darkened as he finally disclosed the intricacies of the situation. That is why I wish to enlist your help in finding her. After all, more hands make for lighter work. Of course, that is not an issue, but Su Shasha hesitated, her words trailing off. But what? Lu Sheng pressed, keen to know. Lu Sheng, do you have any idea where Luoxuangshuan might be located within the Blood Sand War Zone? Su Shasha countered with a question of her own. I do not know. Lu Sheng replied with a wry smile. I previously attempted to add her as a friend, but she declined. That complicates matters. Su Shasha's expression darkened, while Xiao Yu furrowed his brow in concern. What do you mean? Lu Sheng inquired, noticing their reactions. To speak plainly, within the Blood Sand War Zone, there are as many as 300 large-level grinding areas like the Despair Canyon, all scattered across various locations. Su Shasha stated, her words striking like thunder. What? 300 large grinding areas? Lu Sheng's countenance shifted dramatically. And that is not all, Su Shasha continued. In addition to these 300 large grinding areas, there are also thousands of smaller grinding areas dispersed throughout the Blood Sand War Zone, equally suitable for practitioners to level up. Upon finishing, she raised her gaze and sighed at Lu Sheng. Given this context, if you cannot ascertain even the basic location of your classmate, searching aimlessly will be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Chapter 59. A bold plan, the onset of slaughter. Upon hearing this, Lu Sheng's brows furrowed deeply. He had evidently not anticipated the vast expanse of the Blood Sand War Zone. 300 large grinding areas, thousands of smaller ones. If he were to search each one individually, when would he ever finish? Despite having learned from Takazaki Jiro about the intentions of the Three Kingdoms Alliance regarding Luoxuangshuan, Lu Sheng was resolute in not remaining idle. However, if he could not even identify Luoxuangshuan's location, his desire to assist would be futile. Just as Lu Sheng was caught in a moment of indecision, pondering what steps to take next, Su Shasha suddenly appeared to have an epiphany, murmuring something under her breath, yet hesitating to elaborate. Unless what? Lu Sheng inquired eagerly. Forget it. Even mentioning this plan would be pointless. Su Shasha shook her head once more. Do share. It might just work. Lu Sheng urged, clearly unwilling to relinquish any potential lifeline. Very well. Seeing Lu Sheng's persistence, Su Shasha decided against withholding information and stated directly. If you wish to find Luoxuangshuan promptly, it is not impossible. We merely need to gather a sufficient number of allies and have them spread out to conduct a thorough search across the Blood Sand War Zone, leaving no stone unturned. This way, the probability of locating your classmate would be significantly higher. Before Lu Sheng could respond, Xiao Yu, unable to contain himself, rolled his eyes and remarked, Shasha, are you joking? The Blood Sand War Zone is so vast that even if we gathered all the practitioners of our divine Xia kingdom, it would be nearly impossible to conduct a thorough search. That is why I said discussing this plan would be in vain. Su Shasha huffed, visibly displeased. Yet, as fate would have it, the speaker's lack of foresight sparked an idea in Lu Sheng's mind. Sufficient allies, he murmured, casting a glance at the multitude of skeletons surrounding him, his eyes lighting up with inspiration. At that moment, the throng of skeletons numbered in the tens of thousands. Given that it had only taken him less than 20 minutes to summon the Gabriel projection to assist in battle and subsequently defeat Takazaki Jiro, it stood to reason that he still had over 40 minutes of duration left before the Gabriel projection would dissipate. If he commanded these skeletons to disperse and conduct a comprehensive search across the Blood Sand War Zone in the ensuing 40 minutes, would he not possess ample assistance? With this thought crystallizing in his mind, Lu Sheng wasted no time and issued an order to the Gabriel projection beside him. Go forth. With a series of unsettling bone-cracking sounds, the previously still skeletons sprang back into action, dispersing into the vast surrounding forest. However, Lu Sheng exercised caution and deliberately retained half of the skeletons. He knew he would still require them for another purpose. Lu Sheng, Are you planning to sue? Shasha's heart stirred at his actions, her intuition hinting at the truth, prompting her to ask. Indeed. Lu Sheng nodded affirmatively, not concealing his intentions. Did you not just mention the need for sufficient allies for a thorough search? These skeletons should suffice. He continued. Moreover, these skeletons are summoned through Gabriel's skill, and they share a mental link. Should they detect Luoxuangshuan's whereabouts, Gabriel will be immediately informed, and I too will receive a signal. Now I understand. Su Shasha exclaimed, realization dawning upon her, while Chao Yu smacked his forehead in frustration, lamenting, how could I not have thought of this approach? However, these skeletons can only last for a maximum of 40 minutes. If I fail to uncover Luoxuangshuan's whereabouts within that time frame, then her fate will be left to chance. Lu Sheng sighed wearily. Lu Sheng, why are you so concerned about Luoxuangshuan? Su Shasha suddenly raised her head, curiosity glinting in her eyes as she asked, do you have feelings for her? What? Feelings for her? That pretentious little girl who loves to show off? Lu Sheng rolled his eyes, disdainfully retorting, you are overthinking it. Women only serve to distract me from my devotion to the holy light. Upon hearing such absurdity, Su Shasha and Chao Yu could only chuckle in disbelief. Yet, Lu Sheng remained oblivious to the subtle expression of relief that graced Su Shasha's face amidst her laughter. Indeed, it was a look of relief. At that moment, Lu Sheng's mind sparked anew as he turned to Su Shasha and inquired, by the way, Shasha, there is one more thing I wish to ask you. What is it? Su Shasha frowned, questioning him. In the depths of the Despair Canyon, where lies the highest concentration of professionals from the Wano Nation, Lu Sheng inquired with a weighty tone. Without a doubt, it is the Wailing Plains, Su Shasha instinctively replied, casting a puzzled glance at Lu Sheng and asking, what is your purpose in asking this? Yet, Lu Sheng offered no response, decisively declaring, excellent. Take me to the Wailing Plains at once. What? To the Wailing Plains? Have you lost your mind? Su Shasha's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this, and she quickly interjected. That area is the most populated leveling zone for professionals from the Wano Nation. Moreover, dawn is approaching. If we recklessly intrude, we are likely to be besieged. Lu Sheng, what exactly are you planning? Chao Yu, standing nearby, shared her confusion. To slay. Lu Sheng replied resolutely, a glint of chilling malice flashing in his eyes. You are aware that the members of the Dragon Slayer group not only possess lavish equipment and lofty levels, but they are also exclusively powerful professionals. Under such circumstances, if I do not have sufficient levels to back me, even if I locate Luo Xianxian, I fear I would be unable to save him. Pausing momentarily, Lu Sheng finally unveiled an audacious and almost heretical leveling strategy. It is only through the mass slaughter of those high-ranking professionals from enemy nations that I can rapidly amass experience and catch up to their levels. But Su Shasha and Chao Yu's expressions paled at his words, eager to dissuade him further, but were interrupted by Lu Sheng's dismissive wave. Fear not. I am not alone in this endeavor, but have allies. Allies. Upon hearing this, the two instinctively glanced at the thousands of skeletons surrounding Lu Sheng, their eyes lighting up with realization. Chapter 60. The Wailing Plains, the Arrival of Calamity. Meanwhile, within the most bustling leveling zone of the Despair Canyon, the Wailing Plains. To be a part of the Wano Nation is a tremendous honor, a man clad in a kimono with braided hair remarked, gazing at the multitude of monsters around him with a sense of awe. Such a premium leveling area, yet it is exclusively for the professionals of our Wano Nation. While those unfortunate Chinese swine are left to struggle in resource-depleted regions, leveling slowly amidst great risks, garnering scarce experience. How pitiable, aha! Beside him, a man with a small mustache from the Wano Nation chuckled and inquired, Zhang Yuan Kuan, you must feel grateful for your past choices, no? Indeed. The man named Zhang Yuan responded, bowing respectfully to the Wano man. Thank you, Yo Tian Kuan, for your generous introduction. Otherwise, even with a decade of effort, I would not have been able to join the esteemed Wano Nation. Your words are too kind, but without the intelligence you provided, we would not have so easily slain that super professional from the Xingxia Nation. Yu Tian, the Wano man, clapped Zhang Yuan on the shoulder, smiling. Our Wano Nation is always generous to friends. As long as you work diligently for us, the rewards will be substantial. Understood. Zhang Yuan nodded vigorously at this. Just as the two were engaged in lively conversation, a series of blood-curdling screams erupted nearby. Huh, what is happening? Zhang Yuan and Yu Tian exchanged bewildered glances, still trying to comprehend the situation. The next moment, a throng of Wano professionals came tumbling towards them, panic-stricken like dogs fleeing from a storm. Some had lost their shoes, others their trousers, and a few were in such dire straits that they were soiling themselves, as though witnessing something utterly terrifying. At that moment, a fleeing Wano professional dashed past Yu Tian and Zhang Yuan. Stop! Yu Tian called out, raising a hand to halt him, gravely asking, what on earth is happening? Why are you running? Something terrible has happened. The Wano professional gasped, his face ashen with fear. The calamity of undead has arrived. What? The undead calamity? At this revelation, Zhang Yuan and Yu Tian could no longer contain their shock, their expressions shifting drastically. Meanwhile, a mere few hundred meters away, Xiao Yu exclaimed, "What the hell? What kind of skill is this? It's utterly outrageous." Watching as Wano professionals fell one after another like wheat before the scythe, he was left utterly speechless, resorting to a torrent of curses. Is this the power of a supreme professional? A single skill capable of decimating the entire Despair Canyon? It's simply absurd. Beside him, Su Shasha was equally dumbfounded, her worldview shattered. The skill known as ultimate judgment of life's sin was indeed extraordinary, capable of summoning deceased professionals to assist in battle. Though the resurrected skeletons were mostly the most ordinary combat professions, lacking in individual prowess, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Under the relentless assault of thousands of skeletons, the professionals from the Wano nation, regardless of their class or level, fell without resistance, overwhelmed in an instant by a deluge of attacks. In merely a matter of minutes, this region, once heralded as a leveling paradise, had been transformed into a hellscape by Lu Shang's machinations. Where the skeletal army passed, the ground was littered with corpses and countless remnants. This was no balanced confrontation. It was a blatant massacre. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully slain a level 66 professional from an enemy nation, earning 12,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully slain a level 72 professional from an enemy nation, earning 33,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully slain a level 88 professional from an enemy nation, earning 76,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully leveled up to level 78, gaining 5 base attributes and 5 free attributes. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully leveled up to level 79, gaining 5 base attributes and 5 free attributes. Exhilaration surged through Lu Sheng as he reveled in the flood of upgrade notifications on his interface, howling with delight. While Xiao Yu and Luo Xianxian had not personally slain anyone nor earned any experience points, they too trembled with exhilaration, perhaps even more so than Lu Sheng himself. Their sole responsibility was to collect the spoils of war. Yet, amidst the relentless carnage wrought by the skeletal army, even their combined efforts were insufficient to keep up. Resigned, they could only watch as glimmering golden equipment was snatched away, dismissing even silver-grade gear as their packs could hold no more. At the crucial moment when Lu Sheng directed his skeletal army to unleash indiscriminate slaughter upon every Wano professional in sight, a familiar voice broke through the chaos. "Shasha, stop. It's me. I'm Zhang Yuan." Startled, Su Shasha's attention snapped to the source of the voice. She peered below and spotted a familiar figure frantically waving at her, none other than her classmate from Guang'an City, Zhang Yuan. Lu Sheng, halt. Upon recognizing Zhang Yuan, Su Shasha urgently called out to Lu Sheng. In the next moment, a massive cleaver abruptly halted midair, mere centimeters from Zhang Yuan's neck, sending shivers down his spine. Fortunately, Lu Sheng harbored profound trust in Su Shasha, and upon hearing her voice, he promptly commanded the skeleton to cease its assault on Zhang Yuan. "Zhang Yuan, what brings you here?" Su Shasha inquired, her brow furrowed as she gazed at him from a short distance. "And what on earth is that outfit you're wearing?" "I just received an order from the mayor to go undercover in the Wano nation," Zhang Yuan stammered, struggling to concoct a plausible excuse. However, his rationale was evidently flimsy, prompting a flicker of suspicion to arise within Su Shasha. "Undercover? Why have I not heard of this?" Su Shasha pressed, her brows knitting tighter. "Well, being an undercover agent means operating in secrecy, of course. It can't be common knowledge," Zhang Yuan insisted, his voice strained. "Oh, is that so?" Su Shasha remained silent for a moment, then fixed her gaze on Zhang Yuan, her tone coolly inquiring. "Are you brave enough to allow me to perform an insight spell on you?" "What? An insight spell?" Zhang Yuan's complexion drained of color. For in the present world of Blue Star, should a professional betray their nation and align with another, their attribute panel would reflect the change, revealing their current allegiance. Realizing the imminent exposure of his deceit, Zhang Yuan fell to his knees before Su Shasha, pleading desperately, "Shasha, for the sake of our shared past as classmates, please let me go. Indeed, you have betrayed your homeland, choosing to side with the Wano nation." Su Shasha's face paled at his words. Despite the presence of many who succumbed to temptation and betrayed their country in the current Shinsha nation, she had never anticipated that a former classmate would stoop to such despicable acts. "I had no choice." Zhang Yuan sobbed, tears streaming down his face. At that moment, he was filled with regret beyond measure, never imagining that he would encounter such dire circumstances so soon after joining the Wano nation. Although he was unaware of the connection Su Shasha had with the fearsome skeletons surrounding them, he had clearly observed that these skeletal beings were not only numerous but also capable of wielding the exclusive skills of professionals. What was even more astonishing was their fearlessness in battle. After all, they were resurrected by skills and, strictly speaking, did not constitute true life, but rather undead beings. Under the relentless assault of these skeletons, the professionals from the Wano nation were not merely unable to resist, they could barely escape, falling victim to their onslaught and becoming lifeless, cold corpses. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan was paralyzed with terror, disregarding everything else as he pointed frantically at the oil field. Trembling behind a large boulder, shouting, "It was him. He forced me to do this. If you must kill someone, let it be him." The oil field, realizing the betrayal, was infuriated, evidently unprepared for Zhang Yuan's shamelessness, who had just moments ago been as affectionate as a long-lost son. Now, he had thrown him under the bus. In a fit of rage, he emerged from his hiding place and bellowed, "Zhang Yuan, you scoundrel! It was you who willingly divulged Li Sang's whereabouts to us, eager to become part of our Wonu nation. Now, at this critical moment, you dare to bite the hand that fed you? Are you even human? What? Li Sang's death was linked to you?" Su Shasha nearly fainted from the revelation. For the Li Sang mentioned by the oil field was none other than the brightest star of their school, who had transitioned to a super profession and had a promising future ahead. However, Li Sang had met with an unfortunate accident while leveling in the wilderness, and everyone had initially assumed it was merely bad luck against a rare wilderness boss. Until today, until this very moment. To discover that Li Sang's death was not an accident, but rather the result of Zhang Yuan's treachery was beyond unbearable for Su Shasha. "Lu Sheng, kill this heartless wretch." In an instant, accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, blood splattered everywhere. Poor Li Sang, who had just changed his nationality, had not even had the chance to revel in his newfound life before being cleaved in two by a skeletal warrior, his innards spilling gruesomely across the ground, a sight too horrific to behold. Meanwhile, in the southwestern region of the Blood Sand battle zone, within a small leveling area known as the Dreamland Forest, a piercing gust sliced through the air. A lithe figure darted through the dense woodland, her movements as weightless as a whisper, swift as lightning. This was a young girl, one of exquisite beauty, her aura strikingly captivating. Clad in a silver combat suit that accentuated her flawless form, she wielded a massive curved bow nestled in her arm, its ends fashioned into razor-sharp blades, radiating an unsettlingly cold sheen. Additionally, she bore a quiver adorned with gemstones on her back, and a blood-red cloak billowed behind her like flames, rustling fiercely in the wind. As she raced through the forest, the interplay of the hazy moonlight and the tranquil, shadowy trees rendered her a vision of an imperious dark elf. However, at this moment, any discerning professional witnessing this scene would notice something amiss. Despite her seemingly light-footed demeanor, her steps bore a palpable weight. Furthermore, an unhealthy pallor graced her face, her health bar and mana bar plummeting below 1/3, indicating her injuries. As for the identity of this young girl, she was none other than the Radiant Ranger, Luo Xianxian. "Cease your futile struggles." A voice called from not far behind Luo Xianxian. A man with a round face and single eyelids pursued her relentlessly, boasting, "I won't hesitate to inform you that the Dragon Slayer group has set its sights on you, and no matter where you flee, you cannot escape our grasp." Luo Xuanxuan's expression darkened at his words, but she remained silent, swiftly drawing her bow and expertly nocking an arrow, pivoting to shoot at the East Asian man from a distance. Devil-breaking arrow. The arrow shot forth, igniting in flames mid-flight. Yet, curiously, despite its fiery appearance, it radiated no warmth. Instead, it emanated an unearthly chill, frosting the ground beneath it. After executing this maneuver, Luo Xianxian turned once more and fled, her movements fluid and uninterrupted, maintaining her speed flawlessly. "Oh, still wish to resist?" The East Asian man sneered, not even bothering to dodge, disdainfully declaring, "Unfortunately, no matter how you struggle today, only a dead end awaits you. Allow me to demonstrate the might of our Dahanming nation's exclusive profession." As soon as he finished speaking, the East Asian man sprang into the air, executing a dramatic 360-degree spin before delivering a powerful kick towards the arrow that had been shot at Luo Xianxian. This was the ultimate Taekwondo move, the deadly spinning kick. Chapter 62, The Evolving Combat Talent. Boom! In the next instant, accompanied by a deafening explosion, the arrow shattered, erupting into a dazzling display of flames. "Humph! Is that all there is to it?" The East Asian man smugly tucked in his short legs, eager to boast a little. However, at that very moment, roar! Suddenly, a ferocious velociraptor lunged forth from the remnants of the shattered arrow, charging directly at the East Asian man, who was now within arm's reach. What? It can summon monsters? The East Asian man was taken aback and quickly activated his skills to defend himself. Fortunately, this velociraptor was not a true magical creature, but rather a type of magical construct, akin to the angelic projections summoned by Lu Sheng. Its combat prowess was not particularly formidable, allowing the East Asian man to easily dispatch it. Yet, despite this, he was still startled. Could it be a spiritual entity? Observing the velociraptor he had just obliterated slowly dissipating into the void, the East Asian man's pupils involuntarily constricted. Be cautious, that woman is not to be underestimated. At that moment, a series of hurried footsteps suddenly echoed from the nearby woods. Following that, 3 figures of varying stature came racing towards them. Among them, a South Asian man clad in a headscarf and with dark skin glanced in the direction Luo Xianxian had just fled, his eyes reflecting a contemplative expression as he murmured, "If I am not mistaken, That woman-esque combat talent is likely to possess the attribute of continuous growth. What? Continuous growth? The East Asian man's expression changed upon hearing this, and he hurriedly inquired, Jialu, what do you mean by that? The South Asian man named Jialu did not respond directly, but instead murmured, Park Yoji, you've just arrived and may not be aware, but prior to this, the three of us had already pursued this woman for an entire day and night. Pausing for a moment, he continued, this woman's original profession should be an agile ranger, and logically, she should not possess summoning abilities. Upon finishing his statement, Jialu shifted the focus of his discourse. Yet during our previous battle, we discovered that this woman could summon various magical creatures to assist her in combat by unleashing her skills. And these creatures were not physical entities, but rather something akin to souls. Souls? Park Yoji felt a jolt in his heart. Indeed, Jialu nodded, revealing the convoluted truth. Thus, we speculate that this woman's combat talent may possess the terrifying ability to enslave the souls of magical creatures. Gasp. At this revelation, Park Yoji could no longer contain his shock, sharply inhaling a breath of cold air. Moreover, Jialu continued solemnly, furthermore, we do not yet know the extent to which this woman can enslave the souls of magical creatures, nor are there any known limits in terms of level or quantity. If she is capable of enslaving the souls of those powerful bosses from the abyss, it would spell significant trouble for our three-nation alliance. No wonder the higher-ups issued a kill order, demanding that we ensure this woman remains trapped in the Bloodsand war zone. It turns out her combat talent is indeed that formidable. Park Yoji murmured, his previous disdain dissipated entirely. Do not rush. At this juncture, another man among the four, dressed in samurai attire with an eastern sword at his waist, stepped forward with an eerie laugh, stating, regardless, this woman has already been driven to her limits. Not only is her health depleted, but her mana is nearly exhausted as well. Defeat is merely a matter of time. However, the direction she fled seems to lead to the safe zone of Bloodbone Town in the Divine Summer Kingdom. If she truly escapes, it will become exceedingly difficult for us to kill her in the future. Finally, the last remaining figure among the four, adorned with a ghostly mask, also stepped forward to voice his opinion. The tone of his voice was not only exquisitely delicate, but also infused with a captivating aura. This person turned out to be a woman. Chase, we must not allow her to escape. Upon hearing this, Jialu's gaze sharpened, and he waved his hand decisively. All right. In the next moment, the four reached a unanimous agreement and did not linger any longer, hastening their steps in pursuit of the direction in which Luo Xianxian had fled. On another front, in the Bloodsand War Zone, within the most notorious leveling area of the Warren Kingdom, the Despair Gorge. Who are you? Why do you commit such wanton slaughter within our territory? A Warren Kingdom practitioner collapsed helplessly on the ground, glaring at the Reaper before him. His voice hoarse as he shouted, his eyes filled with a vengeful fury that could almost coalesce into water. Naturally, he had every reason to react this way. For before this moment, he could never have imagined that he would be utterly overpowered by a support-class paladin. Indeed, he had been mercilessly beaten by a paladin. Moreover, it was a one-sided, brutal thrashing. It is worth noting that he was a level 157 mage, although his combat talent was only rated C, rendering him not particularly formidable. Yet Lu Sheng was clearly not even at level 100, and despite the staggering 50-level gap between them, he had been easily crushed. How is this even possible? Taking another glance at the astonishingly powerful Gabriel projection beside Lu Sheng and the multitude of skeletons surrounding them, the Warren Kingdom practitioner felt a surge of intense resentment and questioned fiercely, this is our territory, and it is not wartime. Why have you crossed the border to commit such wanton slaughter? Wanton slaughter? Upon hearing this, Lu Sheng raised an eyebrow before shaking his head with a cold laugh. In my view, you Warren Kingdom-esque scoundrels cannot be deemed innocent. In fact, you cannot even be considered human, but rather akin to beasts. Having stated this, he added smugly, since you are beasts, then of course you can be slain. As long as my fists are larger than yours and my strength surpasses yours, I can kill as many as I desire. Especially since there are no laws in the Bloodsand War Zone. What can you do about it? Baka, niece pig, I'll fight you. Finally, the Warren Kingdom practitioner relinquished the last shred of hope within him, mustering the last vestiges of his strength to rise and confront Lu Sheng. However, it was unfortunate that he had yet to stabilize himself when he was immediately overwhelmed by the surrounding multitude of skeletons, meeting his demise in a shower of dismembered flesh. Lu Sheng, witnessing this scene, Chao Yu and Su Shasha nearby began to tremble uncontrollably. The sheer number of people Lu Sheng had slaughtered was overwhelming. As far as the eye could see, the entire Despair Gorge was practically littered with the corpses of Warren Kingdom practitioners, numbering at least in the thousands. Not only that, even knowing that defeating low-level practitioners would yield no experience, Lu Sheng still spared no one, mercilessly eliminating every individual he laid eyes upon. Even those who had only just reached level 50, none were afforded even the slightest chance of survival. Chapter 63, A New Skill, Sacred Pact. Even more outrageous was the fact that, after slaughtering so many individuals, some of whom met their demise in particularly gruesome manners, Qiao Yu and Su Shasha felt nauseated to the point of nearly regurgitating their last meal. Yet, Lu Sheng appeared utterly unfazed, exhibiting not a hint of discomfort. Instead, he gazed upon the blood-soaked surroundings with a look of sheer enjoyment. Indeed, it was a look of delight. Fortunately, Qiao Yu and Su Shasha had come to know Lu Sheng somewhat by now. Otherwise, had they encountered him for the first time in such a scene, they would undoubtedly have deemed him a deranged psychopath. However, Lu Sheng was entirely indifferent to their thoughts. For, upon hearing Takeda Jiro's outrageous proclamation about consuming human hearts, he had already concluded that these practitioners from the Yamato nation were unworthy of being called human. Adhering to the principle of better to wrongfully kill 1,000 than let one escape, and with the ultimate judgment of Gabriel's projection still in effect, Lu Sheng embarked on a thorough cleansing of the Howling Plains. Thankfully, Qiao Yu and Su Shasha understood that these practitioners from the Yamato nation were, in fact, mortal enemies of the divine Xian nation, and their deaths would ultimately benefit their own country and compatriots. Thus, throughout the ordeal, they both endured their discomfort, refraining from intervening, no matter how gruesome the spectacle became. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully slain an enemy nation's level 102 practitioner, earning 55,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations. You have reached level 100, gaining 5 base attribute points and 5 free attribute points. Ding. Congratulations, you have learned a new specialized skill, Sacred Contract. At that moment, as the last practitioner from the Yamato nation perished at the Howling Ferry, a series of notifications echoed in Lu Sheng's information panel. What? I've actually reached level 100? Seeing that he had unintentionally leveled up to 100, Lu Sheng's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he instinctively opened his attribute panel. In the next instant, a brand new set of attribute information abruptly manifested before him. Host, Lu Sheng. Class, Paladin. Specialization, Judgment. Level, 100. First transition. Health, 4,290. Mana, 1090. Strength, 617. Wisdom, 109. Agility, 134. Mentality, 109. Stamina, 429. Unallocated attribute points, 5. Equipment, Demon Scythe. Embrace of the Demon, Demon S Guard, Demon S Deceit. Cloak of the Black Knight. Combat Power Rating, 688 stars. Skill 1. Divine Shield. Skill 2. Divine Blessing LV1. Skill 3. Divine Healing Radiance LV1. Skill 4. Sacred Judgment LV1. Skill 5. Frenzied Judgment LV1. Skill 6. Summon. Seraphim Projection. Skill 7. Sacred Contract. Gazing at his combat power rating that had surged to 688 stars, and feeling the overwhelming surge of strength within him, Lu Sheng could no longer contain his exhilaration and burst into laughter. Indeed, slaying enemies was the swiftest path to leveling up. He evenly distributed the 5 free attribute points he had just gained between strength and stamina. Having completed this, Lu Sheng raised his brow as if he had discovered something. Oh, Sacred Contract? Is this truly a specialized skill? Observing the newly added skill in his skill bar, Lu Sheng's heart stirred. He recalled that in the current Blue Star, once a practitioner selected a specialization, they would automatically learn a new specialized skill every time they reached 100 levels. The Sacred Contract was indeed a new specialized skill that only Judgment Paladins could unlock at level 100. With this thought, Lu Sheng quickly glanced at the detailed description of the skill. Sacred Contract. Note. Form a sacred contract with a beast, making it your mount. Note. The mount's level will, under the influence of the contract's power, remain equal to that of the host. Holy moly, I can actually form a contract with a beast? Upon reading this skill's detailed description, Lu Sheng could not suppress his excitement and exclaimed. It is well known that controlling beasts in combat is the exclusive domain of beastmasters in the current Blue Star. Yet, Lu Sheng never anticipated that he, a Judgment Paladin, would also possess such a beast-controlling specialized skill. However, upon reflection, he found himself at ease with this revelation. After all, as a Paladin, the title itself inherently suggested the notion of knighthood. What kind of knight would he be without a mount? If he could sign a contract with a powerful beast, would that not provide him with yet another trump card? With this thought, Lu Sheng could no longer restrain the excitement bubbling within him and erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. Just as Lu Sheng had recently ascended to level 100 and was engrossed in exploring his new specialized skill, a mere 10 kilometers from the safety zone of the Divine Xia Nation, in an obscure small leveling area, the scene unfolded differently. Thud. After a relentless day and night of desperate flight, Luo Xuanxuan's stamina finally gave way, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. Has she finally run out of steam? Observing Luo Xianxian gasping for breath on the ground, her complexion pale and health nearly halved, the 4 pursuers displayed expressions of palpable relief. No more wasting words, let us finish this swiftly. The man clad in samurai attire spoke with a sinister demeanor. But is it not a pity to kill such a stunning beauty? Gazing at Luo Xuanxuan's exquisite features, Jia Lu's eyes betrayed an undeniable greed as he murmured, how about I go first? Before he could finish, the masked mysterious woman interrupted him. Humph. It has long been said that the men of your divine bull nation spare not even the lizard monsters in the wild. Known as Lizard 3 by the Blue Star people. Today, I see that the rumors are indeed true. Yamato girl, if you have the guts, repeat what you just said. Enraged by her words, Jia Lu bristled, his anger flaring as if he had been stepped on by a wild dog. And he was poised to strike at the masked mysterious woman. Enough. Fortunately, at that moment, Park Yoji could no longer bear to watch and stepped forward to loudly remind them. Though this woman is nearly spent, her combat talent is fearsome. Even a last-ditch counter could inflict considerable damage upon us. Therefore, let us not be careless. We shall strike together, using our strongest skills to wipe her health bar clean without leaving any future troubles. Understood? Understood. The other three promptly agreed, and even Jia Lu refrained from further protest. They had all witnessed Luo Xuanxuan's prowess and understood just how extraordinary her combat talent was. Not daring to underestimate her, the four cautiously began to approach Luo Xinxian. Chapter 64. At a critical moment, reinforcements arrive. Desperate. Realizing there was no retreat left, Luo Xinxian gritted her silver teeth and summoned her most powerful skill. Combat talent, Redeeming Goddess. Buzz. In the next moment, an overwhelming surge of divine light erupted from Luo Xuanxuan's body, dazzling to the point where it was almost impossible to gaze upon. Bathed in this radiant glow, Luo Xinxian appeared to transcend into a goddess from the heavens, effortlessly waving her hand, conjuring a multitude of bizarre creatures that took form before her. These entities were numerous and varied, ranging from massive wild boars to wind wolves cloaked in white fur, and even diminutive goblins wielding clubs. Remarkably, among them was the Flame Demon King, previously vanquished by Lu Sheng in the magma cave, each creature a testament to the extraordinary and the surreal. The only commonality among them was their apparent lack of true life, for they were semi-transparent, existing in a state akin to souls. Is that the same skill again? Everyone, be vigilant. Witnessing this spectacle, Park Yoji and his companions narrowed their pupils, hastily adopting a defensive posture, as if they had already encountered the formidable nature of Luo Xuanxuan's ability, not daring to exhibit any sign of carelessness. Yet, it seemed that Luo Xuanxuan's summoning was inexhaustible. In the span of mere moments, she summoned over 1,000 spectral creatures, forming a sizable army of souls. Oh, why are there so many? Observing the vast number of souls before him, Park Yoji's expression shifted. Do not fear. She has already expended thousands of souls in our previous battle. The remaining souls should be her ultimate trump card. Jialu quickly reassured him. Indeed, once we eliminate these souls, she will be left defenseless, and at that moment, will we not have complete control over her fate? The warrior clad in armor echoed in agreement. Let us not hold back. We shall strike together for a swift resolution. Finally, the only masked woman among the four waved her hand. Excellent. The remaining three promptly nodded in unison, achieving a consensus. Taekwondo Ultimate Rising Dragon Kick. Park Yoji initiated the assault. He leapt high into the air, his legs transforming into a series of afterimages, and with a flurry of kicks, he obliterated dozens of souls on the spot. Absolute kill, whirlwind death slash. The armored warrior followed suit, drawing his oriental blade and cleaving through the air. A terrifying blade light slicing through the void, summoning a tempest, as dozens of souls were shattered in his wake. The true path of asceticism, fierce whip technique. Jialu was not idle either, his arms elongated like rubber, swiftly stretching over 100 meters, whipping around like two powerful whips, causing the surrounding souls to disintegrate. None able to approach within 100 meters of him. Yin-yang technique, ghost howl, buzz, 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 buzz. Finally, the mysterious masked woman unleashed her signature skill, producing an exquisite folding fan. As she waved it, terrifying ghostly figures surged forth, charging at the army of souls ahead, causing them to collapse in droves. Her attack power devastatingly potent. This is not good. Simultaneously, witnessing the destruction of her hard-earned army of souls by the four formidable assassins, Luo Xinxian, in a moment of urgency, attempted to command her souls to scatter, fearing they would be obliterated if gathered together. But she had yet to issue her order. The true path of asceticism, ghost bind technique. Whoosh whoosh. Jialu's arms extended once more, weaving through the ranks of her soul army and ensnaring her tightly, rendering her motionless. Haha, we have succeeded. Oh no. In that instant, Luo Xinxian could no longer suppress the despair swelling within her, her eyes revealing a profound hopelessness. Haha, we have succeeded. At this moment, seeing Luo Xinxian firmly restrained, Jialu shouted to the other three. Quick, the woman is under my control. You must act swiftly to deliver a decisive blow. I will do it. Hearing this, the warrior eagerly volunteered, drawing another oriental blade from its sheath. And with both blades combined, he aimed at the immobile Luo Xinxian and unleashed two strikes. Dual blade flow. Cross absolute kill. Swish swish. The two blade energies intertwined in the air, merging into a sharp cross. It's over. Could this blood sand island truly become my burial ground? As the enemy's skill drew nearer, and her health dwindled to a mere fraction, Luo Xuanxuan's delicate visage reflected deep despair, and she even closed her bright eyes, resigned to her fate. Just then, in a moment of life and death, clang, HP 88. Ack, Jialu cried out in pain, a sizable lump forming on his head. With the sudden surge of pain, the grip he had on Luo Xianxian's arms slackened. Oh, what an opportunity! Sensing the loosening of the binding around her body, Luo Xuanxuan's eyes sparkled with hope. Without a moment's hesitation, she twisted her body with all her might and successfully escaped from Jialu's grasp. However, once free, she did not let her guard down, immediately activating a teleportation skill. Ascending chain. Whoosh. A silver chain shot forth from Luo Xianxian's hand, striking the crown of a large tree. After executing this, she exerted force with her right hand, propelling herself into the air, covering several hundred meters in an instant, once again establishing a relatively safe distance from the four assassins. You scoundrel! Who dares to launch a sneak attack from behind? It was only then that Jialu finally regained his wits. Witnessing the prey slip through his fingers, he bellowed in frustration, eager to discover who had thwarted his plans. But as he turned to look, he froze in place. For behind him, a skeleton had mysteriously appeared. Indeed, a skeleton. And the blow he had just received to his head was none other than the handiwork of this creature. What the hell, an undead being? Gazing at the foolish skeleton before him, Jialu was utterly bewildered. At that moment, it was not just him. All four assassins pursuing Luo Xianxian, including Luo Xianxian herself, were equally taken aback, as nearly everyone present wore expressions of disbelief. For, according to their knowledge, the wild magical creatures within the Bloodsand War Zone should all be beastly in nature, with no undead beings whatsoever. So where did this skeleton come from? The answer was glaringly evident. Chapter 65. In the moment of despair, reinforcements arrive. Meanwhile, in the Despair Valley, amidst the cries of the wailing plains littered with remains. Found it. Lu Sheng's eyes lit up, and he immediately instructed Qiao Yu and Su Shasha beside him. You two, head back to Bone Town to recuperate. I will return shortly. Upon finishing his words, he made to leave, only to be halted by Su Shasha's hand. Wait, what is it? Upon seeing this, Lu Sheng furrowed his brow, and heard Su Shasha inquire. Lu Sheng, have you located Luo Xuanxuan's position? Indeed. Lu Sheng nodded affirmatively, not concealing the truth. Here, take these. They may prove useful. As Su Shasha spoke, she rummaged through her satchel and produced an array of scrolls, potions, inscriptions, and various enhancement items, each with differing effects. These artifacts were the spoils from the practitioners of the Woken Nation that Lu Sheng had previously vanquished. Truly, Su Shasha exemplified the meticulous nature often attributed to women. Discerning Lu Sheng's urgent demeanor and his imminent departure without even a farewell, she surmised that he was likely facing a formidable confrontation ahead. Thus, with the intent to bolster his chances of survival, she presented these enhancement items, hoping to furnish him with as many life-saving cards as possible. Thank you, Shasha. Lu Sheng replied, touched by Su Shasha's concern. He accepted the items without hesitation, recognizing their potential efficacy in critical situations. Given their compact size, they occupied minimal space within his satchel. Having completed this exchange, he turned to the projection of Gabriel and commanded, Gabriel, lend me your strength. At the sound of his call, Gabriel's projection instantly grasped his master's intent. With a swift motion, he lifted both hands, clasped Lu Sheng's shoulders, and unfurled the 12 pairs of resplendent white wings on his back. Then, with a powerful thrust, they were propelled into the air. A thunderous roar erupted as the wind howled, swirling the remnants of clouds. In the blink of an eye, and under the astonished gazes of Su Shasha and Qiao Yu, Lu Sheng was whisked away by Gabriel's projection, racing towards a specific location in the blood-soaked battlefield with the speed of lightning. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of Luo Xianxian and her companions, just as everyone stood dumbfounded by the abrupt emergence of a skeleton, struggling to comprehend the situation, the skeletal figure slowly raised its rusted hammer once more, poised as if to deliver another blow to the hapless Jialu. Damn it, you again? Jialu shouted in frustration, disregarding the origin of this creature and throwing a punch in retaliation. Bang! HP 1033. With a crunch, the skeleton shattered into countless fragments that scattered across the ground. What a stroke of bad luck! Jialu exclaimed, still fuming over the skeletal destruction as he contemplated stomping on the remains. What the hell are you fools doing? Quickly dispatch that woman. Finally, Park Yoji could no longer contain his exasperation and shouted from the sidelines. Oh no! Luo Xianxian's heart sank upon hearing this. Despite having narrowly escaped moments ago, her health was now reduced to a mere 600 points, leaving her vulnerable to even the slightest attack from her opponent. Realizing the gravity of her situation, she had no choice but to flee without a second thought. Yet, confronted by 3 assassins far beyond her level, Luo Xianxian knew that even at full strength, she could not hope to defeat any of them in a one-on-one scenario. Within mere moments, the 4 assassins closed in, surrounding her completely. I'll fight you. With nowhere left to run, Luo Xianxian clenched her teeth and resolved to face them head-on, determined to fight for her life. However, just as she was about to unleash her skills, a voice rang out. "Ah, in broad daylight, you four dare to gang up on a weak woman? Is there no justice left? Is there no humanity?" Divine healing light. A golden beam flashed across Luo Xianxian, restoring 350 points of her health. Who is that? Startled by the sudden voice, the group looked up to behold a scene that would be etched in their memories forever. From the sky, an angelic projection with 12 pairs of wings, radiating brilliant holy light, descended, dragging a young man with him. Boom. The ground trembled beneath them, dust swirling into the air. What? He can fly? The four assassins were taken aback by this absurd sight and instinctively stepped back, hesitant to act. As the dust settled, they beheld a figure standing resolutely before Luo Xianxian, clad in heavy armor, draped in a blood-red cloak, and wielding a menacing scythe. It was none other than Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng? How did you end up here? Luo Xianxian gasped, finally recognizing him. Of course, I came to save you. Lu Sheng replied without turning his head. Save me? Luo Xianxian was momentarily stunned by his words. But Lu Sheng did not elaborate. Instead, seizing the opportunity while the four assassins remained momentarily dazed, he cast another healing spell upon her. Divine Healing Light. Buzz HP 377. With 2 healing spells now cast, Luo Xuanxuan's nearly depleted health surged back above 1,000 points, temporarily averting the threat of instant demise. Meanwhile, the four assassins directed an insight spell at Lu Sheng. Target, Lu Sheng. Class, Paladin. Nationality, Xinxia. Level, Health, 4,290. Mana, 1090. Combat Power Rating. This kid is a Paladin? Park Yoji, finally regaining his composure, nearly choked in disbelief. Damn it. I was just deceived by some pathetic Paladin? Jielu cursed alongside him. Their astonishment stemmed from Lu Sheng's grand entrance, descending like an angel from the heavens, which had left them too intimidated to continue their assault on Luo Xianxian without first understanding Lu Sheng's capabilities. Though equipped with the hidden attributes of a Dark Knight cloak, the four assassins could not gauge Lu Sheng's true power and level. But to them, a mere support class Paladin with just over 4,000 health could hardly pose a significant threat. With this thought, the four assassins felt a wave of relief wash over them. After dispatching that wretched woman, they could easily claim the Paladin's head for a handsome reward. The warrior clad in armor grinned menacingly, casting a glance at Lu Sheng as if he were already a corpse. Leave this Paladin to me. You all focus on eliminating that woman. The masked woman commanded. Understood. The four exchanged brief words, quickly reaching a consensus. Realizing their intent to eliminate both herself and Lu Sheng, Luo Xuanxuan's heart raced, and she urgently called out to him. Hurry and run. They are all members of the Dragon-Slaying Guild. You are no match for them. What? Members of the Dragon-Slaying Guild? Upon hearing this, Lu Sheng's pupils constricted, and he swiftly cast an insight spell on the four assassins. Target, Yinxiao Huazi. Special profession, Onmyoji. Nationality, Yamato. Level, 147. Health points, 7,760. Magic points, 5,520. Combat power rating, 997 stars. Target, Park Yoji. Special profession, Taekwondo Master. Nationality, South Korean. Level, health points, 8,100. Energy points, 100. Combat power rating. Target, Jilexinger. Special profession, Ascetic Monk. Nationality, Divine Cow. Level, health points, 9,640. Ascetic value, 0. Combat power rating. Target, Xiaowu Zitalang. Special profession, Eastern Warrior. Nationality, Yamato. Level, health points, 8,400. Rage points, 0. Combat power rating. Good heavens. How is it possible that their levels and combat power are entirely concealed? Gazing at the terrifying attribute panels of the four, Lu Sheng's heart sank. He never expected that there were 4 individuals hunting down Luo Xianxian, and all of them were high-ranking assassins from the Dragon-Slaying Guild. Even more absurdly, among these 4 assassins, aside from the masked Onmyoji Yinxiao Huazi, the other 3 did not display their levels. It is worth noting that Lu Sheng had already reached level 100. The fact that their levels remained hidden from his insight spell indicated that the other 3 assassins were at least 50 levels higher than him. At this very moment, his Gabriel projection had only 1 minute left before it would dissipate. Once the Gabriel projection ceased to exist, without the trump card of a 1,000-fold enhancement. Even if Lu Sheng's equipment were the most luxurious, facing 4 specialized professionals whose levels far surpassed his own, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. This is dire. Realizing this, Lu Sheng's expression changed dramatically. Lu Sheng, you go ahead. I will hold them off. At this moment, Luo Xianxian spoke to Lu Sheng again, clearly not wanting to implicate him, for she understood well that the primary target of the 4 assassins from the Dragon-Slaying Guild appearing here today was her. However, Lu Sheng did not care about her thoughts at all, and replied without looking back, silence. If we are leaving, we leave together. Luo Xianxian was momentarily stunned, and before she could respond, she saw Lu Sheng wave his hand. Gabriel, intercept them. Divine charge. Swish. In the next moment, The Gabriel projection transformed into a twisting stream of golden light, and, without further ado, charged directly toward the lowest level assassin, Yin-Xiao-Huazi. Bang! HP 599. Accompanied by a heavy thud, the lowest level assassin, Yin-Xiao-Huazi, was caught off guard and was knocked unconscious by the Gabriel projection. What? It can actually ignore the rules? Witnessing this scene, the other three assassins were taken aback. Let's go? Meanwhile, Lu Sheng seized this opportunity, grasped Luo Xuanxuan's hand, and fled, vanishing into the dense forest in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace. Oh no, they are escaping. Quick, pursue them. At the same time, upon seeing Lu Sheng and Luo Xianxian attempt to flee, the remaining three disregarded the unconscious Yin-Xiao-Huazi and hurriedly gave chase. In the thick forest, two figures raced through the complex terrain, one following the other. Lu Sheng, let go of me. Just save yourself, or neither of us will make it out today. Luo Xianxian, pulled along by Lu Sheng, was so moved that she almost shed tears, desperately trying to persuade him. For she could never have imagined that in such a life-and-death situation, it was her former nemesis, Lu Sheng, who stood by her side, unwaveringly risking his life to save her. Observing Lu Sheng's tall figure and resolute face, an unprecedented sense of security surged within Luo Xianxian, rendering her less fearful of the four assassins pursuing them. However, she could not bear to drag Lu Sheng down, so she pretended to struggle free from his grasp. Yet, Lu Sheng seemed to have anticipated this. Not only did he not loosen his hold, but he also tightened it, ensuring she could not break free. I said, if we are leaving, we leave together. Otherwise, if you die here, what meaning does my journey to this blood-sand war zone hold? Lu Sheng replied without looking back. But those four assassins each have levels exceeding 150. Even if we were at full strength, we are no match for them. Luo Xianxian felt utterly despondent. Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Sheng interrupted her with a wave of his hand. Who said we are no match for them? What do you mean by that? Luo Xianxian was momentarily taken aback. Little girl, you underestimate me too much. Lu Sheng grinned proudly and declared, let me not be coy. Give me just one more day, and these four punks will be nothing more than a triviality before me. What? Nothing more than a triviality? Are you not afraid of your tongue getting caught in the wind? At this, Luo Xianxian was thoroughly incensed. Lu Sheng's words were so arrogant that they bordered on the outrageous. It was important to remember that the ones pursuing them now were the four specialized professionals from the Dragon-Slaying Guild. The specialized professions of various nations were comparable to super professions in their formidable strength. Moreover, with the backing of the three-nation alliance, these four not only boasted high levels and immense combat power, but also possessed extraordinarily luxurious equipment. Under such circumstances, Luo Xianxian could not fathom where Lu Sheng found the audacity to make such grandiose claims. I knew you wouldn't believe me. Noticing Luo Xuanxuan's reaction, Lu Sheng did not bother to explain further. Instead, he continued to pull her along while saying, how about we make a wager? A wager? On what? Luo Xianxian instinctively inquired. Let us wager that by this time tomorrow, if we are still alive, these four Dragon-Slaying Guild assassins will not last 10 minutes in my hands. Lu Sheng declared proudly. Of course, this was not intended as mere bravado in front of the girl. He genuinely possessed such confidence. It was just that he had encountered Luo Xianxian at a rather awkward moment, coinciding with the crucial cooldown period of his thousandfold enhancement. Otherwise, with his current level of 100, if he had the thousandfold enhancement, even a mere blessing from the divine would allow him to effortlessly overpower the four assassins from the Dragon-Slaying Guild. He would not need to flee at all. 10 minutes? At this point, as Lu Sheng's claims grew increasingly outrageous, Luo Xianxian felt a surge of anger rising within her and asked Lu Sheng with a scoff. Who gave you the courage to boast so boldly, Liang Jingru? Just tell me if you dare to wager. Lu Sheng chose not to explain further, but instead posed another question. Of course I dare. Why would I fear you? Witnessing Lu Sheng's audacity, Luo Xuanxuan's competitive spirit was ignited, prompting her to boldly inquire, but what if you lose? If I lose, I shall acquiesce to all your conditions, whatever you decree. I shall comply. Lu Sheng replied without a moment's hesitation. As his words hung in the air, he turned his gaze back to Luo Xuanxuan's graceful figure, letting out a series of lewd chuckles. And if you were to lose? He teased, his laughter ringing with mischief. What do you intend to do? I warn you to be respectful. I will not acquiesce to excessive demands. Despite her admonition, Luo Xianxian felt her heart flutter at Lu Sheng's brazen demeanor. Although she insisted that he maintain a sense of decorum, an inexplicable sense of anticipation surged within her, a feeling of longing, as the saying goes. What girl does not harbor youthful infatuation? Regrettably, she still underestimated Lu Sheng's profound obliviousness to the nuances of romance. If you lose, you must lie on the ground and bark like a dog. Ha! At last, Lu Sheng unveiled his wager, his words striking with audacious fervor. Go to hell. The next moment, accompanied by a waft of fragrant air, Luo Xianxian forcefully liberated herself from his grasp and sprinted ahead, evidently incensed. Chapter 68. Intrusion into Forbidden Territory. Profaning the Dragon's Lair. Why is this girl suddenly so furious? Lu Sheng stared in bewilderment at the irate Luo Xianxian, completely oblivious to the source of his misstep. His intention to challenge her was merely to awaken her fighting spirit, as he had sensed her earlier resignation and unwillingness to involve him in her despair. To prevent her from retreating to deliver provisions to their adversaries, Lu Sheng had cleverly employed a provocation tactic. Fortunately, Luo Xianxian, although angered, was successfully spurred into action, averting her previous thoughts of surrender, allowing Lu Sheng to exhale in relief. Thus commenced a harrowing chase, a struggle for survival, amidst the vast and treacherous forest of the Blood Sand War Zone. Initially, the four assassins remained unfazed, confident that Luo Xuanxuan's trump card, her soul body, had been nearly eradicated. They deemed Lu Sheng, a mere support class paladin, to be lacking in speed, given time. They were certain they would eventually catch the two and send them to their demise. However, as time elapsed, the four assassins soon realized their grave miscalculation. Lu Sheng proved to be exceedingly elusive, deftly navigating the complex terrain, and each time the assassins drew near, he produced a new life-saving item from his possession, widening the gap between them once more. Teleportation scrolls, invisibility scrolls, acceleration scrolls, healing potions, defensive potions, protective potions, trap runes, frost runes, slow runes, throughout this frantic escape. The four assassins had exhausted every known and unknown life-preserving item imaginable. It was a relentless cycle of increasing frustration, with no end in sight. At that moment, the assassins longed to seize Lu Sheng by the collar and demand, "Are you truly a paladin or a walking treasure chest? Can we not engage in a fair contest? Damn paladin, when I finally catch you, I will flay your skin, strip your flesh, and shatter your bones." As they observed the seemingly insurmountable distance of mere hundreds of meters between themselves and the elusive duo, Jialu could no longer contain his wrath, erupting in a furious outburst. How terrified of death must this bastard be to prepare such a plethora of life-saving items? The expressions of the other three assassins mirrored his ire. For nearly 9 hours since Lu Sheng's flight had commenced, the sun was nearing its descent, yet they had failed to apprehend two first-tier professionals. The thought of their failure becoming public knowledge was unbearable. Meanwhile, not far ahead, Lu Sheng marveled at the remaining assortment of life-saving items in his possession. "Sasha, I truly adore you," he reflected with deep gratitude, realizing that if it were not for Sasha's foresight in providing him with the various life-saving items confiscated from the practitioners of the Wano nation, he might have been caught long ago. We cannot delay any longer. Once the sun sets, pursuing them will become even more arduous. With the sky darkening, Park Yoji gritted his teeth and called out to his companions, "Let us not hold back any longer. Unleash your most powerful skills and swiftly eliminate them." With that, he initiated the assault, unleashing his ultimate technique, the Taekwondo secret technique, bone-shattering shockwave. 3 silver-white energy waves erupted from his hands, soaring through the air like brilliant shooting stars, aimed directly at Lu Sheng and Luo Xianxian. Following closely, the Onmyoji, Yun Xiao Huazi, summoned a phantom of the 8-headed serpent, its massive heads writhing amidst a tempest. Jialu, not to be outdone, inhaled deeply, his abdomen expanding like a balloon before unleashing a torrent of flames that engulfed an area of hundreds of meters. Meanwhile, the Eastern warrior, Xiao Wujiteru, executed his strongest attack, merging 3 sword auras into a sharp inverted triangle that cleaved through the landscape, leaving a trail of obliterated flora in its wake. This is bad. They are desperate. As the murderous intent loomed, Lu Sheng felt a weight settle in his heart and promptly retrieved 2 acceleration scrolls from his belongings, activating them for himself and Luo Xianxian. The moment the scrolls took effect, their speed surged by 50%. Just then, a massive, dark cave loomed ahead of them. Fortune favors me. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Sheng seized Luo Xuanxuan's arm and plunged into the cave, leaving the 4 assassins momentarily stunned. "Stop! Stop!" Park Yoji shouted desperately, and the other assassins exchanged alarmed glances, barely managing to halt just outside the cave's entrance. Gazing at the ominous, pitch-black entrance ahead, Park Yoji appeared to recall something significant. Ultimately unable to suppress the dread welling within him, he tremulously exclaimed, "Could this truly be the most terrifying forbidden zone in the Blood Sand War Zone? The blasphemous dragon's nest?" Chapter 69, The Terrifying Roar, forcibly delving deeper. Indeed, it was the blasphemous dragon's nest. At this moment, Yun Xiao Huazi, Jialu, and Xiao Wujitaro also regained their senses, seemingly reminded of something profoundly horrifying, their faces betraying an expression of sheer terror, rendering them too fearful to take a single step further. It was said that this blasphemous dragon's nest was the lair of the 3-headed wicked dragon, and in recent years, none who dared to intrude had emerged alive. In his frustration, Park Yoji shouted angrily, cursing, "Those damned Chinese pigs, even at death's door. They still aim to thwart our efforts. The higher-ups have specifically ordered for that Chinese woman's head, if we cannot procure her corpse. How shall we claim our bounty upon our return?" Jia Lu asked with a face full of reluctance. "Forget it, they are as good as dead anyway. As for the bounty, let us report the events here truthfully to our superiors upon our return and see if there is any room for negotiation. Park Yoji waved dismissively. Sigh. It seems we have no choice but to proceed this way. Jia Lu responded, though his heart brimmed with regret. Given the situation, he had no viable solutions, and reluctantly nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Park Yoji added, however, to ensure our safety, we should remain here for a while longer, lest those two Chinese pigs manage to escape before the old dragon discovers them. All right. Simultaneously, within the dark, narrow cave. Why aren't they pursuing us? Observing that the four assassins had not followed, Lu Sheng raised an eyebrow, still unaware of the reason, when he noticed the sudden pallor on Luo Xuanxuan's face. As if she had recalled something dreadful, she trembled and said, could this place be the blasphemous dragon's nest? What is the blasphemous dragon's nest? Lu Sheng was about to inquire further when, at that very moment, a horrifying roar resonated from deep within the cave. Following this, a series of thunderous impacts echoed, shaking the entire cave, dislodging countless stones. What is happening? Startled by the commotion, Lu Sheng exclaimed, quickly, Lu Sheng, we must escape. We cannot. Lu Sheng shook his head firmly, stating, those four assassins have certainly not strayed far. They are likely waiting for us outside the cave. If we turn back now, we would be walking right into a trap. But we must leave. Luo Xianxian bit her silver teeth, her fair face betraying her fear, insisting, though the four assassins of the Dragon Slayer group are terrifying, we at least have a slim chance against them. If we stay here, we are undoubtedly doomed. Woman, can you please calm yourself and tell me what this blasphemous dragon's nest is? Lu Sheng said earnestly. At this moment, he realized that he might have unwittingly trespassed into an unknown forbidden realm. However, having experienced 2 lifetimes, he maintained a relatively composed demeanor, intending to ascertain his circumstances before devising a plan. Very well. Observing Lu Sheng's reaction, Luo Xianxian forced herself to steady her nerves and began to explain. It is said that in the Blood Sand War Zone, beyond the territories of the 4 great nations, there exists a region that is an absolute forbidden zone for life, regardless of your origin, profession, or background. Anyone who dares to step foot here meets only a cruel annihilation, leaving not even a complete corpse behind. Upon reaching this point, she raised her head and emphatically stated, this place is the very blasphemous dragon's nest we currently find ourselves in. Oh, is it truly that terrifying? Lu Sheng's pupils constricted upon hearing this. Not just terrifying. Luo Xianxian gasped, quickly adding, it is said that within the blasphemous dragon's nest resides not some magical creature of rules, but a genuine dragon. What? The mention of the dragon race caused Lu Sheng to be unable to contain his shock, exclaiming aloud. Yet, through his recent studies, he had garnered some preliminary understanding of the power dynamics on Blue Star, thus he inquired again. But I recall that dragons on Blue Star possess levels exceeding 4 upon birth. This Blood Sand War Zone is merely a second-turn neutral map, and under the constraints of the rules, dragons should not be able to enter here. I am not sure how that is possible. Luo Xianxian shook her head, stating gravely. However, the presence of dragons in the blasphemous dragon's nest is no secret among us on Blue Star. It is common knowledge. Suddenly, another terrifying roar reverberated. The narrow cave they occupied could no longer withstand the continuous violent tremors, with the ceiling above revealing countless cracks resembling a spider's web, threatening to collapse at any moment. Not good. It's about to cave in. Seeing this, Lu Sheng had no time to contemplate further. He seized Luo Xianxian's hand and dashed deeper into the cave. Chapter 70. The Forbidden Dragon, Oscar. After navigating several narrow passages, the two soon found themselves in an expansive chamber. Before them loomed a vast stone hall, towering hundreds of meters high and stretching thousands of meters wide. This was indeed a mountain, open at the top and hollow within. Yet, this was not what astonished them most, for they finally beheld the source of the cave-in. The earth-shaking culprit, a colossal dragon, entirely black as ink, with 3 heads. Indeed, this dragon possessed 3 heads. Its enormous form stretched several dozen meters, and its massive, fleshy wings, when casually flapped, could conjure a raging tempest. Its body was covered in hard scales, each resembling a vast shield, shimmering brilliantly under the sun, imparting an impression of invulnerability. Coupled with its 4 razor-sharp claws, resembling scythes, and the 3 heads on its bifurcated neck, which, while appearing identical, bore distinct differences. The overall sight sent shivers down Lu Sheng's spine. Dangerously extreme. That was Lu Sheng's immediate impression of this bizarre dragon. Almost instinctively, he cast an insight spell upon the creature. Target, Oscar. Title, Forbidden Dragon. Type, Dragon Race. LV, Health, 39, 999. Mana, 39, 999. Combat rating. Holy moly, nearly 4,000 in health, and its level remained unseen? Staring at Oscar's outrageous attribute panel, Lu Sheng was nearly compelled to cry out. Shoo! Lower your voice, don't let it hear us. Fortunately, at that moment, Luo Xianxian swiftly covered his mouth and pointed at Oscar, whispering, Look, it seems to be enduring some immense pain. Upon hearing the words, Lu Sheng's pupils dilated, and he suddenly realized that at this very moment, the three-headed dragon, Oscar, was not only howling in agony, but also relentlessly ramming its head against the surrounding stone walls, seemingly enduring some excruciating torment. A glance at the beast confirmed his fears. A notification regarding a negative magical effect promptly appeared before Lu Sheng's eyes. Eternal torment of the destructive dragon flame. Negative magical effect. Inflicts 10,000 points of fire damage every hour. Each activation scorches both the target's body and soul, continuing until the target's demise. This judgment from the Celestial Dragon Emperor is nearly impossible to dispel. What a terrifying negative skill, devoid of any time limit. Upon seeing this debuff, Lu Sheng was utterly astounded. The sheer absurdity of the eternal torment of the destructive dragon flame, which could torture its victim until death, was overwhelming. What heinous acts must Oscar have committed to incur such a curse? This was clearly a decree for its untimely demise. My heavens, the judgment of the Celestial Dragon Emperor? Simultaneously, Luo Xinyan also noticed the notification regarding the negative magical effect. However, her reaction was starkly different from Lu Sheng's. She seemed to have deduced something, murmuring, "Surely, this skill cannot be the exclusive ability of the Celestial Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Cliff." Before she could finish her thought, a sudden cacophony erupted nearby. Instinctively, Luo Xinyan turned her head, only to find Lu Sheng inexplicably lying on the ground, frantically scraping dirt and debris onto himself. "Lu Sheng, what are you doing?" Luo Xinyan asked in bewilderment. "Quick, bury yourself with stones and sand. Do not let it discover us," Lu Sheng urged in a hushed tone, casting another glance at the still frenzied Oscar, and stated solemnly, "If I am not mistaken, it should awaken very soon." Oh, upon hearing this, Luo Xinyan felt a shiver run down her spine and immediately abandoned any semblance of decorum, mimicking Lu Sheng by lying on the ground and covering herself with stones. Before long, the two had completely concealed themselves, daring not to move a muscle. Even their breathing slowed to a near halt, being excessively cautious. However, it was unfortunate that they had underestimated Oscar's might, as well as the perception abilities of this three-headed behemoth. "Ugly insects, how dare you intrude upon my territory?" roared Oscar, a bone-chilling shriek that warped the very fabric of space. The effort to conceal themselves proved futile as Lu Sheng and Luo Xinyan were instantly blasted away. Ugh! Bang! Poor Luo Xinyan, already low on health, was caught off guard, and her fragile form crashed violently against the hard mountain wall, rendering her unconscious in an instant. Crack. HP 599. Lu Sheng followed closely behind. Although he was a paladin with significantly better defenses than Luo Xinyan, he too could not withstand the onslaught of Oscar, the forbidden dragon, and was similarly toppled by the sound wave, crashing hard against the mountain wall, nearly embedding himself within it. Die. At this moment, Oscar had evidently regained its composure. Witnessing the audacity of an intruder, it raised its colossal claw, aiming to strike Lu Sheng down without hesitation. Stop. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture. Chapter 71. The Last Hope. Radiant Redemption. Buzz. Immunity. A nullifying aura suddenly manifested above Lu Sheng's head. Is that the Paladin's invincibility skill? Observing the dazzling holy light surrounding Lu Sheng, Oscar momentarily froze. However, it quickly regained its composure. Regarding Lu Sheng with a sardonic smile, "Humph. I shall simply wait 6 seconds before I slay you. Please hold on," Lu Sheng implored hastily. At that moment, he was covered in goosebumps. Fortunately, his divine shield had just concluded its cooldown, granting him immunity to all magic and physical damage for 6 seconds. Otherwise, Oscar's previous strike would have surely resulted in his instantaneous demise. With this thought in mind, Lu Sheng blurted out, "I can help you." "Help me?" Oscar was taken aback, still processing the situation, when Lu Sheng urgently exclaimed, "I can assist in dispelling the negative magical effects afflicting you." "What? Dispelling my magical effects?" This revelation caused Oscar to lose all restraint, staring at Lu Sheng with disdain. "Pitiful insect. Do you even comprehend what you are saying? The negative magical effects upon me are the judgment of the Dragon Emperor, a form of ultimate curse. Even a god-tier priest would struggle to dispel it. You, a mere first-tier paladin, dare claim you can assist me? Ha ha." With that, Oscar erupted into laughter, as if it had heard the most ludicrous joke on earth. Yet Lu Sheng remained unfazed, solemnly asserting, "If I am not mistaken, you have been tormented by this negative magical effect for quite some time, haven't you?" He continued, "If that is the case, why not trust me just this once? If I fail, you can kill me afterward. After all, once I am in your clutches, escape would be futile." Oh, seeing Lu Sheng's unwavering confidence, Oscar found itself at a crossroads of uncertainty. For, as Lu Sheng had previously surmised, it had indeed endured the torment of this negative magical effect for many years, reaching a state of unbearable suffering. Thus, despite knowing the hope was slim, it was unwilling to relinquish even the slightest chance of dispelling the negative magic. "Little insect, do you truly have the means to eradicate the negative magic upon me?" Gazing at Lu Sheng's confident visage, Oscar queried once more. I possess over 90% certainty, but you will need to wait another 10 hours. As my combat abilities will only be available then, Lu Sheng replied gravely. As he spoke, he seemed to recall something and added, however, before that, there is something I must attend to. What matter? Oscar inquired, perplexed. I need to return to the city, Lu Sheng whispered. Filthy insect. Do you take me for a fool? Predictably, upon hearing this, Oscar was incensed, suspecting Lu Sheng was mocking it, and poised to strike again. Thankfully, Lu Sheng had anticipated this reaction and quickly clarified. Wait, you misunderstand. I do not intend to flee. I need to return to purchase a skill book called Radiant Redemption. Radiant Redemption? At the mention of this skill, Oscar's dragon brow arched. Indeed, Lu Sheng affirmed, nodding patiently as he explained. You must know that a paladin's Radiant Redemption can dispel all negative magical effects, and this skill is available at level 100. Hence my necessity to return to the city. Before he could complete his sentence, Oscar interrupted him. Do you think I have not attempted such a simple solution before? However, the paladin's Radiant Redemption cannot dispel the negative magical effects upon me, so you may as well prepare for your demise. With that proclamation, Oscar raised his formidable dragon claw once more, poised to eliminate Lu Sheng on the spot. But wait, just because the average paladin cannot succeed, does not mean I cannot. You must allow me the opportunity to try, right? After all, you have endured for so long. Another 10 hours should pose no challenge for you. Lu Sheng exclaimed repeatedly. Upon hearing this, Oscar's claw, which had been lifted, hesitated in midair once again. The reason was the same. The dreadful negative magical effects had tormented it for countless years. As long as there remained a glimmer of hope, it was unwilling to relinquish its resolve. With this thought, Oscar finally lowered its claw and regarded Lu Sheng with a weighty tone. Very well, I shall wait for you another 10 hours. But there will be no need to return to town. As the words left its mouth, it disregarded Lu Sheng's reaction and with a grand wave of its hand, countless shimmering tomes cascaded from the heavens, nearly overwhelming Lu Sheng in their abundance. All were paladin skill books. These are the skill tomes of the paladins. Within them should be the radiant salvation you seek. Search for it yourself. Oscar remarked nonchalantly. My goodness, how can there be so many? Lu Sheng gasped at the sight of the densely packed skill books surrounding him, nearly forming a mountain. Over the years, there have always been some audacious human practitioners attempting to challenge my authority, many of whom are paladins like you. Oscar sneered, a hint of undeniable pride flashing across its massive dragon visage. Chapter 72. Kneel and beg me. So that was it. Upon hearing this, Lu Sheng finally understood. These skill books were the spoils of Oscar's victories. As for why human practitioners, fully aware of Oscar's immense power, would continue to seek their demise, the answer was quite simple. The dragon race is indeed the most powerful species on Blue Star, standing at the apex of the biological pyramid. An adult dragon possesses an innate level exceeding 700, making them an existence akin to a bug in terms of skills, attributes, and combat prowess. When human practitioners become entangled with them, it can truly be described as soaring to great heights. For instance, a beastmaster, a profession inherently capable of forging contracts with wild magical beasts, could transform into a revered dragon master if they were to contract a dragon. Regardless of their initial combat aptitude, achieving a level of power that even superclass professions cannot rival, nearing the ultimate realm. While other professions may not experience such a significant boost as a beastmaster, having a dragon at their side would still result in a qualitative leap in combat effectiveness. However, dragons are notoriously proud, and bending them to 1s will is no simple feat. Of course, not simple does not equate to impossible. After all, many extraordinary beings on Blue Star have successfully partnered with dragons. With this in mind, Lu Sheng felt a surge of fervor, and upon glancing at Oscar, a glimmer of unprecedented determination sparkled in his eyes. Now that you possess the skill books, if after 10 hours you still cannot assist me in dispelling the negative magic afflicting me, I can assure you, you will regret ever coming into this world. At that moment, Oscar glared at Lu Sheng with a fierce intensity, its face betraying an undeniable cruelty. You dare threaten me? Lu Sheng's eyes narrowed at the sight. In truth, he genuinely intended to help this three-headed dragon rid itself of its negative magical effects and alleviate its suffering. Although the eternal torment of destruction was an immensely powerful ultimate forbidden spell, one that even a 9th-tier powerhouse might struggle to dispel, he was undeterred. For with the heavenly boon of a 10,000-fold amplification at his disposal, a mere ultimate forbidden spell hardly concerned him. Yet, witnessing this three-headed dragon's arrogance and its incessant threats only fueled his resolve further. Additionally, having just acquired the specialized skill of Sacred Contract, he found himself in need of a suitable steed. Thus, Lu Sheng's mind whirled as he promptly altered his course of action. From that point onward, neither man nor dragon spoke further, instead engaging in a silent standoff in the vast cavern, akin to a game of glaring contests. Nonetheless, Lu Sheng did not forget about Luo Xianxian. He took the opportunity to check her condition. Thankfully, she had merely succumbed to unconsciousness due to critically low health and severe injuries. Seeing that she was out of immediate danger, Lu Sheng let out a quiet sigh of relief. Time flowed like a river, and nights swiftly passed. During this period, the negative magical effects upon Oscar manifested several times, each episode tormenting it to the brink of despair, eliciting cries of anguish. Fortunately, 10 hours were not overly long for it. As the first rays of dawn broke through the sky, Oscar, who had been counting down the moments, finally stood up and turned to Lu Sheng, asking in a deep voice, "Little worm, the 10 hours have elapsed. You can assist me in dispelling the negative magic now, correct?" "Of course," Lu Sheng replied with a slight smile, not refusing, but instead retrieving the pre-prepared tome of Radiant Salvation and initiating the learning process. "Ding! Congratulations. You have learned a new skill, Radiant Salvation. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry and cast the spell." Observing Lu Sheng's readiness, Oscar eagerly urged, its expression shifting to one of menace. "If you fail to dispel it, don't blame me for being merciless." "Huh, you wish for my assistance? Very well. But you must kneel and beg me." Lu Sheng responded coolly. This time, facing Oscar's threats, he displayed not an ounce of fear. For at that moment, his 10,000-fold amplification had concluded its 24-hour cooldown, and as long as he possessed this golden finger of amplification, he had limitless possibilities. "What? Kneel and beg you?" Hearing Lu Sheng's words, Oscar froze in disbelief, nearly convinced he had misheard. However, it quickly regained its composure and let out an enraged roar. "How dare you, wretched ant? Toy with me. Prepare to perish. Disease breath. Plague breath. Curse breath." Boom, boom, boom. 3 breaths of varying yet equally terrifying attributes erupted from Oscar's 3 heads, unleashing a torrent upon the unsuspecting Lu Sheng. Yet Lu Sheng seemed oblivious to Oscar's assault. Rather than evade, he curiously tilted his head upwards, muttering, "Oh? 3 heads can emit 3 different types of breath? How intriguing." HP 1729. HP 2133. HP 1966. Boom. In the next instant, the ground trembled. The terrifying breath surged within the expansive cavern, conjuring ominous clouds that rolled ominously, melting even the hardest rocks and corroding the very air itself, creating a truly terrifying spectacle. Observing the chaos within the cavern, Oscar mistakenly believed Lu Sheng had been obliterated by its breath and proudly lifted its head, declaring, "Humph. This is the fate that befalls those who dare to deceive me." It had not finished speaking. "TSK, is that all you are capable of?" Suddenly, a familiar voice emerged quietly from the billowing smoke. "What?" Startled by the sound, Oscar quickly focused his gaze. Not far away, within the cave, a tall figure stood leisurely with arms crossed, a hint of disdain curving at the corner of his mouth. Was it not Lu Sheng? He is still alive? Oscar was taken aback, instinctively casting an insight spell towards Lu Sheng, but upon doing so, he nearly popped his eyes out in shock. Target, Lu Sheng. Class, Paladin. Nationality, Shinsha. Level, 100. Health, 42, 894, 172. Mana, 10, 900, 000. Combat power rating. Chapter 73, The Terrifying Forbidden Dragon. What? 44 million health points? Gazing at Lu Sheng's absurd health and mana, Oscar could no longer contain the shock within him. The being who had always been referred to as a monster now trembled as he asked Lu Sheng, "What manner of creature are you? You have 2 choices. Either submit and become my mount, or face death. The choice is yours." Lu Sheng did not respond, but instead asked solemnly, "What? Become your mount?" At these words, Oscar was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure, erupting in furious indignation. "You must be dreaming. Humph, it seems you have chosen the latter." Observing Oscar's reaction, Lu Sheng was not particularly surprised. After all, the dragon race was inherently the most powerful life form on Blue Star and had always been known for their pride. To make them submit, the best method was undoubtedly to subdue them first. With that thought, Lu Sheng resolved himself. Yet, he remained cautious, first removing the scythe of the demon from his grasp and stowing it away in his satchel. After all, under the enhancement of a 10,000-fold amplification and divine blessings, all his attributes had received a boost of 10,000 points. If he were to wield a weapon carelessly, he might inadvertently obliterate Oscar in an instant. Lu Sheng did not wish for his potential mount to slip away in such a muddled fashion. Thus, he approached Oscar unarmed, charging forward with bare hands. Oh, he is not even using a weapon? Meanwhile, witnessing Lu Sheng's audacity, Oscar did not exhibit the slightest hint of contempt. Rather, his heart raced. As the most powerful life form on Blue Star, dragons possessed an inherent instinct for self-preservation, despite Lu Sheng having a staggering 100-level difference. Seeing Lu Sheng's health soar to over 40 million, and witnessing his brashness, Oscar felt a foreboding sense of dread, not daring to confront Lu Sheng head-on. This seasoned 3-headed dragon, renowned for its cunning, took a few steps back and, with a flick of his mind, unleashed a signature skill upon Lu Sheng. Body curse, aging. Buzz. In the next moment, a bizarre symbol appeared above Lu Sheng's head. Just as Lu Sheng was sprinting, his speed abruptly diminished, each step becoming laborious. His legs feeling as heavy as lead. What is happening? Noticing the strange alteration in his body, Lu Sheng instinctively glanced at his attribute panel. But upon doing so, he nearly gasped in disbelief. Body curse, aging. Note: entering an aging state decreases movement speed by 80, lasting 30 seconds. What? Movement speed reduced by 80? What a repulsive skill. Staring at the sudden debuff afflicting him, Lu Sheng was utterly astonished. He had never heard of any skill in the present blue star capable of reducing a professional's speed by such an extent. This was nothing short of a bug skill. Ha ha ha. Did you expect this, filthy insect? Oscar, on the other hand, grinned widely at the sight of Lu Sheng succumbing to his curse, exclaiming with delight. Though I know not what means you employ to become so formidable, before the great Oscar, you cannot even approach me, let alone defeat me. Allow me to showcase the power bestowed upon me by the dark god. With that proclamation, Oscar grew even more arrogant, raising his dragon claw to cast yet another skill upon Lu Sheng. Painful disease, blood vomiting. Buzz. Another strange symbol drifted silently above Lu Sheng's head. Poor Lu Sheng, still reeling from the previous shock, felt an upheaval in his stomach, and ultimately, he could no longer suppress the urge, bending over to expel a torrent of vomit. Gag. Spurt, spurt, spurt. HP 1077. HP 1149. HP 1088. Several streams of vibrant blood were expelled from Lu Sheng, while his health bar began to plummet at a visible rate. Fortunately, with the effects of the 10,000-fold amplification and divine blessings, his health had reached a terrifying over 40 million points. Otherwise, just Oscar's previous skill alone would have been sufficient to kill him instantly. What a terrifying skill, capable of affecting a professional's physical state. At this moment, Lu Sheng was utterly stunned, for he had never anticipated that Oscar's skills would be so outrageous. But this was merely the beginning. Mental curse, confusion, evil plague, bone erosion, spreading plague, pus, deadly disease, cancer. As one after another of Lu Sheng's unprecedented and horrifying skills were unleashed from Oscar's hands, Lu Sheng finally comprehended the meaning of the phrase. Though I may not kill you, I can certainly make you wish you were dead. Indeed, Oscar's skills were too peculiar. They consisted entirely of debilitating effects, not only causing continuous loss of health and mana but also diminishing attack power and prolonging casting speed. There was no limit to how repulsive they could become. Even more absurd, Oscar's skills could not be dispelled by divine intervention, because his skills were not magical effects at all, but pure curses, plagues, and diseases. Thus, in a mere span of several minutes, even while under the enhancement of the 10,000-fold amplification and divine blessings, Lu Sheng still couldn't touch a single scale of Oscar. Moreover, he was tormented by the myriad of bizarre skills to the point of wishing for death. Dizziness, vomiting blood, fainting, slowing down, and even losing control of his bowels. Damn it, will you ever stop? Finally, Lu Sheng could no longer endure. Witnessing Oscar's refusal to kill him while deliberately dragging out the battle, he gritted his teeth, resolutely activating the Paladin's 6-second True Man skill, Shield of Divine Protection. Buzz. A resplendent holy light descended from the heavens, effortlessly purging all negative effects plaguing Lu Sheng in an instant. Huh, is that the invincible skill of a Paladin? Witnessing this spectacle, Oscar's pupils involuntarily contracted, and before he could react, Lu Sheng had already leapt forward, raising his palm, as large as a grinding wheel, to strike at Oscar's colossal form. Buzz. Missed. Resist. Lost. Deflected. In the next moment, a succession of ineffective status effects erupted above Oscar's head. Chapter 74. A single slap sends him flying. Haha. Your level is far too low. You cannot possibly harm me. Oscar laughed heartily, realizing that Lu Sheng was merely level 100, a full 2 levels below him. Under the strictures of the rules, no matter how formidable Lu Sheng's attributes, if he could not strike true, it would be akin to drawing water with a sieve. However, while the constraints of the rules were stringent, they were not devoid of loopholes. Lu Sheng had already validated this point in previous battles. Thus, he was not daunted by the ineffectual status effects before him. Instead, he swung his arms vigorously and unleashed a flurry of strikes upon Oscar. At last, during the final second of his invincibility, Lu Sheng's fortune surged, successfully landing a blow on Oscar for the first time. Crack. Roar. In the next instant, accompanied by a thunderous crash, Oscar's immense dragon form soared into the air as if a kite severed from its string, only to crash violently against the hard mountainside with blinding speed. Boom. The earth trembled, and rocks tumbled. HP 33612. A terrifyingly high damage number flickered above Oscar's head, nearly annihilating him on the spot. You. Clattering. Gazing at his nearly depleted health bar, Oscar could scarcely believe he was not dreaming. It took a monumental effort to regain his senses. One last chance. Submit, or perish. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng seized the opportunity to leap onto Oscar's massive body, raising his right palm once more to deliver an ultimatum. I'll be candid with you. That last attack was executed without employing any weapon. I have already shown you considerable mercy. Should you remain obstinate, I assure you that even the gods shall not save you today. Yet Oscar remained unmoved. gazing steadily at Lu Sheng, and solemnly declared, "Kill me." Lu Sheng's pupils contracted at the unexpected proclamation from the formidable, three-headed dragon. Almost instinctively, he queried, perplexed, "You would rather die than serve as my mount?" "Humph. Though I am a castaway of the dragon kin, noble dragon blood still courses through my veins. To become your slave? Not a chance." Oscar roared defiantly. "Slave?" Upon hearing this term, Lu Sheng furrowed his brows and retorted, "I never suggested you become my slave. Do you think I am unaware?" Oscar gritted his teeth and replied, "The sacred contract of your paladins is a pure master-servant bond, once signed. I would not only serve you as my master, but whatever commands you impose upon me, I would be unable to disobey, lest I suffer the backlash of the contract's power." "What? Such a thing exists?" Lu Sheng's heart jolted at this revelation. "Of course," Oscar countered, "as a professional. Have you ever heard of the existence of dragon knights in this world?" "Well, not really," Lu Sheng admitted, pondering seriously for a moment, then unable to suppress a bitter smile. For, as Oscar had previously stated, in the present Blue Star, he had heard of dragon warriors, dragon mages, dragon tamers, and other dragon-related professions, yet had never heard of dragon knights. Well then, at this juncture, Oscar finally unveiled the entire convoluted truth. Your paladin's sacred contract is, in fact, the most tyrannical of all contracts. Once successfully signed, I would not only become your slave, but should you encounter any misfortune, I would accompany you to the grave. At this point, he raised his head, and a profound despair flickered across the three formidable dragon heads, murmuring, "Moreover, after enduring endless torment these years, perhaps death is the true liberation for me." As his voice trailed off, Oscar closed his eyes, indifferent to Lu Sheng's reaction. "Kid, you can make your move now." Observing this scene, Lu Sheng's brow furrowed deeply. He had never anticipated that at this critical moment, the three-headed dragon would seek to end its own life. Was this some sort of jest? It could only be described as a fate worse than death. After all, Lu Sheng had already experienced the terrifying capabilities of this three-headed dragon. He had exerted tremendous effort to subdue it, intending for it to submit to him and become his mount. He could not simply stand by and watch it perish. Yet, Lu Sheng understood that Oscar's despair, leading him to contemplate self-destruction, was likely due to the prolonged torment inflicted by the negative magical effects upon him. After all, he had witnessed firsthand the horrific suffering these negative effects had wrought upon Oscar. It could indeed be described as a fate worse than death. With this in mind, Lu Sheng quickly spoke. "In fact, I can truly help you eliminate the negative magical effects afflicting you." At this juncture, you still wish to deceive me?" Oscar rolled his eyes, still sprawled on the ground, refusing to believe Lu Sheng's words, and impatiently swatted at him with a massive dragon claw. "Enough of this chatter. If you intend to strike, do so quickly. I fear not death. After all, I should have perished decades ago. Living this long is already a boon." "You fool. How must I convince you before you will believe me?" Lu Sheng, nearly exasperated, grasped Oscar's facial scales and asked sternly, "Have you ever encountered a level 100 paladin with 40 million HP? At this, Oscar's pupils contracted, finally sensing something amiss. And Lu Sheng, fearing Oscar remained skeptical, decided to press the advantage, resolutely declaring, "Let me assure you, my combat talent is among the finest in the world. An SSS-level capability that can amplify a skill's effect by a staggering 10,000 times." "What? An SSS-level talent? That is impossible." Oscar instinctively shook his head. For in the present Blue Star, an SSS-level talent was less a measure of ability than a legendary symbol. Yet recalling Lu Sheng's earlier display, where he had sent Oscar flying without wielding any weapon, Oscar began to reconsider, sensing that Lu Sheng might not be lying after all. Chapter 75, Opposing the Entire Dragon Clan. After all, Lu Sheng had just managed to nearly obliterate him using only his bare hands, despite the 100-level disparity. A flurry of intricate thoughts raced through Oscar's mind. Finally, as Oscar lifted his gaze once more, the look in his eyes directed at Lu Sheng was devoid of any prior disdain. "Are you truly the legendary SSS-level talent?" Oscar stammered, almost in a tremor. Lu Sheng did not respond directly, but instead countered, "You should now be able to see my health and mana, correct?" Without waiting for Oscar's reaction, he boldly proclaimed, "Let me be frank with you. The reason I possess such exceptional health and mana is due to the effect of the Divine Blessing skill. However, after being enhanced by my combat talent, it has transformed from an all-attribute value of 1 to an astonishing 10,000. "What? An all-attribute value of 10,000? Oscar gasped, nearly overwhelmed by fear. The sheer exponential amplification of divine blessing was utterly absurd. An all-attribute value of 10,000 could hardly be termed an enhancement. It was nothing short of a blatant bug. No wonder Lu Sheng had previously sent him flying with a mere slap. "Now you should believe that I can dispel the negative magical effects afflicting you," Lu Sheng declared with pride. "If you truly possess an SSS-level talent, then you indeed qualify for me to enter into a master-servant contract with you," Oscar stated heavily, refraining from further insistence. For while the dragon race was innately powerful, Attaining a level of 700 upon maturity, it was also true that such strength came with considerable sacrifices. The stronger one was at birth. The weaker one would become in later stages. For instance, many dragons remained at level 700 even on the day of their demise. This illustrated the arduous path dragons faced in their quest for growth, which fundamentally explained their arrogance. Despite the existence of numerous professionals in the current Blue Star capable of forming partnerships with them. As for Oscar, due to various circumstances, his level had plummeted to a mere 200. Given this predicament, he feared he would spend his entire life striving to return to his former peak without external assistance. Fortunately, Lu Sheng's arrival had finally illuminated a glimmer of hope. Moreover, with Lu Sheng's ability to help him dispel negative magical effects. Even knowing that the Holy Knight's sacred contract was an exceedingly domineering master-servant contract, Oscar did not hesitate to agree to Lu Sheng's proposal. However, before we formalize our contract, there is one matter I must clarify. Oscar suddenly shifted the topic. What is it? Lu Sheng inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Oscar did not answer but instead retorted. Aren't you curious how I, a proud Darkborn dragon, have fallen to a mere level of 200 and am forced to hide in the Bloodkill war zone? A lowly map, merely to survive? I am eager to learn, Lu Sheng replied. Because I am the last Darkborn dragon among all dragons, Oscar declared gravely. With this statement, he fixed his gaze intently on Lu Sheng's face, seemingly anticipating shock, fear, and astonishment to appear there. However, he was soon met with utter disappointment. For Lu Sheng's expression remained as unchanging as a parched radish, devoid of any sign of transformation, as he curiously asked, what exactly is a Darkborn dragon? You have never heard of the illustrious Darkborn dragon? Oscar was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, I have not. Lu Sheng nodded honestly. This is beyond my comprehension. Oscar found himself at a loss for whether to laugh or cry. Lu Sheng's lack of knowledge was astounding. How could he not have heard of the renowned Darkborn dragons of Blue Star? What on earth had this fool been studying in school? Oscar felt utterly speechless. But seeing Lu Sheng's evident ignorance, he decided not to elaborate further and merely waved his massive dragon claw, shaking his head in exasperation. Forget it. Knowing too much at your current level would do you no good. With a serious expression, he added, I can only tell you that I am a taboo among the dragons, an existence that the Dragon Emperor would go to great lengths to eliminate. With that, Oscar raised his head again and boldly addressed Lu Sheng, and once you sign the contract with me, you will inevitably become an enemy of the entire dragon race. What? An enemy of the entire dragon race? Lu Sheng frowned at the revelation. Are you afraid? Seeing Lu Sheng's reaction, Oscar mistakenly assumed he was intimidated and sarcastically remarked, if you are afraid, I can pretend you never said anything. Before he could finish, Lu Sheng interrupted with a wave of his hand. As far as I know, the dragon race at the Sky Dragon Cliff should be in an antagonistic relationship with our divine Xia kingdom, correct? Lu Sheng asked solemnly. Indeed. Oscar nodded, explaining. The dragon race at the Sky Dragon Cliff has always been proud and considers themselves descendants of the gods. Meanwhile, your people from the divine Xia kingdom like to claim to be the heirs of dragons, which undoubtedly touches the dragon race's sore spot. After all, in the eyes of dragons, all humans are inferior beings, and you divine Xia people are no exception. You have no right to associate with them. With that, he finally revealed the full intricacies of the matter. Thus, over the years, other nations have seen the emergence of powerful professions related to dragons, such as dragon tamers, dragon warriors, and dragon mages. Yet your divine Xia kingdom has seen none. Now I see, Lu Sheng exclaimed, finally understanding the situation. So, have you made your decision? Oscar asked again, his tone devoid of hope. After all, becoming an enemy of the entire dragon race was no light matter. In the current Blue Star, the dragon race not only symbolized strength but also held a position of extraordinary status, maintaining excellent relations with nearly every nation except the divine Xia kingdom. Other countries eagerly sought the dragon race's assistance to bolster their own professions, aspiring to have their practitioners become part of the dragon lineage. And for an ordinary professional to offend the dragon race, it would be akin to inviting disaster. The dragon race did not even need to take action personally. With a mere command, countless professionals from various nations would rush to serve them. With this in mind, Oscar couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. Chapter 76, Protective Form, Cerberus. Just when he thought Lu Sheng would follow suit like other professionals, intimidated into changing his mind at the critical moment, Lu Sheng suddenly asked, Oscar, do you wish to become my mount? His voice was grave and serious. What? Oscar was taken aback, almost instinctively asking you. Are you not going to reconsider? He knew that once they signed the contract, there would be no turning back. To hell with the dragon race. Lu Sheng spat vehemently. His disdain evident. The dragons we, the descendants of Yin and Huang, worship are the true dragon gods of the heavens, not those wretched lizards with wings. Wretched lizards? Oscar nearly choked in disbelief, almost dying of rage. Lu Sheng's words had undoubtedly included him in the insult. However, Lu Sheng paid no heed to its reaction and continued. Since the dragon clan of the Azure Sky Cliff dares to oppose my nation, even if they do not trouble me, I shall never let them go. With that declaration, Lu Sheng raised his head once more and inquired gravely of Oscar. I shall ask you one final time, Oscar. Do you wish to sign a sacred pact and become my steed? Indeed, I am most willing. At this moment, Oscar cast aside the last vestige of doubt within and exclaimed loudly, Oscar greets his master. No sooner had the words left its mouth than a mysterious voice resonated in the minds of both the man and the dragon simultaneously. The air thrummed with energy as two resplendent six-pointed stars materialized beneath their feet, radiating divine brilliance. Fortunately, this celestial phenomenon was fleeting, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Yet, as the pact came into effect, Lu Sheng gazed upon Oscar with a newfound sensation, one of absolute dominion. It was the unwavering authority of a master over his servant, a power bestowed upon him by the gods to determine life and death. It is no exaggeration to say that Lu Sheng could, with but a thought, wield the power of the pact to obliterate Oscar in an instant. Moreover, with the successful signing of the contract, the skill of the sacred pact within Lu Sheng's skill repertoire transformed into summon, Darkborn Dragon. Under the influence of the pact, Oscar underwent a dramatic metamorphosis, its previously imposing 20-meter form shrinking to just over 10 meters. Once again glancing at Oscar, Lu Sheng did not even need to employ his insight technique. All of Oscar's attributes were laid bare before him. Target, Oscar. Race, Darkborn Dragon. Title, Forbidden Dragon. Level, 100. Health, 19,999. Mana, 19,999. Strength, 1999. Intelligence, 1999. Agility, 1999. Mentality, 1999. Endurance, 1999. Battle rating, 2,600 stars. Skill 1, Malevolent Breath. Skill 2, Torment Disease, Hemoptysis. Skill 3, Pain Disease, Intestinal Rupture. Skill 4, Lethal Disease, Carcinogenesis. Skill 5, Malevolent Plague, Bone Erosion. Skill 6, Infectious Plague, Pustules. Skill 7, Cataclysmic Plague, Explosive Body. Skill 8, Bodily Curse, Aging. Skill 9, Mental Curse, Confusion. Skill 10, Soul Curse, Despair. By the heavens, 10 skills, and a battle rating of 2,600 stars? Gazing at Oscar's opulent attribute panel, Lu Sheng's excitement nearly escaped his lips, and he could not help but exclaim, is this what it means to be of the Dragon Clan? Truly, they stand at the pinnacle of life's hierarchy on Blue Star. These skills, these attributes, and this power rival even the Gabriel projection enhanced 1,000-fold. Oscar greets his master. Concurrently, Oscar lowered its regal head before Lu Sheng for the first time. Rise. Seeing this, Lu Sheng hurriedly assisted it back to its feet, and added, we, the descendants of Yan and Huang, do not indulge in such formalities. Furthermore, do not call me master from now on. It feels rather distant. Simply address me by my name. Yes, master. Oscar promptly nodded respectfully. Yet the manner of address remained unchanged, still referring to Lu Sheng as master. This was undoubtedly tied to the overwhelming nature of the sacred pact. For at this moment, not only did Lu Sheng feel he had the power of life and death over Oscar, but Oscar too sensed that its very existence was in Lu Sheng's hands. Thus, it dared not overstep its bounds in Lu Sheng's presence. As Oscar steadfastly refused to change its address, Lu Sheng grew weary of persuading it. He instead stroked his chin, curiously examining Oscar's form, and murmured, but why have you shrunk so much? Our size as dragons is inherently linked to our level. The higher the level, the larger the size, Oscar explained with a wry smile. However, under the influence of the sacred pact, my level must align with my master S. Thus I have been forcibly reduced by 100 levels, and my size has consequently diminished. Now it makes sense, Lu Sheng realized with clarity. Yet, even if you have shrunk considerably, this appearance still draws too much attention. Observing Oscar, which had just halved in size yet still resembled a truck, Lu Sheng could not suppress a chuckle. Oscar's form was too conspicuous, being over 10 meters long and sporting 3 heads. Coupled with its intricate scales and razor-sharp golden equipment like claws and fangs, it would be impossible not to attract unwanted attention. This is simple. Fortunately, Oscar seemed to have anticipated this and snapped its fingers. Buzz. In the next moment, under Lu Sheng's astonished gaze, Oscar began to shrink rapidly once more, soon transforming into a fearsome hound the size of a calf, yet still boasting 3 heads. Target, Hellhound. Race, Dark Creature. Level, 100. Health, 4,955. Mana, 3,271. Endurance, 1999. This fearsome dark creature exuded an overwhelmingly pungent odor of sulfur. Is this the protective form? Observing Oscar's new transformation, Lu Sheng's eyes lit up, as if he had divined its nature. Indeed, this is my protective form. Oscar nodded, not concealing the truth. In present-day Blue Star, certain powerful beings with unique bloodlines inherently possess a distinctive transformation ability. This ability is known as the protective form. The protective form allows these formidable creatures to take on a peculiar monstrous guise before they fully mature, thus evading the attacks of other predators. For instance, Oscar's transformation into the Hellhound serves this very purpose. This particularly bizarre dark creature is not only grotesque in appearance, but also drips with drool and emits a noxious sulfuric stench, rendering it utterly unappetizing. Therefore, even the mightiest predators would think twice before attacking it upon sight. Such an appearance undoubtedly enhances Oscar's safety, alleviating Lu Sheng's concerns about attracting unnecessary attention due to Oscar's original size. I had no idea you possessed such abilities. Impressive. Lu Sheng offered an enthusiastic thumbs up at Oscar's transformed state as a hellhound. Master is too kind. Upon witnessing the scene, Oscar intended to feign modesty for a moment. However, just then, the negative magical effects afflicting him unexpectedly flared up once more, causing him to collapse onto the ground, rolling in agony and wailing. Had it manifested again? Observing this spectacle, Lu Sheng could not help but shake his head in disbelief. He found it utterly inconceivable that such profound enmity could compel one to unleash such malevolent negative spells upon Oscar. Fortunately, at this moment, Oscar had completely submitted to his feat. With Lu Sheng's assistance, Oscar, who had endured torment for countless years, was on the verge of a remarkable rebirth. Hold on. In 24 hours, I shall surely cleanse you of these negative magical effects, Lu Sheng declared emphatically. After a span of several minutes, as the negative magical effects gradually dissipated, Oscar regained his senses. Master, where shall we go now? He inquired, panting heavily. Let us return to Donglin City first. I need to visit the Job Change Temple to undertake a transfer quest, or else I will be unable to continue gaining experience, Lu Sheng replied. In truth, according to his original plan, he should have returned to the Job Change Temple in Donglin City to accept the transfer quest the moment he reached level 100. In the present world of Blue Star, upon attaining level 100, if one does not visit the Job Change Temple to undertake a transfer quest, they cannot continue to gain experience. This is a rule established by the heavens, one that even Lu Sheng cannot contravene. Only by successfully completing the transfer quest and advancing to the second tier can Lu Sheng continue to level up and grow stronger. Of course, the transfer was not merely a formality. The transfer quests issued by the Job Change Temple offer substantial experience and equipment rewards, enabling practitioners to elevate their levels more swiftly and safely in the subsequent phase. Moreover, certain skills and equipment can only be learned and equipped after reaching the second tier. Thus, undertaking a transfer is of paramount importance for every practitioner, and Lu Sheng was no exception. With this in mind, Lu Sheng hastily moved his feet to check on Luo Xianxian, who had been lingering in the corner. At this moment, Luo Xianxian had been unconscious for over 10 hours, showing no signs of awakening. Despite the fact that Blue Star was a world where everyone undertook job changes and all data was digitized, practitioners remained mere mortals. If severely injured, they could perish even without their health bar depleting. Luo Xianxian had already sustained significant injuries after being pursued by the 4 assassins of the dragon-slaying squad for an entire day and night. Moreover, having received no respite, she was further hurled by Oscar's shout, narrowly escaping death. In such circumstances, her body activated a powerful self-preservation mechanism, forcing her into a deep coma. Fortunately, with Oscar now tamed by Lu Sheng, Luo Xianxian was finally free from immediate peril. Divine Healing Light. Buzz. HP 360. HP 388. HP 345. Lu Sheng cast several healing spells upon Luo Xianxian until her health exceeded 2,000 points, at which point she let out a soft moan and gradually awakened from her stupor. Where's this place? Taking in her unfamiliar surroundings, Luo Xianxian initially exhibited signs of confusion. However, she quickly recalled the crisis she had faced before losing consciousness and exclaimed loudly to Lu Sheng, "Oh no, the 3-headed dragon. Fear not. That 3-headed dragon has already flown away." Lu Sheng swiftly reassured her. What? It flew away? Before Luo Xianxian could fully process this information, Lu Sheng, having prepared his response in advance, continued. It seems that the 3-headed dragon could no longer endure the torment of the negative magic afflicting it and ceased its attack, instead fleeing from its lair. I do not know where it has gone. Oh, is that so? Hearing this, Luo Xuanxuan's eyes brightened, and she did not doubt the veracity of Lu Sheng's words. After all, she had witnessed Oscar's suffering under the negative magical effects and knew that such effects could temporarily drive him to madness. With this thought in mind, she urged Lu Sheng. Then why are we still hesitating? Let us leave this place quickly. Otherwise, if that 3-headed dragon returns, we shall be in dire straits. All right. Lu Sheng nodded in agreement, not disputing her words, and turned to bid farewell to Oscar. In the next moment, Oscar trotted over eagerly, obediently following behind Lu Sheng. What is that? It was only then that Luo Xianxian noticed Oscar's presence and was taken aback. Do not be afraid. This is my newly contracted mount from nearby. Lu Sheng comforted her promptly. What? A mount? Luo Xianxian initially gasped in surprise, then could not help but furrow her brows and remark. What kind of aesthetic sense do you possess to summon such an ugly mount? Haha, ugly. I find it rather dashing. Lu Sheng chuckled heartily, unperturbed, and waved his hand. Leading Luo Xianxian along with his newly contracted mount, swaggering out of the infamous Bloodsand war zone known as the Life Forbidden Zone. Chapter 78. Painful Illness, Ruptured Intestines. Meanwhile, outside the blasphemous dragon's lair, everyone, it has been such a long time. Those two must have been devoured by that three-headed dragon. After all, the blasphemous dragon's lair is the most notorious bloodshed war zone, and no one has ever emerged alive from within. After waiting an entire night, Park Yoshi's patience was thoroughly exhausted. He turned to the other three assassins with a resigned expression and said, "In my opinion, we need not linger here any longer. Let us each return to our own homes." Very well. The remaining three nodded reluctantly upon hearing this. Though they believed at this moment that Lu Sheng and Luo Xianxian had undoubtedly been consumed by the fearsome three-headed dragon within the blasphemous dragon's lair. The bounty issued by the higher-ups of the Three Kingdoms Alliance explicitly required them to bring back Luo Xuanxuan's head in order to claim their reward. Without the head, they could not receive their compensation, leaving the four assassins feeling somewhat aggrieved after their extensive efforts. Just as the four were turning to leave that cursed place, suddenly, several figures emerged leisurely from the depths of the cave. "Look, it seems someone is coming out of that cave." The perceptive monk Jialu sensed the commotion almost instantly and turned to investigate. At that moment, the silhouettes emerging from the cave revealed their true identities. It was none other than Lu Sheng, Luo Xianxian, and Oscar. What? Those two are still alive? Upon seeing Lu Sheng and Luo Xianxian in the flesh, the four assassins were momentarily stunned before nearly bursting into exclamations of excitement. Haha, truly, heaven is aiding me. On the other side, what? Those four assassins of the dragon-slaying squad have yet to depart. Gazing at the four formidable assassins in the distance, Luo Xuanxuan's delicate face turned pale, clearly taken aback by the fact that these four individuals had waited an entire night outside. Fully aware of her entry into the Bloodsand war zone's most forbidden territory, the dragon's nest, with the intent to silence her. How fortuitous that they had not departed. It spared me the trouble of seeking them out one by one. Yet, there was Lu Sheng, observing the four assassins, who were watching him with predatory intent. He exhibited not a trace of fear, but rather broke into an exhilarated grin. "What do you mean by that?" Luo Xuanxuan's pupils constricted at his words. And before she could process the situation, Lu Sheng arrogantly inquired, "Woman, do you remember the wager we made yesterday?" "Wager? What wager?" Luo Xianxian murmured, suddenly shuddering. She finally recalled Lu Sheng's earlier grandiose declarations. Almost instinctively, she stammered, You wouldn't mean. Little girl, be prepared to bark like a dog soon." "Ah." Lu Sheng cackled, unabashedly revealing his intentions. After successfully signing a contract with Oscar, he had just been pondering where to test his newfound strength. Unbeknownst to him, these four assassins had come knocking at his door. It was as if someone had brought him a pillow when he was drowsy or a teapot when he was parched. With that thought in mind, Lu Sheng wasted no time, unleashing a thunderous roar. "Oscar! Oh whoa!" Oscar, upon hearing this, immediately lifted his head and let out a hauntingly fierce wolf howl, then swiftly leaped to position himself before Lu Sheng. Without hesitation, Lu Sheng sprang onto Oscar's broad back. In the next moment, man and dragon became one. Bound by the power of their contract, they required no verbal communication. A mere thought allowed them to instantly grasp each other's intentions. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, a subtle yet palpable aura of dragon might surged forth from Oscar, startling the surrounding birds into flight and sending tremors through the foliage. This was their first collaborative battle since forging their bond. Oscar had resolved to prove his worth to his master through this confrontation. After all, Lu Sheng was a legendary god-tier professional. Should he find Oscar unworthy of his potential, he could easily abandon him for a mightier steed. With his future at stake, Oscar dared not exhibit even a hint of carelessness. Thus, without waiting for Lu Sheng's command, he sprang forward, transforming into the form of three hellhounds, charging directly at the four assassins. "Not good. Lu Sheng, come back. You're no match for them." Upon witnessing this scene, Luo Xianxian gasped, instinctively attempting to call out a warning. But Oscar's speed was astonishing. Before she could finish her sentence, he had already leaped to confront the four assassins. This pig actually dares to attack us." They cursed in disbelief, infuriated by Lu Sheng's audacity, ready to strike him down together. However, just then, painful affliction, loose bowels, a series of muffled sounds erupted simultaneously from the four. Even the female on Myoji, Yinxiao Huazi, was not exempt. The sudden noise left the four assassins momentarily stunned, with Yinxiao Huazi blushing deeply, clearly embarrassed by her untimely flatulence in public. But this was merely the beginning. PFF, 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 PFF. Following this, a cacophony of bubbling sounds erupted, and before the four assassins could comprehend what was happening, they felt an unbearable pain in their abdomens, as a hot rush uncontrollably surged forth from an indescribable orifice. Indeed, they had all succumbed to diarrhea, and not just any diarrhea, but a collective bout of uncontrollable urgency. Moreover, as their bowels betrayed them, the assassin's magical power seemed to plummet as well. MP100, 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 MP100. What the hell is this disgusting skill? A thick, Rancid odor assaulted Park Yoji's nostrils, nearly driving him to the brink of madness. The other three assassins were equally taken aback. Even Luo Xianxian, observing from afar, was left dumbfounded by the shocking spectacle before her. Oscar's skill was utterly bizarre, capable of affecting the physical state of professionals, causing them to suffer incontinence while simultaneously depleting their magical reserves. Ah, how does it feel? Quite a treat, I assent it. Only Lu Sheng, witnessing the four assassins caught in Oscar's trap, grinned widely, revealing no hint of surprise. After all, he had personally experienced the horrifying nature of Oscar's abilities. Moreover, while Oscar's skill was repulsive, it also bore devastating lethality. A moment's carelessness could result in instant demise. This was what truly astounded Lu Sheng and the fundamental reason he had resolutely chosen to forge a contract with Oscar. As the chaos unfolded, the ascetic monk Jielu, witnessing his comrades afflicted by Lu Sheng's skill, felt compelled to cast a corresponding spell. Ascetic technique, Shiva's essence. Purification domain. A beam of pearlescent light descended from the heavens, enveloping the four assassins entirely. Is that Jialu's group purification skill? The other three assassins brightened at the sight, instantly recognizing the spell's effect as a collective negative magic removal ability, just as the four assassins believed they would soon be freed from their torment. PFF. Jialu, who had just unleashed the purification skill, suddenly lost control, soiling himself entirely. It can't be cleared? Stricken by the relentless agony in his abdomen, Jialu instinctively glanced at his attributes panel. Painful affliction, loose bowels, negative disease effect, loss of 1 resource point every 10 seconds, causing the target to enter a state of incontinence for 15 minutes. What? It's a disease? Upon reading the detailed description of painful affliction, loose bowels, Jialu could no longer contain his shock, exclaiming aloud, "A disease skill?" At these words, the other three assassins' expressions shifted dramatically. The painful affliction, loose bowel skill was exceedingly rare and unique, not only classified as an unusual disease skill, but also consuming resource points. It was crucial to note that in the present Blue Star, many professions lacked a magical attribute due to their nature, instead relying on values such as kill points, combat energy, or rage points. This dynamic attribute was collectively referred to as resource points in contemporary Blue Star. How crucial are resource points for professionals? This is vividly illustrated by the earlier confrontation between Lu Sheng and the ninja Takeda Jiro from Fusang, where the latter was willing to inflict self-harm with a blade to secure sufficient resource points to unleash his skills. It is no exaggeration to assert that a professional devoid of resource points is akin to a mere walking wooden post. The majority of a professional's skills necessitate a certain amount of resource points for execution. Yet, Lu Sheng possesses a skill that not only causes his opponents to incessantly deplete resource points, but also compels them to embarrass themselves. This undoubtedly subverts the established perceptions of the four great assassins. Such a repulsive skill cannot be overlooked. Swift resolution is imperative, for the longer we prolong this, the more adverse it becomes for us. At this moment, Yinxiao Huazi was the first to regain her composure. Although the resource point loss of 1 per 10 seconds is not excessively alarming, the acquisition of resource points is inherently arduous, especially for those professions reliant on combat to accumulate them, thus exerting a significant impact. Hence, her desire for a swift conclusion. Understood. The other three assassins nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of Yinxiao Huazi's reasoning. Fortunately, as members of the dragon-slaying group, they had previously collaborated against foes, fostering a tacit understanding without the need for extensive communication. Conserve your resource points. Allow me to take charge. Observing Lu Sheng's extraordinary skill, the ascetic monk Jielu, an expert in control, was the first to act, launching a non-consuming skill at Lu Sheng from a distance. Ascetic technique, serpent entwining style. Whoosh whoosh. In the next moment, accompanied by 2 swift gusts of wind, Jialu's arms elongated, akin to elastic rubber, ensnaring Lu Sheng from a short distance. Do you still wish to resist futilely? Lu Sheng shook his head, initially intending to evade. Yet, he subsequently smirked in disdain, opting to remain stationary, allowing Jialu's arms to envelop him entirely. This is not good. Meanwhile, witnessing Lu Sheng being restrained, the previously passive Luo Xianxian was taken aback. I thought he was formidable. Turns out he's just a paper tiger. Seeing his strike land, Jialu erupted into gleeful laughter, shouting to the others, "Fear not, everyone. Though this kid's skills may appear daunting, his true prowess is merely mediocre. He couldn't even evade a casual skill of mine. I told you, a mere novice paladin. How formidable could he truly be?" Upon hearing this, the tension that had gripped Taekwondo Master Park Yoji dissipated, replaced by a look of contempt. However, it was evident that this paladin was no ordinary one. Paladins are often heralded as the offspring of deities, and most of their skills are overtly righteous. How could a paladin wield a disease-inducing skill? The Onmyoji Yinxiao Huazi mused, casting a glance at Lu Sheng's companion, Oscar, as if piecing together a puzzle, murmuring, "Could it be that hellhound?" Well, he's just a worthless paladin. There's no need to waste time on him. Let us quickly eliminate him and deal with that woman, so we can return to regroup. Otherwise, in our current state, if others were to witness us, it would be utterly humiliating. Finally, the Eastern warrior Xiao Wuji Taolang could no longer bear it, urging impatiently from the sidelines. Indeed, the other three assassins, upon hearing this, snapped back to reality, recognizing that their current disheveled appearance was rather unsightly, and promptly prepared to launch their final assault on Lu Sheng to obliterate him. Lu Sheng, I'm coming to help you. At this moment, Luo Xianxian, having regained some composure, stood up, intending to assist. However, before she could reach Lu Sheng, he impatiently rebuked her. Stay away from me. Don't hinder my performance. You. Upon hearing this, Luo Xianxian was nearly driven to the brink of fury. She never imagined that even in such dire straits, Lu Sheng would refuse her assistance. Was this not a blatant invitation to disaster? Yet, Lu Sheng was entirely disinterested in her thoughts. After all, he had just forged a pact with Oscar and was still deciphering the effects of Oscar's various skills. The four assassins before him represented the perfect training dummies. He certainly would not allow Luo Xianxian to jeopardize his advantageous situation. With this in mind, Lu Sheng decisively enunciated once more. Tormenting disease, hematemesis. Buzz. For eerie symbols materialized almost simultaneously above the heads of the four assassins. What is happening? As they gazed at the strange symbols above them, the assassins had yet to grasp the situation when they felt their stomachs lurch violently. Vomit. In the next instant, as if on cue, all four assassins doubled over. Mouths agape, unleashing a torrent of vomit. Even more absurdly, what they expelled was not remnants of food, but rich, crimson blood. Chapter 80, Outbreak. Fatal disease, cancerous transformation. HP 122. HP 147. HP 169. A series of damage numbers erupted above the four. What? Another disease effect? The assassins were taken aback, hastily glancing at their status panels. Tormenting disease, hematemesis. Negative disease effect. Loss of 1 health point every 10 seconds, inducing a vomiting state for 15 minutes. Phew. Thankfully, while this disease causes continuous health loss, the amount is not substantial, posing no immediate threat. Observing the annotation of the negative effect, Park Yoji quietly exhaled a sigh of relief. The other three assassins also appeared less tense. In the present Blue Star, due to the enhancement of mental attributes, even in combat, professionals can gradually recover health. And the loss of 1 health point every 10 seconds from tormenting disease, hematemesis, is entirely manageable. Thus, they dismissed the concern, ready to regroup and continue their assault on Lu Sheng. However, the subsequent skill Lu Sheng unleashed plunged them, who had just begun to harbor a glimmer of hope, into utter despair. Fatal disease, cancerous transformation. Bang, 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 bang. Accompanied by a series of heart-wrenching screams, the four assassins were caught off guard, collapsing to the ground, utterly powerless. Simultaneously, a cascade of shocking damage numbers surged from above their heads. HP 70, 33. HP 72, 08. HP 87, 53. HP 7600. What? How could my health plummet so drastically? Witnessing his health drop by 90 in an instant, Park Yoji nearly fainted on the spot. This is impossible. The other three assassins were equally paralyzed with fear. Lu Sheng, what on earth have you done? Luo Xianxian was astounded, her delicate frame trembling, her voice quivering. The scene that had just unfolded was far too bizarre. The four formidable assassins, seemingly in good condition, suddenly found themselves losing nearly 90 of their health in an instant. To make matters worse, among them, only Yin Xiao Huazi possessed mana attributes, and she too suffered a loss of 90 mana. Furthermore, Park Yojin, who had initially boasted 100 points of energy, was now left with a mere 10 points. This was no longer a fair and just confrontation. It was nothing short of a blatant display of health bar annihilation. At this moment, it was not only them. Even Lu Sheng, the orchestrator of this chaos, couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment. How is this possible? What a ferocious display. Just moments ago, Lu Sheng had been preoccupied with concerns that Luo Xianxian might disturb his training yet again. In his haste, he hadn't even glanced at the effects of Oscar's skills before commandingly unleashing the third skill with his eyes closed. Now, witnessing the astonishing impact of that skill left him in bewilderment. Instinctively, Lu Sheng began to scour through Oscar's skill repertoire and finally identified the skill he had unwittingly activated. Mortality disease, carcinogenesis. Negative disease effect. Ignites all disease effects on the target, causing all damage accumulated during this period to explode in a single instant. Goodness, an explosive accumulation of damage? Upon reading the detailed description of this skill, Lu Sheng was utterly flabbergasted. The effects of mortality disease, carcinogenesis, were indeed terrifying, as it allowed the simultaneous detonation of two other disease effects. It should be noted that both pain disease and torturous disease had durations lasting a full 15 minutes. Theoretically, within that time frame, these two skills would inflict a total loss of 90 health points and 90 resource points on the afflicted target. Naturally, this was merely theoretical. After all, adventurers are not mere wooden stakes. When afflicted by negative skills, many have life-saving trump cards to rely upon, such as healing spells or various items to bolster their health. Even if the adventurer did nothing, the influence of their mental attributes could allow for a recovery of approximately 20 health points over 15 minutes. Thus, while these two skills were indeed insidious, the actual damage they could inflict was quite limited and required significant time to accumulate. Before this moment, the four assassins had largely dismissed these two disease skills, even contemplating seizing the opportunity to eliminate Lu Sheng and Luo Xianxian. Until now, at this very moment, as they witnessed Lu Sheng's skill deplete 90 of their health, a deep-seated fear gripped the four assassins. Oh no, this kid has been playing the fool all along. He possesses the ability to annihilate us in an instant, yet has refrained from acting. Park Yeojin exclaimed in a tremulous voice. The other three assassins shared his grim expression. Lu Sheng was simply too enigmatic. As a paladin, he had not employed any traditional methods of his class, but merely stood still, uttering words that tortured the four assassins to the brink of despair. What was more absurd was that, even now, the four assassins remained oblivious to the full extent of Lu Sheng's hidden cards. This paladin is utterly terrifying. At my current state, remaining here will only lead to certain death. Realizing this, Park Yeojin made a swift decision and retrieved a life-saving item from his satchel, a mind fog smoke bomb. Bang! A bizarre red smoke erupted, immediately obscuring Lu Sheng's line of sight. Seizing the opportunity, Park Yeojin turned and fled. Acceleration scroll, invisibility scroll, blink scroll. Meanwhile, Xiao Wazatai, Yin Xiao Huazi, and the others reacted promptly. Seeing Park Yeojin flee without a word, they too wasted no time, mirroring his actions and pulling out their own life-saving items, seeking to escape. However, the four displayed a remarkable degree of coordination, fleeing in four entirely different directions. Yet, witnessing the near demise of the four assassins at his hands, Lu Sheng, a staunch patriot and fervent nationalist, could not possibly allow these beasts, stained with the blood of his compatriots, to escape so easily. You think you can run from me? With a hint of disdain curling at his lips, Lu Sheng merely focused his thoughts. Chapter 81. The National Examination 2 months later. Body curse, aging. Buzz. Once more, for eerie symbols appeared above the heads of the four assassins. The hapless quartet barely comprehended what was happening when they felt an unyielding weight pressing down upon them, as if a mountain had settled on their shoulders, causing their previously swift escape to grind to a halt at an almost visible pace. In the end, the scene of the four assassins fleeing appeared as if someone had pressed the slow-motion button, their movements utterly ludicrous. What? My movement speed has decreased by 80? With the realization that he had once again been afflicted by a negative effect, this time a curse that could not be dispelled, Park Yeojin could no longer contain his shock. He turned to Lu Sheng and bellowed, "What on earth are you?" As those words left his lips, the other three assassins halted as well, exchanging incredulous glances with Lu Sheng. "Oh, why have you stopped running? Continue." Lu Sheng chuckled ominously, not providing an answer but instead patting Oscar affectionately. "How?" Oscar, receiving his master's approval, raised his large head and let out a sound akin to a spoiled pup, completely void of the majesty and pride expected of a dragon. "You filthy swine, I will fight you to the end." Simultaneously, witnessing Lu Sheng's cat-and-mouse demeanor, the four assassins finally relinquished any last hopes of escape. Shockwave. Without hesitation, Park Yeojin was the first to strike, unleashing a ferocious gust of wind toward Lu Sheng. Ascetic skill, serpent entanglement. Jialu followed suit, employing the same tactic, his arms twisting like boneless serpents, aiming to ensnare Lu Sheng. Yin-Yang technique, soul-claiming ghost child. Dual blade flow. Cross-extermination. Next, Yin Xiao Huazi and Xiao Wazatai launched their offensive against Lu Sheng as well. Unfortunately, under the influence of Lu Sheng's dual diseases, the four assassins found themselves not only on the brink of health depletion, but also having lost 90 points of resources, rendering them incapable of executing any substantial skills. Forced to rely solely on their basic, resource-free abilities. Faced with such a feeble assault, Lu Sheng felt no inclination to engage. "You fools. Had you revealed your true capabilities from the start, there may have been a glimmer of hope. But alas, you chose to flaunt your bravado before me. And now? Regretful. Are we? Understanding what it means to provoke the storm?" With each word, Lu Sheng commanded Oscar, "Go, devour them, and ensure they don't die too swiftly." Howl! In the next moment, a chilling howl of wolves reverberated through the mountains. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Behold, the gruesome remnants of 4 mangled corpses lay before me, alongside Oscar, who continued to feast voraciously on the remains. Lu Sheng, you. At this moment, the illustrious Light Ranger, Luo Xianxian, was so utterly terrified that her legs gave way, and with a thud, she collapsed to the ground, unable to utter a single coherent word. The sheer ferocity of Lu Sheng's combat prowess was simply terrifying. It must be noted that these 4 individuals were notorious assassins from the dragon-slaying team in the Bloodsand War Zone. Countless practitioners from the Divine Xia Kingdom had perished at their hands. Even the high-ranking officials of the Divine Xia Kingdom were at a complete loss when faced with them. Yet, even in her prime, Luo Xinxian would not have stood a chance against any of the four in a one-on-one confrontation. Remarkably, however, Lu Sheng, a mere support class paladin, had managed to vanquish all four assassins without even so much as lifting a finger. Indeed, it was akin to a game of death. Throughout the entire ordeal, he had not lost even a single drop of blood. This was no balanced contest. It was a one-sided massacre. Lu Sheng, if I am not mistaken, your steed is not just a simple three-headed hellhound, but rather a rare mutated beast, is it not? At that moment, Luo Xuanchuan's eyes darted, as if she had come to a realization, and she tremulously pointed at Oscar not far away. A mutated beast? Upon hearing this novel term, Lu Sheng could not help but raise an eyebrow, quickly pondering the concept in his mind. He recalled that in the current Blue Star, certain beasts, if they survived in the wild for extended periods, would gradually transcend the confines of the natural order, not only evolving a degree of intelligence, but also learning to level up independently, even creating their own skills. Such creatures were the legendary mutated beasts. Yet, Oscar was no mere mutated beast. He was, in fact, a dragon. Naturally, as a transmigrator, Lu Sheng understood the adage that the nail that sticks out gets hammered down, and thus he refrained from disclosing Oscar's true identity to Luo Xinxian. Seeing that Luo Xinxian believed Oscar to be merely a mutated beast, Lu Sheng readily played along, nodding in agreement. Indeed, my mount is, without a doubt, a mutated beast. What? It truly is a mutated beast? Luo Xinxian, upon hearing this, finally came to a realization. Murmuring, no wonder, as a paladin, you can so easily toy with the four assassins of the dragon-slaying team. It turns out you have the assistance of a mutated beast. At this point, she seemed to sense something awry and, glancing again at Oscar, whispered, but this mutated beast seems excessively powerful. After all, its original form is merely a three-headed hellhound. Even if mutated, it shouldn't possess such formidable strength. Mainly, they were overly arrogant, granting me the opportunity to unleash my skills. Otherwise, it would not have been an easy feat to defeat them solely relying on myself and my steed. Lu Sheng interjected promptly. He was not lying. Given the strength of the four assassins, had they unleashed their full power from the outset, even if he emerged victorious, it would have been a grueling battle. Yet, the four assassins were indeed overconfident, failing to attack him collectively from the very beginning and allowing him the time to activate his skills. Furthermore, Oscar's abilities were incredibly stealthy. The first two skills were inconsequential, while the third skill was a direct threat to life. It was no wonder the four assassins met their demise so swiftly and horrifically. Indeed, at that moment, upon hearing Lu Sheng's words, Luo Xinxian nodded in agreement and continued, with your current strength, you are indeed qualified to participate in the national examination taking place 2 months from now. What is this national examination? Lu Sheng furrowed his brow at her words. Chapter 82, Jinglong Academy, Jinghua Academy. You truly do not know of this? Luo Xinxian was momentarily taken aback. Ahem, I genuinely do not know. Lu Sheng awkwardly rubbed his nose, not bothering to conceal his ignorance. Have you really attended school before? Finally, Luo Xinxian could no longer suppress her incredulity and uttered a soul-piercing remark. Of course, I have attended. Upon hearing this, Lu Sheng nearly exploded with indignation. This girl truly underestimated him. What did she mean by questioning whether he had attended school? It was as if she considered him illiterate. Yet, one could hardly blame Luo Xinxian for her inquiry. After all, in his previous life, Lu Sheng merely wished to lie flat and be a salted fish, spending his school days idly and learning almost nothing, rendering him utterly ignorant. However, even Lu Sheng himself had not anticipated that this seemingly clueless underachiever would not only unexpectedly transition into the combat class of Paladin, but also possess the highest combat talent ever recorded. Rated SSS. Reluctantly, Lu Sheng then resolved to make an effort. After all, the heavens had practically laid the opportunity before him. If he did not seize it, it would be a grave insult. However, the knowledge he had missed was far too extensive, and despite his recent attempts to catch up, he struggled to keep pace. With this in mind, Lu Sheng decided to sit cross-legged on the ground and once again inquired of Luo Xinxian, pray tell, what precisely is this national examination? Very well. Seeing that Lu Sheng was not feigning ignorance, but genuinely unaware, Luo Xinxian, though exasperated, decided to share the information. Explaining patiently, the so-called national examination is a comprehensive assessment held once every 3 years in our Divine Xia Kingdom, open to all combat practitioners aged between 16 and 25 who have attained second-tier advancement. At that time, many of the country's most prestigious practitioner academies will send representatives to scout for promising young talents, cultivating fresh blood for the nation. Upon reaching this point, Luo Xinxian lifted her head, pointing at Lu Sheng to add, and you, if you achieve commendable results in the national examination, can apply to enter these practitioner academies and become part of their ranks. This way, you can leverage the academy's resources to enhance your level, broaden your horizons, and accumulate experience. It is truly beneficial in every regard. Isn't this just like the college entrance examination? Lu Sheng couldn't help but mutter. What is this college entrance examination? Upon hearing this unfamiliar term, Luo Xianxian was momentarily taken aback. Ahem, it is nothing. Realizing he had let slip a word, Lu Sheng quickly waved his hand. Oh, fortunately, Luo Xianxian did not dwell on this matter, but looked up with a glimmer of longing in her eyes, saying, I heard that this year's national examination even has 4 admission slots available from the Jinglong Academy and Jinghua Academy, which have not recruited externally for nearly a decade. Jinglong Academy? Lu Sheng's heart stirred upon hearing this. He recalled that the individual he had slain, Lu Quan, had a brother who was a student at Jinglong Academy. However, Lu Sheng did not know much about these 2 academies, prompting him to inquire further. Are these 2 academies particularly prestigious? Luo Xianxian, upon hearing this, could not help but roll her eyes. Fortunately, at this moment, having spent more time with Lu Sheng, she had begun to realize that he was undoubtedly an uneducated slacker. Otherwise, how could he possibly be oblivious to such fundamental knowledge that is well known among these other practitioners? Shaking her head, Luo Xianyuan simply sat down on the ground and began to explain. Jinglong Academy and Jinghua Academy are currently the most prestigious institutions for practitioners in our Sheng country, renowned for being breeding grounds for the strong and cradles of genius. It is said that both of these academies are situated in our capital, Kyoto City. The faculties within these institutions are exceptionally formidable, supported by the state. And they even possess exclusive abyssal realms and secret territories for students to elevate their levels and hone their skills. Any student who successfully graduates from these 2 academies is far from ordinary. They invariably become influential powerhouses and pillars of the nation. Oh, is it truly that impressive? Lu Sheng's eyes brightened at this revelation. Indeed, Luo Xianyuan nodded, then added with a hint of regret. However, despite the prowess of these 2 academies, they remain quite distant for ordinary practitioners like us. What do you mean by that? Lu Sheng asked, puzzled. It is said that the admission criteria for Jinglong Academy and Jinghua Academy are exceedingly stringent, and the number of spots available during each enrollment is pitifully small. Even typical super practitioners are not regarded by them. Luo Xianyuan replied with a wry smile. What? They do not even regard super practitioners? Upon hearing this, Lu Sheng could not help but narrow his eyes in surprise. Yes, Luo Xianyuan nodded solemnly. Despite the appearance of super practitioners being impressive in our Donglan city, when viewed on a national scale, they are rather commonplace. After all, our Sheng country is one of the leading nations on Blue Star, with a population exceeding billions. The national examinations, held every 3 years, attract millions of young practitioners eager to participate. Having said this, she finally unveiled the intricate truths behind it all. Under such circumstances, it is not only super practitioners that emerge every year, but even unique hidden practitioners, which diminishes their rarity. I see. Lu Sheng's understanding deepened as he raised his head, murmuring, so, Jinglong Academy and Jinghua Academy are quite intriguing. It seems I must participate in the national examinations. Noticing his expression, Luo Xianyuan felt a stirring in her heart. As if she had guessed something, and quickly inquired, Lu Sheng, you aren't planning to apply to Jinglong Academy and Jinghua Academy, are you? Indeed, that is my intention. Lu Sheng replied with a proud smile, not hiding his aspirations. As the saying goes, in literature, there is no first, in martial arts, there is no second. Since I have decided to partake in the national examinations, I must choose the finest academy to apply to. Otherwise, what would be the point? However, the moment he spoke those words, Luo Xianyuan's expression changed dramatically. I advise you to abandon such thoughts at once. She exclaimed without hesitation. Huh? What do you mean by that? Lu Sheng furrowed his brow in confusion. To be frank, our Sheng country has recently produced 4 top-tier geniuses this year. And the reason why Jinglong Academy and Jinghua Academy are reopening their admissions after a decade, and with only 4 spots, is that they are specifically reserved for these 4 individuals. Luo Xianyuan stated emphatically. Chapter 83. The 4 Ultimate Abyssal Insect Masters. Super Geniuses? Upon hearing this peculiar title, Lu Sheng instinctively asked, how remarkable are they? One could say they are 1 in 1,000 years. Luo Xianyuan paused dramatically before continuing with a tone that left no room for doubt. These 4 individuals are the legendary ultimate practitioners. What? Ultimate practitioners? Lu Sheng's heart trembled at this revelation. He distinctly recalled that just days prior, while battling the ninja Takeda Jiro, his opponent had mistakenly believed him to be an ultimate practitioner as well. He had even gone out of his way to inquire about the origins of these ultimate practitioners. According to Lu Sheng's knowledge, only practitioners with combat talents rated S or above could be deemed ultimate practitioners in today's Blue Star. Prior to this, he had neither seen nor even heard of such a being. Until today, at this very moment, the fact that 4 ultimate practitioners were unexpectedly emerging just before the national examinations in Sheng country was astonishing enough to leave Lu Sheng utterly amazed. Indeed, at this moment, Luo Xianyuan nodded again. Who are these 4 individuals? Finally, unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Lu Sheng gazed at Luo Xianyuan and asked, Can you tell me about them? I can certainly share, but first let me sip some water. Luo Xianyuan smirked with satisfaction, deliberately creating suspense. She retrieved a small pink water bottle from her bag and elegantly took a couple of sips. After finishing, she exhaled and leisurely remarked. The four ultimate practitioners are the Abyssal Insect Master Long Chun from the Southeast Province, the Undying Berserker Chu Ao from the Northwest Province, the Spatial Mage Wang Tianyi from the Coastal Province, and the Carefree Sword Immortal Yin Tian Lan from the Yunshan Province. Oh. Lu Sheng felt a stir of intrigue but refrained from interrupting, patiently awaiting Luo Xuanyuan's next words. Let us begin with the Abyssal Insect Master Long Chun. Thankfully, Luo Xianyuan did not keep him waiting long and got straight to the point. Technically speaking, Long Chun does not truly qualify as an ultimate practitioner. Huh? What do you mean by that? Lu Sheng's brows furrowed in confusion. As far as I know, Long Chun was originally just an ordinary beastmaster, with combat talent that was not particularly outstanding, rated only B, and he did not even qualify as a super practitioner. Luo Xianyuan explained patiently. However, the strength of a beastmaster is not solely determined by their own abilities, but rather entirely dependent on the strength of their beasts. Long Chun happens to be the young master of the largest trading house in our Sheng country, the Tianqing Trading House. With such a background, he certainly has access to exceptional beast eggs. Ah, I see. Upon hearing this, Lu Sheng finally understood, and he eagerly pressed on. So, what are his beasts? The last queen of the abyssal insect race, the abyssal insect mother. Luo Xianyuan stated gravely, a look of undeniable seriousness flashing across her delicate features. The abyssal insect mother? Lu Sheng raised an eyebrow at this novel name for a magical beast. Indeed, Luo Xianyuan nodded and elaborated. It is said that the abyssal insect mother was discovered by a 9-transformation war god within a hidden realm, possessing terrifying power. Not only can it gestate dozens of distinct abyssal insects to assist in battle, but the number of insects it hatches is also staggering, ranging from dozens to hundreds or even thousands, essentially forming a walking army. With such a beast by his side, Long Chun has transformed from an ordinary beast master into the renowned abyssal insect master of our Sheng country, possessing strength that can stand toe-to-toe with ultimate practitioners without faltering. Is it truly that formidable? Lu Sheng furrowed his brow, incredulous. Of course, it's no wonder he would react this way. After all, it is astonishing that a single magical beast could elevate an ordinary beast master to a level comparable to that of an ultimate practitioner. Such a scenario, from any perspective, seems utterly fantastical. However, the subsequent words of Luo Xianyuan completely shattered Lu Sheng's preconceived notions. It was not merely formidable. In a solemn tone, Luo Xianyuan remarked, I have heard that Long Chun, even at level 100, once defeated a level 200 assassin from an enemy nation, showcasing a combat prowess so immense that it rendered the rules inconsequential. The moment these words escaped her lips, Lu Sheng could not suppress a bitter chuckle, momentarily at a loss for words. Although he had just recently defeated 4 assassins from the dragon-slaying group, his mount, Oscar, was a member of the apex dragon race atop the life pyramid of Blue Star, making such combat capabilities somewhat expected. Yet, this abyssal worm matriarch, of which Lu Sheng had not even heard prior, possessed the ability to challenge opponents beyond her level. This undoubtedly exceeded his expectations by a significant margin. Thankfully, a mere affluent second-generation player who specialized in insects was not enough to occupy Lu Sheng's thoughts. After all, should he choose to take things seriously, with his tenfold talent unleashed, any so-called ultimate profession would merely be a trifle in his presence. Thus, Lu Sheng did not linger on Long Chun for too long and inquired, what about the other 3 individuals? Patience. Allow me to elaborate on each one. Luo Xianyuan rolled her eyes, took a sip from her small water bottle, and then leisurely continued. The second among the 4 ultimates is named Undying Berserker Chu Ao. It is said that his combat talent is classified as S rank with a death will ability, enabling him to reduce all damage by 99 when his health drops below 20, while simultaneously boosting his attack power by 300. What? A 99 reduction in damage, coupled with a 300 increase in attack power? Lu Sheng's pupils constricted at her words. And before he could fully process the information, Luo Xianyuan continued. Moreover, once activated, if Chu Ao is not slain within a minute, he will instantly restore himself to full health and rage, truly an unkillable cockroach. This is precisely how he earned the title of Undying Berserker. Wow, that's utterly absurd. At this point, Lu Sheng could no longer contain his astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief. The sheer outrageousness of the Undying Berserker's combat talent was overwhelming. Reducing damage by 99 while simultaneously tripling attack power, and as long as he survives for a minute, he could return to full health. This was akin to possessing an additional life along with a trump card that could turn the tide of battle. Chapter 84. The Carefree Sword Immortal, Yun Tianlan. Indeed, it is somewhat ludicrous. Even Luo Xianyuan sighed helplessly, for in comparison to these anomalies, even she, who had been marked for death by the higher-ups of the Three Kingdoms Alliance, seemed utterly normal. Thus, her combat talent was rightly rated as S rank. At this moment, Luo Xinyan added. And what of the remaining two individuals? Finally, Lu Sheng's curiosity was thoroughly piqued, prompting him to inquire once more. The third among the four ultimates is named Wang Tianyi, an exceedingly rare space mage. His combat talent is S-rank space manipulation. While it may not sound as intimidating as the trump cards of Long Chun and Chu Ao, do not underestimate him. For an ancient saying has persisted throughout our blue star, when time does not emerge, space reigns supreme. Luo Xinyan recounted with familiarity. It is said that Wang Tianyi has mastered space magic to its zenith before the second transition, evolving even basic attacks into area of effect damage skills like space cutting, not to mention his ability to teleport short distances. When contending with him, the question is not whether you can defeat him, but rather whether you can even approach him. As her words settled, Luo Xinyan did not wait for Lu Sheng to respond and proactively stated, as for the last individual, the carefree sword immortal, Yun Tianlan. Upon reaching this point, she paused momentarily, furrowing her brow before continuing. It is said that this person is the most enigmatic and peculiar existence among the four ultimate professionals. Oh, what do you mean by that? Lu Sheng instinctively asked. Regarding Yun Tianlan's exploits, our Xinxia kingdom has virtually no official information circulating. Only a handful of folktales exist. So my understanding of this individual is quite limited, Luo Xinyan replied gravely. All I know is that Yun Tianlan is an exceptionally rare exclusive profession in our Xinxia kingdom. A sword immortal, with a combat talent classified as S-rank, known as the return of the 10,000 swords. His strength is undoubtedly on par with the other three ultimate professionals. As for what skills he possesses or any other trump cards, I am entirely unaware. What? A sword immortal? Lu Sheng's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Although in this era of universal job transitions, every nation possesses exclusive professions, and Xinxia Kingdom, being one of the top nations on Blue Star, boasts numerous exclusive professions such as Celestial Master, Free Fighter, and Ancient Martial Artist. The occurrence of exclusive professions is already rarer than hidden ones. Furthermore, it was the first time Lu Sheng had heard of the sword immortal profession, making it impossible for him to feign indifference. However, Luo Xinyan clearly possessed limited knowledge about Yun Tianlan, offering only a cursory introduction before moving on. So, do you now comprehend why I advised against your application to Jingwang Academy and Jinghua Academy? She gazed at Lu Sheng, a triumphant smirk gracing her features. With these four formidable mountains obstructing your path, even if you had a mutated beast as your mount, you are no match for them. At this juncture, it seemed as though she feared Lu Sheng still did not grasp the severity of the situation, prompting her to add, moreover, the national examination is inherently competitive, especially during the final arena segment. Even with referees present to oversee the matches, numerous casualties occur each year, so it would be wise to avoid provoking them. Before she could finish her warning, Lu Sheng interrupted her with a wave of his hand. Thank you for your reminder. But I am not one to shy away from challenges. I am eager to see just how capable these so-called four ultimates truly are and what kind of waves they can create in my presence. Lu Sheng declared proudly, revealing no hint of fear, instead growing increasingly eager and excited for the impending feast of challenges. Indeed, anticipation filled him. What a jest. He was a legendary god-tier professional, an existence with an SSS-level talent. And those four ultimates Luo Xinyan just mentioned, could they possibly rival him? Furthermore, during this period, although he remained capped at level 100 due to not completing his job transition, his latent strength had been steadily advancing, especially after forging a contract with Oscar. With the assistance of this forbidden dragon, Lu Sheng was confident that even without unleashing his tenfold amplification, he would still possess the capability to contend with those four ultimate professionals. What then was there to fear? With these thoughts in mind, Lu Sheng felt a surge of determination. Lu Sheng, you? At this moment, seeing that Lu Sheng had not changed his mind, Luo Xinyan was taken aback, about to urge him once more. Yet, Lu Sheng had clearly lost patience, directly waving her off and stating, "All right, it's getting late. I've dealt with the four assassins pursuing you. If there is nothing else, let us part ways here." Upon finishing, he greeted Oscar, who was still devouring the corpses nearby, blood smeared across his mouth, and prepared to leave. However, as he turned to depart, Luo Xinyan grew anxious. "Wait, are you just going to walk away like that? Not leaving? Are we going to stay here for the new year?" Lu Sheng rolled his eyes at the remark. "But my condition is still quite poor, and I am still injured. Can't you be a good person and wait for me to recover a bit before we depart?" Luo Xinxian practically pleaded. This was not mere affectation. She had sustained significant damage during her previous battle with the four great assassins. Not only had her injuries not healed, but her health points and mana were both below 30, and she had also lost all the soul energy she had painstakingly accumulated. Without the advantage of her soul energy, coupled with her current frail state, encountering an enemy practitioner on the way back would likely result in her downfall, regardless of her status as a super practitioner. In her desperation, Luo Xinxian had to muster her courage to ask Lu Sheng to wait for her recovery before leaving. "Very well." Lu Sheng, recognizing Luo Xuanxuan's concerns, sighed. Though he was eager to return and embark on his class transition quest to continue leveling up, he understood the gravity of the situation. Having rescued her, it would be irresponsible to abandon her now, especially if she were to encounter unforeseen dangers. Resigned, Lu Sheng sighed and sat down once more. Thus, the two stood in silence, the atmosphere becoming somewhat awkward. In this desolate forest, it was not uncommon for a handsome man and a beautiful woman, especially one as striking as Luo Xianxian, to find themselves in a romantic scenario, provided the man was not utterly oblivious. Yet, as a man who had lived 2 lifetimes, Lu Sheng's actions completely defied Luo Xuanxuan's expectations. At this moment, after being pursued by the 4 great assassins for an entire day and night, Luo Xianxian not only bore injuries, but her attire was severely damaged, revealing large swathes of her fair skin. Coupled with her exquisite beauty and pitiable demeanor, any normal man would have been captivated. Yet what was Lu Sheng doing? Oscar, go fetch that for me. Oscar swoosh. Oscar sit. Haha, good dog, such a well-behaved one. He was utterly engrossed, laughing heartily as he played with his dog. Indeed, in the face of such stunning beauty, he was amusingly preoccupied with a pet. This left both Luo Xianxian and Oscar utterly bewildered. Is this man truly a man? Luo Xianxian thought, staring at Lu Sheng, who was grinning foolishly and refusing to spare her a glance. For the first time in her life, she questioned her own beauty, wondering if she had somehow become unattractive. As for Oscar, it was equally frustrated. Despite appearing to be a formidable hellhound, it was merely a protective form, a disguise for the proud lineage of dragons from the blue planet. Yet here was Lu Sheng, treating it like a mere dog. Even more absurdly, Oscar dared not rebel. The power dynamic between them was dictated by a sacred contract, one so binding that Lu Sheng could send it to repent before the deities with a mere thought. Facing the terrifying negative magical effects it bore, Oscar had no choice but to endure, forcing itself to act like a loyal dog to appease Lu Sheng. Hey, I'm hungry. Finally, Luo Xianxian could no longer bear the situation and addressed Lu Sheng, seemingly attempting to capture his attention. Hungry? Lu Sheng frowned, somewhat displeased. What a hassle. With that, he rummaged through his bag and produced a peculiar item wrapped in seaweed, handing it to Luo Xianxian. What is this? She asked. Curiosity piqued as she looked at the strange offering. It's called a rice ball, a specialty from the land of the Wano. Lu Sheng explained proudly. What do you think? Never seen one before, right? A rice ball? Luo Xianxian instinctively opened her mouth and took a bite. Instantly, a delightful flavor exploded in her mouth, causing her eyes to widen in surprise. This tastes quite good. Really? Then eat more. Lu Sheng grinned. Oh, Luo Xianxian nodded eagerly, truly famished after not having eaten or even drunk a drop of water while being pursued. With her injuries, she was in urgent need of nourishment. Without hesitation, she quickly devoured the rice ball, finishing it entirely. Despite the Wano's despicable reputation, their culinary skills were commendable. After consuming half the rice ball, Luo Xuanxuan's complexion improved somewhat, and she intended to finish the remaining half. However, she suddenly noticed Lu Sheng watching her with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Why aren't you eating? She asked instinctively. I have a bit of a cleanliness obsession. I don't like eating something someone else has spat out. Lu Sheng chuckled. Spat out. Luo Xuanxuan's face turned pale as she instinctively asked, this rice ball isn't. Indeed. Lu Sheng nodded, candidly admitting. This rice ball was just brought back by Oscar from those corpses. Brought back from corpses. Upon hearing this, Luo Xianxian glanced at the half-eaten rice ball in her hand, then at Oscar, who was drooling nearby. Ugh. The next moment, she could no longer suppress the upheaval in her stomach and doubled over, violently retching. Whoa. You're not pregnant, are you? My mother said only pregnant women vomit for no reason. Lu Sheng exclaimed in concern, startled by the scene. Yet, the moment he spoke, Luo Xianxian, already furious and embarrassed, felt her breath catch, her eyes rolling back as she fainted on the spot. Indeed, she had been so incensed by Lu Sheng that she had fainted. At that moment, while Lu Sheng and Luo Xianxian were embroiled in their chaotic exchange, thousands of miles away in the Wano country, within a plaza filled with teleportation arrays, 2 formidable figures materialized amidst the shimmering magical light. One was dark-skinned, with deep-set eyes and a rugged appearance, unmistakably hailing from the land of the divine cattle, while the other was short and stout, sporting a defiant expression that screamed superiority, clearly representing the southern bamboo nation. As the 2 individuals arrived, a portly man from the Wano kingdom, clad in a kimono, hurriedly approached them and bowed deeply. General Abushir. South General of the Jin Kingdom, it has been a long time, he exclaimed. General Fujino, may I inquire why you summoned us so urgently? The man named Abushir from the Divine Bull Kingdom asked, while the South General of the Jin Kingdom appeared equally curious. Please, follow me, Fujino replied without answering, instead gesturing for them to proceed. In the next moment, under his guidance, the trio traversed a heavily guarded path and soon entered an exceedingly concealed chamber. Please take a seat, Fujino gestured again once they were inside. Only after all 3 had settled did he begin to speak. His tone solemn. It is as follows. I have just received news that the mighty White Eagle Empire will launch a full-scale war against the Divine Summer Kingdom at dawn in 3 days. What? A war? At this revelation, both Abushir and the South General of the Jin Kingdom's expressions shifted dramatically, with Abushir exclaiming in astonishment, "Is Lord Rodriguez's injury already healed?" "I am not entirely certain," Fujino replied, shaking his head. However, the White Eagle Empire's willingness to initiate war at this juncture suggests they possess considerable confidence. He continued, "This is precisely why I have summoned you both. I wish to discuss how we should respond." "What does General Fujino imply?" The South General of the Jin Kingdom instinctively inquired. "Those damn Chinese are nothing but a lowly breed, unworthy of such vast territories and resources." Fujino's expression darkened, his jealousy morphing into a fierce countenance as he declared vehemently, "In times past, our alliance of 3 nations lacked the strength to confront the Divine Summer Kingdom head-on. We were compelled to engage in underhanded tactics. But times have changed. With the White Eagle Empire's direct involvement, the Divine Summer Kingdom will inevitably be preoccupied with their response. Their control over the surrounding territories will wane." He articulated the entirety of the convoluted situation. "We can seize this opportunity to incorporate certain neutral territories, previously in dispute with the Divine Summer Kingdom, into our dominion. What say you, gentlemen?" "I have no objections." Abushir of the Divine Bull Kingdom immediately rose, exclaiming, "For years, that wretched Divine Summer Kingdom has relied on its high-level professionals to wreak havoc in our high-stakes combat zones. I have endured their provocations long enough. If war is to commence, the Divine Bull Kingdom shall fully cooperate." Upon hearing this, the South General of the Jin Kingdom could no longer remain seated, rising to declare, "Humph, what is this? 5,000 years ago, the entire Divine Summer Kingdom was the territory of our South Bang Kingdom. Even their ancestors were South Bang people. They shamefully altered history through their own records, but reclaiming our rightful lands is a sacred duty for every South Bang citizen." Turning to Fujino, he added, "General Fujino, we from the South Bang Kingdom also support your proposal." "Very well, since both of you are in agreement, it shall be settled." Fujino responded with great delight. He held the esteemed position of Chief Executive of the Wanu Kingdom's external province, as well as being a general in the Wanu Self-Defense Force, dedicated to matters of external expansion. Alongside him, the South General of the Jin Kingdom and Abushir were equally influential figures in their respective nations, commanding the military. However, the Divine Summer Kingdom remained a populous nation. Though it was no longer as formidable as before, it should not be underestimated. As the saying goes, a starved camel is still larger than a horse. Fujino continued, "Thus, I believe we should proceed with caution. It would be prudent to first target a less conspicuous neutral area to gauge the Divine Summer Kingdom's response. If they are indeed preoccupied with the White Eagle Empire's war, we can launch a full-scale attack thereafter." "Agreed." Abushir nodded, inquiring, "Where shall we commence?" "Let us begin in the Blood Sand War Zone," Fujino declared, sweeping his hand dramatically. In an instant, he produced a large map from his satchel and laid it out on the conference table before them. "This Blood Sand War Zone is remote, and aside from a few coastal cities, the Divine Summer Kingdom rarely sees professionals venture there to level up." Pointing at a nearly insignificant dot on the map, Fujino spoke gravely. "Moreover, with the assistance of the dragon-slaying group assassins nurtured by our 3-nation alliance, aside from a few lower-level areas still under the Divine Summer Kingdom's control, the rest of the resource-rich regions have already been integrated into our alliance's territory." With that, he raised his gaze to Abushir and the South General of the Jin Kingdom, adding, "If we can organize all the professionals from our 3-nation alliance in the Blood Sand War Zone to launch an attack, while the White Eagle Empire engages the Divine Summer Kingdom in full-scale war, driving out or eliminating all Divine Summer Kingdom professionals within this map, they would be caught completely off guard once they realize what has transpired. Lacking the support of the secure Bloodbone town, how much resistance could they possibly muster?" "Excellent idea, let it be so." Upon hearing this, the South General of the Jin Kingdom and Ibushi's eyes lit up. The already small territory of the Jin Kingdom glimmered with unmistakable greed as he licked his lips, eagerly asserting, "The Blood Sand War Zone is an excellent location. I have heard it is ideal for novice professionals to level up. If we can truly secure it, it would play a pivotal role in cultivating our new generation of professionals." Without waiting for Fujino and Ibushi's reactions, he continued, "I will contact our Taekwondo master, Park Eugene, to show those Chinese a thing or two. Our ascetic warrior, Jialu, is no slouch either, with him involved. Seizing the Blood Sand War Zone will be as easy as pie." Abushir defiantly followed suit, opening his friend panel. "Huh. Then I shall also notify our 3 dragon-slaying group members in the Blood Sand War Zone to prepare," Fujino said as he opened his own friend panel, intending to reach out to Takeda Jiro and others. However, he suddenly appeared to discover something astonishing, his expression shifting dramatically. "What? Gray names?" Staring at the 3 names that had turned gray, Fujino nearly fainted on the spot. But that was not all. "This is impossible. What on earth is happening?" Across the table, Abushir and the South General of the Jin Kingdom gasped in astonishment. "Gentlemen, could it be that your dragon-slaying group members have also perished?" Fujino inquired. Sensing their reactions, General Fujino, could it be that your Wanu kingdom? The South General of the Jin kingdom retorted. Indeed. Fujino grimly nodded, his expression darkening as he replied. All three of our dragon-slaying group assassins in the Blood Sand War Zone have turned gray. In that moment, Abushir and the South General of the Jin kingdom could no longer contain their shock, both inhaling sharply. Who on earth possesses the power to annihilate all 5 dragon-slaying group members of our 3-nation alliance? The South General of the Jin kingdom asked hoarsely. Indeed. Suddenly, Abush seemed to have an epiphany, lifting his head and proclaiming aloud. I recall that Jalis sent me a message not long ago, stating that he was pursuing a superclass professional from the Divine Xia Kingdom named Luo Xinxian. Who is this Luo Xinxian? Upon hearing this unfamiliar name, Jin Guanan appeared momentarily taken aback, while Abush was equally perplexed. Fortunately, at this juncture, Teng Yi stepped forward once more to elucidate. You too are unaware. But according to reports from our long-standing spies in the Divine Xia Kingdom, this Luo Xinxian appears to be an extraordinarily rare superclass professional with terrifying potential for growth. I deemed it imperative to eliminate her. Thus I unilaterally issued a kill order to the members of the Dragon Slayer group. I had planned to inform you both afterward, but I never anticipated. As Teng Yi trailed off, he could not suppress a deep sigh. Chapter 87. Why are you pressing a weapon against my waist? What? Such a thing exists? Abush exclaimed, startled, and could not help but inquire. Does this mean that the 5 assassins from our Dragon Slayer group have all perished at the hands of this woman named Luo Xinxian? It is highly probable. Teng Yi nodded gravely. Although reluctant to accept this harsh reality, he found no other possibilities aside from the lone thread of hope that was Luo Xinxian. This woman must not be allowed to live. We must devise a means to eliminate the threat once and for all. At this moment, Jin Guanan finally regained his composure and shouted, indeed. Abush nodded emphatically in agreement. After all, allowing an entity capable of annihilating all 5 assassins of the Blood Sand War Zone to continue growing would lead to unimaginable consequences. I understand, Teng Yi acknowledged. Yet with a tone of resignation, he lamented, however, given our recent failure to assassinate her, she has likely fortified her defenses. It may not be an easy task to eliminate her now. What then? Are we to simply allow her to run rampant? Jin Guanan and Abush expressed their unwillingness. Do not fret, leave this matter to me, and I shall provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Teng Yi reassured them hastily, adding, however, at this point, our immediate priority must be to quickly subdue the Blood Sand War Zone. As the saying goes, opportunities must not be squandered. If we miss this chance, who knows when we will encounter such a fortuitous opportunity again. That is indeed true. Upon hearing this, Jin Guanan and Abush exchanged a knowing glance, recognizing the wisdom in Teng Yi's words, and forcibly suppressed their ire. In that case, I shall return to make preparations. General Teng Yi, I take my leave. Without lingering any further, Jin Guanan hastily turned to depart. I shall also take my leave. Abush followed suit, evidently heading off to arrange for the impending conflict in the Blood Sand War. Safe travels, gentlemen. After bidding farewell to the two, Teng Yi quietly exhaled a sigh of relief and glanced at the 3 gray names on his friend's list, feeling increasingly agitated. Luo Xinxian, indeed. Finally, Teng Yi's gaze sharpened, and he casually clicked on the familiar name of Xiam Yuzhen on his friend's list. 3 hours later, in the desolate plains of the Blood Sand War Zone, giddy up. Ahaha! A heavily armored paladin was seen riding a fearsome 3-headed hellhound, gallivanting wildly across the boundless plain, stirring up clouds of dust. Not far behind, a stunning young woman, scantily clad, yet possessing a youthful and graceful figure, was panting heavily as she desperately chased after him. Indeed, the paladin raced ahead while the young woman fervently pursued. Though this scene may not be rare in the world, it could certainly be described as a chaotic spectacle. As for the identities of these two, they were none other than Lu Sheng and Luo Xinxian. At this moment, Luo Xuanxuan's injuries had nearly healed, although she was still not completely recovered. However, Lu Sheng, eager to return and complete his class transition task, did not wait for her full recovery and insisted on setting off with her under the pretense of providing protection. You scoundrel! Shameless! Unprincipled! Throughout their journey, Luo Xinxian had nearly cursed out every female relative of Lu Sheng's ancestry. It was simply that Lu Sheng was too peculiar. His character was remarkably straightforward, and he showed no understanding of gentility. It should be known that although Luo Xinxian had regained some strength, her body remained somewhat weak. Under such conditions, her pace was understandably slow. Yet Lu Sheng, riding atop his 3-headed hellhound, continued to urge her to hurry along. Watching Lu Sheng ahead on his mount, a flicker of undeniable envy crossed Luo Xuanxuan's eyes, and she could not help but softly ask, Lu Sheng, could you perhaps let me ride your mount as well? Absolutely not. Lu Sheng immediately rejected her without a second thought. My mount is extremely precious, and you're quite heavy. What if you were to crush it? You. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinxian was nearly driven to fury. While she was aware that he was a straightforward boy, his utter lack of romantic sensibility exceeded her expectations. This was her first time ever actively requesting to ride alongside a boy. If Lu Sheng had agreed, they would inevitably have been pressed closely together. Such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even Oscar the Dragon felt tempted. Yet Lu Sheng remained utterly indifferent. He was not merely a steel-headed boy. He was practically a titanium-brained fool. At last, Luo Xianxian could endure no longer and simply plopped down onto the ground with a thud. Huh, why have you stopped? Seeing this, Lu Sheng quickly returned with his mount. A look of confusion on his face. I can't go on any longer. You may as well leave me here to die. Luo Xianxian spoke coolly. Her expression seemingly devoid of emotion, yet in truth, she was on the verge of tears from her own grievances. Upon hearing her words, Lu Sheng's brow furrowed deeply. With his intelligence, how could he not perceive that Luo Xianxian was throwing a tantrum? Yet he genuinely could not leave her alone here. After all, he had gone to great lengths to rescue her. To abandon her here, especially in her vulnerable state, would be perilous should she encounter high-level professionals from enemy nations. Women truly are a handful. Reluctantly, Lu Sheng could only shift his position with visible reluctance. Come aboard. Really? Luo Xuanxuan's eyes sparkled at his words. Of course it's true. Lu Sheng sighed in exasperation. All right, you said it. No backing out. Without hesitation, Luo Xianxian leaped into the air, her delicate form soaring gracefully before landing on Oscar's broad back. Lu Sheng, seated behind her, was taken aback, overwhelmed by a wave of fragrant allure. Moreover, after jumping onto the mount, Luo Xianxian began to squirm restlessly, seemingly seeking a more comfortable position. Little did she know that her seemingly innocuous movement nearly cost Lu Sheng his life. What the? Could you possibly sit a bit further away? You're too close for comfort. Lu Sheng exclaimed, flustered as he awkwardly scooted back, desperately trying to maintain some distance from Luo Xianxian. Why are you so afraid? I want tea bite. Luo Xianxian appeared blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation. Observing Lu Sheng dodging her like a plague, the little girl furrowed her brows, seemingly indignant, and decided to inch closer instead. And then, hey, why are you pressing that weapon against my waist? Chapter 88, Luo Xuanxuan's combat talent. Muttering to herself, Luo Xianxian suddenly changed her expression, as though a thought had struck her. Wait, let me explain. Seeing this, Lu Sheng was about to concoct a flimsy excuse to deflect her attention. However, before he could finish his sentence, die. Smack. Ow. In the next moment, a piercing scream echoed across the vast plain, reverberating with an eerie echo that lingered on. An entire hour later, after a series of harrowing yet uneventful experiences, Lu Sheng and Luo Xianxian finally caught sight of the outline of the Bloodbone Town, the safe zone of the Divine Summer Kingdom, as dusk settled. At that moment, Luo Xianxian sat proudly atop Oscar's broad back, resembling a small peacock in all her glory. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng trudged behind with his head drooping, one side of his face swollen like a pig's, following along with a feeble demeanor. There was no escaping it. After all, he was the one at fault in this situation. In truth, even Lu Sheng himself could not have anticipated how easily he would crumble. Yet, upon reflection, he found solace in the thought. Despite having lived 2 lives, the previous one having endowed him with a wealth of experience, he was now inhabiting a completely new body. One that had never encountered a woman before, essentially a 100 innocent boy. Thus, it was entirely reasonable that he would instinctively react when provoked by Luo Xianxian in such an unexpected manner. As for Luo Xianxian, despite her fury over the earlier incident, a peculiar and indescribable feeling blossomed within her heart. If she were to articulate her current emotions, it would be a mixture of embarrassment and a hint of secret delight. Indeed, delight. After all, Lu Sheng had been so indifferent towards her that she had begun to doubt her own appeal. Who would have thought that before she could even make a move, he would already respond? It was a classic case of dying to maintain appearances while suffering in silence. Humph, I knew no man could resist my charm. With that thought, Luo Xianxian couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Lu Sheng, you finally made it back. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from a distance. Instinctively, Lu Sheng turned towards the sound, only to see Su Shasha and Qiao Yu, who had been waiting for him at the gates of Bloodbone Town, rushing towards him. Hey, what are you doing here? Lu Sheng's eyes brightened upon seeing them. Of course. We're here waiting for you. Qiao Yu replied with a grin. Meanwhile, Su Shasha, with a worried expression, asked, so, how did it go? You're not hurt, right? I'm fine, no need to worry. Lu Sheng smiled reassuringly. Lu Sheng, who is she? At that moment, Luo Xianxian also noticed the 2 newcomers. Seeing Su Shasha being so familiar with Lu Sheng, she felt a surge of hostility and shot him a questioning glare. Oh, I forgot to introduce them. Noticing Luo Xuanxuan's change in demeanor, Lu Sheng chuckled wryly, then said, these 2 are friends I just made in the Blood Sands war zone. This is Qiao Yu. And this is Su Shasha. As he spoke, he pointed at Luo Xianxian and continued, and this is the Luo Xianxian I mentioned to you. What? She's the Luo Xianxian? Both Qiao Yu and Su Shasha were taken aback, clearly surprised by her beauty, particularly Su Shasha, who was overwhelmed with a sense of inadequacy and didn't even dare to meet Lu Sheng's gaze. This isn't a place for idle chatter. Let us head to Bloodbone Town first, Lu Sheng suggested. All right. Everyone nodded in agreement. A little over 10 minutes later, in a reasonably well-decorated restaurant in Bloodbone Town, they gathered around a table. Su Shasha poured a cup of tea for Lu Sheng and asked, "So, what are your plans moving forward?" "I plan to return to the Transmutation Temple in Donglin City to accept my job transfer task. Once I advance to the second tier, I'll come back to the Bloodsands War Zone to level up," Lu Sheng replied candidly. "Oh." Su Shasha nodded in understanding and looked at Lu Sheng earnestly, saying, "I wish you all the best. Thanks for your good wishes." Lu Sheng smiled, then turned to the others, asking, "What about you? Any plans?" "I might have to temporarily leave the Bloodsands War Zone to level up in another area." Luo Xianxian sighed, a tinge of reluctance in her voice. "What? Leave for another area to level up?" Lu Sheng's brows furrowed in confusion at her words. "As far as I know, there are no better leveling maps near Donglin City than the Bloodsands War Zone." "That's true." Luo Xianxian shook her head, adding with a bitter smile. "But with my current combat strength, staying in the Bloodsands War Zone would only mean seeking my own suffering." "What do you mean by that?" Lu Sheng asked, perplexed. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Xuanxuan's expression hardened, as if she had made a significant decision, and she said to Lu Sheng through gritted teeth, "To be honest, my combat talent is called Goddess of Redemption. It allows me to save the souls of any living beings that I kill, provided they offer experience points or possess a soul, turning them into my followers to fight for me. There is no limit to the number I can command, and it's a talent that can evolve." "What? Goddess of Redemption? An evolving combat talent?" Gasp. The revelation stunned not only Su Shasha and Xiao Yu, but even Lu Sheng, who couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. It was no wonder they reacted this way. Luo Xuanxuan's combat talent was astonishing, enabling her to manipulate the souls of monsters to fight on her behalf, and without any numerical constraints. Though it paled in comparison to Lu Sheng's tenfold amplification, this talent would undoubtedly be considered a game-breaking ability among ordinary practitioners. It was no surprise that the second dog of the Three Kingdoms Alliance viewed her as a thorn in their side, wishing to eliminate her at once. If left unchecked, this combat talent could become exceedingly troublesome for those opposing the Divine Summer Kingdom, especially if she were to grow stronger. Indeed, Luo Xianxian nodded and continued, "Initially, through my recent leveling, I had amassed thousands of combat supporting souls. However, after the past few days of being pursued, I've nearly lost all of them." Chapter 89, Returning to Donglin City, the Transmutation Temple. As she spoke, Luo Xianxian let out a bitter smile, finally revealing the convoluted nature of her circumstances. "Without the assistance of her soul entity, I can only be regarded as an ordinary ranger. Should I encounter those formidable adversaries from rival nations, I would possess no cards to play in my favor. Hence, I have resolved to temporarily depart from the Bloodsand War Zone, seeking a relatively safe map to level up, accumulating some soul entities as swiftly as possible. Even if the pace of my advancement is slightly slower, at the very least, I would be secure." "Ah, I see." Upon hearing this, Lu Sheng suddenly grasped the situation and turned to Su Shasha and Xiao Yu, inquiring, "What about you two?" "We plan to remain in the Bloodsand War Zone to level up, striving to reach level 200 before the national examination commences," Xiao Yu replied earnestly. "Oh, you both intend to participate in the national examination?" Lu Sheng raised an eyebrow. "Of course." Su Shasha nodded affirmatively, explaining, "The national examination is a pivotal turning point that every practitioner from the Divine Summer Kingdom must undergo. Missing it could lead to lifelong regret. So we certainly wish to take part." "Very well." Lu Sheng grinned, stating, "In that case, once I complete my class transition quest, I will return to assist you both in leveling up." "Excellent." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu and Su Shasha could scarcely contain their joy. After all, they had previously witnessed the terrifying prowess of Lu Sheng firsthand. They would certainly not refuse. "If there are no other matters, let us part ways here." After exchanging a few brief words, Lu Sheng could no longer restrain his eagerness, rising to clasp his hands together and address the group. "Farewell, everyone." With that, he prepared to take his leave. However, just at that moment, Su Shasha unexpectedly reached out to stop him. "Wait. Shasha, do you have something to say?" Lu Sheng turned, a look of confusion crossing his face. "These are the spoils you asked us to help collect in the Despair Canyon. They rightfully belong to you now." As she spoke, Su Shasha began to retrieve an assortment of equipment of various qualities from her satchel. Xiao Yu, following suit, produced an equally impressive array of gear, leaving Luo Xianxian utterly astonished. "What? So much? And all of it of silver quality or above?" Luo Xianxian exclaimed in shock, completely unaware that Lu Sheng had previously single-handedly vanquished the entire Despair Canyon. In his haste, Lu Sheng did not take the time to explain, merely looking at Xiao Yu and Su Shasha with a resigned expression. "Did I not mention before? Since we are all teammates, the spoil should be fairly divided." "That cannot be." Xiao Yu frowned at this, about to refuse when Lu Sheng waved his hand to interrupt. "Enough, I said we will divide it equally," Lu Sheng asserted with authority, adding with a wry smile. "Besides, with so much equipment, I could not possibly fit it all in my own pack." "Well, if you insist." Su Shasha and Xiao Yu, hearing this, reluctantly accepted Lu Sheng's goodwill and divided the loot into 3 equal shares. However, the two still closely supervised Lu Sheng until his satchel was completely filled, only allowing him to leave once they were satisfied that he could carry no more. After bidding farewell to Su Shasha and the others, Lu Sheng did not linger in the Bloodsand War Zone, but instead headed directly to the teleportation array. Returning once more to Donglin City. Donglin City remained as bustling and serene as ever. Yet Lu Sheng had no inclination to admire the city's beauty. He hurried towards the Class Transition Temple in the city center. The Class Transition Temple, not only a towering structure reaching 100 meters high, also served as a prominent landmark of Donglin City, easily recognizable, allowing Lu Sheng to locate it with little effort. Hello, how may I assist you? Upon entering the temple, a strikingly attractive and graceful female staff member approached, greeting Lu Sheng with a sweet smile. Where can I undergo my class transition? Lu Sheng inquired hastily. This way. The staff member gestured behind her, then turned and led the way. Lu Sheng promptly followed suit. Before long, they arrived at an altar adorned with intricate mystical patterns. Please stand on the altar. Shortly, the temple will issue 9 tasks based on your current class, combat talents, and overall potential, with difficulties ranging from 1 star to 9 stars. The specifics of the tasks will be revealed upon acceptance, the staff member patiently explained. Is there a difference in the task star ratings? Lu Sheng casually inquired. Certainly. The staff member nodded, explaining earnestly, the higher the star rating of the class transition task, the greater the difficulty, and naturally, the rewards will also be superior. However, I advise against being overly greedy for rewards, as each individual can only undertake the class transition task once and must complete it alone without a party. Should you fail, you will be permanently stuck at your current level with no progress possible. At this point, she instinctively cast a discernment spell on Lu Sheng. Target, Lu Sheng. Class, Paladin. Level, 100, first transition. Health points, 2,230. Mana points, 1090. Combat power rating, 225 stars. Only 225 stars at level 100? The staff member almost laughed out loud upon seeing Lu Sheng's woeful combat power rating. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Sheng had deliberately chosen to remain inconspicuous, not wearing any equipment and even leaving Oscar outside the temple, thus causing his combat power rating to plummet. Fortunately, the staff member maintained her professionalism, refraining from any ridicule and even kindly advised Lu Sheng. Given your class strength, I would suggest you undertake the lowest difficulty, 1-star class transition task, as you may still have a chance of completion. Thank you for the guidance. Lu Sheng smiled non-committally, then stepped forward onto the altar. Buzz. In the next moment, the entire altar erupted in a brilliant light, enveloping him completely. Ding. The voice of a mysterious presence echoed, detecting that the practitioner's level has reached 100. The class transition task has been successfully initiated. Swish, 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 swish. Following this, 9 scrolls marked with different star symbols descended from the heavens, floating before Lu Sheng. Chapter 90. An impossible task. Just as the staff member had mentioned earlier, these scrolls did not reveal any task information, but the rewards for completion were visible. Among them, 1-star task, reward, 100,000 experience points. 2-star task, reward, 200,000 experience points. 3-star task, reward, 300,000 experience points. 4-star task, reward, 400,000 experience points. 5-star task, reward, 500,000 experience points, along with a random piece of silver quality equipment. 6-star task, reward, 1,000,000 experience points, along with a random piece of gold quality equipment. 7-star task, reward, 3,000,000 experience points, along with a random piece of dark gold quality equipment. 8-star task, reward, 5,000,000 experience points, along with a complete set of random dark gold quality equipment. The 9-star quest offers a staggering reward of 10 million experience points and a complete set of randomly generated epic quality gear. What bountiful rewards! As Lu Sheng gazed at the list of rewards corresponding to various task star levels, he felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Indeed, the rewards for the job transfer quest are exceedingly generous. It is worth noting that even in the Blood Sand Battle Zone, renowned as a leveling paradise among neutral maps, a professional who slays a mere ordinary monster in the wild typically earns only a few hundred experience points. Conversely, for a transfer quest, even the simplest 1-star task grants an immediate reward of 100,000 experience points. The pinnacle of the 9-star quests, however, bestows an astonishing 10 million experience points. What does 10 million experience points signify? For Lu Sheng, currently at level 100, he requires approximately 300,000 experience points to ascend to level 101. While it is true that as a professional's level increases, so too does the experience required for advancement. The prospect of 10 million experience points is still sufficient to propel him up 10 or even dozens of levels. Yet, this is not the most precious aspect. The true and valuable treasure lies in the entire set of randomly generated epic quality equipment awarded for the 9-star quest. a rarity that one can only hope to encounter. Especially for Lu Sheng, a judgment knight, who is profoundly reliant on gear. Obtaining an epic quality set at the time of his second job transfer would undoubtedly result in a qualitative leap in his combat prowess. With this thought, Lu Sheng felt a fervent excitement within his heart, just as he was about to accept his very first job transfer quest. Two figures, one old and one young, entered the transfer temple. Brother Yutian, is this the transfer temple? The youth, unmistakably Li Tianhua, who previously had some altercations with Lu Sheng, could not conceal his excitement as he surveyed the majestic hall around him. Indeed, this is our Donglin city's transfer temple. The middle-aged man named Yutian nodded and, turning to Li Tianhua, remarked, Tianhua, you have now reached level 100, and you are eligible to undertake the transfer quest to elevate your rank to the second tier. Great. Li Tianhua nodded enthusiastically and stepped forward, preparing to embark on his job transfer. However, at that moment, Yutian suddenly obstructed him. Wait, Brother Yutian, what is it? Li Tianhua turned, somewhat perplexed. Which star-level quest do you intend to undertake? Yutian asked directly without preamble. Well, given my professional strength, a 9-star transfer quest should be manageable, right? Li Tianhua murmured. Yet, the moment he spoke, Yutian nearly had a heart attack and quickly admonished him. Absolutely not. Brother Yutian, you? Li Tianhua was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation, when Yutian continued. No wonder the mayor asked me to accompany you. He must have sensed your youthful exuberance and propensity for impulsive actions. So, are you saying that the 9-star transfer quest cannot be attempted? Li Tianhua questioned, somewhat indignant. Of course not. Yutian replied emphatically. Let me be clear. In our Blue Star, the 9-star transfer quest is also known by another name. Do you know what it is? What is it? Li Tianhua instinctively inquired. It is called the Impossible Quest. What? The Impossible Quest? Li Tianhua's heart sank at the revelation. Indeed, Yutian confirmed with a nod, adding, throughout the history of our Blue Star, no professional has ever succeeded in completing a 9-star transfer quest. As he spoke, he seemed fearful that Li Tianhua would remain unconvinced. So he added, even the world-renowned top-ranked god of the undead, Lord Rodriguez, only undertook an 8-star transfer quest. But if no one can complete the 9-star transfer quest, why does it still appear on the task list of the transfer temple? Li Tianhua asked, perplexed. That, I am unsure of. Perhaps it is a glitch in the rules or a remnant of the heavens. Yutian raised his gaze and reiterated firmly, regardless, you absolutely must not attempt the 9-star quest. At this juncture, he seemed to remember something and quickly amended. No, not just the 9-star quest. You should avoid the 8-star and even the 7-star transfer quests. What? I can't undertake the 7 or 8-star transfer quests either. Upon hearing this, Li Tianhua immediately bristled and frowned. Brother Yutian, you are underestimating me. I am a hidden class, the Thunder War Mage. Before he could finish, Yutian cut him off with a wave of his hand. I am not underestimating you. I am merely reminding you. Yutian spoke gravely. In past years, there have been professionals who recklessly attempted high-difficulty transfer quests. They either perished during the quest or became stuck at their current tier, unable to progress, ultimately leading a life of mediocrity and becoming obsolete in the annals of time. At this point, he earnestly advised, Tianhua, you are favored by the mayor, and your future prospects are boundless. Do not jeopardize your future for the sake of momentary gains. Upon hearing this, Li Tianhua finally grasped the severity of the situation and gratefully replied to Yutian. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Yutian. I understand. Good, as long as you understand. Yutian sighed with relief, about to commend Li Tianhua when, unexpectedly, a chilling notification echoed throughout the hall. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully accepted the 9-star transfer quest. Please complete it within the time limit. Otherwise, it will be deemed a failure. What? I must have misheard. Someone actually dared to accept a 9-star transfer quest? The atmosphere in the transfer hall, previously solemn and quiet, erupted into chaos. Li Tianhua and Yutian were left utterly speechless, astonished that someone indeed had the audacity to undertake a 9-star transfer quest. Yet, they quickly regained their composure. Truly, foolishness knows no bounds. And this year seems particularly rife with it. Yutian shook his head disdainfully and gestured to Li Tianhua. Come, Tianhua. Let us see who this brave soul is that has just accepted the 9-star transfer quest. All right. Li Tianhua nodded, equally curious. In fact, they were not alone in their intrigue. At that moment, even other professionals in the transfer temple, who were also there to accept their transfer quests, were drawn to the commotion, flocking toward it like bees to honey. Meanwhile, at the transfer altar where Lu Sheng stood, the female attendant responsible for his reception was nearly paralyzed with shock upon witnessing Lu Sheng, a mere support class paladin, daring to undertake the highest difficulty 9-star quest. You must be out of your mind. I just warned you that the transfer quest can only be attempted once. If you fail, you will be forever stuck at your current tier. Why did you not heed my warning? Haha, I appreciate your concern, but I have unwavering confidence in my abilities. Lu Sheng smiled, offering no further explanations. Through these past few days of intensive study, he has come to grasp just how formidable the 9-star class transition task truly is. Throughout the annals of Blue Star's history, no professional has ever accomplished it independently. Prior to this, there had also never been an SSS-level combat talent in Blue Star. Hence, Lu Sheng remains skeptical of such a notion. After all, through his recent leveling sessions, he has recognized the sheer magnitude of his own combat prowess. With the national examination looming on the horizon, the prospect of acquiring a complete set of epic-quality equipment would undoubtedly provide him with a significant enhancement. Contemplating this, Lu Sheng felt a surge of determination and casually opened the 9-star task scroll he had just received, eager to peruse its contents. However, at that moment, a voice filled with astonishment suddenly emanated from the side. "Is that you, Lu Sheng?" Seeing Lu Sheng holding the 9-star task scroll, Li Tianhua's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he exclaimed in disbelief, "You actually accepted a 9-star class transition task? What? He is the Lu Sheng?" Rainfield, witnessing this exchange, was equally taken aback, clearly aware of the complicated history between Li Tianhua and Lu Sheng. "Mind your own business." Lu Sheng furrowed his brow at the remark, too disinterested to even cast a glance at Li Tianhua. After all, from the intel he had gleaned from the recent Japanese intelligence document, Lu Sheng was now well aware that Li Tianhua had likely been bribed by Xiao Muzin. For such a treacherous turncoat, Lu Sheng harbored not a shred of goodwill. In fact, he wished nothing more than to eliminate him swiftly. Alas, it was unfortunate that private duels among professionals were strictly prohibited in the Divine Xia Nation. Furthermore, lacking substantial evidence, Lu Sheng could not report him to the authorities. Resigned, he forced this thought deep into his mind, intending to bide his time for an opportunity to deal with this turncoat later. Ha ha, truly a talentless fool. At that moment, Li Tianhua finally regained his composure. Unable to suppress his laughter, disdain etched across his features as he sneered. "You don't genuinely believe that by using some despicable means to barely defeat me in the dark swamp, you've become invincible, do you? How naive." With that, Li Tianhua looked up, mercilessly mocking. "Let me make it clear. No one on Blue Star can complete a 9-star class transition task. You, a mere garbage holy knight, daring to take on such a task? You've effectively condemned yourself to failure. Enough, Tianhua. There's no need to waste breath on a useless person. Regardless, even if he survives this time, he will be forever stuck at level 100, unable to advance. We should focus on accepting our own class transition tasks," Rainfield interjected, his gaze toward Lu Sheng brimming with concealed derision and mockery. "Very well," Li Tianhua nodded, acknowledging Lu Sheng's futility, yet seemingly still unsatisfied. He called out loudly to Lu Sheng before departing. "Lu Sheng, when you find yourself at your wit's end, feel free to come to me. We happen to need a guard dog at our home. If you're willing to kneel and beg, perhaps I might be in a generous mood and grant you a scrap of food." Ha ha ha. As the words hung in the air, the two turned to leave. However, at that moment, wait. Suddenly, Lu Sheng stepped forward, directly blocking their path. What do you want?" Li Tianhua frowned at the sight of Lu Sheng obstructing him. "Since you detest looking at me so much, let me ask you, do you dare to wager with me once more?" Lu Sheng inquired coolly, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Are you joking? You think you can just strut away after putting on a show? There's no such thing as an easy deal in this world." "Wager? On what?" Li Tianhua felt a surge of wariness. Recalling the incident where Lu Sheng had previously deprived him of all his scholarship funds, he had no desire to be ensnared again. "Let us wager on whether I can complete this 9-star class transition task." As Lu Sheng spoke, he raised the 9-star task scroll in his hand. "What kind of scheme are you plotting now?" Li Tianhua asked in a low voice. "What scheme?" "I hold the 9-star task scroll in my hand. Can this possibly be faked?" Lu Sheng replied with a smile, shaking his head. "That is true," Li Tianhua conceded, realizing the logic in Lu Sheng's words. After all, while many things could be fabricated, the task scroll from the class transition temple was a pure magical creation and could not be counterfeit. This meant that Lu Sheng had indeed accepted the 9-star class transition task. With this thought, Li Tianhua's eyes brightened, and a cunning idea began to take shape. "What stakes are you considering?" he inquired, testing Lu Sheng. "Well, looking at your equipment, you must be quite wealthy." Lu Sheng did not answer directly, but rather glanced at the luxurious purple robe and the ornate staff encrusted with various gems that Li Tianhua possessed. "This despicable traitor lost $1 million to me previously and still has such opulent gear." The more Lu Sheng observed, the more incensed he became. Resolutely, he clenched his jaw and decided to take the plunge. "Then let us have a small wager, say, 10 million dragon coins." Chapter 92, The Demon Blade, Muramasa. "What? 10 million dragon coins?" As the words left his lips, not only were Li Tianhua and Rainfield stunned, but even the crowd of onlookers gasped in astonishment. The wager proposed was simply staggering. 10 million dragon coins. That amount could comfortably sustain a family for a lifetime without worry. Where does this holy knight derive his confidence to wager such a sum? Has he lost his mind? If he can complete the 9-star task, I'll write my name backwards. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of disbelief, casting scornful and derisive glances at Lu Sheng. "Boy, Are you not afraid of your boastful words coming back to haunt you? 10 million? Do you even possess such wealth? Rainfield looked at Lu Sheng with a face full of skepticism, clearly doubting that a mere level 100 holy knight could have 1,000,000 dragon coins in savings. Not at present. Surprisingly, Lu Sheng did not conceal this fact. Instead, he spread his arms wide in open acknowledgement. Haha, I knew it. Rainfield was about to mock him further, but before he could speak, Lu Sheng casually waved his hand. In an instant, to the astonished gazes of the crowd, over 100 pieces of equipment of varying quality cascaded down from above, forming a veritable small mountain. What? All of this is equipment? Witnessing this unbelievable scene, the surrounding crowd gasped, nearly dislocating their jaws. But that was not all. Look at that blade. It gleams with a golden hue. Could it possibly be a weapon of golden quality? As they beheld the peculiar long knife emanating a golden light among the equipment Lu Sheng had just discarded, the crowd instinctively cast an insight spell on it. Demon Blade Muramasa. Type: Eastern Samurai Sword. Agility: 120. Strength: 100. Mentality: 50. Required level: 150. Second transition. Quality: Gold. A cursed blade, wielded by its bearer, will gradually lead them to lose their sanity, ultimately plunging them into utter madness. My heavens, this is indeed golden gear. And it's even second-tier equipment. Yet, how could Lu Sheng, at merely level 100, possibly acquire such high-level equipment? At this moment, the crowd could no longer contain their astonishment and erupted into a frenzy. Lu Sheng, where did you obtain that knife? Yu Tian exclaimed in disbelief, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Sheng. Mind your own business, Lu Sheng retorted with a roll of his eyes. Although he was unaware of Yu Tian's true identity, the mere fact that he associated with someone like Li Tianhua, displaying such familiarity, suggested that he was unlikely to be a person of good character. Thus, Lu Sheng deemed it unworthy of his attention. Observing Lu Sheng's reaction, Yu Tian's pupils constricted in shock. For the knife before him was all too familiar. It was none other than the signature weapon of the Eastern Yamato warrior, Xiao Wuzitai Lang. But Xiao Wuzitai Lang was a killer trained by the dragon-slaying group, known for his long-standing presence in the blood-soaked battlefields. Moreover, as a warrior, the cursed blade Muramasa had always been the most cherished possession of Xiao Wuzitai Lang. He would not part with it even in the most private moments. How could it have inexplicably surfaced here? Was it possible? Suddenly, a chilling realization struck Yu Tian, nearly sending him into a panic. Looking at Lu Sheng, his earlier disdain was replaced by an unprecedented sense of shock and apprehension. Indeed, it was apprehension. The combined worth of these items could easily exceed 10 million. Just then, Lu Sheng turned to Li Tianhua once more. However, he remained blissfully unaware that he had unwittingly committed a grave mistake. Li Tianhua, upon hearing this, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Lu Sheng was simply too enigmatic, akin to a bottomless abyss. The longer Li Tianhua interacted with him, the less he understood. Hey, why are you still dawdling? Are you daring to gamble, or not? Seeing Li Tianhua standing there like a statue, lost in thought, Lu Sheng could no longer contain his impatience and exclaimed, if you're too cowardly, then from now on, avoid me and refrain from making snide remarks, for you are unworthy. The moment those words left Lu Sheng's mouth, Li Tianhua nearly choked on his indignation. Yet, he still dared not accept Lu Sheng's wager. As the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, one is afraid of a rope for 10 years. Though Li Tianhua was shameless and of low character, he was no fool. Observing Lu Sheng's confidence and the magnitude of the wager, he couldn't help but ponder where Lu Sheng derived such boldness. At that critical juncture, just as Li Tianhua hesitated over whether to gamble against Lu Sheng, Yu Tian suddenly interjected, Tianhua, go ahead and take the bet. Yu Tian, brother? Li Tianhua frowned at the suggestion. Do not fear, he is but a mere paladin. I am eager to see how he intends to complete the 9-star class advancement task. Yu Tian scoffed, seemingly dismissing Lu Sheng entirely. Yet, in truth, at that moment, Lu Sheng loomed in Yu Tian's mind with an aura of unfathomable terror. Not long ago, he had received a message from General Fujino stating that all 5 assassins from the dragon-slaying group had perished. Although Fujino speculated that they had met their end at the hands of the Radiant Ranger, Luo Xianxian, Yu Tian held a different view. As the chief advisor to Shemu-san, Yu Tian possessed knowledge of the elite professionals in Donglin City that surpassed even Shemu-sen's grasp. In his estimation, while Luo Xuanxuan's combat talent was indeed formidable, the notion that she could single-handedly slay 5 assassins from the dragon-slaying group was utterly preposterous. This implied that the circumstances surrounding the deaths of those 5 assassins were shrouded in deeper mystery. For some time, Yu Tian had pondered who could be the true mastermind behind the assassin's demise, yet he had found no clues, until now. At this very moment, witnessing Lu Sheng brandishing Xiao Wuzitai Lang's weapon, Yu Tian realized that he may have grossly underestimated the situation over the years. This realization was the very foundation for his urging Li Tianhua to wager against Lu Sheng. If Lu Sheng failed to complete the 9-star task, that would be the best outcome. After all, failing the class advancement task would exonerate him from being the suspected mastermind and would hinder his future progression, rendering him inconsequential. However, if he succeeded in accomplishing the 9-star task, then that would spell disaster. Chapter 93. The Divine Summer Kingdom must not lose an ounce. At this moment, with Yutian having spoken, Li Tianhua ceased his inner turmoil and declared to Lu Sheng with resolve, "All right, I accept your wager. Splendid. Let us reconvene here in 7 days." Lu Sheng's face lit up with joy as he added, "And remember to bring sufficient funds." "Humph, the one who should bring enough money is you," Li Tianhua retorted defiantly. "Hee, let us wait and see." Having uttered this, Lu Sheng did not linger any longer, collecting the equipment from the ground before turning on his heel to depart. He was not concerned about Li Tianhua reneging on the bet. After all, a multitude of onlookers surrounded them, including staff from the Class Advancement Sanctuary. Under such scrutiny, if Li Tianhua dared to go back on his word, he would be disgraced without needing Lu Sheng to expose him. The whispers of others would suffice to ruin his reputation. With that thought, Lu Sheng couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Meanwhile, watching Lu Sheng's confident retreat, Li Tianhua could no longer suppress the anxiety swelling within him and turned to Yutian, asking, "Brother Yutian, is there any chance this wager could take an unexpected turn?" "Rest assured, regardless of the outcome, we will not suffer any losses." Yutian replied somewhat absent-mindedly. "Huh, what do you mean by that?" Li Tianhua was taken aback by his words. "You will understand in due time." Yutian did not elaborate, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Sheng's departing figure, seemingly unable to divert his attention. After leaving the Class Advancement Sanctuary, Lu Sheng first called out to Oscar, who had been lurking in the corner, before hastily returning to his solitary apartment. Having been away for several days, his small abode had accumulated a fair amount of dust. Yet, Lu Sheng had no time to clean. He eagerly seated himself on the bed and unfurled the 9-star task scroll he had just received. In the next moment, a grand and eloquent text unfolded before his eyes. Task name: The Divine Summer Kingdom must not lose an ounce. Task objective: completely conquer the Bloods in War Zone. Task overview: the Bloods in War Zone has, since time immemorial, been an integral territory of our Divine Summer Kingdom. Yet, in recent years, shameless and despicable foreign nations have attempted to seize our land and resources while we are unprepared. As a member of the Divine Summer Kingdom, it is your responsibility and duty to safeguard our sacred territory from invasion. Please reclaim the Bloods in War Zone for our nation within 7 days. Task reward: 10 million experience points, a set of epic quality equipment, random. By the heavens, they require the conquest of the entire Bloods in War Zone. Gazing at the task details inscribed on the scroll, Lu Sheng was nearly rendered speechless by astonishment. Despite having heard that the class change quest was entirely random, fluctuating according to the unique attributes of the adventurer, and thus shrouded in uncertainty and unpredictability, the sheer difficulty of this particular quest surpassed his wildest expectations. It is worth noting that the Bloodsand War Zone is a neutral map teeming with level 50 to 200 adversaries. Presently, he stood at a mere level 100. No matter how formidable his combat prowess, should he encounter a level 200 adventurer, he would be severely hampered by the rules, with inevitable instances of ineffective affixes during attacks. This was evident from his earlier encounter while rescuing Luo Xinxian, where he, lacking any amplifying enhancements, dared not confront the formidable assassins of the 4 dragon-slaying groups head-on, opting instead for a hasty retreat. Yet, this 9-star class change quest demanded that he seize control of the Bloodsand War Zone. Even more absurdly, the quest forbade the formation of teams. It is crucial to understand that conquering a neutral map is not simply a matter of slaying foes. As per Lu Sheng's knowledge, in the present Blue Star, fully claiming a neutral map necessitates the completion of 3 critical conditions. First, all enemy adventurers within the map must be eradicated. Second, the enemy's safe zone must be uprooted. Third, the enemy's teleportation array must be utterly destroyed. Each of these conditions is indispensable. Failing to fulfill even one disqualifies the conquest. Thus, over the next 7 days, it was likely that he would have to single-handedly contend with all enemy adventurers within the Bloodsand War Zone. This is the nature of a 9-star class change quest. No wonder it is deemed an impossible task. The difficulty is utterly preposterous. Lu Sheng muttered to himself, unable to suppress a bitter smile as he shook his head. Fortunately, despite the daunting nature of this 9-star quest, it was not beyond his capabilities. After all, Oscar, that miraculous being, could effortlessly vanquish the 4 dragon-slaying group assassins with merely 3 skills. Moreover, this was achieved while Oscar was in a protective state, unable to unleash its full potential. The strength of dragons does not solely stem from their potent skills and high attributes. More importantly, they possess fearsome claws and fangs akin to divine artifacts, along with nearly indestructible scales. Contemplating this, Lu Sheng felt a surge of determination and beckoned Oscar, who was in the room. "Oscar, come here. What is your command, master?" With a flurry of movement, Oscar promptly bounded over, leaving a trail of sparks in its wake. Its enormous form, despite currently resembling a 3-headed hellhound, measured an astonishing 5 meters in length. Given that Lu Sheng's modest apartment barely spanned a dozen square meters, It could hardly withstand the weight and pressure of such a colossal creature. Fortunately for Lu Sheng, his wealth had grown considerably, rendering this minor damage trivial in his eyes. And thus he paid it little mind. Once Oscar reached him, Lu Sheng felt a spark of inspiration. 10,000-fold amplification, divine redemption. In an instant, a radiant, almost tangible, pearlescent light descended from the heavens, enveloping Oscar. Before Oscar could comprehend what was happening, it felt an unexpected lightness. With a peculiar sound, the torment of the eternal dragon flame that had plagued it for countless years dissipated into a wisp of smoke, slowly vanishing into the void. What? Stunned by the sight, Oscar momentarily froze, but soon thereafter, it regained its composure and let out an ecstatic roar. It's gone. The negative magical effects on me have truly vanished? Ahaha. The terrifying roar of the dragon resonated throughout the cosmos, shaking the very room and stirring up a cloud of dust. Damn it, do you intend to demolish my home? Lu Sheng exclaimed, hurriedly curbing its exuberant antics. My apologies, I was simply overwhelmed with excitement. Please forgive me, master. Oscar, now overwhelmed with joy, even shed tears. A testament to the immense suffering it had endured under the weight of the negative magical effects. A plight so severe it could be likened to a fate worse than death. Chapter 94. The Transformation of Blood Sand. Thank you, master, for your benevolence. Thank you. At this moment, Oscar knelt on its forelimbs before Lu Sheng, repeatedly bowing in gratitude, emotions overflowing. No need for thanks. This was merely a promise I made to you. Now fulfilled. Lu Sheng smiled gently, assisting Oscar to rise while adding, moreover, I will require your assistance in many endeavors henceforth, so I hope you will serve me diligently. Rest assured, master, I, Oscar, hereby vow to follow your every command from this day forward. Regardless of your needs, I shall exert my utmost effort, even unto death, to never disappoint you. Oscar declared earnestly, its three fearsome heads displaying an undeniable gravity and solemnity, reflecting the profound respect and admiration it now harbored for Lu Sheng, especially after the successful removal of the negative magical effects. Excellent. Your words suffice. Concurrently, Lu Sheng expressed his approval and glanced up at the clock in the bedroom, seemingly unwilling to delay even a moment further, and spoke anew. It's getting late. We must set forth. Set forth? But we have only just returned. Oscar furrowed its brow in confusion. I fear I must inform you. I just accepted a 9-star class change quest at the class change temple. Lu Sheng replied with a carefree smile, not concealing the truth. However, as soon as he spoke, Oscar was nearly struck dead with shock. What? A 9-star class change quest? Oscar quavered, gazing at Lu Sheng as if he were a specter. Indeed. Moreover, this task is time-sensitive and must be completed within 7 days, making every second invaluable to us. Lu Sheng reiterated. Master, may I see the task scroll you obtained? Finally, Oscar regained its composure and eagerly inquired. Of course. Lu Sheng nodded, showing no reluctance as he retrieved the 9-star task scroll from his satchel and extended it towards Oscar. Upon receiving the scroll, Oscar merely cast a cursory glance before being unable to contain its astonishment, exclaiming aloud, What? To conquer the Blood Sand Warzone? My heavens! Master, do you even comprehend what you have undertaken? What? Do you doubt my capabilities? Lu Sheng replied, somewhat exasperated by Oscar's reaction. Master, please do not misunderstand. I do not doubt your abilities. However, this task is not one that can be accomplished by a single individual. Oscar hastily clarified, a nervous laugh escaping as it clearly had not anticipated that Lu Sheng would recklessly accept a 9-star class change quest. It must be noted that at this moment, Oscar was bound by a sacred contract to Lu Sheng, thus their fates were intertwined. One's glory was the other's, and one's downfall was likewise shared. If Lu Sheng fails to complete this 9-star level job transfer task within the stipulated time, he will not only be eternally trapped at level 100, but even Oscar will be adversely affected by the power of the contract, rendered unable to progress even an inch. The implications for his future are profound. It is no wonder that Oscar exhibits such urgency and helplessness. Is it truly so difficult to conquer a Blood Sand Warzone? At this moment, Lu Sheng, still not fully grasping the gravity of the situation, inquired with a hint of confusion. Difficult hardly encapsulates it. Oscar sighed deeply at Lu Sheng's words, lifting his head with a wry smile as he remarked, even at level 200, I would never dare to claim that I could single-handedly conquer the entire Blood Sand Warzone. What? Not even you can manage it? Upon hearing this, Lu Sheng felt a pang of anxiety. If it were merely about slaying foes in the wild, as the esteemed Forbidden Dragon, I would fear no one of equal rank. Oscar explained with a resigned expression. However, to seize a neutral map, one must obliterate the enemy's safe zone. And such safe zones are fundamental to a nation's foothold in a neutral territory. They are not only teeming with a multitude of enemy professionals, but also fortified with formidable defensive structures, such as magical cannons capable of inflicting area-wide stun damage, demon-absorbing barriers that drain magical energy, and electric arrays that induce temporary paralysis, among others. At this juncture, he finally unveiled the full complexity of the situation. Under such circumstances, even as a dragon with protective scales, should I be struck head-on by these defenses, I would emerge severely wounded, if not dead. Now I understand. Lu Sheng, upon hearing this, finally grasped the truth of Oscar's words. Indeed, every nation's safe zone is fortified with numerous defensive installations. In this era of universal job transfers, the might of certain fortifications is absurdly overwhelming, far beyond what any professional could hope to challenge directly. Fortunately, Lu Sheng had never intended to withstand their artillery with his own flesh. For the moment he comprehended the requirements of this 9-star job transfer task. An audacious idea surged within him. Indeed, audacious. Thus, I assert that this task cannot be accomplished solely through individual effort. Meanwhile, Oscar sighed deeply once more, regarding Lu Sheng with a solemn inquiry. Master, what shall we do now? Perhaps we should abandon this task. Before he could finish, Lu Sheng interrupted him with a wave of his hand. We shall proceed to the Bloodsand War Zone. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Sheng declared resolutely. What? I just laid everything out so clearly, and you remain undeterred? Oscar exclaimed in disbelief. Given that you have only recently entered into a contract with me, it is entirely understandable that you harbor doubts about my capabilities. I do not hold it against you. Lu Sheng smiled faintly. At this point, he shifted his tone. However, your limitations do not equate to mine. With those words, Lu Sheng paid no heed to Oscar's reaction, rising with an air of confidence and proclaiming, let us go. Once we reach the Bloodsand War Zone, I shall demonstrate to you what true SSS-level combat talent entails. And at that moment, perhaps you will come to realize just how fortunate you are to have entered into a sacred contract with me. As midnight approached, the moon hung high in the sky. In the southeastern border of the Divine Summer Kingdom, at the teleportation square of Bloodbone Town, within the Bloodsand War Zone. Buzz, buzz. Accompanied by 2 intense waves of magical energy, 2 figures gradually emerged from the formation, one clad in heavy armor, draped in a crimson cloak. Wielding a colossal scythe, none other than Lu Sheng. The other figure, resembling a young bull, entirely black with 3 enormous heads, each bearing a fearsome visage and drooling fangs. Instilled immediate dread, this was Oscar. Have we finally returned? Observing the familiar surroundings, Lu Sheng murmured, still unsteady on his feet. At that moment,